the Eastern Wilderness Realm. The Lu clan of the Imperial Bloodline. The solemn atmosphere within the Grand Hall was abruptly shattered by a furious roar. Every one of the Lu clan, get out here and face your death now. The voice thundered like rolling lightning, striking terror into every heart. The Grand Elder of the Lin clan, a peerless great emperor, had descended in person upon the Lu clan. He stepped forth from the void, towering like an ancient god, radiating boundless pressure that chilled every soul. His eagle-like eyes burned with resolve and fury, and with a single opening of his mouth, he declared the Lu clan's utter destruction. Inside the Grand Hall, the members of the Lu clan were instantly thrown into panic. They knew the Grand Elder's power and reputation, a terrifying existence standing at the pinnacle of the great emperor realm, wielding strength capable of destroying heaven and earth. An existence at the very peak of the great emperor realm could wipe out the entire eastern wilderness with a wave of a hand, let alone their single insignificant Lu clan. Facing such a formidable enemy, every member of the Lu clan felt unprecedented despair. Yet at this exact moment of crisis, the clan leader, Lu Xuan, stepped forward. He straightened his back, a flicker of resolve passing through his eyes. Elder Lin, our Lu clan has never wronged your Lin clan. Why must you press us so relentlessly? Lu Xuan's voice was neither servile nor overbearing, echoing through the Grand Hall. The Lin Grand Elder stood proudly in midair, casting an arrogant glance downward. A single look sent the Lu clan leader flying backward. Then the Grand Elder snorted coldly, the juniors of your clan dared to murder my Lin clan's genius disciple. If I do not avenge this, where will the face of my Lin clan stand? Lu Xuan's heart sank. He realized the matter was far graver than he had imagined. He knew full well that the Grand Elder's claim of a slain genius disciple was nothing but an invented excuse. The reason the Lin Grand Elder was pressing them step by step was the Lu clan's imperial-grade cultivation art, the Taixu Sword Cannon. Months ago, the Grand Elder had already sent someone to demand the right to borrow the Lu clan's Taixu Sword Cannon. But as the patriarch of the Lu clan, how could Lu Xuan ever agree to such an unreasonable demand? He had flatly refused on the spot. He had thought that this matter would simply pass. Never did he imagine that the Lin Grand Elder would choose this very day to strike, and even use this fabricated excuse to wipe out the entire Lu clan. Though Lu Xuan was determined to resist to the very end, when he looked at the frightened young clansmen behind him, all he could do was let out a helpless sigh. He could die, but he could not let these clansmen die with him. The Lin Grand Elder was shameless, yet he was truly a powerful being beyond anything Lu Xuan could contend with. At the peak of the quasi-emperor realm, he was like an ant before the Grand Elder at the peak of the great emperor realm. Even now gravely injured, he dared not show the slightest discontent, lest he provoke the enemy further. For the sake of his clansmen, Lu Xuan swallowed his fury, lowered his posture, and stepped forward again, speaking humbly. There must be some misunderstanding. Our Lu clan would never do such a treacherous thing. Please, Elder Lin, grant us a chance to find the truth. A misunderstanding. The Grand Elder sneered, and immediately barked, my men saw your Lu clan's disciple make the kill with their own eyes. How could it be false? Lu Xuan's expression turned ugly. The so-called witnessed with their own eyes was equally fabricated. Even though he knew the Grand Elder was deliberately slandering them, Lu Xuan could only lower his head and say, perhaps someone is deliberately sowing discord to frame our Lu clan. Please give me some time, Elder Lin. I will get to the bottom of this and give you a proper answer. But the moment his voice fell, the Grand Elder snapped again. Oh, are you questioning me? As the Grand Elder's words fell, a terrifying imperial aura spread over the entire Lu clan, like a black cloud enveloping everything in dread. From within the black clouds, a gigantic hand reaching to the heavens extended outward, seeming ready to raise the entire Lu clan to the ground in the next moment. Just as everyone in the Lu clan believed disaster was imminent, the Grand Elder unexpectedly granted Lu Xuan's request. The Grand Elder pondered for a moment, then suddenly withdrew his terrifying aura and said coldly, fine. I will give you 3 days. If there is no result after 3 days, do not blame me for being ruthless. With that, he turned and left, leaving behind the stunned members of the Lu clan. No one had expected the overwhelming Grand Elder to truly depart like that. Lu Xuan's face was full of disbelief. He knew too well what kind of man the Lin Grand Elder was. Over the years, in order to seize the inherited arts of fallen imperial clans, the Lin Grand Elder had already obliterated dozens of imperial clans whose strength matched the Lu clan's. Now that the Grand Elder had set his sights on the Lu clan's Taixu Sword Cannon, how could he possibly give up so easily? The atmosphere in the Grand Hall was stiflingly heavy. Everyone knew that if they could not find aid within these 3 days, what awaited the Lu clan would be utter annihilation. High above in the sky, the Lin Grand Elder had not left. He simply sat quietly atop the clouds. Behind him loomed the Lin clan's enormous flying warship and 3,000 formidable guards. Grand Elder, why grant them 3 days? They are merely a single Lu clan. If we butcher them all, who would dare defy your will? The Lin clan leader, a quasi-emperor, stood behind the Grand Elder, his eyes full of arrogance. The Lu clan, merely a fallen imperial clan like a toothless old tiger. He said that even without the Grand Elder's intervention, he alone with the 3,000 guards behind him would be enough to crush the Lu clan. Yet the Grand Elder waved his hand to stop him, and said with a composed smile, "It matters not. They are nothing but grasshoppers after autumn. Let them jump around for a few more days. I also want to see who else is connected with the Lu clan. Once the Lu clan is dealt with, I will uproot them all, cut the weeds, and eliminate the roots, leaving no future trouble." Entrapment, letting all the forces standing with the Lu clan surface, then sweeping them up in one net. That was the Grand Elder's true scheme. That was also why he had been willing to grant the Lu clan 3 days. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The main hall of the Lu clan fell into dead silence. One by one, the clansmen who had gone out to seek aid returned in disappointment. Lu Tianyuan's expression darkened. Those imperial clans that usually claimed brotherhood with the Lu clan now avoided them, as if they were snakes and scorpions. Dozens of waves of clansmen sent out by Lu Tianyuan were turned away before they could even step through their allies' gates. As the last aid seeker, the Grand Elder of the Lu clan returned in despair. Despair filled the eyes of everyone in the hall. Tonight was the final deadline the Grand Elder had given them. Without protection, the Lu clan truly faced extinction. In the hall, everyone's face was deathly pale. Many women and children had already begun to sob quietly. Lu Tianyuan and the elders all let out powerless sighs. Just then, from a remote corner of the great hall, a cold, low voice suddenly came. "Our Lu clan may still have a chance." That crystalline voice instantly drew the attention of everyone present. The assembled figures in the great hall parted without hesitation, and every gaze converged upon the cold and elegant young girl who stood quietly in the corner. Lu Tianyuan looked over at once, and upon recognizing that the speaker was none other than his beloved precious daughter, he asked with barely contained excitement, "Linglong, what did you just say?" From the corner, Lu Linglong stepped forth with the graceful gait of a lotus blossom, walking slowly forward as she spoke. "Father, and all of you esteemed elders, have you perhaps forgotten? Our Lu family, too, possesses a great emperor." The moment Lu Linglong's words faded, the assembled figures in the great hall were all utterly bewildered. The most powerful cultivator within the Lu family was none other than their clan leader Lu Tianyuan, who stood at the 9th Order Quasi-Emperor realm. Beyond Lu Tianyuan, the Lu family possessed 8 elders in total, who had reached the Quasi-Emperor realm, all of whom were presently gathered within this great hall. Though theirs was an emperor clan, fully 100,000 years had passed since the last great emperor had emerged among them. Ever since that last great emperor of the Lu family had been compelled 10,000 years ago to depart from the clan and venture alone to the heavenly abyss to seal the entrance to the foreign domain, a full 10,000 years had elapsed without so much as a single new great emperor arising within their lineage. Yet here was Lu Linglong, barely 12 years of age, speaking with such unwavering conviction that their Lu family possessed a great emperor. For a moment, everyone in the great hall assumed the little girl had merely been overcome by drowsiness. Lu Tianyuan heaved a sigh and stepped forward, gently ruffling the little girl's hair as he forced a faint smile and said with tender warmth, "There. I know you are worried for everyone, but we all understand precisely what strength the Lu family commands. You are still young, and such burdens should never rest upon your shoulders. Go back now. Later you must heed the arrangements we shall make. Our little girl has always possessed a mind of her own. In the days ahead, when we are no longer there to watch over you, you must live well and live wisely." With those words spoken, Lu Tianyuan's gaze shifted to the 8th elder, standing nearby, his expression grave as he solemnly instructed, "8th elder, take these children and depart through the secret passage. Once you have left this place, conceal your identities and live well. Do not entertain thoughts of vengeance. So long as they survive, continue the Lu family bloodline and preserve its sacred lineage, then even when we stand before the ancestors in the netherworld, we shall have rendered a worthy account of ourselves." The ancestor of the Lin family was an unstoppable force, and so while arranging for clan members to seek outside assistance, Lu Tianyuan had simultaneously begun preparing a retreat, selecting over 100 of the clan's young members to be escorted by the 8th elder through the secret tunnel to safety. However, when the moment to execute the plan truly arrived, these young people each refused in stubborn succession to depart. Anxious, Lu Linglong stepped forward and seized her father's arm, saying once more, "Father, everything I said earlier is true. Do we not still possess a great emperor ancestor within our Lu family? That very Lu Xuan ancestor who 10,000 years ago journeyed to the heavenly abyss to seal the entrance to the foreign domain." The moment the 4 characters, Ancestor Lu Xuan, left her lips, every person in the great hall turned in unison to look at Lu Linglong. It was at that very moment that they recalled, within their Lu family there truly remained a great emperor ancestor. Clan leader Linglong speaks the truth. Ancestor Lu Xuan is indeed the great emperor of our Lu family. It is said that 10,000 years ago Ancestor Lu Xuan was already the most formidable of great emperors. It was the longevity clans and the imperishable Dao lineages who feared that Ancestor Lu Xuan would ascend to become an emperor sovereign, thereby threatening their dominion. Thus they employed the lives of our entire Lu family clan and the righteousness of humanity as leverage, compelling Ancestor Lu Xuan to abandon his family and journey forth to seal the heavenly abyss. Ancestor Lu Xuan was already the most formidable great emperor 10,000 years ago. If he yet lives, what cause have we to fear a mere ancestor of the Lin family? The elders, whose faces had moments ago been ashen with despair, now trembled with extraordinary exhilaration. They too had heard the legends of ancestor Lu Xuan. 10,000 years prior, the Lu family had birthed a supreme, great emperor who dominated his era, second to none in martial might. Lu Xuan. Legend held that Lu Xuan, single-handedly wielding a single sword, had waged such slaughter upon the ancient sovereigns of foreign races across the boundary sea that they dared not set foot beyond its bounds. Some had even bestowed upon him the title, the Forbidden Great Emperor. In that era, 10,000 years past, save for an emperor sovereign, no one existed who could eclipse the radiant splendor of great Emperor Lu Xuan. Yet alas, great heights invite the fiercest of winds. The meteoric ascent of Lu Xuan had kindled a profound sense of threat among the longevity clans and the imperishable Dao lineages. 4 longevity clans and 3 imperishable Dao lineages mobilized a combined force of 7 emperor sovereigns, leaving great Emperor Lu Xuan with no recourse but to journey to the heavenly abyss and seal the entrance to the foreign domain. From the moment great Emperor Lu Xuan departed, all news of him ceased. Gradually, even the Lu family themselves had forgotten the very existence of ancestor Lu Xuan. Even those who occasionally mentioned ancestor Lu Xuan presumed he had long since perished within the heavenly abyss. Yet now, at this critical juncture, when the Lu family teetered between survival and annihilation, the name of ancestor Lu Xuan emerged like a lifeline, kindling within every Lu family member a single slender thread of hope. However, this fervent hope soon waned with startling swiftness. Should ancestor Lu Xuan still live naturally, there would be no need to fear the ancestor of the Lin family. Yet ancestor Lu Xuan has been absent for at least 10,000 years. Even if he were a great emperor, he would have long since reached the natural terminus of his lifespan. Lu Tianyuan heaved a sigh, compelled to personally shatter the illusions of his clansmen. These quasi-emperors among them possessed lifespans of merely 10,000 years. While a great emperor's lifespan far exceeded that of a quasi-emperor, it would not surpass 50,000 years either. Throughout the annals of history, even the most formidable great emperors had never managed to extend their lifespans beyond 100,000 years. Naturally, those who upon reaching the end of their natural span resorted to extraordinary methods to prolong their existence were excluded from such consideration. Certain ancient great emperors, in their desperate pursuit of extended lifespans, had even resorted to the monstrous act of harvesting the lives of mortals, seizing their vital essence to prolong their own existence. Those great emperors who prolonged their lives through such ruthless means might indeed have a chance of surviving past 100,000 years, or even longer. They yearned for ancestor Lu Xuan to still be alive, to appear at this critical juncture to turn the tide with a single decisive act and rescue the Lu family from annihilation. Yet they did not wish for their own ancestor to have truly become one of those merciless great emperors who reaped the lives of mortals and plundered vital essence for personal longevity. Just as the hope in the eyes of the assembled multitude began to fade, Lu Linglong spoke once more. Regardless of whether ancestor Lu Xuan still lives, we must at least try. If the ancestor is alive, perhaps none of us need die. The assembled multitude, who had already abandoned hope concerning ancestor Lu Xuan, saw their eyes kindle with renewed light upon hearing Lu Linglong's proposition. Clan leader, the little Linglong speaks wisely. There is no harm in trying. Let us try nonetheless. If ancestor Lu Xuan has truly perished, then it signifies that our Lu family was destined to suffer this calamity. Whether we live or die, we shall accept our fate. But should ancestor Lu Xuan still live? The voice trailed off abruptly mid-sentence. All present understood that this was merely their desperate wishful thinking. Even if ancestor Lu Xuan had once been the most formidable great emperor, he should not have survived past 100,000 years. Nevertheless, for the Lu family in their present predicament, there could scarcely be a worse situation than the one they now faced. Even knowing it to be utterly hopeless, the assembled multitude could not restrain themselves from wanting to try. Lu Tianyuan was also swayed by their words, yet he still shook his head and sighed. Unfortunately, our Lu family possesses no artifact capable of reaching old ancestor Lu Xuan. Even if old ancestor Lu Xuan still draws breath, we could not possibly contact him in the span of a single moment. The faint flame of hope that had just ignited in their hearts was once again doused by a basin of cold water. Even if old ancestor Lu Xuan were still alive, he would be impossibly far away in the abyss of heaven, more than 100,000 miles distant from their eastern wasteland realm, separated by several barriers between worlds. Without a magical artifact to bridge the distance, they had no means of making contact. Just as despair settled upon every face, Lu Linglong suddenly spoke up. We can use the bloodline summoning. Old ancestor Lu Xuan was a great emperor, and he shares our bloodline. So long as we invoke the bloodline summoning, we can reach him even across the vast expanse of heaven and earth. The moment her words fell, bewilderment clouded the faces of all present. Lu Tianyuan asked with visible astonishment, Linglong, this bloodline summoning you speak of, can it truly reach old ancestor Lu Xuan? Lu Tianyuan was utterly incredulous. Even as a peak quasi-emperor cultivator, he had never once heard of any such thing as the bloodline summoning. Yet his daughter Lu Linglong was merely a 12-year-old girl. She rarely had any chance to venture beyond the family grounds. How could she possibly know of the bloodline summoning? The other elders likewise turned their questioning gazes upon Lu Linglong. None of them had heard of such a technique, and they could scarcely believe that mere bloodline power alone could breach the barriers between worlds transcending the distances of space to reach old ancestor Lu Xuan, who lay 100,000 miles away. It all sounded like pure fantasy. To dispel their doubts, Lu Linglong could only explain, this method of bloodline summoning. I came across it in an ancient scroll within our family's archives. According to the ancient text, a great emperor and his direct bloodline descendants share a profound connection. By employing a special method to invoke the bloodline summoning, one may reach the emperor even across 1,000,000 miles. Of course, whether it shall succeed or not we can only know by trying. Seeing that Lu Linglong spoke without the slightest tremor in her voice or blush upon her cheeks, she did not seem to be lying. Though doubt lingered in his heart, Lu Tianyuan eventually conceded with a nod. Very well. Then let us try it as you suggest. If we cannot reach old ancestor Lu Xuan, all of you must depart at once lest the situation grow more perilous. With the clan leader himself giving his assent, the rest of the clansmen turned their eager gazes toward Lu Linglong. The 8 grand elders, even more stirred with emotion, pressed forward and asked, "Little Linglong, tell us quickly, how is this bloodline summoning to be performed? Whatever must be done, let us old fools go first. Before our veins run dry, there is no need for the likes of you youngsters to step forward. Time is of the essence, little Linglong. Speak quickly. What must be done if there is to be any hope of reaching old ancestor Lu Xuan?" In that instant, the clansmen gathered within the great hall stepped forward one after another, so many of them willing to offer every drop of their blood to summon old ancestor Lu Xuan. Witnessing the sincerity etched upon their faces, Lu Linglong felt a tremor of emotion stir within her heart. She raised her hand to halt them, then slowly began to explain. The bloodline summoning requires no more than a single drop of essence blood. However, the one who performs the summoning must be among those most closely bound to old ancestor Lu Xuan by blood. The higher the talent of the caster, and the purer the bloodline, the greater the chance of success. After Lu Linglong finished speaking, she turned her gaze upon her father Lu Tianyuan. Father, you must surely know which branch within our Lu family remains the closest to old ancestor Lu Xuan. And it must not exceed 10 generations. Beyond the 10th, the bloodline summoning cannot be performed. Upon hearing Lu Linglong's explanation, Lu Tianyuan's brow furrowed slightly. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, "Let me do it. Our very branch is descended from old ancestor Lu Xuan himself. To me, we stand at the 5th generation. If your words hold true, then it is I who possesses the greatest chance of performing the bloodline summoning." Lu Linglong had not expected that the progenitor of their branch was none other than old ancestor Lu Xuan himself. By the time it reached her father's generation, they were still only the 5th. This meant that not only could Lu Tianyuan perform the bloodline summoning, but so too could she. And compared with her father, her chances of reaching old ancestor Lu Xuan would surely be even greater. Seeing her father claim the task of summoning old ancestor Lu Xuan, Lu Linglong's eyes darted in thought as she raised her hand in objection. "Since our branch shares the closest blood with old ancestor Lu Xuan, there is no need to trouble father with this matter. Though the bloodline summoning requires only a single drop of essence blood, the entire process still consumes a measure of one's strength. The situation is dire, father. You must preserve your power. As for the summoning of old ancestor Lu Xuan, let me try." Before her words had even faded, and without waiting for Lu Tianyuan's objection, Lu Linglong had already prepared her argument. Pressing onward, she added, "Besides, the bloodline summoning is known only to me. For me to perform the bloodline summoning is unquestionably the most fitting choice. However, when the time comes, I shall still require father and all the elders to stand guard over the ritual. Once the summoning begins, it must not be interrupted by any external force." Though Lu Tianyuan wished to stay his daughter, after a long moment of inner struggle, he could only heave a sigh and step forward to offer his counsel. "Exercise the utmost caution. If the task proves unfeasible, then end it at once. Even if we cannot summon old ancestor Lu Xuan, it is of no great matter. I have already prepared a path of retreat for all of you. So long as you depart the Lu family and live in anonymity, you shall be able to carry on with your lives in peace." With a great battle looming ahead, as clan leader, Lu Tianyuan had no choice but to preserve his strength, to meet the life and death struggle to come in the finest condition possible. Even though he knew full well that he was no match for the Lin family's old ancestor, he would not retreat by even the slightest inch. He and the Lu clansmen who remained within the Great Hall had but one paramount mission: to hold off the Lin family's old ancestor and the Lin family's mightiest cultivators, buying as much time as possible for the 8th elder and the Lu family's younger generation to flee. Each additional minute they could buy would increase the chances of the Lu clansmen escaping with their lives, the chances of survival itself growing ever greater. Therefore, even though he could not bear to see his daughter take such a risk, he had no choice but to steel his heart and reach this painful decision. Lu Linglong was without question the most suitable candidate to perform the bloodline summoning at this moment. High above in the heavens, the Lin family's old ancestor, whose eyes had remained tightly shut, suddenly opened them. Two beams of light dazzling as the sun itself pierced through the clouds. Old Ancestor, what is it? Has the Lu family made some move? The Lin family's clan leader, who had been standing guard at the side, hastened forward to inquire upon witnessing the Old Ancestor's reaction. It is nothing. A clutch of turtles in a jar thrashing about in their death throes. Nothing that could stir the slightest ripple. The Lin family's Old Ancestor let out a cold laugh. Though he stood far above in the heavens, he was fully aware of every occurrence within the Lu family's great hall. Upon learning that the Lu family was indulging in the wild fantasy of summoning great Emperor Lu Xuan from 100,000 years past, the Lin family's Old Ancestor scoffed with contempt. 100,000 years. Lu Xuan has likely long since turned to a pile of ash by now. I am quite eager to see what manner of thing you might manage to summon. Within the grand hall of the Lu clan, Lu Linglong began to perform the bloodline summoning. Although she knew the method was viable, she dared not guarantee that Ancestor Lu Xuan, who had vanished 100,000 years ago, still drew breath. If Ancestor Lu Xuan had long perished, the summoning would naturally come to naught. Yet the Lu clan now stood at the precipice of survival and annihilation, whether it succeeded or not they had to try. Especially during the casting, one had to inscribe the summoning formation using one's own essence blood. Such an intricate formation was beyond the capability of ordinary cultivators. Throughout the entire Lu clan, only she alone possessed the ability to inscribe the summoning formation. This was precisely why she had stopped Lu Tianyuan earlier. Although Lu Tianyuan, as Ancestor Lu Xian's fifth-generation descendant, was better suited to perform the bloodline summoning, he possessed little understanding of formations. Asking him to inscribe the summoning array with his essence blood was no task that could be accomplished in mere moments. Lu Linglong drew a deep breath, channeled her essence blood, and began inscribing the summoning formation within her own body. Though she had never studied this particular formation in her past life, her mastery of the Tao of formations was such that few throughout the entire upper realm could rival her. Though the summoning formation was somewhat intricate, it was ultimately a basic array. Lu Linglong inscribed it with effortless grace. In the span of a heartbeat, a summoning formation etched in essence blood had taken shape within her body. The instant the formation succeeded, Lu Linglong perceived distinctly. Faint elusive presences seemed to be awakening from within her bloodline. This is the bloodline of a great emperor. It seems Ancestor Lu Xuan truly still lives. A surge of exhilaration coursed through Lu Linglong. Ancestor Lu Xuan from 100 millennia past was indeed still alive. She did not immediately share this joyous news with the others. After all, at present, she merely knew of Lu Xuan's survival through the presence within her bloodline. Yet she remained uncertain of Ancestor Lu Xuan's current condition. After all, 100,000 years had passed. His very survival was already a miracle. Even if Ancestor Lu Xuan lived, his state was unlikely to be a favorable one. Perhaps now he clung to life by a single fading breath. Whether we can weather this tribulation now rests with Ancestor Lu Xuan. Lu Linglong took a steadying breath and began employing the secret art using her bloodline to summon Ancestor Lu Xuan. High above in the sky, the Lin clan Ancestor observed the commotion within the Lu clan's grand hall in tranquil silence. Though aware that Lu Linglong was performing the bloodline summoning, he showed no intention of intervening. In his view, this so-called bloodline summoning was nothing but sheer nonsense. Moreover, he refused to believe that Lu Xuan, the great emperor who had lived 100,000 years ago, could possibly still be alive. Lin Yuan delivered them a warning. The Lin clan Ancestor regarded Lin Yuan, the clan head, standing behind him, and spoke in a grave tone. As you command. Lin Yuan, the Lin clan head, descended from above the clouds. In the space of a breath, his form had already descended upon the skies above the Lu clan. The arrival of a supreme cultivator at the peak of Quasi-Emperor unleashed a terrifying aura that instantly plunged the Lu clan members within the hall into abject dread. Fortunately, Lu Tianyuan stepped forward. With his Quasi-Emperor aura activated, the crushing pressure bearing down on the Lu clan members was intercepted and held at bay. It must be the Lin clan head who has arrived. Elders, accompany me outside. Lu Tianyuan's expression grew solemn. Though both were imperial clans, the Lin clan's strength vastly outstripped that of the Lu. The Lu clan's strongest member was none other than Lu Tianyuan himself, the clan head, at the peak of Quasi-Emperor cultivation. As for the other 8 elders, their strength reached only the early stage of Quasi-Emperor. The Lin clan, by contrast, boasted 7 or 8 cultivators at the peak of Quasi-Emperor alone. Yet this was not the most terrifying part. The Lin clan's greatest foundation lay in their great emperor-level powerhouses. The Lin clan alone possessed a staggering 4 great emperors. This was the primary reason the Lin clan had been able to act with such unbridled audacity over the years. With 4 great emperors standing guard, the Lin clan's momentum had already surpassed that of the 10 great imperial clans. Many had even begun to believe that the Lin clan now possessed the qualifications to replace one of them. Lu Tianyuan, accompanied by the 8 elders, stepped out of the grand hall. With a solemn expression, he gazed up at Lin Yuan hovering above and forced a smile. Clan Head Lin has traveled a great distance. It is our Lu clan's failing in not receiving you properly. I pray Clan Head Lin will be understanding. Lin Yuan, suspended high above, paid no heed to Lu Tianyuan's humble demeanor. Looking down with a cold snort, he declared with commanding authority, "Dawn breaks in 2 hours. If your Lu clan cannot give us a satisfactory answer by then, prepare to be exterminated." Upon hearing the words, "exterminate the clan," the 8 elders clenched their fists in fury. Lu Tianyuan too burned with rage, but he could not afford to tear off the veneer of civility just yet. The younger members of the Lu clan had not yet escaped safely. Clan Head Lin, this matter is merely a misunderstanding. Perhaps Clan Head Lin might grace us with his presence for a discussion. If we lay everything bare, we can surely resolve this misunderstanding. The Lin clan's strength was far beyond what the Lu could withstand. Lu Tianyuan could only force a smile as he spoke. Lu Tianyuan, had you shown such wisdom earlier, would things have reached this pass? Lin Yuan, the Lin clan, had let out a cold laugh. A few months prior, he had come personally to the Lu clan to request access to the Taixu Sword Cannon. Yet he had been flatly refused by Lu Tianyuan. At that very moment, he had sworn to annihilate the Lu clan. How could he possibly grant Lu Tianyuan an opportunity for negotiation? Yes, it was my youthful impetuousness back then. I implore Clan Head Lin to show magnanimity and grant us a little more time. For the sake of his entire clan behind him, Lu Tianyuan could only continue wearing a sycophantic smile. Enough. Lu Tianyuan, we are all wise men here. Let's dispense with pleasantries. Hand over your Lu clan's Taixu Sword Cannon and the clan-suppressing Emperor artifact, and I may yet implore our ancestor to spare a thread of life for your Lu clan. Lin Yuan, the Lin clan, had barked, coldly cutting off Lu Tianyuan's words and laying out his demands outright. Despite having long anticipated the Lin clan's intentions, Lu Tianyuan's expression still darkened. Having previously refused Lin Yuan's demands, he could not refuse again now. Of course, surrendering the Taixu Sword Cannon and the Lu clan's clan-suppressing Emperor artifact was something he could never bring himself to do. Clan Head Lin, if you truly desire our clan's Taixu Sword Cannon and the Emperor artifact, it is not impossible. However, I must first ask Clan Head Lin to point us toward a path of survival. If you would spare the Lu clan a way out, the Taixu Sword Cannon and the clan-suppressing Emperor artifact shall be delivered into your hands without hesitation. Lu Tianyuan spoke with calculating eyes, probing the Lin clan's bottom line. Lin Yuan was no fool. How could he fail to see that Lu Tianyuan was stalling for time, seeking to buy sufficient time for the fleeing Lu clan descendants? With a cold smile, he shattered all of Lu Tianyuan's illusions in a single sentence. Lu Tianyuan, don't play your petty tricks with me. Do you truly believe I'm ignorant of your schemes? Let me tell you plainly, your Lu clan's secret passage has long been under our Lin clan's surveillance. If you truly dare to let those Lu clan descendants escape through the secret passage, death shall be the only road that awaits them. As the words of the Lin family patriarch faded, Lu Tianyuan and the 8 elders all turned ashen-faced. The hidden passage was the Lu family's greatest secret. Yet now this greatest of secrets had long been in the Lin family's possession. The Lu clan members in the Great Hall had also heard the Lin family patriarch's words, and one by one, they too turned deathly pale. The Lin family intended to utterly exterminate the Lu clan. At that moment, many clan members began sobbing once more. Lu Tianyuan had never imagined that even his contingency plan had been discovered by the Lin family. At this moment, he actually felt a tinge of relief that he had not allowed the 8th elder to lead the Lu family's younger generation away. Had they truly entered the hidden passage, he dared not imagine what the consequences would have been. Lu Tianyuan, I advise you to accept your fate. In 2 more hours, the Lu family shall perish, your home destroyed, and your people slaughtered. Cherish the time you have left. High above in the sky, Lin Yuan, the patriarch of the Lin family, uttered these words before turning to depart. His purpose in coming here was to personally shatter all hope within the hearts of the Lu family. He wished for those Lu family members to spend their remaining hours consumed by panic, terror, and the looming shadow of death. With the Lin family patriarch's departure, Lu Tianyuan suddenly lost all his presence. It was as though every ounce of strength had been drained from his body, and the light in his eyes dimmed in an instant. Now their sole hope rested entirely upon Lu Linglong. If Linglong truly could summon their ancestor Lu Xuan from 100,000 years ago, perhaps the Lu family might yet have a chance of survival. Purple lightning ravaged the heavens as thunder roared. This place was the Heavenly Abyss. Beyond the Heavenly Abyss lay the vast Boundary Sea. The Boundary Sea separated the alien races from the territories of humanity, serving as the first line of defense against any incursion. For 1,000,000 years, countless great emperors of humanity had stood guard over the Boundary Sea, shedding their blood and sacrificing their lives to repel the alien races. Yet for the past 100,000 years, an eerie calm had settled over the Boundary Sea. All of this was owed to the great Emperor Lu Xuan from 100,000 years ago. In that era, great Emperor Lu Xuan ventured alone into the Heavenly Abyss, suppressing the passage to the alien realms through his own might. Since then, the alien races had not even dared to step out of the Heavenly Abyss, let alone venture into the Boundary Sea to wreak havoc. For 100,000 years, tranquility had reigned over the Boundary Sea. Within the human territories, peace and harmony prevailed as well. Yet people had long forgotten the great Emperor Lu Xuan who had sacrificed 100,000 years of freedom for their sake. Deep within the heavenly abyss, a colossal god-burying coffin pressed down upon the entrance to the alien realms. Surrounding the coffin, immense chains formed a grand sealing formation, sealing the passage so tightly that not even a single fly could pass through. Within the bronze-cast god-burying coffin lay a withered body in perfect stillness. This was none other than great Emperor Lu Xuan. No one could have imagined that after 100,000 years this once mighty emperor still lived. Though his breath had grown exceedingly faint with less air drawn in than released, he still clung to life. Even with but a single breath remaining, he was still a great emperor. The dignity of an emperor remained inviolable. So long as he had not perished completely, those alien races would never dare set foot within the passage. 100,000 years. This emperor has grown old and weary. Lu Xuan's voice came in broken fragments laden with boundless sorrow. Once a figure of unmatched elegance who had dominated an entire era, how dashing and full of vigor he had been. Yet who could have imagined that such an unparalleled emperor who had once reigned supreme over his age would be forced to stand eternal guard over the heavenly abyss. And for a span of 100,000 years from the very start. Throughout that time, Lu Xuan had never once stepped out of the heavenly abyss, nor could he return to the realm of humanity. He was as one banished into exile. This vast heavenly abyss was like a prison. It had tightly bound this once legendary emperor of his era. Now as his life drew toward its true end, he still dared not harbor the modest wish of returning to his roots. Within the god-burying coffin, Lu Xuan heaved a profound sigh. For 100,000 years his greatest desire had been to return to the realm of humanity, to cast one final glance upon his family and his clan before he died. For his family, he had willingly allowed himself to be exiled here for 100,000 years. Even now at death's door, his deepest wish was merely to gaze once more upon all that he had once known. Yet he knew that all of this was nothing more than wishful thinking. Those longevity clans and undying orthodoxies would never permit him to return to the realm of humanity. Even after 100,000 years had passed, they still would not allow Lu Xuan to return to his family. A once invincible emperor could not even fulfill the simplest of wishes before his death. A single tear slid down from the corner of Lu Xuan's eye. He longed to recall what humanity looked like, to remember what the Lu family looked like, to remember what his loved ones looked like. Yet he could remember nothing at all. 100,000 years was truly too long. So long that he had forgotten everything. Enough. So long as the Lu family remains safe and sound, it will all have been worthwhile. Lu Xuan sighed once more. However, just as he prepared to close his eyes once again, a faint glimmer of light suddenly emerged within his nearly desiccated blood. This faint glimmer was like a potent stimulant injected into withered veins, instantly causing his blood to surge with renewed vigor. This is my descendant summoning me. Lu Xuan's dim, lifeless gaze suddenly blazed with emotion. For 100,000 years, he had believed that no one in his family still remembered him. Yet now he could feel the bloodline power of his descendants. Moreover, aided by this faint bloodline power, the state of his body had actually improved somewhat. Although the improvement was but slight, it filled Lu Xuan with overwhelming excitement. He had waited here for 100,000 years, enduring 100,000 years of solitude. He had never dared hope that at the final moment of his life he would receive a bloodline summons from his descendants. He moved with utmost caution, afraid to disturb this faint thread of descendant bloodline power, terrified that any carelessness might sever this connection. Meanwhile, within the great hall of the Lu family, Lu Linglong had also sensed the existence of ancestor Lu Xuan through the bloodline summons. Yet she felt no trace of joy. She could sense that ancestor Lu Xuan was in a dire state, seemingly at the very end of his life, on the verge of passing. A great emperor on the brink of death could not aid them even if contact had been established. Nor could he possibly alter the desperate predicament of the Lu family. Lu Tianyuan, who had been watching his daughter's every move with rapt attention, felt his heart lurch the moment he noticed the change in her expression. He asked in a voice taut with tension, "Linglong, have you made contact with ancestor Lu Xuan?" Seeing her father's anxious expression and the hopeful gazes of the surrounding Lu family members, Lu Linglong could not bear to shatter their final sliver of hope. She gave them a slow, deliberate nod. The moment Lu Linglong nodded, the entire great hall fell utterly silent. Within the eyes of those hopeful Lu family members, the light of hope rapidly swelled, transforming into pure joy. They could hardly believe that they had truly made contact with ancestor Lu Xuan. For a moment, every member of the Lu clan within the grand hall was overwhelmed with frenzied excitement. Yet they remained utterly silent, none daring to utter a single sound. Lu Linglong had warned them beforehand that the bloodline summoning ritual must not be disturbed. The entire hall fell so silent that even the fall of a needle could be heard. Only clan leader Lu Tianyuan, having recovered from his shock, cautiously inquired in a trembling voice, "Linglong, the old ancestor. Is he well?" After all 100,000 years had passed, Lu Tianyuan could surmise that even if ancestor Lu Xuan were still alive, his condition must be dire. Seeing through her father's thoughts, Lu Linglong could only heave a helpless sigh before whispering softly, "The old ancestor's condition is far from good. Without assistance he is bound to perish. Though her voice was barely above a murmur, it reached the ears of every Lu clan member within the hall with absolute clarity. Upon hearing that the old ancestor was on the verge of perishing, the Lu clan members within the hall all began to weep in silence. Their grief stemmed not only from the shattering of their sole hope for survival, but also from a profound sorrow at the imminent passing of their revered ancestor. Though none of them had ever beheld Ancestor Lu Xuan in person, each one cherished the immense benevolence he had bestowed upon their clan. From their earliest days, every child of the Lu family was raised upon the legendary deeds of Ancestor Lu Xuan. The elders of the clan had always told them that it was Ancestor Lu Xuan's selfless sacrifice that had secured the very chance of survival for the Lu family. And now such a magnanimous ancestor, one who had given everything for the Lu clan, was about to perish. Every member of the Lu family mourned for him with the deepest sincerity of their hearts. Lu Tianyuan had not anticipated that the Ancestor Lu Xuan they had just managed to contact was already on the brink of death. He sighed deeply, then gazed tensely at his daughter and asked, "Linglong, is there anything we can do to help the old ancestor?" He had heard her words with perfect clarity. Lu Linglong had said that without help. Could it be that they as people might somehow provide that help to Ancestor Lu Xuan? The very reason Lu Linglong had revealed the truth was to seek aid from these Lu clan members. "There is," she spoke in a low voice, "we can gather the essence blood of every clan member, and through the bloodline summoning grand formation provide Ancestor Lu Xuan with an unending stream of our descendants' essence blood. So long as there is sufficient essence blood, the old ancestor will surely be able to pull through." The bloodline summoning grand formation employs special methods to forge a bridge of connection between her and Emperor Lu Xuan through their shared bloodline. Through this bloodline grand formation, not only can they sense the old ancestor's condition and communicate with him, but they can also channel their essence blood directly to sustain him. Although the essence blood of these Lu clan members cannot extend Ancestor Lu Xuan's lifespan, it can temporarily slow the rate of his decay. If enough essence blood is provided, it might even restore Ancestor Lu Xuan to the pinnacle of his former might. The Lu clan now faced an imminent catastrophe. Relying solely on these clan members, there was no possible way they could withstand the Lin family. They could only become souls claimed by the blade of the Lin family's ancestor. By gathering the essence blood of every clan member and delivering it to Ancestor Lu Xuan, they might yet find a slender thread of hope for survival. Of course, if these Lu clan members were willing to sacrifice themselves and offer their very essence of life, it would be even better. For an emperor on the verge of perishing, the essence of life is far more precious than ordinary essence blood. By absorbing a vast quantity of life essence, his lifespan could even be extended. It was the exhaustion of his lifespan that prevented Ancestor Lu Xuan from halting the drain of his life essence. If he could absorb enough life essence to extend his years, then restoring his combat prowess would be a trivial matter. Naturally, Lu Linglong could not bring herself to speak of asking her clansmen to lay down their lives. Thus she had settled for the next best option, requesting that the clan members offer their essence blood. While this would affect their strength, the deficit could be gradually recovered through future cultivation. As for the sacrifice of life itself, that was a measure to be considered only when the Lu clan faced an existential crisis of life and death. Lu Linglong had anticipated some resistance when asking the clansmen to contribute their essence blood. Yet to her astonishment, the moment her words fell, every clan member within the hall had already rolled up their sleeves, prepared to offer their essence blood. Even children barely into their teens stepped forward with resolute determination, raising their small arms without flinching. Witnessing the display of his clansman, clan leader Lu Tianyuan was deeply moved. He raised his hand, gesturing for the young ones to retreat to the back, and called for the strongest clansman to step forward. As the clan leader, Lu Tianyuan took the lead without hesitation, continuously forcing his essence blood from his body until it gathered before Lu Linglong. "Linglong, tell the old ancestor that the descendants of the Lu clan are willing to give everything for him. Should the old ancestor require it, offering up our very lives would not even be a question." Lu Tianyuan was after all a peak quasi-emperor cultivator. He naturally understood exactly what a dying emperor needed most. Should Ancestor Lu Xuan desire it, he would even be the first to offer his own essence of life. The 8 grand elders likewise stepped forward one after another. After contributing their essence blood, they each declared in unison, "Tell the old ancestor that we can offer everything for him." Within the grand hall of the Lu clan, one after another the clansmen stepped forward in solemn silence to offer their essence blood. For a time, the only sound throughout the entire hall was the steady patter of essence blood dripping into the gathering vessel. Meanwhile, in the abyssal heaven, within the god-bearing coffin, Lu Xuan, who had regained a measure of his vitality, sensed the strand of his descendants' bloodline within his body growing ever more potent. Only then did he part his lips to inquire, "The Lu family, are they well?" For the first time in 100,000 years, upon contacting his descendants, his very first words were to ask whether the Lu family still fared well. Yet after his voice faded, a long silence ensued with no response. He could only close his eyes once more in helpless resignation. He could feel it clearly. he had truly reached the end of his life. His body had already slipped beyond his control entirely. Even his consciousness was slowly drifting away from his grasp. He knew that death had finally come for him. Yet with its approach he felt no despair, no unwillingness. After 100,000 years of lingering in survival, he had long grown accustomed to facing life and death with tranquil acceptance. Now with death upon him it felt more like a release. Still a faint trace of regret lingered in his breast. Though he had finally reached his descendants, he had not even been granted the chance to exchange a single word with them. And so he would perish embracing this regret. Back in the Grand Hall of the Lu clan, Lu Linglong was growing increasingly anxious. She had already gathered a sufficient quantity of her clansman's essence blood prepared to aid Ancestor Lu Xuan's recovery. Yet she could sense with perfect clarity that the old ancestor's aura was growing weaker by the moment. It seemed he had already reached the very brink of complete dissolution. In an instant Lu Linglong was drenched in cold beads of sweat. No, if Ancestor Lu Xuan perishes, the Lu clan will be utterly beyond salvation. Stirred by desperation into sudden clarity, she used the Bloodline summoning grand formation to send her voice toward Ancestor Lu Xuan. Old Ancestor, are you still alive? If you do not return soon, the Lu clan will be completely annihilated. Emperor Lu Xuan, whose breath had grown faint and who was on the verge of perishing entirely, suddenly sat up from within the god-burying coffin upon hearing those cries echoing around him. He had already been standing half a foot at the gates of death, but Lu Linglong's desperate shouts had pulled him back. The Lu family. How could it be? Fury surged within Lu Xuan like a raging tide. It was precisely this surge of wrath that sustained him, allowing him to claw his way back from the edge of oblivion. The Lu family. What has happened? Lu Xuan's voice trembled with rage. My Lu family, a dignified emperor clan with descendants numbering in the millions. How could they have been wiped out entirely? Upon hearing the ancestor's inquiry, Lu Linglong fell silent. Through the bloodline summoning, she now shared a bond of kinship with Emperor Lu Xuan, their very lifeblood intertwined. And so she could sense with absolute clarity that his condition remained gravely dire. He could perish at any moment. Yet she also knew that a figure of Emperor Lu Xuan's stature was not one who could be easily deceived. Lu Linglong sighed with resignation and said slowly, Ancestor Lu Xuan, you must brace yourself for what I am about to say. The Lu family is now facing the catastrophe of total annihilation. Upon hearing Lu Linglong's words, Lu Xuan's fury boiled over. His shattered imperial body trembled violently with emotion, and the faint thread of vitality he had just recovered began slipping away with alarming speed. Sensing the ancestor's dire state, Lu Linglong hurriedly channeled the essence blood of the clan toward him. Drop after drop of pure essence blood flowed into his body, and Lu Xuan's imperial form once again regained a sliver of life. He steadied his turbulent emotions, feeling the ceaseless current of essence blood flowing toward him as his parched blood vessels greedily absorbed its power. In the span of mere moments, Lu Xuan spoke again, asking, What is your name? To be able to reach me through bloodline summoning, you must be closely related to me. As a sovereign emperor at the pinnacle of his realm, Lu Xuan was well versed in the art of bloodline summoning. However, executing such a summoning was no simple feat. Simply inscribing the summoning formation within one's body was already beyond the capability of ordinary cultivators. Reporting to the ancestor, my name is Linglong. I am your 6th-generation descendant, O honored forebear. Lu Linglong answered. Within this brief span of time, through the continuous transfusion of essence blood, she could sense that the ancestor's aura had recovered considerably. Though it was insufficient to extend his lifespan, it was enough to restore a portion of his strength. Keeping him alive for a few more days would not be a problem. She cast a downward glance at the essence blood remaining before her, more than half still left, and continued the ceaseless transfusion. Ever since Lu Linglong had answered, Lu Xuan had been struck dumb with astonishment. He remained in a daze for the span of dozens of breaths before finally asking in disbelief, You said just now that you are my 6th-generation descendant. I actually have descendants. Lu Xuan was utterly bewildered. When he had departed from the Lu family to garrison the Abyss, although he had been approaching 3,000 years of age, he had still been a confirmed bachelor. Lu Xuan, who had always been utterly devoted to his cultivation, had never taken a wife. So when he suddenly heard that Lu Linglong was his descendant, he found it impossible to accept. However, he did not doubt her identity. Only his descendants could reach him through bloodline summoning. Moreover, from the essence blood Lu Linglong had initially transmitted to him, Lu Xuan could clearly sense that his imperial bloodline power flowed within her veins. All of this proved that Lu Linglong was indeed his descendant. He simply could not fathom which of his former companions might have secretly borne him an heir. Ancestor. Lu Linglong was at a loss for words. This was a question she could not answer. How would she know? Weren't you the one who should know whether he had any descendants? I, Lu Xuan, actually have descendants. The heavens have not forsaken me. Within the god-burying coffin, Lu Xuan burst into rapturous laughter. Having once been unburdened by ties of kin, he now seemed to have found a reason to persevere. Even if only for the sake of his descendants, he could not afford to perish now. After his laughter subsided, Lu Xuan drew a deep breath and said calmly, Linglong, tell me in detail the current state of the Lu family. Lu Xuan did not reject the ceaseless flow of essence blood from his clansmen. He required this essence blood to temporarily restore his strength and survive. Lu Linglong did not dare to waste a single moment. She recounted in meticulous detail everything that had befallen the Lu family. Outrageous. The Lin family. When this emperor departed, they were nothing more than a third-rate imperial clan. Who gave them the audacity to now bully the Lu family? Lu Xuan snarled with cold fury. He had never imagined that after his departure the Lu family would have declined to such a wretched state. At the same time, overwhelming rage blazed within his eyes. What a fine immortal family. What a fine eternal Dao lineage. When I departed, they vowed to safeguard the Lu family for 10,000 generations. Yet now in the mere span of 100,000 years my Lu family stands on the brink of total annihilation. Since you have proven so faithless, then do not blame me for failing to honor my own promises. Lu Xuan, seething with fury, stepped forth from the god-burying coffin. This was the first time in 50,000 years, since his lifespan had neared its end, and he had entered the coffin to slow the burning of his remaining years, that he had emerged from it. His form appeared above the abyss, his withered and decaying imperial body, so emaciated it resembled a bamboo pole. Yet even so, the moment he stepped out of the god-burying coffin beyond the seal of the alien race's passage, countless powerful ancient alien sovereigns all turned their gaze toward him in terror. Upon sensing that familiar and terrifying aura, each of those immensely powerful alien sovereigns trembled uncontrollably. Damn it, it has been 100,000 years. How is that bastard still alive? 100,000 years and he refuses to die. So long as he lives, we remain sealed here, unable to take a single step beyond this place. He has already imprisoned us for 100,000 years. Must this torture never end? One after another, the alien sovereigns let loose roars of impotent fury and indignation. They had waited for 100,000 years, lain dormant for 100,000 years, all in anticipation of Lu Xuan's demise. Yet now Lu Xuan, who had clearly been on the verge of perishing, had somehow returned to life. For the alien races, this was simply intolerable news. Beyond the passage, one ancient alien sovereign after another raged with helpless fury. They longed to cross the alien passage and descend upon the human realm. But they feared Lu Xuan, that harbinger of slaughter. At that very moment, Lu Xuan's gaze pierced through the passage and descended upon the alien realm. He stood like an unattainable deity, surveying the alien world from on high. At last his gaze settled upon a particular alien sovereign. Upon sensing Lu Xuan's gaze, that alien sovereign's body trembled faintly. He could not fathom what he had done to earn the attention of this harbinger of death once more. Uneasily, he stepped out from his palace and descended upon the sky. When his gaze met Lu Xuan's, he forced a cold laugh. Lu Xuan, you're still alive. This sovereign had assumed you had already perished. What is this? Have you come to bid farewell to your old adversaries before you die? This ancient emperor of the alien race was an old adversary of Lu Xuan, the Heavenly Fire, ancient emperor of the Heavenly Fire clan. When Lu Xuan had first descended into the heavenly abyss, he had once laid waste to their entire clan, leaving them grievously wounded. In a single battle, Lu Xuan had slaughtered 3 ancient emperors of their clan. At that time, the Heavenly Fire ancient emperor before him was merely at the quasi-emperor realm. An alien quasi-emperor equated to a human quasi-emperor. It was only after Lu Xuan had slain the 3 ancient emperors of the Heavenly Fire clan that he had risen to become the new Heavenly Fire ancient emperor. Therefore, by all accounts, Lu Xuan was the enemy of the Heavenly Fire clan, but he was the benefactor of this Heavenly Fire ancient emperor. Had Lu Xuan not slain the 3 great ancient emperors of old, it would never have fallen to him to assume the title. Over the years, the Heavenly Fire ancient emperor had led the strong warriors of the Heavenly Fire clan countless times, attempting to break through the passage. Yet each time they had returned empty-handed and defeated. Gradually, the people of the Heavenly Fire clan had dared not even set foot halfway into the passage. Even the Heavenly Fire ancient emperor himself had lain dormant in this alien domain, concealed and silent for tens of thousands of years. Now, upon seeing Lu Xuan once more, although he beheld the ruined imperial physique and sensed the life essence constantly draining from within Lu Xuan's body, the Heavenly Fire ancient emperor still dared not venture into the passage. That man was a madman. Even if he drew his last breath, the Heavenly Fire ancient emperor would not dare let his guard slip for an instant. For he had personally witnessed countless times Lu Xuan, clinging to life by a thread, slaughter the ancient emperors of the alien races. After enduring so long, awaiting the moment when Lu Xuan was about to perish, all he needed to do was wait quietly. Wait until this man finally died, and then he could leave the passage and emerge from the heavenly abyss. There was absolutely no need to clash with this man at such a time. He had no desire to become another soul claimed by Lu Xuan's sword. Within the alien races, as the Heavenly Fire ancient emperor spoke, one ancient emperor after another turned their excited gazes toward this scene. They too had seen Lu Xuan's broken imperial physique seeming on the verge of collapsing at any moment. Yet not a single one of them dared to set foot into the passage, nor dared any to look down upon Lu Xuan. They all waited in silence, eager to see what Lu Xuan intended to do upon emerging from the burial god coffin at this critical moment. In days of old, had the Heavenly Fire Ancient Emperor dared to mock him, thus Lu Xuan would have slaughtered the Heavenly Fire clan until they fled in disarray. But now Lu Xuan remained utterly composed. The man before them now was no longer the Lu Xuan of the past. After learning of the sufferings endured by the Lu clan over the years, he had been thoroughly transformed. Since you swore to guard the heavenly abyss with all sincerity, yet still dared to prey upon my Lu clan, then do not blame me for reneging. You ungrateful wretches are not worthy of this emperor's protection. Lu Xuan emerged from the burial god coffin. His majestic gaze swept away from the Heavenly Fire Ancient Emperor, passing over each of the alien ancient emperors. Wherever his eyes fell, the ancient emperors of the alien races trembled with dread. Finally, he withdrew his gaze, yet his commanding voice resounded throughout the entire alien domain. Hand over the immortality medicine, and I shall leave the heavenly abyss. From this day forth the safety and peril of the human race shall have no further bearing on me, Lu Xuan. His voice echoed across the alien domain. All those who heard his words turned toward the heavens in utter shock. None could believe that Lu Xuan, who had guarded the heavenly abyss for 100,000 years, would speak such words. The ancient emperors of the alien races who had been waiting to watch Lu Xuan perish were all left stunned and bewildered by his declaration. Over the years they had also attempted to tempt Lu Xuan with the immortality medicine, hoping he would abandon his post guarding the heavenly abyss. Yet each time Lu Xuan had rebuffed them with stern refusal. Indeed, some ancient emperors had been slain by his sword for their audacity. What on earth was happening now? Had they collectively fallen prey to auditory hallucinations? Had those words truly come from Lu Xuan's own mouth? Those ancient emperors of the alien races who had once tried to bribe Lu Xuan with the immortality medicine now found themselves utterly unable to believe these words had issued from him. After a long while, the alien ancient emperors gradually recovered from their shock. Yet still none of them believed Lu Xuan. They even suspected he was deceiving them. The Heavenly Fire Ancient Emperor sneered coldly. Lu Xuan, such tricks could scarcely fool a 3-year-old child. Do you truly take us for fools? No sooner had he finished speaking than another ancient emperor of the alien race stepped forward. Lu Xuan, you are trying to swindle the immortality medicine from our hands, aren't you? We may be unable to defeat you, but that does not mean we have no brains. Cease your delusions. You have guarded us for 100,000 years. If you are given the immortality medicine, will you not simply continue to hold this position? Lu Xuan, do you take us ancient emperors of the alien race for idiots? Give up this foolish scheme. The immortality medicine will never be given to you. We need only wait quietly for your death. Why undertake such unnecessary efforts? None of the alien ancient emperors believed a word Lu Xuan said. And as they had said, even if Lu Xuan spoke the truth, they would never hand over the immortality medicine. All they needed to do was wait quietly for Lu Xuan to die, and they could reopen the passage and emerge from the heavenly abyss. Should they truly give Lu Xuan the immortality medicine, they would only be courting trouble for themselves. Lu Xuan had long anticipated that the immortality medicine in the hands of these alien ancient emperors would not be so easily obtained. He was prepared. The moment the derisive laughter of the alien ancient emperors faded, Lu Xuan spoke again. But his voice this time carried even greater dominion. This emperor is not negotiating with you. You have no choice. I shall wait 10 breaths. If I do not see the immortality medicine, I shall step into your alien domain. His voice was majestic and imperious, laced with murderous intent, so profound it chilled the bone. The alien ancient emperors who had been mocking him moments before now panicked upon hearing that Lu Xuan intended to cross into their domain. If the Slayer god Lu Xuan truly entered the alien domain, it would unleash a torrent of bloodshed. Such losses were beyond anything any of them could endure. Damned fool. Has Lu Xuan lost his mind? Has he never in all these ages stepped into the alien domain? Why is he breaking his own rule now? If this man truly enters, countless clansmen will perish at his hands. An ancient emperor of the alien race roared in fury, glaring at the dumbfounded Heavenly Fire Ancient Emperor. Kinhwa, this is your fault. Why provoke this Slayer god when you could have provoked anyone else? If he truly comes in, your Heavenly Fire clan will be the first to face his wrath. A million restless thoughts churned within the Heavenly Fire Ancient Emperor's heart. He had never expected that his momentary loose tongue would provoke this Slayer god to break his precedent and step into the alien domain. Though he feared Lu Xuan, he did not fear those other alien ancient emperors. He shot them a fierce glare and barked coldly. I was not the only one who spoke just now. Did you not all mock him as well? What? Now you know to cower. Instead of wasting time on this, you should be figuring out how to pacify this Slayer god. Precisely. We must find a solution immediately. Regardless of what happens, we must not let this Slayer god enter the alien domain. The ancient emperors of the alien race who had been so loud and reckless just moments before now wore expressions of pure terror. They understood all too well, given Lu Xuan's nature, which repaid every slight with interest. The first to suffer once he entered the alien domain would undoubtedly be those who had been most vocal in their mockery. Though Lu Linglong could not witness what transpired in the foreign domain through the Bloodline summoning grand array, she heard the domineering voice of Ancestor Lu Xuan. This Ancestor Lu Xuan is truly a fearsome figure. On the brink of death, he still dared to threaten the ancient emperors of the alien races. He is absolutely no ordinary man. Lu Linglong was utterly astounded. Those ancient emperors of the alien races were all existences at the Great Emperor level, many of them at the peak of Great Emperor. Yet Ancestor Lu Xuan had managed to threaten those ancient emperors, which spoke volumes of just how formidable and domineering he truly was. Lu Linglong waited in silence, not daring to speak further, afraid of disrupting Ancestor Lu Xuan's plans. Although the essence blood of the Lu clan members could temporarily restore Ancestor Lu Xuan, it was not a perfect solution to the crisis. If they could obtain an immortality elixir, that would undoubtedly be the ideal method. A single immortality elixir could extend the life of Ancestor Lu Xuan, who was on the verge of perishing, by 10,000 years, resolving Ancestor Lu Xuan's predicament at its very root. Lu Linglong was also feeling anxious at this moment, uncertain of what choice those ancient emperors of the alien races would make. No matter how powerful Ancestor Lu Xuan might be, he was now on the verge of death. If those ancient emperors of the alien races stubbornly refused to offer up an immortality elixir, Ancestor Lu Xuan would have no choice but to storm into the foreign domain. In his current state, the moment Ancestor Lu Xuan charged into the foreign domain, he would face certain death. Of course, he would certainly take some beings of the foreign domain down with him. There was even a chance he could drag an ancient emperor of the alien races down to perish alongside him. Yet that was not the outcome the Lu family wished to see. If Ancestor Lu Xuan perished, the Lu family would be finished as well. In the great hall of the Lu family, everyone watched Lu Linglong with bated breath. They were all eager to know whether the essence blood they had offered could be of help to Ancestor Lu Xuan. Linglong, tell our ancestor. If it is not enough, we can still offer our life essence. Your father is at the very least at the peak of quasi-emperor. With my life essence, it will surely aid our ancestor. Lu Tianyuan's expression was resolute. He was willing to sacrifice his own life essence to help Ancestor Lu Xuan recover his strength. No, Patriarch, you are the backbone of our Lu family. You absolutely cannot come to harm. If the ancestor requires it, us old fellows can also offer our life essence. Though our strength may not match yours, we are still at the quasi-emperor realm. With our life essence, the ancestor will surely be able to temporarily recover his strength. Linglong, tell our ancestor that we are prepared and can offer our life essence to him at any moment. The moment Lu Tianyuan's words fell, he was stopped by the 8 elders. The 8 elders each stepped forward to block Lu Tianyuan's path. Even at this life and death juncture, the Lu family members could still act in such a manner which greatly surprised Lu Linglong. Such a family seemed entirely different from the one she had known in her past life. Father, all the elders, please rest assured. The ancestor is currently negotiating with the ancient emperors of the alien races, and he does not require our aid for the moment. Lu Linglong halted everyone while offering them a reassuring smile. We must have faith in the ancestor. After all, he was the most powerful great emperor of 100,000 years ago. His methods are far beyond what we can possibly imagine. Her single sentence caused a gleam of light to appear in the eyes of every Lu clansman present in the Great Hall. They all recalled that Ancestor Lu Xuan was no ordinary man. A great emperor who has lived for 100,000 years is a rarity throughout the ages. The fact that their ancestor had survived until now meant he surely possessed his own extraordinary methods and abilities. Linglong, you mentioned earlier that the ancestor is negotiating with the ancient emperors of the alien races. Does that mean he is still at the abyss of heaven right now? A subtle shift crossed Lu Tianyuan's expression. The ancestor is far beyond the abyss of heaven. Even if we manage to contact him, what could be done? Distant waters cannot quench a nearby fire. No matter how capable Ancestor Lu Xuan might be, he could not possibly save the Lu family members across an impossible distance. How could Lu Linglong fail to perceive the concern in her father's voice? She smiled and said, Father, please rest easy. The ancestor's methods are beyond our imagination. The ancestor is already aware of the Lu family's predicament, and he will protect us. Sigh. I only hope the ancestor can return as swiftly as possible. Lu Tianyuan let out a sigh and said no more. He lifted his gaze beyond the great hall where the darkness of night was gradually fading and the dawn was about to break. Yet for the Lu family, they did not wish for dawn to arrive so quickly. They even hoped that this night could stretch on for far longer. That way the time remaining for them would be that much greater. Several elders, if the ancestor is unable to assist us for the moment, then we shall need to buy time on our own. Lu Tianyuan beckoned the 8 elders over, and they discussed their countermeasures in hushed tones. Beyond the passage of the abyss of heaven, the foreign domain, 10 breaths have passed. Lu Xuan's voice echoed throughout the entire foreign domain. It seems you are unwilling to make peace with me. Since that is the case, then I shall have to take the immortality elixir myself. As his words faded, the alien passage trembled violently. Countless bolts of thunderous sword chi followed in Lu Xuan's wake as he stepped forward, gathering above his head and spreading toward the alien races. Bolstered by the essence blood provided by his clansman, Lu Xuan had temporarily recovered a portion of his peak Great Emperor strength. With a single stride, he traversed the realm passage and arrived above the land of the alien races. Behind him, billions of thunderous sword chi raged, violently coalescing into a vast sea of thunderclouds that shrouded the sky of the foreign domain. Witnessing this god of slaughter truly emerge from the passage and descend upon the alien realm, the ancient emperors of the alien races were all terrified, their complexions changing dramatically. These ancient emperors of the alien races had all once been defeated by Lu Xuan's hand. Over the past 100,000 years, many among them had led their clans in attempts to break through the realm passage, only to be repelled by Lu Xuan in defeat. Over all these years, had it not been for Lu Xuan's adherence to the covenant of never stepping beyond the realm passage, more than half of these ancient emperors would likely have long perished at his hands. Yet now this god of slaughter had truly torn apart the covenant and stepped beyond the realm passage, descending upon the foreign domain. Watching Lu Xuan stride toward them step by step, the ancient emperors of the alien races all retreated in terror, especially the ancient emperor of Heavenly Flame. Upon realizing that the first domain Lu Xuan descended upon was none other than his own Heavenly Flame clan's territory, the ancient emperor of Heavenly Flame nearly wept. He had been the first to mock Lu Xuan earlier. Now that Lu Xuan had entered his domain first, this was unmistakably retribution. Yet even so, the ancient emperor of Heavenly Flame dared not speak another word, nor did he possess even the courage to engage Lu Xuan in combat. Heaven itself seeks to destroy my Heavenly Flame clan. Damn it! Had I known it would come to this, why would I have ever provoked this god of slaughter? The ancient emperor of Heavenly Flame could not even muster tears at this moment. Lu Xuan had arrived, and his first target was none other than their Heavenly Flame clan. Meanwhile, the surrounding ancient emperors of the alien races merely looked on, as if watching a spectacle, with not a single one stepping forward to lend aid. Just as the ancient emperor of Heavenly Flame was contemplating whether to simply surrender outright, a sudden voice reached his ears. The Heavenly Fire ancient emperor, who had just been seized with panic and unease, seemed to have been greatly emboldened at this moment, a glimmer of confidence even emerging in his gaze. He stepped forward, emerging from the Heavenly Fire clan and ascending into the skies, blocking Lu Xuan's path. His voice carried an edge of excitement as he declared, "Lu Xuan, retreat. Do not forget that this is the foreign realm. Tianhua, are you courting death?" Lu Xuan halted, his voice domineering and arrogantly commanding. He simply stood suspended in the void, his shattered imperial body radiating an aura of decay. Yet even so, his great emperor's pressure continued to suppress the Heavenly Fire ancient emperor, forcing him to tremble uncontrollably. Though they were both peak-level great emperors, an emperor of Tianhua's caliber was as insignificant as an ant before him. Lu Xuan, halt your steps. I know I cannot be your match, but you must not forget, this is the foreign realm. If you remain cooped up within the heavenly abyss, we admittedly cannot harm you. But now that you have entered the foreign realm, are you truly unafraid of death? The Heavenly Fire ancient emperor summoned his courage to speak, attempting to block Lu Xuan's advance. Beneath Lu Xuan's feet lay the territory of his own Heavenly Fire clan. He did not wish to watch his Heavenly Fire clan become soul slain beneath Lu Xuan's sword. Even though he had mustered all the courage he could, his body still trembled faintly when facing Lu Xuan. This was a fear that rose from the depths of his soul. He simply could not control it. Had someone not provided him with ample confidence, he would never have dared to rush forth and block Lu Xuan, this devourer of gods. Tianhua, are you threatening me? Lu Xuan let out a cold chuckle. He knew precisely where Tianhua's newfound confidence stemmed from. The Heavenly Fire ancient emperor, who had only moments before been trembling with terror, suddenly dared to step forward and obstruct him. Clearly someone had given the ancient emperor his boldness. In the foreign realm, the only beings whom the Heavenly Fire ancient emperor could trust so completely were those foreign clan venerables. Foreign clan venerables were existences that surpassed even the ancient emperors of their kind. If one were to draw a parallel, using human cultivation realms, a foreign clan ancient emperor corresponded to a human great emperor, and those foreign clan venerables were equivalent to human emperor sovereigns. They were true existences who transcended even great emperors. 100,000 years ago, Lu Xuan had been forced by the 7 emperor sovereigns of the human race to forsake his freedom and come guard the heavenly abyss. Now that he had stepped into the foreign realm, he would surely rouse those foreign clan venerables. At the very moment he crossed into the foreign realm, Lu Xuan had anticipated this very outcome. He gazed calmly at the Heavenly Fire ancient emperor before him, his voice low yet thunderous, echoing across the entire foreign realm. What of the foreign realm? Is there any place in this world that I, Lu Xuan, cannot go? However, no sooner had his words fallen than a chilling voice suddenly rang out. Lu Xuan, do you truly believe yourself invincible? Having entered my foreign realm, you yet dare to act so presumptuously. Do you truly believe there is none within our realm capable of subduing you? As those words concluded, a towering black figure had already appeared in the sky above. The foreign realm ancient emperors, who had merely moments before been filled with terror, were overcome with ecstasy at the sight of that black figure descending. It is Venerable Black Wind. Venerable Black Wind has arrived. Even if Lu Xuan is a killer of gods, he is no match for Venerable Black Wind. The appearance of Venerable Black Wind gave these foreign clan ancient emperors a renewed sense of hope. A single venerable suppressing a dying Lu Xuan would pose no difficulty whatsoever. Lu Xuan also raised his gaze to look toward Venerable Black Wind at the edge of the heavens. He had expected the Venerable's true body to descend, but was somewhat disappointed. It was merely a clone of the Venerable. A mere clone dares to block me. Lu Xuan sneered coldly, and behind him hundreds of millions of thunderous sword chi instantly transformed into countless rays of light hurtling toward the Venerable's clone at the edge of the sky. Witnessing this scene, those foreign clan ancient emperors who had just been filled with excitement were all rendered dumbstruck. They knew Lu Xuan was arrogant, but never would they have imagined him to be arrogant to such an extent. Even though he was on the verge of perishing, his imperial body already in decay, he still dared to draw his sword against a Venerable. Even if it was only a clone, it was still the power of a Venerable, far beyond what a great emperor like Lu Xuan could oppose. Though there was but a single line separating Venerables from great emperors, the difference in strength was as vast as heaven and earth. From ancient times to the present, how many extraordinary great emperors had ultimately fallen before the threshold of a Venerable? Could even someone like Lu Xuan not have achieved the rank of Emperor Sovereign? At the moment Lu Xuan struck, the entire foreign realm fell into absolute silence. It seemed as though everyone had been stunned into shock. The Heavenly Fire Ancient Emperor, who had just spoken words of defiance against Lu Xuan, was now trembling uncontrollably at the sight of Lu Xuan drawing his blade toward Venerable Black Wind. Lu Xuan, this man is simply insane. The Heavenly Fire Ancient Emperor wanted to turn and flee. To stand in the path of such a madman, was he seeking death? Yet his legs felt as though they were filled with lead, unable to move at all. All he could do was stare upward in terror, silently praying that Venerable Black Wind would slay this devourer of gods. Lu Xuan, you dare draw your sword against me? Who gave you such audacity? Venerable Black Wind at the edge of the sky was also stunned. He had never expected Lu Xuan to actually draw his blade toward him. He was but a dying fool, just who had given him the nerve. Although only a clone had descended, this clone still possessed the full power of a Venerable. How dared Lu Xuan do this? Deep within the foreign realm, at the very heart of an ancient palace, Venerable Black Wind, clad in a black dragon-embroidered robe, slammed his palm down upon the table before him. The tabletop, comparable in strength to an imperial artifact, was shattered by a single strike. Damn it! Who gave him the courage? How dare he offend this Venerable's person? Venerable Black Wind was beside himself with rage. Within the foreign realm, he was one of the most formidable existences. To be insulted by a great emperor on the verge of death, this filled him with incomprehensible fury. At the edge of the sky, Venerable Black Wind's clone also launched its attack. With a single motion, billowing black winds erupted across heaven and earth. Infinite black winds surged forth from before Venerable Black Wind, forming a massive tornado that shrouded more than half the sky, bearing down upon Lu Xuan with crushing force. This was his peerless divine ability, the Black Wind Catastrophe. Summoning endless black winds to manifest a heaven-destroying, earth-annihilating calamity, its power was terrifying beyond measure. Any ordinary great emperor trapped within this Black Wind Catastrophe would have only one outcome: death. Lu Xuan was but a dying great emperor. He could not possibly withstand his Black Wind Catastrophe. Venerable Black Wind was truly enraged. From the moment he struck, he intended to completely obliterate Lu Xuan, making this arrogant human great emperor pay the ultimate price. However, the very instant his Black Wind Catastrophe surged forward, Lu Xuan's hundreds of millions of thunderous sword chi had also descended. Thunderous sword chi collided with the Black Wind Catastrophe. The two peerless divine abilities clashed, unleashing world-shattering power. In but a fleeting moment, the skies filled with the Black Wind Catastrophe were engulfed and swallowed by the thunderous sword chi. Countless threads of thunderous sword chi, their speed undiminished, slashed straight toward Venerable Black Wind's clone. At the edge of the sky, Venerable Black Wind, who had just moments before worn an expression of utter confidence, gazed in utter disbelief as those thunderous sword chi hurtled toward him. He managed only a single scream of disbelief before being engulfed and obliterated by hundreds of millions of thunderous sword chi. No. Between heaven and earth nothing remained but the unwilling voice of Black Wind Venerable echoing through the void. The entire world seemed to fall utterly silent at that moment. Countless creatures from the foreign realm stared in astonishment toward the horizon. Yet Black Wind Venerable was no longer anywhere to be seen. An invincible Venerable of the foreign realm had vanished just like that. Although they knew it was merely an incarnation of Black Wind Venerable, no one could believe that Lu Xuan had truly managed to destroy a Venerable's incarnation. Every living being in the foreign realm was struck dumb by what had transpired. Even one ancient emperor after another stood there aghast and wide-eyed. The smiles that had only moments ago adorned their faces had vanished completely. None had imagined that Lu Xuan had grown powerful enough to reach such a level. With his shattered great emperor's body, he had slain a Venerable with a single sword. It was simply too monstrous. Emperor Tianhua was so frightened that he dropped to his knees. Even his greatest protector had died at Lu Xuan's hands. If this ancient emperor dared approach him, would he not be courting death? Fortunately, Lu Xuan was not truly invincible. After slaying Blackwind Venerable's incarnation with a single sword, he immediately began to cough, while the formidable aura of a great emperor surrounding him diminished by at least half in an instant. Yet the light in Lu Xuan's eyes remained as sharp as a sword. It is a pity. Had I been at my peak, this sword would have been considerably more powerful. Lu Xuan withdrew his gaze from the horizon, but his words shocked the entire foreign realm once more. Emperor Tianhua in particular, who stood closest to him, was nearly scared out of his wits. A single sword had slain a venerable, and that was still not Lu Xuan's full strength. Hiss! He dared not imagine how terrifyingly powerful Lu Xuan must have been at the height of his power. It was only now that he realized that throughout all these years Lu Xuan had never once unleashed his full power against these foreign ancient emperors. Lu Xuan, I was wrong. Did you not need an immortal herb? I shall go and find one for you at once. Rest assured, even if I must empty the entire Tianhua clan, I will surely obtain an immortal herb for you. Emperor Tianhua was on the verge of tears. In the presence of Lu Xuan, this merciless god of death, he no longer dared even refer to himself as an emperor. Moreover, he had voluntarily offered to seek an immortal herb for Lu Xuan. Yet Lu Xuan merely sighed. It is too late. The instant his voice fell, countless sword lights suddenly expanded within Emperor Tianhua's pupils. No. Emperor Tianhua had only time to utter one cry of disbelief before countless sword energies engulfed him. Lu Xuan showed no mercy. After slaying a venerable's incarnation with one sword, he had now destroyed Emperor Tianhua as well. This time, however, he had not merely severed Emperor Tianhua's imperial body, he had directly extracted the great emperor's origin from within him. He stood quietly in the heavens, casually slaying an ancient emperor of the foreign realm, and then publicly refined the great emperor's origin of Emperor Tianhua. He simply did not take a host of foreign ancient emperors seriously. This was arrogance in the extreme. Yet no one dared to step forward and stop him. Every foreign ancient emperor longed to flee on the spot, putting as much distance as possible between himself and this god of death. As for avenging Emperor Tianhua, that was even further from their consideration. What are we to do? Once Lu Xuan refines the great emperor's origin, he will become even stronger. Even without an immortal herb, now he will not die anytime soon. Had we only known, we would have given him an immortal herb. We brought such a god of death upon ourselves for the sake of a single herb. We truly lost our minds. Emperor Tianhua is already dead. Once this god of death has refined his great emperor's origin, the next one to be destroyed will surely be one of us. This fellow can even slay a venerable's incarnation. He is beyond anything we can withstand. We should ask a venerable to act as soon as possible. Only with a venerable arriving in person can this god of death be subdued. One after another, the foreign ancient emperors were filled with terror and unease. Most of them had mocked Lu Xuan moments ago, and once he refined Emperor Tianhua's great emperor's origin, he would never let them escape. Now only a venerable of the foreign realm could save them. Moreover, a venerable would have to come in person before there was any hope of subduing Lu Xuan, this god of death. After all, even Blackwind Venerable's incarnation had failed to withstand a single strike from Lu Xuan. While the foreign ancient emperors were panic-stricken deep within the foreign realm at the innermost depths of a great hall, Blackwind Venerable was nearly bursting with rage. One of his incarnations had actually been slain by Lu Xuan. It was even more unbearable than being struck across the face. He was a venerable, for heaven's sake. Even one of his incarnations possessed the might of a venerable. Yet now it had been destroyed by Lu Xuan. Blackwind Venerable roared in fury and was about to storm out of the hall to settle the score with Lu Xuan. Before he could so much as move, however, a figure appeared outside the hall and blocked his path. The newcomer wore a crimson robe and was more captivating than any woman. His peach blossom eyes held a power capable of stealing the soul. "Qinghu, you mean to stop me?" Blackwind Venerable erupted in rage, showing no courtesy even toward the venerable standing before him. Lu Xuan had destroyed his incarnation, and that vengeance could not be abandoned. No one could stand in his way. With Venerable Qinghu arriving now, Blackwind Venerable knew his purpose without being told. Yet Venerable Qinghu was not angered by Blackwind Venerable's roar. Smiling, he said, "It is not I who seek to stop you. The Heavenly Venerable has sent me here." Within the entire foreign realm, only one person could be addressed as the Heavenly Venerable. He was the true sovereign of the foreign realm, and even venerables such as themselves dared not disobey his command. At the words Heavenly Venerable, Blackwind Venerable's towering rage instantly dissipated. He asked deferentially, "What are the Heavenly Venerable's instructions?" Venerable Qinghu turned over his palm and produced a black token of the Heavenly Venerable. Blackwind Venerable hurriedly knelt before the token, quietly awaiting the Heavenly Venerable's command. The black Heavenly Venerable's token in Venerable Qinghu's hand emitted a faint radiance. At the same time, a deep and dignified voice rang out from within it. "Blackwind, you have disobeyed the command. You are sentenced to 100 years of confinement." The moment he heard the voice from the token, a chill coursed through Blackwind Venerable's entire body. Within the foreign realm, no venerable could take action lightly without the Heavenly Venerable's command. That was one of the foreign realm's prohibitions. Yet earlier, in order to kill Lu Xuan, he had sent out his own incarnation. He had already violated the Heavenly Venerable's decree. If he now stepped beyond the hall to kill Lu Xuan personally, that would be an open act of defiance against the Heavenly Venerable. Though Blackwind Venerable was already an ancient venerable who stood at the pinnacle of power, he still dared not disobey the Heavenly Venerable's command. Yes, Blackwind obeys. Blackwind Venerable bowed his head in acceptance, then turned and returned to the hall. Only after seeing him submit did Venerable Qinghu put away the Heavenly Venerable's token. He stepped forward with a smile and said, "Blackwind, you need not be displeased. The Heavenly Venerable surely has his reasons for doing this. He has instructed me to tell you that Lu Xuan cannot be killed for now. Not only must we not kill him, but we are to give him an immortal herb so that he may return safely to the human race." What? Not only do we spare his life, but we also give him the undying medicine. The Black Wind Venerable was stunned, exclaiming in utter disbelief, "That fellow Lu Xuan has been guarding the passage for 100,000 years, obstructing us for 100,000 years. Now that he's finally on the verge of death, why would we still give him the undying medicine? With the undying medicine, he could live for another 10,000 years. Would he not continue to obstruct us for another 10,000? He wished to complain that the Heavenly Sovereign had gone mad, but he dared not utter such words. If such talk were to reach the ears of the Heavenly Sovereign, he, the Black Wind Venerable, might very well lose his life. Within this foreign realm, the Heavenly Sovereign held not only the supreme position, but also an unmatched terrifying strength. Even they, venerables who stood at the very pinnacle, were no more than ants before him. It was remembered that 200,000 years ago, an alien ancient venerable brimming with ambition had dared to challenge the Heavenly Sovereign's authority. Without even the chance to strike, he was slain across the void by the Heavenly Sovereign himself. At that time, the Black Wind Venerable had been only at the Quasi-Emperor realm, yet to this day, he still remembered the horror and terror of that battle. Throughout the entire foreign realm, no one knew the origins of the Heavenly Sovereign, yet everyone knew that only the Heavenly Sovereign was the true master of this realm. In this foreign realm, offending the Heavenly Sovereign meant that not even the King of Heaven himself could protect you. Though the Black Wind Venerable was dissatisfied with the Heavenly Sovereign's decision, he did not dare speak the Sovereign's name, venting only to the Green Fox Venerable. The Green Fox Venerable chuckled softly, lowering her voice as she spoke. "Black Wind, you may not be aware of this yet, but the clan to which Lu Xuan belongs is on the verge of annihilation. His desire for the undying medicine is to reignite his fading vitality and rush back to the human clan to save his kin. Lu Xuan has guarded the passage for 100,000 years, protecting the safety of the human clan. Yet now those very people of the human clan treat his kin thus. Tell me, when Lu Xuan returns to the human clan, what do you think he will do?" Though the Green Fox Venerable's voice was soft, it caused a gleam to light up in the Black Wind Venerable's eyes. Having risen to become a venerable, the Black Wind Venerable was no fool. He laughed with excitement. "Ha ha ha. If I were Lu Xuan, I would certainly return and turn the world upside down with slaughter. Excellent. Now I finally understand the Heavenly Sovereign's intent. He wishes to borrow Lu Xuan's hand to plunge the human clan into chaos. That Lu Xuan guarding the passage for 100,000 years has caused our foreign race no end of trouble. Now it is time to send him back and let him cause some chaos for the human clan." The Black Wind Venerable's laughter echoed through the vast and empty great hall as he said with great satisfaction, "Of course, if that Lu Xuan proves too weak and dies at the hands of the human clan, then he deserves it." The Black Wind Venerable, who had moments ago been thoroughly displeased with the Heavenly Sovereign's decision, was now beaming with delight. Sending Lu Xuan back to the human clan was absolutely the most correct decision. He had already foreseen that upon Lu Xuan's return to the human clan, rivers of blood would be shed. With Lu Xuan's strength, unless an Empyrean sovereign of the human clan descended in person, there was simply no one who could suppress him. Therefore, upon returning to the human clan, Lu Xuan would undoubtedly first unleash havoc, perhaps slaying several human clan great emperors and annihilating a few powerful imperial clans. In the end, this would draw out those human clan Empyrean sovereigns to act and cut Lu Xuan down. In this way, it would also vent some of the Black Wind Venerable's pent-up frustration. Thinking of this, the Black Wind Venerable could barely contain his eagerness to witness just how things would unfold once Lu Xuan returned to the human clan. "Green Fox, isn't it just an undying medicine? I'll provide it. Go deliver it to Lu Xuan, and on my behalf tell him this. If he manages to survive after returning to the human clan, I shall look forward to crossing swords with him once more." The Black Wind Venerable produced an undying medicine, smiling as he spoke. The Green Fox Venerable had not expected the Black Wind Venerable to not only refrain from making a scene, but to actively offer an undying medicine of his own accord. This delighted her immensely. Smiling like a blossoming flower, she said, "Rest assured, I shall deliver your message to him without fail." Above the skies of the foreign realm, Lu Xuan was refining the great emperor origin of the ancient flame sovereign. After all, this was the origin of a great emperor. It could not be fully refined in a single day. Lu Xuan was in no hurry. He first absorbed a portion of the great emperor origin. As he drew upon the power of the great emperor origin, the vital essence within his body recovered at a rapid pace. Even his originally damaged imperial physique under the nourishment of the great Emperor origin began radiating with renewed vitality. In but a brief moment the aura of decay upon him had vanished entirely. Not the slightest trace of death remained upon him. His strength had also returned to the peak of the great Emperor realm, standing above the heavens like a terrifying divine demon in suppression. One alien ancient emperor after another watching Lu Xuan refine the great Emperor origin and be reborn in vitality, returning to his peak, were all struck with trembling terror. Some of the more cowardly ancient emperors had already begun to flee. They had no desire to stay and meet their doom. However, at that very moment, the Green Fox Venerable arrived from the distant horizon. The Green Fox Venerable, clad in a crimson robe, stepped out from the void with a radiant smile, slowly descending to face Lu Xuan. The moment the Green Fox Venerable arrived, Lu Xuan sensed the terror and might of this ancient venerable. He silently retracted the great Emperor origin he had not yet fully refined from his hand, his expression grave as he regarded the bewitching man before him. His brows furrowed, and for the first time a solemn look appeared within his gaze. A true venerable had descended in person. With the true body of a venerable having arrived, even Lu Xuan dared not show the slightest carelessness. Though his strength had reached the absolute extreme of the great Emperor realm, a pinnacle countless emperors had failed to attain, he was after all still not an Empyrean sovereign. If he were to truly engage in combat with a terrifying alien ancient venerable of such power, he had no chance of victory whatsoever. Green Fox Venerable, have you also come to obstruct me? Even knowing he was no match for the Green Fox Venerable before him, Lu Xuan showed not the slightest fear or retreat. In his gaze burned an unwavering resolve and a fierce killing intent. Noticing the killing intent in Lu Xuan's eyes, the Green Fox Venerable hurriedly offered a smile to ease the atmosphere, saying, Lu Xuan, you need not harbor such hostility toward me. My coming this time brings only benefits for you. Lu Xuan had not expected the Green Fox Venerable to not have come to slay him. A flicker of suspicion passed through his eyes as he asked with curiosity, if not to obstruct me, then could the Green Fox Venerable have come to lend me a hand? Upon hearing Lu Xuan's words, the alien ancient emperors below were all taken aback. Damn, has this Lu Xuan gone mad? The Green Fox Venerable is an ancient venerable of our foreign race. How could he possibly come to help him? The Green Fox Venerable has descended in his true form. This is nothing like the previous avatar of the Black Wind Venerable. No matter how strong this Lu Xuan may be, he absolutely cannot withstand the Green Fox Venerable. This madman is finished. These alien ancient emperors even burst into mocking laughter. Has Lu Xuan lost his mind? He actually believes that the Green Fox Venerable has come to bring him warmth. This is absolutely the greatest joke they have heard in their entire lives. However, before their laughter had even faded, they were all cruelly slapped across the face. Ha ha ha. Lu Xuan, you truly are a fascinating man. This venerable has come bearing the Heavenly Sovereign's command specifically to deliver to you an undying medicine. With those words from the Green Fox Venerable, the smiles upon the faces of those alien ancient emperors instantly froze. In an instant, the ancient emperors of the alien races surrounding them were all dumbfounded. Holy shit, what kind of situation is this? The Green Fox Venerable of their alien race has descended, yet instead of coming to slay Lu Xuan, he has actually come to deliver warmth to Lu Xuan. Moreover, he has delivered the very thing Lu Xuan needed most, the immortal life medicine. One must understand that the Lu Xuan before them has already reached the end of his lifespan. Even if he were to refine the great emperor's origin of the Heavenly Fire Ancient Emperor, he could at most extend his life by another century or two. After another century or two, he would still perish. No matter how powerful this Lu Xuan might be, he could hold on for only 100 more years at best. For the alien races who have already been sealed away for 100,000 years, such a brief span of 100 years is still well within their capacity to wait. Yet now the Green Fox Venerable has taken the initiative to deliver a stock of immortal life medicine. Moreover, he claims that this immortal life medicine was bestowed upon Lu Xuan at the Heavenly Venerable's instruction. Has he gone mad? If Lu Xuan obtains the immortal life medicine, he could extend his lifespan by 10,000 years. Could it be that the Heavenly Venerable wishes for Lu Xuan to continue obstructing their alien race for another 10,000 years? In an instant, these ancient emperors of the alien races were all stunned, feeling as though their very minds could not keep pace. Had the Heavenly Venerable gone mad? Or had this entire world gone mad? Especially this Green Fox Venerable before them. You are a venerable of the alien domain, yet you have taken it upon yourself to deliver immortal life medicine to Lu Xuan. Are you not the least bit afraid of being vilified behind your back? Not only were these ancient emperors of the alien races left bewildered, but even Lu Xuan himself wore an expression of utter astonishment. He had never imagined that the mocking words he had uttered offhand would actually come true. The Green Fox Venerable had truly come to deliver warmth to him, and what he had brought was precisely the immortal life medicine, the very thing he needed most. Lu Xuan drew a deep breath, his expression solemn as he gazed at the luminous immortal life medicine resting in the Green Fox Venerable's hands. The immortal life medicine was indeed genuine. Yet he could not fathom why the heavenly venerable of the alien domain would dispatch the green fox venerable to bestow it upon him. Although Lu Xuan had stood guardian for 100,000 years, he had never had any dealings with the heavenly venerable of the alien domain. To be precise with his level of cultivation, he had not yet qualified to cross paths with one such as the heavenly venerable. Though Lu Xuan was not a being of the alien races, he was well aware of what manner of existence the heavenly venerable was within the alien domain, how utterly mysterious and overwhelmingly powerful. It was no exaggeration to say that the heavenly venerable was the lord of the alien domain, the master of that entire realm. As for himself, Lu Xuan was at best merely a great emperor of the human race. He had not even reached the rank of Emperor Venerable, and the gulf between him and the heavenly venerable of the alien domain was absolutely as vast as heaven and earth. Although he could not discern why the heavenly venerable of the alien domain wished to bestow the immortal life medicine upon him, Lu Xuan still accepted it without the slightest hesitation. The green fox venerable had presumed that upon beholding the immortal life medicine, Lu Xuan would not dare to take it so directly. That Lu Xuan should accept it with such magnanimity only earned him a measure of newfound respect. By the way, Lu Xuan, this immortal life medicine is not the one the heavenly venerable bestowed upon you. This one was gifted to you by the Black Wind Venerable. He has moreover asked me to convey a message to you. Should you manage to survive upon returning to the human race, he will be most eager to cross swords with you in true combat. Having left those words behind, the green fox venerable departed with effortless grace. Clutching the immortal life medicine in his hands, Lu Xuan found himself even more profoundly shaken. He had never dared imagine that this stock of immortal life medicine would actually be a gift from the Black Wind Venerable. He had only just severed a manifestation of the Black Wind Venerable. How could the latter possibly bestow an immortal life medicine upon him? Though he could not comprehend the reason, Lu Xuan still accepted this stock of immortal life medicine. Regardless of whether this immortal life medicine was a gift from the Black Wind Venerable or from the heavenly venerable himself, he would not refuse it. At present, he was in desperate need of the immortal life medicine. The reason Lu Xuan had set foot within the alien domain in the first place was precisely for the immortal life medicine. Now that it was in his grasp, it would be unseemly of him to continue his slaughter any further here. Moreover, he understood that by dispatching the green fox venerable to personally bestow the immortal life medicine upon him, the heavenly venerable of the alien domain had also issued a subtle warning. Lu Xuan was not one to fail in discernment. Having accepted their immortal life medicine, he would naturally know to rein in his hand. Watching Lu Xuan, the immortal life medicine in hand, turn and make his way back through the passage, the ancient emperors of the alien races below, who had been wrought with unbearable tension, all breathed a collective sigh of relief. The backs of some among these ancient emperors had even been drenched in cold sweat. Mother of all, that was truly terrifying just now. Had this god of slaughter not departed, the next to perish might well have been this emperor. After this ordeal, this emperor shall never dare speak another ill word against this god of slaughter. Fortunate indeed that this madman has departed. This emperor nearly perished of fright just now. However, now that Lu Xuan has obtained the immortal life medicine, surely he will not breach his word and continue to garrison the heavenly abyss. If he proves faithless, does that not mean we shall be held under his seal for another 10,000 years? We had assumed this madman was on the verge of death, and that our alien races might finally break free from the heavenly abyss and set foot upon the boundary sea once more. Little did we expect that not only did he fail to perish, but he has also obtained the immortal life medicine. Woe is us! Henceforth our alien races shall remain bound beneath this fellow's seal for all eternity. Enough. If we have endured 100,000 years, what matter another 10,000 more? This Lu Xuan shall meet his end one day. I refuse to believe he can hold the heavenly abyss forever. With Lu Xuan's departure, the ancient emperors of the alien races each began to harbor their own quiet dread. They feared that upon obtaining the immortal life medicine, Lu Xuan might linger on to garrison the heavenly abyss passage and obstruct their entry into the boundary sea. Enough. Lu Xuan has already departed, and within days he shall leave the heavenly abyss. All of you must make your preparations. Before long we shall return to the boundary sea, assault the imperial pass once more, and vie for dominion over the lands of the human race. The voice of the green fox venerable descended from the heavens above, filling each and every ancient emperor of the alien races with unbridled fervor. After 100,000 years, they had finally been granted a chance to once more traverse the passage and descend upon the boundary sea. At the passage's end, Lu Xuan paid no heed whatsoever to the affairs of the alien domain. In former days, had he learned that these alien races were preparing to assail the boundary sea, he would surely have made every preparation to stem the tide of their invading army. Yet now his sole desire was to refine the immortal life medicine, with all haste return to the human race and rescue his kin. Nevertheless, he understood that returning to the human race would be no easy undertaking. Linglong, how fares the family? Lu Xuan's voice traveled through the bloodline summoning formation, reaching the ears of Lu Linglong. Having previously perceived all that had transpired within the alien domain through the Bloodline Grand Array, Lu Linglong was now utterly dumbfounded by the overwhelming might and invincibility of her own ancestor. One man, one sword. Defying the entirety of the alien races, slaying venerables, vanquishing ancient emperors, and emerging unscathed in the end. Not only did he emerge unscathed, but he obtained a stock of immortal life medicine with his very own hands from the heavenly venerable of the alien domain. This was no feat an ordinary being could accomplish. Hearing the voice of her ancestor Lu Xuan, once more Lu Linglong steadied her racing heart and hastened to reply. Ancestor matters here within the family are dire indeed. In less than half a Shurchen dawn shall break. The ancestor of the Lin family and the Lin family members are all waiting in the skies above. They will grant us no opportunity to leave the family, nor will they leave any of us a path to survival. Upon hearing Lu Linglong's reply, Lu Xuan's countenance darkened as still water. He longed to cut his way back to the family this very instant and tear those Lin family vermin limb from limb. Yet he remained far beyond the heavenly abyss, and it was utterly impossible for him to return to the family in an instant. Were he to wait until he could reach the family, he would already be performing the seventh-day rites for his kinsman. His strength could not reach so far, and for a moment Lu Xuan found himself somewhat helpless. But to simply stand by and watch his kin be annihilated, that was hardly his way of doing things. Ancestor, there is little time left for us. Since you cannot return to the clan at present, may I ask, when you departed, did you leave behind any contingency measures? If so, we might be able to hold out for a few more days. Lu Linglong also knew that Patriarch Lu Xuan was currently unable to reach them despite his intentions. She had long anticipated this predicament and could only pray that Lu Xuan had left behind some life-saving measures when he departed from the clan. Otherwise, the Lu clan would still face certain annihilation. Lu Linglong's words caused a sudden glint to appear in Lu Xuan's eyes. When he left the Lu clan back then in order to protect his family, he had left far more than just one measure. Yet as Lu Xuan recounted each one, his disappointment deepened. So those three-sword chi strikes capable of slaying a great emperor were left by ancestor Lu Xuan. Alas, those three-sword chi strikes had already been expended shortly after ancestor Lu Xuan departed. I still recall your great-grandfather telling me that the moment after ancestor Lu Xuan left, a heavenly clan came to seek trouble against us. Had it not been for those three-sword chi strikes left by ancestor Lu Xuan, our Lu clan would surely have been annihilated back then. As the patriarch of the Lu clan, Lu Tianyuan undoubtedly knew more than anyone. There were also the heaven-severing talisman, the demon-slaying edict, and the god-breaking mantra that you mentioned. All of these had long been used up. They served our Lu clan greatly and preserved us at critical moments. Oh, and our clan's protective formation. That was also improved by ancestor Lu Xuan, wasn't it? It is a pity that 50,000 years ago the protective formation was breached, and even the emperor-grade artifact serving as the formation's core was plundered. Our current protective formation is merely what we restored later. A quasi-emperor-grade formation that cannot withstand a great emperor's assault. Upon hearing Lu Linglong reveal that all the powerful measures he had once left behind were already depleted, the fury in Lu Xuan's eyes grew ever more intense. He had guarded the heavenly abyss here for 100,000 years. Over these 100,000 years there had been no invasions by alien races. The human race had enjoyed peace for 100,000 years. Yet the Lu clan had suffered repeated attempts at total annihilation. Had those life-saving measures he left behind not been numerous enough, the Lu clan would absolutely not have survived to the present. Eternal clans. Immortal Dao lineages. You swore to me back then that you would ensure eternal peace for my Lu clan. How dare you betray me so? Lu Xuan's wrath reached the heavens, and he yearned to return to the human race immediately and demand an explanation. Yet he also knew that the most urgent matter at present was how to resolve the crisis facing the Lu clan. Time ticked away relentlessly, and although Lu Xuan was not physically present with the Lu clan, he knew the time remaining to him was dwindling. Once daylight came, the Lin ancestor would descend, and the Lu clan would truly face annihilation. Linglong, does our Lu clan still possess any emperor-grade weapons? Lu Xuan racked his brains, but could think of no other way to aid the Lu clan. Emperor-grade weapons. Lu Linglong's eyes lit up, and she hastily replied. Our Lu clan now only has the ancestral emperor weapon left. However, without the cultivation base of a great emperor, it cannot possibly be activated. The strongest among our Lu clan is my father, but he has merely reached the peak of quasi-emperor cultivation. So there is no one in the Lu clan who can activate the ancestral emperor weapon now. Lu Xuan sighed with resignation. When he left, the Lu clan had boasted no fewer than 10 great emperors. Yet now their clan had declined to the point where not a single great emperor remained. Hearing the helplessness and sigh in ancestor Lu Xuan's voice and even a trace of reproach, Lu Linglong hurriedly explained, Ancestor, you are unaware. It is not that our clan's elders lack effort. The truth is that since you departed, no one in our Lu clan has been able to cultivate the Taixu Sword Manual to the Emperor realm. Afterwards, through successive tribulations, once the elder generation of great emperors fell, the subsequent emperor-level techniques within the Taixu Sword Manual had already been forgotten by all. My father and the others are all people of peerless talent, but without the follow-up emperor-level techniques they cannot achieve the path to becoming an emperor. Hearing Lu Linglong's explanation, Lu Xuan's eyes suddenly flashed with realization. Linglong, what did you just say? They cannot achieve the emperor realm because they lack the emperor-level techniques of the Taixu Sword Manual. Lu Linglong's eyes also lit up instantly, as she had already guessed Ancestor Lu Xuan's meaning, and she exclaimed with overwhelming joy, exactly. Ancestor, you can teach me the emperor realm cultivation method of the Taixu Sword Manual, and I will pass it on to my father and the others. Perhaps this could allow my father to break through to the great emperor realm. Lu Tianyuan had been trapped at the peak of quasi-emperor cultivation for 10,000 years, his entire cultivation base having long reached that ceiling with no room for further advancement. Yet because he lacked the emperor-level cultivation technique of the Taixu Sword Manual, he remained confined at the peak of quasi-emperor. If he were to obtain the emperor realm cultivation method of the Taixu Sword Manual, given Lu Tianyuan's strength and comprehension, he might well step directly into the great emperor realm. It was by no means impossible. However, Lu Xuan was not so optimistic. With barely a quarter of an hour remaining until dawn, even if Lu Tianyuan's comprehension were extraordinary, it would be absolutely impossible for him to enter the great emperor realm in such a short time. It is too late. Even if the subsequent techniques were obtained, it would already be too late. The time the Lin family has left you is nowhere near enough for your father to break through to the great emperor realm. Lu Xuan sighed and spoke, his brows deeply furrowed. But soon his eyes brightened and he hastily said, there is still another way. I can transmit a wisp of my great emperor aura to you. With my great emperor aura, you yourself can temporarily activate our Lu clan's ancestral emperor weapon. Lu Linglong had actually thought of this solution earlier, but she could not be the one to bring it up. After all, at present, she was merely a 12-year-old girl. Knowing too much was hardly advisable. It might even arouse suspicion from Ancestor Lu Xuan. Now that he had spoken of it himself, Lu Linglong could finally say with excitement, I beg Ancestor to aid me. Having finally found a solution, Lu Xian's face broke into a broad smile. The heavy stone that had weighed upon his heart finally settled. Without the slightest hesitation, he transmitted a thread of his great emperor aura through the bloodline summoning formation directly into Lu Linglong's body. Then he guided Lu Linglong on how to use that wisp of great emperor aura to activate the Lu clan's ancestral emperor weapon. Only after Lu Linglong fully understood did Lu Xuan finally breathe a sigh of relief, smiling as he said, Linglong, the rest is now in your hands. As long as you can activate our Lu clan's ancestral emperor weapon and the protective formation, even that great emperor of the Lin family will find no way to harm you in the short term. The Lu clan. Above the heavens, the Lin ancestor reopened his eyes. Gazing at the pale streak of dawn gradually appearing on the horizon, a mocking sneer curled his lips. How tedious. That great emperor Lu Xuan from 100,000 years ago is likely long dead and forgotten. The Lin ancestor rose slowly, looking toward the Lin clan patriarch and the thousands of Lin clan experts behind him, a chilling smile on his face. Let us go. Accompany me to annihilate this Lu clan. The patriarch of the Lin family charged forward at the head of the army. The terrifying aura of a peak great emperor engulfed the entire Lu family. Within the grand hall of the Lu family, countless clansmen looked up at the sky in terror, their gazes fixed upon the dark, oppressive mass of the Lin family army above. This ancestor of the Lin family had spared no expense in his pursuit of the Lu family's Taixu sword cannon and their clan-guarding emperor armament. Not only had he an ancestor at the peak of great emperor descended personally, but he had even sent the Lin family patriarch, a peak quasi-emperor, to lead the vanguard. Behind them stretched an overwhelming sea of thousands of Lin family powerhouses, every single one possessing cultivation above the lesser saint realm. Lu family, your time has come. Have you made your decision? The voice of the Lin family ancestor echoed throughout the entire Lu family estate, sending everyone trembling in fear. Within the grand hall, the gazes of the Lu family members turned pleadingly toward their own patriarch Lu Tianyuan. In such desperate times, Lu Tianyuan was their pillar of strength. Lu Tianyuan cast a glance toward Lu Linglong, who appeared to still be communing with their ancestor Lu Xuan, and a flicker of anxiety surfaced in his eyes. Sigh. Elders, remain here and protect Linglong and the patriarch. I shall go and face the Lin family. Lu Tianyuan heaved a deep sigh, then walked out of the Lu family grand hall with the resolve of one prepared to die. Ancestor of the Lin family, might you grant us a little more time to consider? Lu Tianyuan lowered his stance, a note of plea threading through his voice. Though uncertain whether Lu Linglong could succeed, all he could do now was buy as much time as possible. Grant you time, so that your ancestor Lu Xuan, who vanished 100,000 years ago, might return to save you. Ha ha ha. Lu Tianyuan, I truly cannot decide whether to call you foolish or simply say the brains of your entire Lu family have turned to water. It has been 100,000 years. Your ancestor Lu Xuan has surely long since turned to ash. If he could truly return to save you, I would twist off my own head and offer it to him as a seat to sit upon. The Lin family ancestor laughed aloud, his eyes brimming with mockery and cruel amusement. With growing impatience he declared, We are all intelligent people here. Let us speak plainly and without pretense. Hand over your Lu family's Taixu Sword Cannon and your clan-guarding Emperor armament. Then let every single member of your Lu family above the age of 8 commit suicide before my very eyes. Perhaps then I might consider sparing a thread of bloodline for your Lu family. The moment the Lin family ancestor opened his mouth, his words dripped with venom. The conditions he proposed were utterly impossible to accept. Yet despite these conditions appearing so obviously to be a trap, Lu Xuan had no choice but to consider them carefully. He asked in a low voice, "Ancestor of the Lin family, our Lu family's Taixu Sword Cannon and clan-guarding Emperor armament. Everything can be yours. I, this patriarch, can also take my own life. But how can you guarantee that after my death you will leave even a single thread of bloodline for our Lu family? Oh, then what would you have me do?" The Lin family ancestor looked down from his lofty perch, replying with disdainful mockery. "Lu Xuan, do you truly possess any qualifications to bargain with me? Could it be that you expect me, your venerable ancestor, to swear a heavenly hard oath? How utterly laughable. Take a good look at what circumstances your Lu family now finds itself in. With a single command from me, every last one of you will perish. As for the Taixu Sword Cannon and the clan-guarding Emperor armament, once I have annihilated all of you, I can retrieve them myself." Seeing that the Lin family ancestor would grant the Lu family not the slightest chance of survival, Lu Xuan's face turned ashen as he sighed. "It seems my Lu family cannot escape this tribulation." The Lin family patriarch then descended from the skies, arriving before the Lu family and standing directly in front of Lu Xuan. His face wreathed in triumph. He said, "Lu Xuan, do you remember how you refused me when I once came to ask to peruse your Taixu Sword Cannon? Back then your Lu family threw me, the Lin family patriarch, out the door. Never did you imagine I would return one day, did you? Do you still remember the words I spoke when I left your Lu family? Today I shall personally send you, this Lu family patriarch, on your way." As he spoke, spiritual energy erupted from the Lin family patriarch's body, and a colossal Dharma form 100 zhang tall materialized behind him. It was a quasi-emperor Dharma form bearing 3 heads and 6 arms, each of the 6 arms gripping a different powerful emperor armament. The moment it appeared, it surged toward Lu Xuan with murderous intent. The instant Lu Xuan beheld this 3-headed 6-armed quasi-emperor Dharma form, his countenance changed drastically. He cried out in shock, "This is the Li family's ancient sea god Dharma form and clan-guarding emperor armament. Your Lin family is truly despicable. A century ago you annihilated the Li family and seized their emperor tier cultivation techniques and clan-guarding emperor armament. The Li family had once been a formidable emperor clan legend, claiming their ancestors to be descendants of the sea god. At their peak, they had produced several quasi-emperors who mastered the power of the ocean, and their 3-headed 6-armed great emperor Dharma form had once dominated an entire era. However, the Li family had suddenly declined thereafter. A century ago, the Lin family, using similarly fabricated pretexts, launched an attack against them and exterminated the entire Li clan. Now, with the Li family's 3-headed 6-armed Dharma form and their 6 great clan-guarding emperor armaments all manifested upon the Lin family patriarch, even a fool could discern what had truly transpired. Ha ha ha. Lu Xuan, at least you possess some eyesight. Let me tell you, when I personally visited the Li family back then, that Li family patriarch was just as ungrateful as you. And then surely you know what fate befell the Li family. Rest assured, once I have annihilated your Lu family, I shall select true geniuses from my Lin family to inherit your Taixu Sword Cannon and clan-guarding emperor armament. This way, even after every last Lu family member is dead, the legacy of your clan's techniques will not be severed." Tell me, do you count this patriarch's actions as a great benevolence bestowed upon your Lu family? The Lin family patriarch laughed shamelessly as his 3-headed 6-armed Dharma form wielded the 6 great emperor armaments in a frenzied assault. Though both men stood at the peak of quasi-emperor, Lu Xuan possessed no emperor armament to call upon. The emperor armaments once passed down through the Lu family had long since been damaged or lost. Today, the only emperor armament remaining within the entire Lu family was their clan-guarding treasure. Yet that clan-guarding emperor armament could not be wielded without cultivation at the great emperor realm. Thus, faced with the assault of the 3-headed 6-armed Dharma form and its 6 emperor armaments, Lu Xuan could only channel his own quasi-emperor armament to meet the attack. As his technique circulated, a colossal Taixu Sword God Dharma form 100 zhang tall materialized behind Lu Xuan, gripping a divine sword. It clashed thunderously with the 3-headed 6-armed Dharma form. When 2 peak quasi-emperors clashed, the resulting aura was terrifying beyond measure. Were it not for the protective formations still surrounding the Lu family estate, the mere shockwaves of their battle alone would have blasted the entire Lu family to ruins. Within the grand hall, the Lu family clansmen watched the battle outside with bated breath. The 8 elders were equally tense beyond measure, every one of them clenching their fists tight. Though they too were quasi-emperors, and though their cultivation fell short of Lu Xuan and the Lin family patriarch battling outside, they could clearly discern that their own patriarch was gradually being pushed into a disadvantageous position. Although both stood at the peak of quasi-emperor, the Lin family patriarch wielded 6 great clan-guarding emperor armaments, whereas Lu Xuan held only a quasi-emperor armament. He simply could not hold out for long. With a thunderous explosion, the onlookers watched as Lu Tianyuan's Taixu Sword God Dharma form was sent flying by the three-headed six-armed Dharma form. The six clan-guarding emperor armaments in the hands of the three-headed six-armed Dharma form descended like meteors. In a single barrage, they struck Lu Tianyuan's Taixu Sword God Dharma form until it was on the verge of dissolution. Lu Tianyuan himself was struck as well, crashing to the ground in a pitiful state, blood spraying from his mouth. The patriarch had fallen. Every member of the Lu family was consumed by despair. However, even so, the Lin family patriarch showed no signs of stopping. Lu Tianyuan, I must say you are one of the strongest opponents I have ever encountered. Had it not been for these ancestral emperor weapons, I might very well have lost to you. But what does it matter? In the end, you still fell to my hands. When you drove me out of the Lu family back, then did you ever imagine that one day you would end up trampled beneath my feet? The Lin patriarch erupted in loud laughter, advancing step by step toward Lu Tianyuan, who lay on the ground. His ancestral emperor weapon struck with ruthless ferocity, aiming to obliterate him. No good. The patriarch is in danger. The eldest elder of the Lu family, witnessing this scene from within the great hall, charged out without a second thought. His quasi-emperor weapon transformed into a streak of light, shooting forth at extreme speed to shield Lu Tianyuan. With a deafening explosion, the quasi-emperor weapon was knocked flying. Yet the eldest elder of the Lu family had already reached Lu Tianyuan's side, using his own body to block the Lin patriarch's fatal strike. Bang! The eldest elder was sent flying, coughing up blood in succession. He had used his own body to shield Lu Tianyuan from a deadly blow. Though grievously injured, it had been worth it. Within a short span of time, both the patriarch and the eldest elder, the two strongest warriors of the Lu family, had been struck and wounded. Every member of the Lu family within the great hall looked as though they had suffered a grave bereavement. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The remaining elders instantly surged forward, placing their bodies between Lu Tianyuan and the eldest elder as living shields. Haha, how interesting. Truly fascinating. Since none of you from the Lu family fear death, I would not mind personally seeing you all to your graves. The Lin patriarch threw back his head and laughed maniacally. Behind him, his three-headed six-armed divine manifestation was activated, and the six ancestral emperor weapons launched their assault against the elders. These elders of the Lu family were merely at the early stage of quasi-emperor cultivation. Under the Lin patriarch's assault, they could hold out only briefly before being overwhelmed and sent flying. Outside the great hall, the patriarch and all 8 elders lay sprawled on the ground, their faces pale as death. Witnessing this, every member of the Lu family turned ashen. Even some young children had begun to cry. The Lu family is finished. Mother, are we all going to die? Within the great hall, the sound of wailing merged into an ocean of sorrow, plunging the entire hall into grief. Outside the great hall, countless members of the Lu family sobbed quietly. They all knew that today's calamity was unavoidable. Yet just as everyone believed they were doomed to die, Lu Linglong within the great hall suddenly opened her eyes. Having absorbed a trace of Grand Ancestor Lu Xuan's great emperor aura, she made her way outside the great hall. Upon seeing her father and the 8 elders lying on the ground, a fierce, killing intent radiated from her gaze. Her icy cold eyes locked onto the Lin patriarch, her voice frigid as frost. You are the one who injured my father. An 11 or 12-year-old girl had suddenly barged into such a dire situation with the audacity to confront a peak quasi-emperor powerhouse. Even the Lin patriarch was momentarily stunned. Regaining his composure, he burst into wild laughter. Your Lu family truly produces remarkable talent. All these grown men cowering indoors while sending out a little girl. What a spectacle. The Lin patriarch mocked cruelly, showing absolutely no respect for the young girl before him. She was merely an 11 or 12-year-old girl. Even if she had begun cultivating since before birth, what power could she possibly possess? He cast another glance at the girl. She was 12 years old, and yet had only just reached the earliest stage of cultivation. Such mediocre talent was utterly useless. A worthless girl like her did not merit his attention. After his cruel mockery, the Lin patriarch glared at the young girl and sneered. Little one, since you are so eager to die, I will kill you first. But rest assured, you will not face death alone. After you perish, I will send all of them to keep you company. You understand? I have always cherished a saying. A family should remain complete and together. The moment his words fell, the Lin patriarch casually swept his hand downward, striking toward Lu Linglong. He was a peak quasi-emperor expert. That single strike was enough to send the early-stage quasi-emperor elders of the Lu family flying. How could a mere girl like Lu Linglong, who had only just begun her cultivation, possibly withstand it? Witnessing this, Lu Tianyuan's eyes turned crimson with desperation. With a hoarse, heart-wrenching cry, he screamed, Linglong. The 8 elders also struggled to their feet, attempting to crawl forward to rescue Lu Linglong. However, their injuries were too severe, they could barely move. All they could do was watch helplessly as tragedy unfolded. As the Lin patriarch's palm descended upon Lu Linglong, Lu Tianyuan wept in utter desperation. The proud patriarch of the Lu family, a peak quasi-emperor warrior, broke down into tears in that very moment. Yet just as everyone believed Lu Linglong was doomed, no one noticed a glint of cunning flash across the girl's eyes. Grand Ancestor, save me. At this critical juncture between life and death, Lu Linglong suddenly cried out. Sigh, you little troublemaker. Truly something else. At the far reaches of the heavenly abyss, Lu Xuan sighed helplessly. Through the Bloodline summoning formation, he could perceive everything happening around Lu Linglong. Though he had been furious beyond measure upon learning that the Lu family had been wounded by the Lin Patriarch, yearning to traverse time and space to slay every last one of those Lin scum, he knew it was impossible. Although he stood at the peak of great emperor cultivation, he could not possibly erase the Lin family from existence across tens of thousands of miles of space. What completely caught him off guard was that the young Lu Linglong would dare to rush headlong into danger on her own. Sensing the Lin family ancestor's attack, Grand Ancestor Lu Xuan, though unable to manifest his true form, could still channel a trace of his great emperor aura through the Bloodline summoning formation. Courting death. Lu Xuan's voice erupted from within Lu Linglong's body through the Bloodline summoning formation. At the same moment, that terrifying great emperor aura condensed into a blade of light, instantly slashing toward the Lin Patriarch. The Lin Patriarch had assumed that personally slaughtering an 11 or 12-year-old girl would be a trivial matter. He had never anticipated such a twist of events, especially when Lu Xuan's voice, surging with terrifying imperial authority and the accompanying sword chi, slashed forth. The Lin Patriarch was utterly petrified. What the hell? This is a great emperor. The Lin Patriarch was completely dumbfounded. With no time to comprehend how an 11 or 12-year-old girl could unleash a great emperor-level attack, he frantically activated his three-headed six-armed divine manifestation to defend himself. Boom. The three-headed six-armed avatar was struck and nearly shattered by the sword chi. The six ancestral emperor weapons gripped in the avatar's hands were forcibly dislodged and scattered across the ground. The Lin Patriarch was sent flying hundreds of zhang backward alongside his damaged avatar, crashing to the ground in disarray, blood gushing from his mouth. In that moment, all traces of his former arrogance and defiance had vanished. His eyes contained nothing but terror and horror. That great emperor's sword chi had been beyond terrifying. If not for the three-headed six-armed avatar and the six ancestral emperor weapons helping to shield him from the sword chi, he would certainly have been slain outright. Yet how could a young girl of merely 13 or 14 possess the sword chi of a great emperor? No, wait. How could the Lu family possibly harbor a great emperor? Just as the Lin family patriarch sensed that something was terribly wrong, the expression of the Lin family's ancestral elder high above in the sky changed drastically. The instant Lu Xuan's voice erupted forth, he had already perceived that within the young miss of the Lu family seemed to dwell a great emperor. HSS. The Lin family's ancestral elder drew a sharp intake of cold air, for the thought struck him at once. Emperor Lu Xuan. Could it be that they have truly summoned Emperor Lu Xuan? Earlier, upon hearing that the Lu family had the audacity to attempt summoning Emperor Lu Xuan from 100,000 years past, he had found it utterly preposterous. Though he and Lu Xuan did not belong to the same era, he had nonetheless heard tell of how Lu Xuan had been forced by circumstances beyond his control to depart from the realm of the human race. Setting aside whether those long-lived aristocratic clans and undying orthodoxies would have permitted him to live even had he entered the abyssal rift, Lu Xuan alone could never have withstood the onslaught of so many alien races. Thus virtually everyone had assumed that Lu Xuan had long perished. Besides, Lu Xuan was a great emperor from 100,000 years ago. How could any great emperor possibly survive for 100 millennia? Unless he possessed the elixir of immortality. In an instant, the complexion of the Lin family's ancestral elder changed dramatically. Not good. He struck out without hesitation, intent upon seizing the Lin family patriarch below and dragging him back. Yet before his palm could descend, he beheld pillar upon pillar of golden light surging heavenward, enveloping the entirety of the Lu family's domain. This is the clan's protective formation. A flicker of astonishment passed through the gaze of the Lin family's ancestral elder. He clearly recalled that the Lu family's protective formation had been naught but an array of the sub-emperor grade. But why then had the protective formation manifest before them now risen to the emperor grade? And not merely emperor grade. One of the most supreme caliber of emperor grade formations at that. Even an attack of his at the pinnacle of the great emperor realm had been wholly deflected by the protective formation before him. Not only did the Lu family's protective formation seal his attacks beyond its bounds, but it had likewise trapped the Lin family patriarch within its confines. And the most critical matter of all, the Lin family patriarch had already sustained grave injuries. Now severed within the protective formation, the Lin family patriarch was not but meat upon a chopping block awaiting the Lu family's pleasure. The Lin family's ancestral elder's visage grew exceedingly unsightly. With fury he bellowed coldly, "Lu family, cease your petty conjuring of ghosts and gods. I counsel you to undo the protective formation of your own accord. Should I be the one to act, every man and beast of your Lu family shall perish without a trace." Yet his threats fell upon ears deaf to their import. Lu Linglong, for her part, darted out her tongue at him in a playful manner and deliberately taunted. "Then come on in, why don't you? You old fossil, do you truly take us for fools? Open the protective formation and you would spare us. You, Never in his wildest imaginings had the Lin family's ancestral elder foreseen that the day would come when he would be rendered utterly speechless by a girl barely in her teens. Boom. He struck out in wrath, unleashing a devastating assault of the great emperor caliber upon the protective formation. Yet that blow of his, powerful enough to shatter heaven and rend the earth, struck the Lu family's protective formation and left it utterly unmoved. And at this very moment Lu Xuan's voice issued forth from within Lu Linglong's body. Cease these futile exertions. Do you truly believe an array forged by this emperor is something you could breach? Lin family whelp, to dare lay hands upon my Lu family await your clan's utter annihilation. Earlier when Lu Xuan had struck, though he had likewise spoken, his words had been drowned beneath the thunderous cacophony of combat, and thus but few had heard his voice. Yet now, having uttered such a string of words in a single breath, and with his voice issuing from within Lu Linglong's body, even a fool would have grasped that something was far amiss. Most especially those members of the Lu family themselves, upon hearing that domineering voice emanating from within Lu Linglong, stood transfixed. Each and every one of them struck dumb with astonishment as though carved from wood. The ancestor. It is Emperor Lu Xuan. This last Linglong has truly contacted Emperor Lu Xuan. So it was indeed Emperor Lu Xuan who intervened just now and grievously wounded the Lin family patriarch. I said as much. How could Linglong, whose cultivation is even inferior to my own, possibly wound the Lin family patriarch? Woo woo woo. The ancestor truly still lives. He has not forgotten us. Our Lu family is saved. In an instant, every clansman of the Lu family gesticulated wildly in their exultation. Lu Tianyuan and the 8 great elders likewise gazed at Lu Linglong with astonishment writ large upon their countenances. Earlier, when Lu Linglong had claimed she had made contact with Emperor Lu Xuan, though they had believed her, they had possessed no means of communicating with the emperor himself, and thus their belief had remained but half conviction. Yet now they had heard the voice of Emperor Lu Xuan with their very own ears. In this moment they were at last assured. Lu Linglong had truly found Emperor Lu Xuan. It truly is Emperor Lu Xuan. Woo woo woo. May the heavens watch over us. Lu Tianyuan wept tears of unbridled joy, while the 8 great elders likewise beamed with radiant smiles. Emperor Lu Xuan yet lives. Their Lu family too now boasts a great emperor. And the mere fact that Emperor Lu Xuan could grievously wound the Lin family patriarch across the gulf of time and space spoke volumes, demonstrating the terror and might of his power. Linglong, is this protective formation also the ancestor's handiwork? Lu Tianyuan struggled to his feet, and with immense effort made his way to Lu Linglong's side, gazing with emotion at the protective formation that engulfed the entire Lu family estate. This protective formation, he knew all too well, had long since declined to naught but an array of the sub-emperor grade. Yet now it had ascended to the very threshold of the emperor realm. Beyond Emperor Lu Xuan, who else could possess such means? Yet much to his astonishment, Lu Linglong shook her head and declared with pride, "It is not the doing of Emperor Lu Xuan. It is I." Lu Tianyuan was utterly dumbfounded. How could his own daughter's cultivation possibly have elevated the family formation to the emperor grade? Nonetheless, he well knew that this was not the moment to press such questions. He glanced toward Lu Linglong and blinked his eyes at her in deliberate fashion. Lu Linglong burst into silvery laughter, perceiving what he wished to ask. Forthwith, she answered with a smile, "Father, whatever you wish to say, speak freely. The ancestor can hear every word." Lu Tianyuan laughed sheepishly and hurriedly made, as though to bow deeply, toward Lu Linglong in salutation. Yet before he could so much as bend his waist, Lu Linglong had already nimbly sidestepped aside. "Father, even were you to pay your respects, the ancestor cannot see you. Whatever you wish to say, simply speak it. The ancestor shall know the intentions of your heart," Lu Linglong said with a smile. At the far reaches of the abyssal rift, upon learning that Lu Tianyuan had wished to bow to his own daughter in order to pay him respects, Lu Xuan too burst into hearty laughter. "Little lass, it seems your father is quite the amusing sort." Upon hearing her own ancestor thus tease her father, Lu Linglong dared not venture into such fraught waters. She could only chuckle and say, "He acts thus out of the genuine and heartfelt respect he bears toward the ancestor." At the far end of the abyssal rift, Lu Xuan laughed uproariously, yet did not fail to continue. "His respect for me is as it should be. After all, I am the ancestral elder of the Lu family. Only you little minx, show me not the slightest measure of respect." Lu Linglong, impish as ever, darted out her tongue and deftly changed the subject. "Ancestor, how long can your formation hold against them?" As for his own formation, Lu Xuan possessed the utmost confidence. Boasting, he declared, "So long as no sovereign emperor intervenes, those worthless great emperors of the Lin family shall never breach this emperor's array, not in 100 lifetimes." She had assumed the formation to be but a stopgap measure. Yet upon hearing of its might, Lu Linglong's eyes could not help but kindle with delight at this revelation. She gazed at Lu Tianyuan before her with delight, smiling as she spoke. "I know what father wishes to ask. The ancestor has already explained. His formation is not something those worthless great emperors of the Lin family could ever break through. Even if given an entire lifetime, they would never breach the ancestor's formation." Upon hearing these words, Lu Tianyuan and the 8 grand elders behind him all shone with exhilaration in their eyes. The Lin family had pressed upon them like an immense mountain. Now with the formation personally laid by Ancestor Lu Xuan, as long as the Lin family could not shatter it, every member of the Lu clan would remain safe and unharmed. As for whether the Lin family would continue to linger outside, that was not a matter requiring immediate consideration. Besides, they all knew that Ancestor Lu Xuan had already obtained the immortality elixir. Once the Ancestor refined the immortality elixir, he would not only return to his peak, but might even extend his lifespan by 10,000 years. They need only remain here obediently awaiting Ancestor Lu Xuan's return. When Ancestor Lu Xuan returns, the Lu family shall never again need to fear a mere Lin family. Excellent. With the Ancestor's assurance, we may finally set our hearts at ease. Lu Tianyuan declared with fervent emotion. Linger, tell the Ancestor that every member of the Lu family awaits his return with the utmost reverence. Before Lu Linglong could relay the message, Lu Xian's voice rang out once more. Enough. Less idle chatter. Rather than waste your breath here, go cultivate at once. When I return, if you the clan leader have still not attained the Tao and become an emperor, I shall flay the hide from your bones. Upon hearing the Ancestor's reprimand, Lu Tianyuan felt no sorrow whatsoever. Instead, he dropped to his knees in a flurry of excitement, speaking with reverent trepidation. Rest assured, Ancestor. This unfilial descendant Lu Tianyuan shall give his all. I shall never disappoint the Ancestor. You need only devote yourself to cultivation and await my return. As for the imperial-grade techniques of the Taixu Sword Cannon, I have already instructed the little girl. Should you encounter any difficulties during your cultivation, you may consult her at any time. If time permits, I shall offer you guidance myself. Lu Xuan spoke with visible impatience from the very edge of the abyss. He was genuinely frustrated with these present descendants of the Lu family. 100,000 years, and not one among them had even become a great emperor. They truly brought disgrace upon Lu Xuan. Without the subsequent techniques of the Taixu Sword Cannon, could these worthless descendants not have devised their own? Lu Xuan himself had never once followed the cultivation methods recorded in those manuals. No matter how powerful a technique may be, it was ultimately created by those who came before. To cultivate it to its utmost limits would only amount to repurposing the gleanings of others. Therefore, what he had always practiced was his own technique, fused and forged by himself using the Taixu Sword Cannon merely as the foundation. This was precisely why Lu Xuan had risen to become the mightiest great emperor, one who dominated an entire era. Beyond the great hall of the Lu family, Lu Tianyuan, who had just been scolded by Lu Xuan, bore not the slightest expression of dejection upon his face. Instead, his grin stretched so wide it nearly split his cheeks. This was their own Ancestor, the most formidable great emperor of 100,000 years past. To receive a personal rebuke from their Ancestor was the greatest honor imaginable. Lu Tianyuan, beaming with joy, noticed the gravely wounded Lin clan leader sprawled upon the ground, and his expression swiftly turned ice cold. For the Lu family, this man was not merely a sworn enemy, but rather a most dangerous liability. Sensing Lu Tianyuan's gaze, the 8 grand elders all stepped forward, fixing their cold stares upon the Lin clan leader upon the ground. The Lin clan leader, who moments ago had been arrogant and insufferably proud, was now seized with terror. He had witnessed it with his own eyes. The Lu family's protective grand formation was something even his own Ancestor could not breach. He was now like a sheep fallen into a wolf's den, his life and death wholly within the Lu family's grasp. Lu Tianyuan, you cannot kill me. My Ancestor stands just outside. Should you dare harm so much as a single hair on my head, my Ancestor shall never let the Lu family off. The Lin clan leader barked with a sharp, piercing voice. He knew that the mere invocation of his Ancestor would render the Lu family incapable of laying a finger upon him. As expected, both Lu Tianyuan and the 8 grand elders hesitated. They wished nothing more than to slay the Lin clan leader, yet upon recalling the Lu family's current predicament, they understood that killing him was not the wisest course of action. Clan leader, perhaps we should seize him first. He is after all the Lin clan leader. With him in our custody, the Lin family will inevitably think twice before acting rashly. Although our Lu family now has Ancestor Lu Xuan, no one knows precisely when he will return. Keeping the Lin clan leader as a hostage grants us one additional safeguard. I concur. We should seize him first. However, we must seal his cultivation to prevent him from causing any trouble for us. The 8 grand elders, all anxious that Ancestor Lu Xuan might not return swiftly enough, unanimously agreed to take the Lin clan leader captive as a hostage. Lu Tianyuan too understood this to be the best option available at present. Very well, then seal his cultivation. The grand elder and second elder shall personally stand guard. Lu Tianyuan nodded as he spoke. Upon hearing the deliberations of Lu Tianyuan and the 8 grand elders, the Lin clan leader burst into boisterous laughter. I told you, you cannot kill me. You wouldn't dare kill me. What? Now do you understand? I urge you to cease your struggles and release me. Open the protective formation of your own accord. Perhaps I shall show mercy and grant the Lu family a path to survival. Reduced to a captive, the Lin clan leader remained utterly insufferable. His arrogance was so unbearable that many of the Lu family clansmen could hardly stand the sight of him. Yet everyone understood that the decisions of the clan leader and the 8 Grand Elders were made for their protection. However, none had anticipated that at this very moment Lu Xuan's voice would ring out once again. Who gave you the audacity to believe my Lu family would not dare to kill you? The instant Lu Xuan's voice faded, the sword chi of a great emperor erupted once more from within Lu Linglong's body. No. The Lin clan leader watched in abject horror as the terrifying emperor-grade sword chi engulfed him completely. With a thunderous roar, the Lin clan leader at the quasi-emperor level burst apart on the spot, reduced to nothing but a cloud of blood mist. The turn of events was utterly abrupt. No one had ever imagined that Ancestor Lu Xuan would strike directly, slaying the Lin clan leader with a single sword. The moment they witnessed the Lin clan leader dissolve into a mist of blood, all were struck dumb with utter shock. The first to react was the Lin family's ancestor, who had been kept outside by the protective formation. The instant he beheld the Lin clan leader's death, a searing pain shot through his heart, and his entire being swayed as though on the verge of collapse. No, how dare the Lu family? How dare you? The Lin ancestor lifted his head and roared toward the heavens, his eyes nearly splitting from rage. He hurled every devastating emperor-grade attack he possessed against the protective formation before him, heedless of the cost. Longing to tear through the formation this very instant and rend the Lu family clansmen within into a million pieces, scattering their ashes to the wind. Yet when his attacks struck the protective formation, not even a single ripple arose. The emperor-grade formation personally laid by Lu Xuan was fundamentally beyond any power he could hope to breach. Realizing he could not shatter the Lu family's protective formation alone, the Lin ancestor turned his crimson gaze toward the horizon and bellowed with every ounce of strength in his lungs, 3 Grand Elders. If you do not act now, then when shall you? As the voice of the Lin family ancestor fell silent, the sky above the Lu family suddenly split apart, and 3 towering figures stepped forth from the rift. Hiss! 3 great emperors. Upon seeing the 3 great emperors descending from the heavens, Lu Tianyuan's expression grew exceedingly grim. Splendid. The Lin family truly holds us in high regard. To deal with our Lu family, they've mobilized a full 4 great emperors. 4 great emperors, and among them the Lin family ancestor himself, a peak great emperor. Such a force would be more than sufficient not merely to annihilate a fallen imperial clan like the Lu family, but even to contend against those ranked among the top 100 imperial clans. The 3 great emperors of the Lin family descended from the heavens, and after a shared sigh, they joined the Lin family ancestor in launching an assault to shatter the Lu family's protective clan formation. Yet despite their relentless bombardment and the deployment of their most powerful techniques, they found themselves utterly incapable of disturbing the protective formation before them, not even by a fraction. It was only at this moment that the Lin family ancestor finally accepted that their strength alone would never suffice to breach the formation. Damn it. I never imagined that Lu Xuan, that ancient monster from 100,000 years ago, could still be alive. A mere formation he left behind has left us completely helpless. Do any of you have any suggestions? The Lin family ancestor burned with towering fury, yet facing the protective formation before him, he was powerless. Reluctantly, he placed his hopes upon the other 3. However, the 3 Lin family elders were equally at a loss. For if even the Lin family ancestor, the strongest among them, could do nothing against the formation, what hope could they possibly harbor? Ancestor, our only recourse for now is to wait. I've observed the formation carefully. While the Lu family's protective array is indeed formidable, it appears to possess certain vulnerabilities. Namely, they have no great emperor stationed within. If we bide our time, an opportunity will surely arise to shatter their protective formation. One of the Lin family elders, well versed in the art of formation, spoke slowly. Of course, if the ancestor could enlist the aid of an emperor sovereign, the formation could likely be broken with ease. No matter how powerful Lu Xuan may be, the formation he left behind is ultimately nothing more than an imperial-grade array. Once an emperor sovereign takes action, it shall be shattered beyond doubt. An emperor sovereign, a being who stands above even the great emperors themselves. Throughout the entire human race, only those longevity families and undying Dao lineages possess such an existence. Even the 10 great imperial clans make no public display of an emperor sovereign, let alone a mere clan like the Lin family. Although the Lin family has risen rapidly in recent years, harboring ambitions of surpassing the 10 great imperial clans. They are well aware that the reason the 10 great imperial clans stand above all others lies not solely in the number of great emperor experts they possess. It is the foundation they have built over countless ages. The Lin family ancestor has long suspected that each of the 10 great imperial clans conceals hidden great emperors, perhaps even a half-emperor sovereign. What is called a half-emperor is also known as a half-step emperor sovereign or a quasi-emperor sovereign. Lu Xuan of the Lu family was able to activate the Lu family's formation across the void, a formation that left even 4 great emperors working together utterly helpless. Therefore, Lu Xuan's current strength is very likely that of a half-emperor sovereign or a quasi-emperor sovereign. Though the Lin family's targeting of the Lu family appears to be on account of the Lu family's Taixu Sword Cannon and their clan-protecting imperial artifact, only the Lin family ancestor knows that the truth is quite different. The Lu family's Taixu Sword Cannon has long lost its imperial-grade cultivation methods, rendering it utterly unworthy of their desire. As for the Lu family's clan-protecting imperial artifact, though powerful, it is by no means an absolute necessity. Over the years, the imperial clans they have eradicated all possessed value far exceeding that of the Lu family. The Lin family's great mobilization against the Lu family is in truth at the behest of someone else. Of course, such matters cannot be brought into the light. Thus, although the Lin family ancestor knows that an emperor sovereign stands behind them, he also understands that this emperor sovereign would never deign to act personally. Pondering this, the Lin family ancestor sighed helplessly and shook his head. Have you lost your mind? If my Lin family possessed an emperor sovereign, we would have long since supplanted the 10 great imperial clans. Would we still be unable to take down a mere Lu family? The Lin family elder glared at sharply, immediately fell silent. He too understood that the connections behind the Lin family were not yet ready to be exposed. It seems we have no choice but to wait. I refuse to believe this formation can hold out forever. Issue my command. From this day forth, divide our forces into 3 waves and assault them without pause, not even for a moment. Whether or not we can break through the protective formation, we must under no circumstances give the Lu family any chance to recuperate. Upon the Lin family ancestors' command, the 3 great emperor elders each led a contingent of Lin family clansmen and began their rotating assaults. As for the Lin family ancestor, after waiting for some time and confirming that the Lu family's protective formation could not be breached for the moment, he could only turn and depart. The Lin family ancestor took his leave, but did not return to the Lin family. Instead, he headed directly toward other imperial clans. 3 elders, hold your positions for now. I shall go seek additional allies. It is but a single formation. I refuse to believe the Lu family can endure indefinitely. The Lin family ancestor set forth to visit one imperial clan after another, intending to recruit more great emperors to join the effort to breach the protective formation and trample the Lu family into dust. With the Lin family ancestors' departure, the 3 great elders left behind exchanged glances and could not help but sigh in unison. Then they continued to arrange the Lin family clansmen behind them for relentless day and night assaults upon the formation. Lu family. Upon seeing the 3 great emperors of the Lin family appear in the sky above, the Lu family clansmen, who had just begun to watch, were initially struck with terror and panic. With 4 great emperors united in assault, they had assumed the protective formation was on the verge of collapse. Yet the result filled them with immeasurable joy. Heaven be praised. The 4 great emperors of the Lin family are actually powerless against our protective formation. This time we truly need not die. Whoa! Ancestor Lu Xuan truly is the greatest great emperor of our Lu family. A single formation of his has held back 4 great emperors. One can hardly imagine how immensely powerful the ancestor himself must be. You old dogs of the Lin family, just wait. When our ancestor returns, it shall be the end of your Lin family. When that day comes, your grandfather will charge at the forefront and piss upon your Lin family's ancestral graves. The Lu family clansmen were overjoyed, flooding out of the great hall in droves to hurl mockery and humiliation at the Lin family members suspended in the sky above. The 3 great emperor elders of the Lin family watched these outrageously arrogant Lu family clansmen, so furious that their noses nearly twisted with rage. Son of a bitch. These Lu family people truly deserve death. Once we break through this protective formation, I shall make them understand what it means to wish for death in vain. I've lived my whole life and never seen such arrogant bastards. A horde of worthless ants daring to flip me the middle finger. Damned hell, if it weren't for that damned formation blocking the way, I would have torn them into 10,000 pieces and taught them the price of showing off before me. The 2 hot-tempered Lin family elders were so enraged they nearly coughed up blood, yearning to charge in at this very moment and crush those arrogant Lu family clansmen into a bloody pulp. Enough. They're nothing more than a bunch of clowns putting on a show. Let them have their moment of glory. They won't be alive for much longer anyway. Why should we lower ourselves to bicker with the dead? The Lin family elder, who specialized in formations, remained comparatively composed, though the fury and killing intent blazing in his eyes betrayed the raging storm within. He ground his teeth and chuckled coldly. It has been many a year since this old man last witnessed such brazen fools. Lu family, you have already chosen the path to your own doom. Enough. Seeing his clansmen growing increasingly unruly, Lu Tianyuan frowned as he let out a cold command. Instantly the clamor around him fell silent. Return to your homes, all of you. You have all heard what the ancestor said. We are after all the descendants of ancestor Lu Xuan. We cannot bring disgrace upon his name. I hereby proclaim that from this moment forth, anyone who registers shall receive sufficient cultivation resources. Furthermore, the cultivation techniques of our Lu family shall be made accessible to every clansman. Lu Tianyuan's gaze swept across the dumbfounded clansmen as he continued. Regardless of who you are, anyone who breaks through to a new realm shall receive a reward. Though our Lu family may not rank among the foremost imperial clans, we are certainly not a force to be trifled with. As members of the Lu clan, you must devote yourselves to diligent cultivation from this day forth. You shall not disappoint the ancestor. The Lu family had never been wealthy. Ever since Ancestor Lu Xuan's departure, the Lu clan had weathered countless tribulations, great and small. That it had endured to this day was already a feat of extraordinary fortune. The resources within the Lu family's treasure vault had long since dwindled to a mere fraction of what they once were. In the past, Lu Tianyuan, as the patriarch of the Lu clan, had been forced to scrutinize every expenditure with painstaking care merely to sustain the vast household's operations. Yet now he had thrown open the entirety of the Lu family's vault without reservation. Any disciple of the Lu clan who strove diligently could lay claim to cultivation resources. This was something the Lu clansmen of former days would never have dared to imagine. After all, the Lu family was an imperial clan. In truth, there remained within its ranks a number of disciples of remarkable innate talent. Yet because the Lu family had always been so impoverished, even these prodigies could lay claim to but meager cultivation resources. This was in part why the overall strength of Lu clansmen had remained lamentably modest. Those young prodigies who had risen to illustrious fame at such tender ages all commanded the boundless support of powerful clans behind them. The Lu family, however, possessed no such resources. Now that Lu Tianyuan had cast aside all restraint and laid bare every resource the Lu family possessed, the clansmen stood utterly stunned, their jaws slack with astonishment. The 8 great elders were equally thunderstruck by the patriarch's decree, rooted to the spot in bewildered silence. Patriarch, this cannot be. An elder stepped forward to dissuade him, only to be intercepted by the great elder, who acted a fraction of a moment sooner. I second the patriarch's decision. Should the Lu family cease to exist, what purpose would those resources serve? Would we leave them behind as gifts for our enemies? As the great elder's words fell, the other elders nodded in unanimous agreement. Well spoken. The resources of our Lu family are meant solely for the members of our Lu clan to claim. If our lives are forfeit, what good are resources hoarded away? Rest assured, patriarch, we shall cultivate with every fiber of our being. We will absolutely not betray the hopes of the patriarch and the elders. The Lu clansmen too gradually emerged from their stupor, one after another pledging their resolve with fervent determination. Seeing his clansmen's fighting spirit ignited, each one seemingly infused with boundless vigor and eager to fling themselves into cultivation, at that very instant Lu Tianyuan smiled in satisfaction and declared, "You owe nothing to us. You owe it to yourselves. In days past, it was our Lu family who failed you. It was I, your patriarch, who failed you. I know full well that the scions of our Lu clan are in no way inferior to those of other imperial clans. It was solely because I, your patriarch, proved incompetent, unable to furnish you with sufficient cultivation resources, that you have been held in subjugation beneath the other imperial clans all this time. From this day forth, your sole concern shall be cultivation. Regardless of what resources you require, the clan shall provide them. Bear this always in mind. The Lu family is your bulwark, your unshakable pillar of support." Lu Tianyuan's impassioned words moved countless clansmen to tears of overwhelming emotion. Each one, infused with newfound vigor, hastened homeward to throw themselves into cultivation. As the clansmen dispersed, the once bustling plaza before the grand Lu family hall was left with only Lu Tianyuan, the 8 great elders, and Lu Linglong. It was then that their gazes once more converged upon Lu Linglong. Linglong, the ancestor. Is he faring well? Lu Tianyuan inquired with cautious care. Ancestor Lu Xuan was their sole thread of salvation. Set your heart at ease, father. The ancestor is currently refining the immortal herb. Once he has completed the refinement, he shall return. Lu Linglong replied with a smile. Observing the unspoken questions lingering upon her father's countenance, she discerned what he wished to ask, and took the initiative to disclose the matter of the clan's protective formation herself. So the protective formation was actually activated by borrowing a wisp of the great emperor's aura through you. In that case, everything makes perfect sense. Having listened to her explanation, Lu Tianyuan appeared to exhale a breath held long in tension. His daughter's performance today had been nothing short of astonishing. So astonishing, in fact, that he scarcely dared to recognize her. Were it not for his knowledge that she had reached Ancestor Lu Xuan through a bloodline summoning, Lu Tianyuan might well have suspected that the Lu Linglong before him had been possessed by some other being. That within that diminutive frame lurked an ancient monster who had seized her body. Yet upon further reflection, such a possibility seemed most unlikely. Father, do you not wish to ask me how I came to know of the bloodline summoning? Why I seem unlike my usual self? Before Lu Tianyuan could pose the question, it was Lu Linglong herself who spoke it aloud. Yet before she could continue, Lu Tianyuan stepped forward and gently ruffled her hair, his voice tender with affection. "Silly girl, whatever you may have done, you are still my daughter, Lu Tianyuan's daughter." The trusting, adoring gaze in Lu Tianyuan's eyes caused the words that had risen to Lu Linglong's throat to be swallowed back once more. Seeing that his daughter had understood his meaning, Lu Tianyuan continued with a kindly smile. "Everyone has secrets of their own, dear girl. There is no need to share them with us. You need only remember that you are Lu Tianyuan's daughter. The Lu family and I shall forever stand as your most formidable pillars of support. Should you suffer any grievance whatsoever, you may come to me, and I shall shield you and see justice done on your behalf." The moment Lu Tianyuan's words faded, the 8 great elders also spoke in succession, with voices brimming with affection. Little Linglong, we old fellows shall be your pillars of support as well. Whoever dares bully you, we shall stand up for you. Though the Lu family may have fallen from its former glory, we are not so easily trampled by just anyone. Anyone who dares lay a finger on our little princess of the Lu family, this old man will wipe them from existence. Hearing her father and elders' earnest admonitions, Lu Linglong felt her eyes welling with unshed moisture. In this moment, she grew all the more convinced that every sacrifice she had made for her family had been worthwhile. Just as Lu Tianyuan and the 8 great elders had declared, though the Lu family may not be the most powerful, it would unquestionably stand as her most steadfast protector. Not merely her protector, they would shield every member of the Lu family. How could one fail to cherish such a clan? How could one fail to pledge it their undying devotion? Set your heart at rest, dear girl. With your father here, with the Lu family here, you need only live as boldly as you please. Even should you cleave a rift through the heavens themselves in the future, I shall bear the weight above your head. Lu Tianyuan once more gently tousled the little girl's hair, his gaze brimming with tenderness and adoration. His own daughter. If not for him to cherish, then for whom? Presently the group made their way into the great hall. The 8th elder, most impetuous of temperament, could contain himself no longer and stepped forward to inquire. Abba, tell us, little girl. Did the ancestor inform you how long it shall take before he can return to the clan? Upon hearing the 8th elder's inquiry, Lu Linglong too grew solemn, though certain words she hesitated to speak aloud. Noticing Lu Linglong's hesitation, Lu Tianyuan spoke gently. Set your worries aside. Whatever you have to say, speak it plainly. We can bear whatever truth you carry. Only then did Lu Linglong nod, her expression turning grave as she spoke. Naturally, the ancestor wishes to return as swiftly as possible. Yet I fear the journey ahead may not prove so tranquil. How? Do you mean someone would stand in the ancestor's way? The 8th elder asked in astonishment. Lu Linglong nodded solemnly. But the ancestor has reassured us. He will definitely return. As for us, there is no need for concern either. The clan-protecting formation left behind by the ancestor can only be breached if a venerable emperor personally intervenes. Otherwise, no matter how many great emperors the Lin family summons, it shall be all for naught. Hearing these words from their own ancestor, Lu Tianyuan and the others finally felt somewhat relieved. However, the moment they thought that their ancestor might not safely return to the clan, worry once again clouded their hearts. Noticing their anxious expressions, Lu Linglong offered comfort. Father, you must rest assured. The ancestor said there is no need to worry about him. He will return safely. But before the ancestor returns, we too must strive to cultivate. Especially you, father. The ancestor declared that before his return you must attain the great emperor realm. You must work diligently. Finding the topic turned upon himself, Lu Tianyuan nodded with an awkward expression. Previously trapped at the peak of quasi-great emperor, due to the absence of the Taixu Sword Cannon's great emperor cultivation method, he had been unable to break through. Now that he possessed the great emperor cultivation technique, he was confident he could attain the great emperor throne in a short time. Tianyuan Channel. Knowing the immediate crisis of the Lu clan had been temporarily resolved, Lu Tianyuan felt somewhat at ease. He did not wish to return home and find himself utterly alone. After all, the Lu clan still had his direct bloodline. 100,000 years. Since you have proven so ungrateful, do not blame me. I shall no longer guard this Tianyuan. Lu Xuan stepped out of the channel, and the chains behind him vanished with his departure. The god burial coffin also emerged from the channel and was collected by Lu Xuan. This divine artifact had been obtained by him from an ancient ruin before he attained the great emperor realm. The god burial coffin itself was a supreme Wei imperial weapon. Not only did it possess formidable power, but it also nurtured the physique, slowed aging, and preserved the essence of life. Though Lu Xuan had once been the most powerful great emperor, he was still not an emperor venerable, nor had he ever consumed an immortality elixir. Thus his lifespan was merely 50,000 years, no different from ordinary great emperors. Yet because of the god burial coffin, it had extended his life by a full 50,000 years. Such was the overwhelming power of the god burial coffin. Furthermore, the reason Lu Xuan could maintain the Tianyuan for 100,000 years at the cultivation level of a great emperor was largely due to the god burial coffin. In that legendary supreme battle, he had slaughtered 10 ancient emperors of the alien races with its aid. That very battle had made Lu Xuan's name ring throughout the alien realms. From that day forward, no alien ancient emperor dared to step into the Tianyuan channel so lightly again. In this era, when ancient venerables could not enter the channel, those alien ancient emperors could only watch helplessly as Lu Xuan, with but one person, one sword, and one coffin, suppressed them for a full 100,000 years. Now that Lu Xuan was departing, the god burial coffin was naturally stored away once more. Suddenly a sword's cry resounded from deep within the Tianyuan. The moment that low mournful sword cry sounded, heaven and earth fell into absolute silence. Within that cry seemed to reside the terrifying dread of burying all the gods and demons of the heavens. As the sword cry fell, a dazzling sword light shattered through the Tianyuan. The Tianyuan, which had long known neither sun nor moon, appeared as though the sky itself were being cleaved apart. Sunlight even streamed within. At the very moment the sunlight descended, it shone directly upon the divine sword rising toward the heavens. It was a bronze divine sword exuding an aura of apocalyptic terror capable of burying the cosmos. This was the god-burying divine sword, the treasure Lu Xuan had inherited from that mysterious ruin. Just like the god-burial coffin, the god-burying divine sword was also a supreme Wei imperial weapon. Since that battle 5,000 years ago when he had slaughtered 10 alien ancient emperors and frightened the alien races from ever trespassing the Tianyuan channel, the god-burying divine sword had lain dormant beneath the Tianyuan, suppressing all manner of demons and monsters. 10,000 years had passed, and the god-burying divine sword saw daylight once more. Precisely at this moment when the divine sword re-emerged, a heaven-shaking anomaly appeared across all of the human race territory. The god-burying divine sword was Lu Xuan's proving imperial weapon, intrinsically linked with his great Emperor Dao laws. With the sword's emergence, the great Emperor Dao laws trembled. Throughout the human race domain, the shimmering radiance of great Emperor Dao could be witnessed across heaven and earth. Even the once pitch-black night sky was illuminated like broad daylight by the radiance of those great Emperor Dao laws. The resounding hum of the sword's cry spread throughout the entire human race domain. Across the 9 heavens and 10 earths within each and every imperial clan, countless cultivators stepped outside in astonishment, gazing upward at the terrifying celestial phenomena engulfing the heavens. What an overwhelmingly powerful great emperor aura of Sword Dao. Who could this be? When did our human race produce a Sword Dao great emperor of such formidable might? Above the 10 great imperial clans, elder emperors at the peak of the great emperor realm emerged one after another, their expressions filled with shock. The great Emperor Dao aura emanating from the god-burying divine sword was so terrifyingly potent that even these ancient elders at the peak of great emperor cultivation felt their hearts tremble with fear. Even their own great Emperor Dao laws, which they had cultivated for tens of thousands of years, were now trembling like leaves in the wind. Heavens above! What manner of Sword Dao great emperor is this? The Sword Dao of our human race shall rise again. An ancient emperor emerged from a mystical realm, his tattered robes unable to conceal his sharp, undeniable aura as a great emperor venerable. He was an invincible Sword Dao great emperor. Yet at this very moment his Sword Dao appeared laughably insignificant before the great Emperor Dao laws of Lu Xuan. High above the 9 heavens, within myriad worlds suspended in the highest heavens, the supreme experts of the immortal aristocratic families stepped forth. They too gazed with awestruck expressions upon the monstrous anomaly enveloping the entirety of human race territory. God-bearing aura. This is the god-burying divine sword. 100,000 years. I never imagined he still lives. Deep within an immortal aristocratic clan, an emperor venerable, who had sequestered himself for 10,000 years, spoke, lightning flashing in his eyes, his gaze filled with utter disbelief. He had not expected that the very individual they had once banished to the Tianyuan was still alive. A single great emperor living for 100,000 years. That was nothing short of a miracle. Lu Xuan. It is Lu Xuan. He still lives. Deep within yet another immortal aristocratic clan, an ancient emperor venerable opened his eyes, his gaze likewise filled with incomprehensible wonder. It had been they who had joined forces to force Lu Xuan from the human race. He had nearly forgotten that very affair. Now, sensing the aura of the god-burying divine sword once more, he could not help but recall the defiant figure of that lone swordsman who had faced all 7 of the Emperor Venerables single-handedly. Investigate. How fares the Lu clan at present? Upon hearing this Emperor Venerable's command, a response quickly came. We are uncertain which Lu clan your ancestral venerable refers to. Upon hearing his junior's query, this Emperor Venerable fell momentarily lost in thought. 100,000 years ago, whenever the name of the Lu clan was mentioned across the 9 heavens and 10 earths, who could fail to know precisely which one was meant? Could it be that the Lu clan had already grown so obscure in these later ages? He sighed and explained carefully. Before long, reports returned. Ancestral Venerable, the Lu clan you speak of is currently besieged by the Lin clan. At the critical moment when annihilation seemed imminent, it appears their ancestor from 100,000 years ago has been awakened. After listening quietly to his junior's report, this Emperor Venerable sighed, his eyes bearing a trace of guilt. When the 7 of them had previously forced Lu Xuan from the human race, they had promised with their own words that the Lu clan would enjoy peace for 10,000 generations. Yet now, in merely 100,000 years, the Lu clan had nearly been exterminated. Alas, we the old bones have broken our word and brought shame upon Lu Xuan. This sovereign emperor sighed and issued an order, go tell the Lin family to withdraw. The Lu family is not within their reach. Meanwhile, from the depths of an ancient immortal clan, a venerable sovereign emperor stepped forth. His gaze fell darkly upon the mighty phenomenon engulfing the 9 heavens and 10 earths, his eyes radiating ill will. The Lin family, truly useless. They couldn't even overcome one Lu family and instead provoked that troublesome Lu Xuan. How inept at success, yet brilliant at failure. This sovereign emperor's expression darkened as he coldly commanded into the void ahead. Inform the Imperial Pass. Be cautious. Whatever means they employ, absolutely ensure Lu Xuan does not return alive. The Lu family members were all stunned, gazing at the terrifying phenomenon that split across the heavens and earth. Such a terrifying Emperor Daola. Who in the world has cultivated such a monstrous great Emperor sword path? Lu Tianyuan and the 8 great elders watched the heavenly phenomenon above with shock and envy. They seemed to see an invincible divine sword traversing heaven and earth, piercing through the void. And upon that divine sword, there seemed to linger the aura of their Lu family's Taixu sword manual. Watching her father and the 8 great elders' astonished expressions, Lu Linglong couldn't help but laugh. The one capable of such terrifying sword path cultivation could only be our Lu family's ancestral patriarch. What? Are you saying this is Patriarch Lu Xuan's sword path? Lu Tianyuan and the 8 great elders were all stunned into silence. In an instant their eyes filled with ecstasy. Such a powerful sword path actually belonged to their Lu family patriarch. This is our Lu family's patriarch. With such a mighty ancestor, what is a mere Lin family? Lu Tianyuan burst into loud laughter. All these days the mountain pressing upon their heads had finally been removed. With such a powerful patriarch, the Lu family was about to rise. Above the Lu family sky, the 3 elder great emperors of the Lin family also gazed in astonishment at the terrifying phenomenon that pierced the heavens and earth. This aura, it feels strangely similar to that great emperor of the Lu family who slaughtered our clan leader. One elder of the Lin family spoke, his voice tinged with doubt and shock. Not similar. That is exactly that Lu family patriarch. Another elder nearby, his face filled with terror as he looked upon the sky-filling phenomenon, cried out in disbelief. Lu Xuan. That Emperor Lu Xuan who dominated an entire era 100,000 years ago. He is about to return. Our Lin family is doomed. Deep within the heavenly abyss, Lu Xuan's palm traced gently along the burial heavenly divine sword, his eyes brimming with emotion. This was his Tao-verifying emperor artifact. Yet it had not seen him for tens of thousands of years. Back then, after he slaughtered 10 ancient emperors of the alien clans, he had to use the burial heavenly divine sword to seal away the countless alien demons below the heavenly abyss. For these tens of thousands of years, it was precisely the suppression of the burial heavenly divine sword that prevented the alien demons beneath the heavenly abyss from causing havoc. Now as he reclaimed the sword, the countless hidden alien demons deep within the abyss erupted with ecstatic cheers. O heavens! O earth! Which kind celestial maiden has avenged us? Who in the world managed to drag that demon Lu Xuan away? Our demon race has finally awaited the chance to see the sunlight again. Someone, bring out all our wine. I declare, today is the rebirth day of our demon race. From now on, every year on this day, we shall celebrate with joy. Roars of celebration rose from the depths of the heavenly abyss as demonic emperors sealed away for tens of thousands of years emitted thunderous shouts of jubilation. Above the heavenly abyss, sensing the restlessness and revelry of these alien demons, Lu Xuan remained utterly unmoved. In the past, one sword strike would have kept these demons firmly suppressed. But now he could not wait for them to break free from the heavenly abyss. Even if these alien demons attacked the human race, Lu Xuan would not lift a finger. The human race had betrayed him, betrayed the Lu family. His return was to unleash torrents of blood. Aside from the Lu family, what did the fate of others matter to him? From the moment he stepped out of the heavenly abyss passage, Lu Xuan's Tao heart grew clear. A sense of unprecedented lightness washed over him, as if the mountain that had pressed upon his heart for 100,000 years had finally been removed. The present him needed no longer guard the heavenly abyss, nor abide by any promises. From now on he would live by his own heart, only living for himself, only protecting his own kin. What business did the righteousness of the human race have with him? If he could not even protect his own clan members, by what right should he guard the entire human race? Although I possess the great emperor essence of the ancient heavenly fire sovereign, it is still insufficient to restore me to my true peak. It seems I must refine the immortal medicine to regain my former glory. Lu Xuan sighed. He could sense that the great emperor essence alone was not enough. He absolutely needed to refine the immortal medicine to return to his peak. Staying here to refine and absorb the immortal medicine, waiting until his peak was restored before returning to the human race, would undoubtedly be the safest choice. But Lu Xuan could no longer wait. He feared his clan members did not have so much time to wait for him. Though the protective formation he had left could withstand any great emperor's attack, he dared not guarantee it was flawless. If the Lin family summoned a sovereign emperor, his formation would crumble in an instant. Even if the sovereign emperor did not act personally, the Lin family merely needed to borrow a treasure imbued with sovereign emperor attacks to shatter the Lu family's protective formation. Therefore he had to return to the Lu family before such events occurred. Only by personally taking residence there could he truly ensure the safety of his clan. Thus he had not even had time to fully absorb the great emperor essence of the ancient heavenly fire sovereign before stepping out of the heavenly abyss and rushing back toward the Lu family. After 100,000 years, this was the first time Lu Xuan had walked out of the heavenly abyss. He felt the entire world had completely changed. Within the abyss, he could only ever see a grayish mist. Not even a wisp of light could be seen there. It was gray all year round. Now stepping out of the heavenly abyss, Lu Xuan felt the entire world was beautiful. I actually imprisoned myself in the heavenly abyss for 100,000 years for a ridiculous reason. Looking back now, how foolish the old me truly was. Lu Xuan mocked himself. After learning of the successive crises the Lu family had faced over the years, he finally understood how absurd his compromise had been. Those people had driven him out of the human race with absolutely no intention of fulfilling their promises. If not for Lu Linglong's bloodline summoning, he would still be in the dark to this day. Perhaps until his very death, he would have believed his sacrifice could bring eternal peace to his clansmen. The foolish Lu Xuan of the past is already dead. I guarded the heavenly abyss for the heavens and earth for 100,000 years, yet you ants dare to humiliate my descendants and sever my heritage. Since that is so, then all of creation shall perish alongside me. With his back to the heavenly abyss, Lu Xuan let out a wild roar. From this day forward, the heavenly abyss is unsealed. As Lu Xuan's words echoed into silence, colossal chains materialized one after another from the void above the Tianyuan abyss. Chains thick as a man's arm descended in endless rows, sealing the entire Tianyuan abyss in an impenetrable web. This was an emperor-grade formation personally laid by Lu Xuan. For 100,000 years, it was precisely with the aid of this very formation that Lu Xuan had managed to hold the Tianyuan abyss. Now that Lu Xuan would no longer guard this place, such a formation naturally had no reason to exist. Rumble. As Lu Xuan retracted the chains one by one, waves of jubilant cheers erupted from the depths below the Tianyuan abyss. They came from the aberrant demon race dwelling in the depths of the Tianyuan abyss, and from the alien races at the far end of the passage. They had been sealed away by Lu Xuan for 100,000 years, and now the moment had finally arrived to behold the light of day once more. Among the alien races, those ancient emperors who had once refused to believe that Lu Xuan would truly abandon his post at the Tianyuan abyss were now swept up in ecstatic celebration. Lu Xuan is truly departing. Not only has he withdrawn the seal upon the passage, he has even recalled the formation above the Tianyuan abyss. Woo woo woo. Had I known this god of slaughter truly intended to leave, I would have offered up the elixir of immortality long ago. Can anyone tell me what exactly has transpired? This god of slaughter could never be swayed by any offer in the past. When we once proposed gifting him 10 stalks of the elixir of immortality, he remained utterly unmoved. Who could have imagined that now, with naught but a single stalk of the elixir, he would be bought? Alas! What a pity that Tianhua met his end so needlessly. Had he not leapt forth first to provoke, and instead obediently offered up the elixir of immortality, where would this catastrophe have come from? Now his death is in vain. If he has any awareness in the netherworld, he would likely be furious enough to perish a second time. Are you spouting nonsense? Tianhua's great emperor origin was refined away by that god of slaughter, Lu Xuan. What awareness could he possibly possess in the afterlife? Damn it all, why speak of such omens? Today is a day for universal celebration. Come. Bring forth all the fine wine we have treasured. We shall drink until none can stand. One after another, the ancient emperors of the alien races hastened to share the glad tidings, leaping and rejoicing. They had been suppressed by Lu Xuan for 100,000 years, and now that they finally glimpsed hope of stepping out from the Tianyuan abyss, once more each was overwhelmed with elation. Some ancient emperors could scarcely contain their eagerness to venture forth and see for themselves. They stepped cautiously into the passage, and upon reaching its farthest end, these ancient emperors wept with overwhelming emotion. How many years had it been? Since the arrival of Lu Xuan, that god of slaughter, they had not beheld the scenery of the Tianyuan abyss for at least several tens of thousands of years. Now at long last they had once again reached the end of the passage. Gazing upon the familiar sight of the Tianyuan abyss before them, these ancient emperors of the alien races could scarcely believe the joy that overwhelmed their hearts. I truly cannot believe it. Even now it feels as though I were still lost within a dream. Who could have imagined that Lu Xuan, that god of slaughter, would simply depart like this? Woo, could this possibly be some manner of trap? That god of slaughter wouldn't be waiting outside to slaughter us all, would he? At the very moment they were about to step out from the passage and set foot upon the Tianyuan abyss, one ancient emperor after another fell prey to hesitation. They had been terrorized by Lu Xuan over the years, and dared not believe that all of this was real. It is absolutely true. This is intelligence I obtained from the venerable Azure Fox. It cannot possibly be wrong. One ancient emperor of the alien race stepped forward, explaining with unrestrained excitement that god of slaughter has truly departed this time. Not only has he departed, but he is likely to throw the entire human race into utter chaos. Otherwise, do you imagine the heavenly venerable would have gifted him a stalk of the elixir of immortality for no reason? Upon hearing this ancient emperor's explanation, the others grew intensely intrigued. With eyes aglow, they pressed him for answers. Heavenly Fox, ancient emperor, do not keep us dangling. Speak quickly. What has truly transpired? They could not fathom why Lu Xuan, who had guarded the Tianyuan abyss for the human race for 100,000 years, would suddenly abandon a century's worth of conviction. They were even more perplexed as to why Lu Xuan, such a great meritorious figure of the human race, would seek to plunge humanity into utter chaos. This matter, when spoken of, is actually quite simple, and it shall soon cease to be any secret at all. Very well. Since you are all so cowardly, I shall tell you. The Heavenly Fox Ancient Emperor burst into laughter, then explained at his leisure. You would never have guessed that Lu Xuan was originally compelled to come and guard the Tianyuan abyss by none other than the Emperor Venerables of his own human race. The Emperor Venerables of the human race, in order to preserve the status and authority of their own longevity clans and undying orthodoxies, would not tolerate the rise of an anomaly, such as Lu Xuan. After Lu Xuan became the most powerful great emperor of the human race, the 7 Emperor Venerables of humanity threatened him with the fate of the Lu family clansmen, demanding that he depart from the human race and willingly come to guard the Tianyuan abyss. They had assumed that Lu Xuan, upon arriving at this Tianyuan abyss, was certain to perish. Yet who could ever have foreseen it? The result was that Lu Xuan, this god of slaughter, was simply not human. With but a single sword, a single coffin, and one man alone, he subjugated us for 100,000 years. As the Heavenly Fox Ancient Emperor spoke, thus the other ancient emperors felt a kindred resonance, as though they had been cast back into those fear-filled years under Lu Xuan's dominion. Enough. Let us speak of the present matter. 100,000 years have passed, so why has Lu Xuan suddenly departed now? The Heavenly Fox Ancient Emperor laughed heartily, affecting a contemplative silence for a moment before continuing. You would never have imagined that those fellows of the human race, after forcing Lu Xuan to the Tianyuan abyss, not only failed to treat the Lu family with kindness, but repeatedly targeted the Lu clan time and time again. I have heard that this time it appears the entire Lu clan nearly faced extermination. Upon learning of this, Lu Xuan therefore set foot into the alien realms to seek the elixir of immortality. The gathered emperors listened with mouths agape. They were all shrewd individuals. Upon hearing this much, each had already divined precisely what had transpired. In an instant they all understood why Lu Xuan had suddenly erupted in such wrath, and why he had even abandoned the Tianyuan abyss he had guarded for 100,000 years. Damn it! Those fellows of the human race are truly shameless beyond measure. Lu Xuan guarded their borders for 100,000 years, winning them 100,000 years of peace. How could they have the heart to treat Lu Xuan and the Lu family so? No wonder Lu Xuan was so enraged. Were I to suffer his fate, I would have long since risen in rebellion. Such a human race, damn it all, let whoever wishes to guard it do so. If I do not go and cause utter upheaval, trampling the graves of those shameless Emperor Venerables into dust, then my life shall have been lived in vain. Though Lu Xuan is a detestable fellow, I cannot help but admire him from the depths of my heart. Damn it, the tales of his suffering have kindled fury within even me. I now even wish to lead my million clansmen to trample the human race flat, to vent this fury on Lu Xuan's behalf. Given how utterly the human race has betrayed him, do you suppose Lu Xuan might cut his way out of humanity and cast his lot with our alien races? What the hell are you thinking? If that god of slaughter Lu Xuan were to come to the alien realms, would we still have any pleasant existence? Woo, how foolish of me. Let us instead discuss how we might vent some of this rage on behalf of that god of slaughter. These ancient emperors of the alien races, who should by all rights have stood opposed to Lu Xuan, now found themselves unanimous in decrying the injustice done unto him. Though the alien races are ferocious, theirs is a realm where reason reigns supreme. The strong are honored, and in the alien races this truth remains eternally unchallenged. The alien races hold no love for schemes and intrigues. Whatever they desire they seize only with the might of their own fists. Thus within the alien races only the strong are worthy of veneration. Though Lu Xuan is not of the alien races, he subdued them single-handedly for 100,000 years. Most of those ancient emperors admired Lu Xuan sincerely from the depths of their hearts. Now upon learning of Lu Xuan's plight within the human race, even these ancient emperors of the alien races decried the injustice done unto him, and even wished to help him reclaim what was rightfully his. Enough, these matters are beyond our jurisdiction. We should follow along and see for ourselves. I wonder whether the great emperors of the human race will allow this god of slaughter to return smoothly. This mission was entrusted to us by the Green Fox Venerable before his departure. Should Lu Xuan encounter danger, we must intervene in a timely manner to help alleviate some of the pressure. We must ensure that Lu Xuan is able to return safely to the human race. Upon hearing that it was an instruction from the Green Fox Venerable, the ancient emperors all grew solemn. They held no fondness for the Green Fox Venerable, for among all the foreign race venerables only he was renowned for his cunning stratagems. Moreover, the majority of those schemes were rather sinister and venomous. Nevertheless, everyone understood that behind the Green Fox Venerable stood the Heavenly Venerable. As the Heavenly Venerable's emissary in the foreign realm, every word and deed of the Green Fox Venerable represented the will of the Heavenly Venerable. Since it is the Green Fox Venerable's instruction, we shall naturally give it our all. Besides, I too wish to see whether those worthless great emperors of the human race can withstand Lu Xuan, this god of slaughter. Ha ha ha. Lu Xuan, this god of slaughter, has tormented us for 100,000 years. Now that we can witness the human race being ravaged by him, this emperor must absolutely go and feast his eyes on the spectacle. Let's go, time to stir up some trouble. 100,000 years without stepping out of the abyss of heaven, I've nearly forgotten what the Boundary Sea looks like. Back in the day, I too once slew a human great emperor upon the Boundary Sea. What is the Boundary Sea to speak of? Back in the day, I crossed the Boundary Sea and slaughtered my way to the human race's Emperor Pass. Upon the walls of that Emperor Pass, traces of my sacred waters remain to this very day. Sacred waters, my ass. Was it not merely because you fought for 10 days and 10 nights, yet were still blocked beneath Emperor Pass, and in your fury you urinated upon the walls of Emperor Pass? Then you scurried back in disgrace. It has been 100,000 years, and you still have the nerve to boast about it. Strike a man, but spare his face, expose a man, but spare his shortcomings. Didn't you also urinate back then? I recall we had a contest to see who could urinate higher, and I reached twice as high as you. In an instant, all the foreign race ancient emperors burst into uproarious laughter. One by one, the foreign race ancient emperors stepped forth from the abyss of heaven. They stood cautiously upon the desolate plains, gazing toward the vast Boundary Sea at the edge of the horizon, seemingly unable to believe that they had truly emerged from the abyss of heaven. 100,000 years they had been trapped in the foreign realm, and now at last they beheld the boundless Boundary Sea once more. Look, that god of slaughter has already reached the Boundary Sea. We should follow as well. Stay hidden and remain undetected. Let's observe for now. The heavenly fox ancient emperor pointed excitedly toward a towering silhouette at the edge of the horizon. It was Lu Xuan. Having personally unsealed the abyss of heaven, Lu Xuan had already arrived at the Boundary Sea. The vast Boundary Sea was an endless expanse of cloud-wreathed azure waters stretching beyond the limits of sight. Upon the Boundary Sea, boundless and infinite countless immortal mountains and sea isles emerged within the shrouding mists. Within the Boundary Sea lurked countless terrifying great demons, peril lurking at every turn. This place marked the boundary between human territory and the foreign races, hence its name, the Boundary Sea. Lu Xuan halted before the Boundary Sea, his brow furrowed tightly. Before he had even set foot upon the Boundary Sea, he had already sensed one formidable aura after another emanating from its surface. Those were the auras of human great emperors. He raised his gaze and saw that upon the boundless sea of clouds, at the very least, 2 human great emperors had descended. The very instant his eyes fell upon them, the sea of clouds churned, and the 2 human great emperors had already materialized. 2 human great emperors of overwhelming might stood guard above the clouds, with dozens of human powerhouses at the quasi-emperor realm following behind them. This is the human race's Boundary Sea. Halt, stranger. One of the great emperors upon the clouds spoke, his voice carrying boundless authority. This was the Clear Wind Great Emperor, hailing from one of the 100 great emperor clans dispatched to garrison the Boundary Sea in accordance with the Emperor Venerable's decree. The human race was now the strongest race throughout the heavens, and the number of great emperors within their ranks had reached an unprecedented scale. Within the 100 great emperor clans alone, the number of great emperors numbered over 1,000. Adding the great emperors from the weaker emperor clans, the human race's current number of great emperors reached at least 2,000 or 3,000. It was no exaggeration to say that the present era was an era of unprecedented glory for the human race. Because the great emperors were so numerous, the duty of garrisoning the Boundary Sea was undertaken in rotation by these emperor clans. The Clear Wind Great Emperor and Cloud Peak Great Emperor, now standing upon the clouds, were executing this garrison duty on behalf of their respective clans. Their clans were neither exceedingly powerful nor weak, both being among the 100 great emperor clans. Such status and strength destined them to act with arrogance in their daily conduct. Furthermore, the Boundary Sea had known 100,000 years of peace, causing them to nearly forget that peril existed even here. This was the human race's first line of defense against the foreign races. Thus, when Lu Xuan appeared before the Boundary Sea, they were all dumbfounded for a considerable time. The quasi-emperors behind them even rubbed their eyes vigorously several times before confirming that someone had truly appeared before the Boundary Sea. As envoys garrisoning the Boundary Sea, the Clear Wind Great Emperor and Cloud Peak Great Emperor naturally would not permit any foreign race to cross. Yet when they discerned that the figure before them was a human great emperor, each of them was once again struck dumb. You are also of the human race. The Cloud Peak Great Emperor regarded Lu Xuan with utter curiosity and asked in disbelief, "How does a human great emperor like yourself appear beyond the Boundary Sea? Tell me, who are you? Where do you hail from? Which clan do you belong to?" Lu Xuan had initially assumed that these 2 human great emperors had been sent by someone to obstruct him. But from their gazes and expressions, Lu Xuan could tell that they seemed unaware of his circumstances. Their presence upon the Boundary Sea was simply due to their garrison duty. It was their responsibility. Regardless of who appeared beyond the Boundary Sea, they were obligated to step forward and block them. "Step aside." Lu Xuan offered no answer, his voice cold and overbearing. He had garrisoned the abyss of heaven for 100,000 years while his clan had nearly been annihilated. He could wait no longer. His only thought was to return to his clan as swiftly as possible and protect his people. Today, no matter who stood in his path, they would die. The Clear Wind Great Emperor and Cloud Peak Great Emperor upon the boundary seemed not to have expected Lu Xuan to adopt such an attitude. After a momentary stupor, both erupted in fury. You wretch, how utterly unreasonable. Had it not been for the fact that you are of the human race, I would have already cleaved you down the moment you drew near the boundary sea. Now I have given you the chance to explain yourself, and yet you remain so arrogant. Very well, very well, very well. Today this emperor shall teach you how to conduct yourself. The Cloud Peak Great Emperor's fury erupted. He strode forth from above the boundary, his hands sweeping out, with an invincible divine technique, sunlight-like radiance blazing from his palm, as he cleaved toward Lu Xuan. After all, he, the Cloud Peak Great Emperor, was a great emperor of one of the 100 great emperor clans, within the human race, who would not show him some deference. Now to be disdained by a human great emperor of unknown origins. How could he possibly tolerate such a slight? Seeing the Cloud Peak Great Emperor strike, the Clear Wind Great Emperor beside him made no move to intervene. He too felt that the human great emperor before them was excessively arrogant and deserved to be taught a lesson. The Clear Wind Great Emperor folded his arms, watching with leisurely composure, waiting to see the arrogant human great emperor pay the price for his hubris. The foreign race ancient emperors who had been secretly following behind Lu Xuan witnessed this scene one after another, their expressions growing exceedingly peculiar, yet their eyes brimmed with unconcealed agitation and excitement. Damn, these so-called great emperors of the human race really have some nerve. I'm at least 10 times stronger than them, yet even I wouldn't dare speak to this god of slaughter in such a manner. If they had ever seen this god of slaughter lose his temper, they would have wet themselves in terror. The last one who dared address the god of slaughter in such a way, the ancient Flame Emperor, is scheduled to have his 7th Memorial Day in just a few days. It's time these blind fools of the human race learned just what kind of existence the ancient emperors of our foreign races have become over these years. The ancient emperors of the foreign races all wore wicked grins upon their faces. No one understood Lu Xuan's strength better than they did. He was an existence whom even the heavenly sovereigns of their foreign races acknowledged as the mightiest beneath the sovereign himself. He had only recently cleaved the incarnation of a venerable with a single sword strike within the other domain. These were nothing but a few worthless stragglers. Whatever gave them the courage to take on Lu Xuan? The ancient emperors of the foreign races all held back their mischievous grins, eager to witness those arrogant great emperors of the human race being humiliated by Lu Xuan one by one. Of course, they would far prefer to see Lu Xuan fall out with the entirety of the human race. Before the boundary sea, Lu Xuan stood in tranquil silence, facing great Emperor Yunfeng, who had already made his move. Rather than striking back directly, Lu Xuan chose to grant him one final opportunity. Step aside, or die. Lu Xuan spoke again, his voice now radiating an even more domineering authority. The manner in which he offered counsel only deepened great Emperor Yunfeng's sense of being insulted. What manner of creature do you think you are? How dare you address this emperor in such a fashion? Great Emperor Yunfeng was utterly enraged. He was after all one of the renowned great emperors of the human race. When had he ever endured such humiliation? Great Sun Heaven-scorching fist. The golden radiance within great Emperor Yunfeng's palm abruptly coalesced into a blazing great sun illuminating 10,000 miles. The very instant he struck, a towering Dharma manifestation of the great emperor, 10,000 zhang in height, materialized above his crown, its twin hands grasping a great sun as it came crashing down to suppress Lu Xuan. This is Yunfeng's most formidable divine ability, the Great Sun Heaven-scorching fist. It was precisely through this technique that he once obliterated great Emperor Qiufeng, who ranked an entire tier above him. Who could have imagined that after 10,000 years his Great Sun Heaven-scorching fist had grown incomparably more powerful than before? The force contained within this single strike had reached the absolute pinnacle of the Great Emperor realm. Even a peak Great Emperor might not be able to withstand it. Above the boundary sea, Great Emperor Qiufeng, Yunfeng's longtime partner, watched in astonishment as Great Emperor Yunfeng unleashed his full combat prowess. He had already begun mourning that ignorant Great Emperor of the human race, clicking his tongue as he sighed. It's his own fault for not knowing his limits, daring to act so arrogant right before our eyes. Even if he dies, he shall perish deserving of his fate. Before Lu Xuan had even made his move, he seemed to have already foreseen the outcome. Great Emperor Yunfeng had even brought out his invincible divine ability. The opposing Great Emperor of the human race was surely no match. Even should he survive, he would surely be gravely wounded. So long as Great Emperor Yunfeng struck again, he could easily slay that arrogant Great Emperor of the human race. The quasi-emperors standing behind him upon hearing Great Emperor Qiufeng's analysis had their gazes filled with fervent light of adoration. However, what they failed to realize was that 100 li away in the void, a group of concealed ancient emperors of the foreign races had already begun mourning Great Emperor Yunfeng. Do you think that Great Emperor of the human race is an idiot? Lu Xuan already warned him to step aside, yet he still dared to block the path. What a stubborn blockhead. Truly kind words cannot sway those destined for doom. Not even a peak great emperor, yet he dares to engage Lu Xuan. These great emperors of the human race truly lack all self-awareness. Tisk, do you suppose that great emperor of the human race, if he knew he was facing great emperor Lu Xuan, who was already invincible at his level 100,000 years ago, might come to regret his rash decision? Even if he does regret it, he won't get the chance. Once Lu Xuan, the god of slaughter, makes his move, he won't even be granted the luxury of regret. The very instant the voices of those ancient emperors of the foreign races faded, they saw Lu Xuan move. Just as great Emperor Yunfang's great sun heaven-scorching fist was a mere 0.01 millimeters from Lu Xuan's face, sword chi erupted without warning from Lu Xuan's eyes. Whoosh! Great Emperor Yunfang's formidable great emperor defenses, along with his emperor physique as resilient as an imperial armament, proved as fragile as glass before this single streak of sword chi. Crack, crack, crack. Even from hundreds of li away, the ancient emperors of the foreign races clearly heard the sound of great Emperor Yunfang's emperor physique fracturing piece by piece. Then with a thunderous boom, a great emperor of the human race vanished utterly from the world. From beginning to end, Lu Xuan hadn't so much as lifted a finger. Merely a single glance unleashing sword chi, and a great emperor of the human race was utterly obliterated. This scene was utterly breathtaking. Even the ancient emperors of the foreign races, who believed themselves intimately familiar with Lu Xuan, were struck dumb with shock the instant they witnessed this. Holy, this guy, just how much of his strength has he been hiding? The ancient emperors of the foreign races all felt their scalps go numb, their entire bodies trembling. They had never known that Lu Xuan's power had reached such a terrifying level. The fearsome combat prowess Lu Xuan displayed at this moment was 100-fold, no far more, greater than what he had shown them over the years. Only at this moment did they finally understand. All these years Lu Xuan had never once regarded them as worthy opponents. Above the boundary, see great Emperor Qing Feng and the assembled quasi-emperors were likewise struck dumb with astonishment. Heavens, what had they just witnessed? Great Emperor Yun Feng was dead, and the opponent had seemingly done nothing more than cast a single glance. Then great Emperor Yun Feng had been shattered into countless fragments. A great emperor of the human race, utterly and completely annihilated. No, this cannot be real. How could he possibly be so powerful? That was great Emperor Yun Feng. A great emperor. How could he have slain a great emperor so effortlessly? An illusion. It must be an illusion. Wah! Great Emperor Yun Feng was the mightiest great emperor of our Yun family. How could he possibly have died? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The moment they witnessed great Emperor Yunfang's fall, those quasi-emperors of the human race felt as though the sky itself had collapsed upon them. Great Emperor Qing Feng too stared at the scene in stunned disbelief. He who had just been so certain of great Emperor Yunfang's victory was now trembling in terror from head to toe. His strength was evenly matched with great Emperor Yunfang's. If even great Emperor Yunfeng had been cut down in a single sword strike, what fate could possibly await him should he face such a god of slaughter? You actually dared to kill Yunfeng. You've courted disaster. Catastrophic disaster. Despite his terror, great Emperor Qing Feng bellowed in fury. He was after all the great emperor entrusted with guarding the boundary sea, with the entirety of the human race standing behind him. Therefore, even knowing full well that Lu Xuan possessed the power to slay him in a single sword strike, great Emperor Qing Feng did not retreat one step. The moment a great emperor of the human race perished, the others would sense it without delay. Those great emperors stationed at the Imperial Pass would surely rush to the boundary sea at once to reinforce them. No matter how powerful Lu Xuan might be, he could never hope to withstand the combined might of their human race's great emperors. Thus, despite his terror, great Emperor Qing Feng did not retreat a single step. Instead, he decisively bellowed to the quasi-emperors behind him, "Form the array. Meet the enemy." Individual quasi-emperors of the human race, terrified and in panic, found their guiding pillar upon receiving Qing Feng, great emperor's command, and swiftly assembled a grand formation. These quasi-emperors assigned to guard the boundary sea were all specially trained. 36 quasi-emperors could instantly form a powerful D-level formation. Even a peak great emperor trapped within would struggle to break free in the short term. As the 36 human quasi-D arranged the formation, the concern and terror that had clouded Qing Feng great emperor's eyes completely vanished. He strode to the center of the formation, his expression darkening as he glared at Lu Xuan beyond the boundary sea and thundered with an arrogant edge, "You dare slay a human great emperor upon the boundary sea? What immense audacity! No matter who you are, you must die today." Far away, those ancient emperors of the alien races hidden within the void all displayed expressions of disdain upon witnessing the formation above the boundary sea. Is this all? It doesn't even possess 1/10 the power of our Tianmong clan's Tianmong formation. One can only wonder where their confidence stems from. To think they can use such garbage formations to resist Lu Xuan. When Lu Xuan, that god-slaying demon, dismantled our Tianmong formation with a single strike, such formations as these would be effortlessly shattered by the peak Lu Xuan. No sword needed at all. The Tianmong ancient emperor spoke of their Tianmong formation renowned for its ability to slay great emperors and confine venerables, yet it fell to a single blow from Lu Xuan back then. It truly was instant. Not only was the Tianmong formation shattered, but the 360 Tianmong Quasi-D and great sages who formed it were also obliterated in a single stroke. Since that battle, the Tianmong clan has never dared to set foot near the passage again. Even the previous Tianmong ancient emperor's dying words before his fall were that as long as Lu Xuan remained the Tianmong clan would not venture beyond the passage. One must concede that the old Tianmong ancient emperor was wise back, then purchasing a harsh lesson for his clan with his own life. From that point onward, whenever the Tianmong clan members witnessed other alien races routed by Lu Xuan, they harbored silent gratitude for the old Tianmong ancient emperor's sacrifice. The Tianmong ancient emperor's words resonated with the other ancient emperors. These humans have grown complacent from too many carefree years. They've actually forgotten the terror that is Lu Xuan. Now is the time to make them understand what we alien races have endured over these 100,000 years. The Tianhu ancient emperor smirked, wickedly eager to watch these foolish human great D and Quasi-D pay for their ignorance and arrogance. Before the boundary sea, Lu Xuan secured the great emperor origin he had just claimed. Though he no longer required refining and absorbing it, he would not squander such treasures. At minimum, it was great emperor origin. Retaining it to gift to his clan members for absorption was sound. The Lu family desperately lacked a great emperor, and this single origin in his possession could forge one. After sealing the great emperor origin away, Lu Xuan's gaze fell upon the formation above the boundary sea. 36 Quasi-D and 1 great emperor. Such a formation actually hoped to block his path. 100,000 years have passed. It appears no one among the humans still remembers this emperor's name. Lu Xuan's sigh drifted across the boundary sea. Qingfeng Great Emperor, who had just reached the formation's core node, felt his eyelid twitch in shock upon hearing Lu Xuan's words. He glanced at Lu Xuan with astonishment and asked suspiciously, "What 100,000 years? Are you a great emperor from 100,000 years ago?" His words sent ripples through the gathering. What? A great emperor from 100,000 years ago? That's impossible. A great emperor's lifespan maxes out at 50,000 years unless they continuously refine and absorb immortal herbs or harvest life essence. That's the only way to survive 100,000 years. Immortal herbs are exceedingly rare. Even the longevity noble houses and immortal Dao traditions couldn't possibly amass enough to sustain a great emperor for 100,000 years. If he truly survived that long, he must have harvested life essence. Harvesting life essence meant cultivation through mortal lives, the true demonic path. Within the human race, anyone who dared to cultivate this way would be branded a monstrous evildoer, hunted by all. Upon deducing that Lu Xuan cultivated through harvesting life essence, both Qingfeng Great Emperor and the 36 Quasi-D Emperors erupted in fury. So then, you're actually a demonic heretic. You who harvest the life essence of mortals and slaughter the innocent without mercy are utterly unworthy of bearing the title of human Great Emperor. Qingfeng Great Emperor roared in anger. If you possess any shred of conscience, I advise you to take your own life now. Once the Supreme Hall's envoys arrive, you won't even be granted the mercy of death. Someone like you, a beast who harvests mortal life essence, will suffer far worse than death in the Supreme Hall's hands. And yet within mere words they had already painted Lu Xuan as a demonic cultivator who slaughtered innocents for his own cultivation. If Lu Xuan truly relied on harvesting mortal life essence for cultivation, he would long since have achieved immortality and never aged. The fact that he survived for 100,000 years was entirely due to the miraculous power of the god-burying coffin. Lu Xuan ignored Qingfeng Great Emperor's calumnies. His gaze was frigid, his voice cold, yet commanding, "Step aside, or die." Hearing those same words from Lu Xuan, both Qingfeng Great Emperor and the surrounding 36 Quasi-D Emperors shivered slightly. They all recalled how Lu Xuan had issued this identical threat to Yunfeng Great Emperor before striking. Yunfeng Great Emperor had chosen to act, and perished as a result. Now facing the same threat, both Qingfeng and the 36 Quasi-D Emperors felt as though their heads might leave their shoulders. Sensing the weakening resolve among the Quasi-D Emperors, Qingfeng Great Emperor hastily commanded, "Regardless of your origins, your actions now defy the entire human race and the Supreme Hall. I urge you to consider carefully what consequences await you." Lu Xuan, who had been restraining his rage, could no longer contain it after hearing Qingfeng repeatedly invoke the Supreme Hall. The so-called Supreme Hall was merely an enforcement body established under the leadership of the 4 longevity, noble houses, and 3 immortal Dao traditions, clans backed by D venerables among the human race. Beyond these longevity noble houses and immortal Dao traditions, the Supreme Hall also welcomed numerous D clans and great emperors as members. With 7 D venerables guarding the institution, the Supreme Hall held absolute authority throughout the human race. 100,000 years prior, Lu Xuan had been forced by the 7 D venerables of the Supreme Hall to abandon his family and guard the heavenly abyss. They had promised the Lu family protection for 10,000 generations, yet the Supreme Hall broke that oath. Upon returning to the human race, Lu Xuan's first purpose was to rescue his kin. His second purpose was to challenge the Supreme Hall, to demand justice for his 100,000 years of sacrifice. Wrath erupted, and Lu Xuan's strike was merciless. The moment the burial god Heavenly Sword manifested, heaven and earth instantly lost all color. Even the light was eclipsed, leaving only the sword glare. The burial god Heavenly Sword descended from the sky, one sword to cleave heaven and earth. In the instant the sword light fell, the boundless boundary, sea spanning billions of li, was illuminated in dazzling radiance. Qingfeng, Great Emperor, who had once placed boundless faith in their formation, knew he was wrong the moment Lu Xuan's sword light appeared. Worse still, grievously so. A single sword glare alone was beyond their capacity to withstand. Before them stood Lu Xuan, not a mere Great Emperor, but truly a Dezun. The sheer power of just that one strike rivaled that of a Dezun's personal intervention. The Emperor-level formation Qingfeng, Great Emperor, had orchestrated with 36 quasi-emperors could only repel a Great Emperor. It stood no chance against a Dezun. Thus in that instant the sword light descended. Qingfeng, Great Emperor, had already retreated to safety, wisely abandoning his post as the formation's core and fleeing alone, leaving the 36 human quasi-emperors behind. A Great Emperor reduced to fleeing in terror. No one would believe it if told. The human quasi-emperors, already crushed by the sword aura's overwhelming pressure, were left utterly stunned when they witnessed Qingfeng, Great Emperor's cowardly retreat. With the formation's core gone, what purpose remained in maintaining it? Shameless. Despicable. The human quasi-emperors roared in fury. Yet no matter how viciously they cursed, Qingfeng, Great Emperor, did not look back. Lu Xuan paid the fleeing emperor no mind. At his level of cultivation, intercepting Qingfeng, Great Emperor, would have been trivial. He was human himself, and though he had resolved to break with the Sovereign Hall out of solidarity with their shared kinship, he had granted Qingfeng, Great Emperor, a chance to survive. As Qingfeng, Great Emperor fled, sword energy erupted like a raging river, shattering the formation. Within moments the 36 human quasi-emperors were consumed to ash. They were not great emperors, and possessed no great emperor origin. Once their physical bodies shattered, death was absolute. Simply annihilating 36 quasi-emperors with a single sword strike brought Lu Xuan no satisfaction. His gaze shifted toward the boundary sea. At its far edge, Qingfeng, Great Emperor's fleeing figure suddenly halted. One by one, powerful human great emperors appeared at the boundary of the sea. These were human great emperors who had rushed from within the Imperial Pass to reinforce Qingfeng, Great Emperor. In the blink of an eye they gathered at the sea's edge. 6 human great emperors stood in a line, their expressions grim as they surveyed Lu Xuan beyond the boundary sea. Qingfeng, Great Emperor, among them, visibly trembled upon seeing Lu Xuan. All he wanted was to flee, yet these great emperors had dragged him here by force. Having witnessed Lu Xuan's terror firsthand, Qingfeng, Great Emperor, had no desire to face such an existence. Lu Xuan's gaze turned to the 5 newly arrived human great emperors. Among them 2 stood at the peak of Great Emperor cultivation. The other 3 were all in the later stages of Great Emperor realm. Adding the later stage Great Emperor Qingfeng, these 6 great emperors comprised 2 at the peak and 4 in the later stages. Such a configuration was sufficient to subdue any great emperor. However, Lu Xuan was the exception. Not merely these 6 great emperors. Even if 10 peak great emperors were added, Lu Xuan would fear them not. This time Lu Xuan remained silent, his cold gaze fixed upon the newly arrived great emperors. Especially those 2 peak great emperors. Lu Xuan detected the aura of cultivation techniques from the Chongqing noble families upon them. Hundreds of li away, the ancient emperors of alien races lurking within hidden spaces felt a pang of regret when they witnessed Lu Xuan letting Qingfeng, Great Emperor, go. But before they could lament, they saw Qingfeng, Great Emperor, return with 5 human great emperors. Above the boundary sea, 6 human great emperors gazed down upon Lu Xuan beyond its shores with haughty expressions. This sight invigorated the ancient alien emperors one after another. Excellent. Now this is worth watching. Humanity had enjoyed 100,000 years of peace, and their number of great emperors had multiplied many times over compared to 100,000 years ago. Letting Lu Xuan, this killing god, eliminate some of their great emperors would do no harm. Kill. Kill. The more he slays, the easier it will be when we alien races launch our offensive in the future. I can hardly wait to cross the boundary sea, breach the Imperial Pass, and descend upon humanity. What a pity humanity is too miserly. To confront a killing god like Lu Xuan, they have only sent so few great emperors. It's not even enough for Lu Xuan to test his sword. That killing god once annihilated 10 of our peak ancient emperors with a single strike. These handful of human great emperors aren't even worth his serious attention. These ancient alien emperors all sighed, deeming humanity too stingy and lamenting that too few great emperors came to meet their deaths. Given Lu Xuan's stature, should not humanity have dispatched at least 100 great emperors to do him justice? Regardless, these were among the strongest great emperors humanity had produced in 100,000 years. Just as the ancient alien emperors lamented with regret the human great emperors upon the boundary, sea finally spoke. One peak, great emperor robed in black, glared at Lu Xuan with a grim expression and ill intent. He extended his palm, and a golden token immediately materialized upon it. The moment Lu Xuan beheld the golden token, his expression turned icier. The Supreme Order. The token that held supreme authority among humanity. The appearance of the Supreme Order was equivalent to the 7 sovereign emperors of the Sovereign Hall, descending in person. All humans were bound to obey the sovereign command. To disobey the Supreme Order was to betray humanity. The Supreme Order in hand was the confidence of this peak, great emperor before them. How dare you, Lu Xuan? The Sovereign Emperor demands to know why you have broken your agreement and left the heavenly abyss without authorization. Have you forgotten your original promise? To guard the heavenly abyss for humanity, you were never to depart during your lifetime. This peak, great emperor spoke with the authority of the Sovereign Emperor, confronting Lu Xuan. If it were the past concern for his kinsman's safety, Lu Xuan might have heeded the Supreme Order. But now he cared nothing for such matters. Facing the great emperor's rebuke and the Sovereign Emperor's accusations, Lu Xuan's lips curled into a faint cold smile, his voice icy and commanding. Well asked. I would also ask those sovereign emperors you speak of, do they remember the pact they made with me yet? This peak, great emperor from the Chongqing family, clearly aware of the secrets from 100,000 years ago, appeared visibly unsettled upon hearing Lu Xuan's counter-question. Yet now he represented the sovereign emperor and the sovereign hall. How could he lose face before a mere great emperor? He snarled in anger, the Supreme Order in his hand radiating dazzling golden light, as he thundered, Lu Xuan. What audacity you possess! Leaving the heavenly abyss without authorization was a capital offense in itself. And now you dare show disrespect to the sovereign emperor and the sovereign hall. Your treacherous ambitions are laid bare. I speak now on behalf of the sovereign hall and the sovereign emperor. Do you truly refuse to repent? If you return now and faithfully guard the heavenly abyss, the sovereign emperors may show mercy and spare you this transgression. Nevertheless, your unauthorized killing of our human great emperors and harm to your own kind is a grave crime. Death may be pardoned, but punishment is inevitable. Kneel before me and endure 30,000 heavenly lightning strikes. If you survive, this matter shall be dropped. Hearing the rebuke from this great emperor at the peak, Lu Xuan did not grow angry, but instead smiled. It was as though he had just heard the most hilarious joke in 100,000 years. When had a mere great emperor dared to question him? Moreover, this fellow actually wanted to punish him on behalf of the emperor sovereign. 30,000 heavenly thunder lashes. Haha. All Lu Xuan could offer in response was a cold sneer. Lu Xuan's contemptuous laugh filled this great emperor at the peak with unbearable rage. Born into a longevity noble house, and representing the emperor sovereign who within the human race would dare withhold their respect. Yet now he was being mocked by someone like Lu Xuan, a sinner of the human race. Before he could unleash his roar, another great emperor at the peak had already shouted in fury, Lu Xuan, what is this attitude of yours? Do you not hold the emperor sovereign in your eyes at all? However, no matter how fiercely he bellowed, Lu Xuan could not even be bothered to cast him a second glance. A troop of tumbling clowns. Clutching the supreme command, and you genuinely believe yourselves to be the emperor's sovereign. Lu Xuan sneered coldly. Even if the emperor's sovereign behind you were to arrive in person today, my attitude would remain exactly the same. It is your so-called emperor sovereign who has broken his word and betrayed me. Betrayed my Lu clan. Even if you had not come seeking me out, I would have gone to find them myself and demanded answers in person. Lu Xuan's voice echoed across heaven and earth. Several great emperors upon the boundary sea already knew fragments of the agreement from 100,000 years ago, their expressions deeply grim. Only great Emperor Qing Feng knew nothing. He felt like an utter outsider, unable to comprehend a single word spoken between Lu Xuan and those great emperors. Fortunately, he cared little for any of this. Ever since his return, he had been watchful of everything around him. The moment he sensed danger, he would flee without hesitation. Whatever grievances existed between Lu Xuan and these longevity noble houses had nothing to do with his humble imperial clan. They were far beyond his scope to involve himself. Hundreds of li away, those ancient emperors of the alien races, upon witnessing how these human race great emperors treated Lu Xuan, were each seething with fury, even more enraged than Lu Xuan himself. It was as though it were not Lu Xuan, but they themselves who had been slandered by those human race great emperors. Has the human race truly fallen to the point of inverting right and wrong, failing to distinguish justice from injustice? Who would have imagined that after 100,000 years the human race had degenerated to such a wretched state? These people clutching the supreme command are clearly attempting to frame Lu Xuan. What utter audacity! They are probably unaware of how the character for death is written. They actually wish for Lu Xuan to endure 30,000 heavenly thunder lashes. Have these fools lost their minds? Once this executioner Lu Xuan makes his move, where would there be any path to survival for them? If the supreme hall of the human race consists of such worthless trash, then the day our alien races shatter the imperial pass and occupy the human race shall soon arrive. These ancient emperors of the alien races were utterly thrilled. They had been dispatched by venerable Qinghu to secretly assist Lu Xuan. But with only this meager display from the human race, Lu Xuan did not need them at all. With a casual movement of his hand, Lu Xuan could easily resolve this. What need was there for them to intervene? One by one, the ancient emperors of the alien races watched with keen interest. Some even began placing bets discussing just how long this executioner Lu Xuan would endure before finally striking. Before the boundary sea, Lu Xian's series of counter-questions left those human race great emperors with deeply troubled expressions. They wished to refute him, yet found no words to do so. The deeds committed by the emperor sovereigns behind them were indeed acts of treachery and betrayal. Yet they could not admit it. Their own emperor sovereign must not bear such infamy. From beginning to end, they and the emperor sovereigns behind them could only represent righteousness. Therefore the one at fault could only be Lu Xuan. Lu Xuan, I do not understand what you are saying. Since you agreed to guard the heavenly abyss, you should have faithfully carried out that duty. Now you have abandoned the heavenly abyss without authorization, which is already a grievous error. And yet you dare to slaughter your own kin before the boundary sea. This is an unforgivable crime. Just now Venerable Jiang Ming merely sentenced you to 30,000 heavenly thunder lashes, which was already an act of merciful leniency. Do not persist in your folly, lest you bring harm to others and to yourself. I advise you to obediently submit to your punishment, and then return to the heavenly abyss as ordered. Only then can I plead for mercy on your behalf before the Emperor Sovereign, granting you leniency beyond the law, offering you and your Lu clan members a chance to repent and reform. Another great emperor at the peak rebuked him coldly. His words were also a veiled threat toward Lu Xuan. You Lu Xuan may not care about life and death. Surely you cannot disregard your Lu clan within the human race. 100,000 years ago, Lu Xuan had been forced by the 7 great emperor sovereigns who threatened his Lu clan members to leave the human race and come guard the heavenly abyss. Now after 100,000 years had passed, hearing the same threat once again, all the fury within Lu Xuan's heart and 100,000 years of grievance erupted forth. Yet in this moment he appeared extraordinarily composed. He gazed quietly at this great emperor at the peak, and from him Lu Xuan sensed the aura belonging to a longevity noble house. You come from the Jin family. Lu Xuan's voice was utterly calm. From this great emperor at the peak, he had detected the aura of the emperor sovereign of the Jin family. As for the one clutching the supreme command, Lu Xuan did not even need to guess. Great Emperor Jiang Ming naturally hailed from the Jiang family of the longevity noble houses. Among the 4 longevity noble houses, it had been the emperor sovereigns of the Jin and Jiang families who had vehemently advocated expelling Lu Xuan from the human race and ordering him to guard the heavenly abyss. Therefore, upon learning that the human race great emperors before him came from the Jiang and Jin families, Lu Xuan was hardly surprised. It was precisely the emperor sovereigns of these 2 great families who had cast him out of the human race. Naturally, they had no desire to see him return. Thus, sending these younger generation great emperors armed with the supreme command to block his path was perfectly reasonable. The great emperor at the peak from the Jin family, upon hearing Lu Xuan's inquiry, a flicker of pride flashed through his eyes as he arrogantly declared, "Since you know I come from the Jin family, you should well understand whom you have offended. Lu Xuan, I advise you to obediently submit to your punishment. If you can survive 30,000 heavenly thunder lashes, all transgressions shall be pardoned." Hardly had these words left the Jin family great emperor's lips when Jiang Ming, who held the supreme command, immediately shouted, "Lu Xuan, our patience is limited. If after 10 breaths you still do not step forward to accept punishment, then it shall be deemed defiance of the emperor sovereign and the supreme hall." Defiance. Lu Xuan let out a soft chuckle, his expression neither joyous nor sorrowful, yet his voice remained perfectly calm. "Have I not been defying you all along? Is it only now that you have noticed? Jin family, Jiang family, I never expected that the descendants of 2 emperor sovereigns would all prove to be fools and trash." Lu Xuan's words fell like a bomb dropped into a tranquil pond. All 5 great emperors above the boundary sea glared at him with uncontainable fury, their gazes as though they wished to devour him alive. Only great Emperor Qing Feng, upon catching sight of that familiar smile curling the corners of Lu Xuan's lips, silently began retreating backward. Of course, before these great emperors from the longevity noble houses he dared not appear too overt, but he had already almost imperceptibly placed a sufficient distance between himself and the group. The moment he sensed the aura of Lu Xuan's strike, he would flee instantly. Great Emperor Qing Feng had already prepared himself to escape at any moment, while those great emperors from the Jiang and Jin families remained entirely unaware. Provoked by Lu Xuan's words, each one glared at him in blind rage. Great Emperor Jiang Ming, wielding the supreme command, roared with killing intent, surging, "Lu Xuan, you are seeking your own death." They had originally been dispatched to obstruct Lu Xuan's return to the human race. They had assumed that the supreme token in their hands would easily compel Lu Xuan to retreat. But to their astonishment, Lu Xuan cared nothing for the supreme token. He even brazenly provoked them. The supreme token itself. How could they possibly endure such defiance? With that furious roar from Emperor Jiang Ming, the other great emperors swiftly joined the assault in unison. Among the 6 human race great emperors above the boundaries sea, all 5, save for Emperor Qing Feng, struck simultaneously. The battle of the great emperors erupted in an instant. Rumble, rumble. The terrifying might of the imperial Dao laws cascaded down from the heavens above. 5 great emperors attacking in concert. Such a spectacle was exceedingly rare. The Jin family great emperor, having launched his assault, laughed with insufferable arrogance. Lu Xuan, since you cannot appreciate kindness, then you shall die. With 5 great emperors striking in unison within the entirety of the human race, none save the imperial sovereigns themselves could possibly withstand them. No matter how powerful Lu Xuan might be, he was still merely a great emperor. So long as he remained a great emperor, it was utterly impossible for him to resist. Yet what they failed to notice was that the moment they committed to their attack, Emperor Qin Feng, who had been standing beside them all along, had already disappeared without a trace. Having learned his lesson and witnessed firsthand the terrifying might of Lu Xuan, Emperor Qin Feng had taken to his heels the instant Emperor Jiang Ming and the others launched their assault. By now he had fled to the very edge of the boundary sea, on the verge of escaping it entirely. Likewise, Emperor Jiang Ming and the others failed to perceive that beneath the combined onslaught of their 5 great emperors, not a shadow of fear had crossed Lu Xuan's countenance. His expression remained as coldly indifferent as ever, as though he had not even noticed their attack. Hundreds of miles away, the ancient sovereigns of the foreign races hidden within the void burst into ecstatic celebration. He's finally making his move. For that god of slaughter Lu Xuan to have endured this long is already remarkable. These human race great emperors are truly foolish. Before Lu Xuan has even lifted a hand, they're already rushing to their deaths. Honestly, with their paltry strength, there isn't much spectacle to be had. A few worthless great emperors. They're not even worthy of a single sword strike from Lu Xuan. Care to wager how many moves it'll take Lu Xuan, the god of slaughter, to finish them off? Is there even any need to guess? With a casual slash from Lu Xuan, they'll be reduced to ashes. These ancient sovereigns of the foreign races were somewhat listless. The strength displayed by those human race great emperors struck them as utterly underwhelming. So this is how weak the human race great emperors truly are. The imperial Dao laws manifested behind those human race great emperors couldn't even compare to those of these ancient sovereigns of the foreign races. However did creatures of such caliber dare to take the initiative against Lu Xuan? But at that very moment they saw Lu Xuan move. This was also the first time since Lu Xuan's departure from the heavens abyss that he had taken up his sword. A humming sword cry reverberated across the entire boundary sea. At the instant that sword cry rang out, the 5 human race great emperors upon the sea all felt their movements falter. That sword cry was as though it had summoned forth some primordial horror for them to hear. Even the motions of their hands ceased in that heartbeat. The imperial Dao laws manifesting behind them were severed by a single sword strike the moment that sword cry sounded. With the collapse of their imperial Dao laws, the 5 instantly lost their connection to the essence of the great emperor. Not good. Even with all his arrogance, Emperor Jiang Ming sensed that something was terribly amiss and cried out in panic, attempting to warn the others. Yet before his voice had even fallen, he beheld the great emperors standing before him shatter simultaneously into countless fragments. Watching with his own eyes as great emperors crumbled into countless fragments before him, Emperor Jiang Ming's spirit utterly collapsed. In that breath between life and death, the supreme token in his grasp suddenly erupted with a beam of golden radiance, shielding him from the omnipresent sword qi that permeated everything. With a thunderous explosion, Emperor Jiang Ming suffered a devastating blow. Encased within the golden radiance of the supreme token, he was sent hurtling backward for hundreds of miles. Sputter! He flew nearly 1,000 miles before Emperor Jiang Ming vomited a mouthful of dark blood. Even the essence of the great emperor within his body had developed countless fissures. And that was only because the protection of the supreme token had granted him exemption from death. The others were not so fortunate. Without the token's protection, they all perished beneath that omnipresent sword qi assault. One could well imagine the staggering might of that single sword strike. 1 sword for emperors slain. It was nothing short of divine marvel. No, this is impossible. Emperor Jiang Ming, spared from death by the narrowest margin, wore an expression of utter panic and disbelief. Even now he could not comprehend what had transpired in that fleeting instant. It had been they, 5 great emperors acting in concert, who sought to annihilate Lu Xuan. Their attacks had already encircled him. Yet just as they had deemed his death inevitable, a sword cry suddenly rang out. And then before his very eyes he witnessed the other 4 great emperors perish almost simultaneously at his side. Emperor Jiang Ming perceived it with perfect clarity. Those 4 great emperors had all been slaughtered by sword qi. That sword qi was terrifying beyond measure. Even their protective imperial arms could not withstand its assault, and together with their imperial bodies, they became countless fragments. Even Emperor Jiang Ming had nearly perished beneath that single strike. Were it not for the protection of the supreme token, his fate would have been identical to that of the other great emperors. Sigh, return now. You cannot withstand him. At that moment a sigh emanated from within the supreme token. Upon hearing that sigh from the token, Emperor Jiang Ming, however unwilling, could only turn and flee. He fled all the way to the edge of the boundary sea, where at last he caught sight of Emperor Qingfeng, who had long since arrived at that very place. Gazing at Emperor Qingfeng's expression of feigned innocence, Emperor Jiang Ming halted his steps, glared viciously at him, and demanded in fury, "You knew of his strength all along." Facing Emperor Jiang Ming's interrogation, Emperor Qingfeng hastily explained, "Emperor Jiang Ming, you misunderstand. I had no knowledge of his strength. Moreover, I had previously advised you all not to underestimate the enemy. It is simply that you paid no heed to my counsel." Only then did Emperor Jiang Ming recall that upon their initial arrival at the boundary, Emperor Qingfeng had earnestly and repeatedly urged them against any conflict with Lu Xuan. Yet how could they possibly have taken Emperor Qingfeng's admonitions to heart? After all, on this occasion, they bore the supreme token and came as envoys of the supreme sanctuary itself. No matter how vast Lu Xuan's audacity, he would never dare to oppose the supreme sanctuary. And yet reality had delivered them a bitter slap across the face. Lu Xuan not only dared to oppose the supreme sanctuary, he showed no deference whatsoever to the imperial sovereigns standing behind them. That sword strike had already declared Lu Xuan's stance. Lu Xuan has severed all ties with the human race. If not with the entire human race, then at the very least with the supreme sanctuary, and with their two great longevity clans. Emperor Jiang Ming fixed Emperor Qingfeng with a dark, glowering stare, itching to strike down that deserter with a single palm. But before he could act, a voice issued from the supreme token, "Blame him not. Lu Xuan's strength has grown far beyond what it once was. He has already stepped into the realm of the quasi-imperial sovereign. Even had he remained, he would only have needlessly thrown his life away." Upon hearing the voice of the supreme token, Emperor Jiang Ming, however great his fury, had no choice but to desist. He cast one final venomous glare at Emperor Qingfeng, then turned and fled toward the imperial pass. Beyond the boundary, Lu Xuan watched Emperor Jiang Ming flee without pursuing. He was well aware that the supreme token upon Jiang Ming's person rendered him far from easy to slay. "A pitiful buffoon. I'll let you linger a few days longer." Lu Xuan smiled with chilling calm, strode grandly across the boundary sea, and collected no fewer than 4 essences of the great emperor. Now in his possession, aside from the great emperor origin of the Tianhua ancient emperor that had not yet been fully refined, 5 complete great emperor origins remained. "I never expected the news to reach the Supreme Hall so swiftly." Lu Xuan set foot upon the Sea of Realms, showing no haste to press onward. That sea spanned billions of miles, yet for him it would take but a moment to traverse. Yet even after crossing the Sea of Realms, one more obstacle separated him from returning to the human race, the Emperor Pass. That was a mighty fortress forged from the spilled blood and fervent hearts of countless human warriors. It had withstood wave after wave of alien assaults against humanity. Upon the Emperor Pass, beyond the great emperor who guarded it, stood an army of 1,000,000 human soldiers. Even though Lu Xuan had reached the pinnacle of great emperor cultivation, breaching the Emperor Pass would not be a simple matter. Moreover, the news of his emergence had already reached the Supreme Hall. Those sovereigns who desired his failure to return would surely not permit him success. Should they merely dispatch envoys from the Supreme Hall, he could still manage them. But if those sovereigns descended in person, although Lu Xuan was confident, he knew he could not withstand them. Between a great emperor and a sovereign lay an unbridgeable chasm. Even though he had attained the quasi-sovereign realm, he still could not compare to a true sovereign. A sovereign, the supreme among emperors. They were the true apex beings of this world. Within the human race, each era boasted no shortage of great emperors. At their zenith there could be several thousand. Yet the sovereigns had never exceeded 9. This was not something mortal could alter. It was the constraint of heavenly Tao's laws. 9 was the ultimate number. Beneath the heavenly Tao there could be only 9 sovereign laws. Thus, in any given era, the number of human sovereigns would never surpass 9. Yet now the Supreme Hall alone commanded 7 sovereigns. The remaining sovereign seats across all of humanity had dwindled to just 2. If even a handful of hidden sovereigns existed, those 9 positions would long have been filled. Furthermore, Lu Xuan had always believed this possibility the most likely. The reason was that tens of thousands of years ago, when he had attempted to break through to the sovereign realm, he had sensed the suppression of heavenly Tao. He had been suppressed by the heavenly Tao and unable to become a sovereign. At that time, Lu Xuan had surmised that the sovereigns within humanity had in fact already reached 9. Having reached the numerical limit, the heavenly Tao naturally rejected his ascension. Now Lu Xuan was about to return to the human race and would inevitably cross paths with the sovereigns once more. 100,000 years ago, it was precisely his insufficient strength that had led to the threat from the 7 sovereigns, forcing him to flee the human race. Now he was about to return, unwilling to witness that tragedy replay. If the sovereign count has reached its limit, then only by slaying one sovereign can I possibly become a new sovereign. Lu Xuan's expression grew grave as he furrowed his brow in contemplation. Yet he was but a quasi-sovereign. With his current strength, slaying a sovereign was absolutely impossible. Each sovereign independently wielded one sovereign law. Sovereign laws were the most powerful forces in all creation, possessing innate suppression over great emperor laws. Though hailed as a quasi-sovereign, Lu Xuan remained fundamentally a great emperor, still cultivating great emperor laws. His great emperor laws would be ruthlessly suppressed before sovereign laws. Thus he could never hope to match a sovereign. Therefore, upon learning that the human sovereigns had likely reached their numerical limit, Lu Xuan had continuously pondered a way to break free. In the first 10,000 years, he found no method, having no idea how to shatter the heavenly Tao's constraints and ascend to sovereignhood. Yet later he discerned certain clues from the god-bearing coffin. To outward appearance, the coffin was but a simple bronze sarcophagus, yet within it existed a self-contained world. Each time Lu Xuan lay within, his body would automatically appear in a brand new realm. Within that realm, all things seemed frozen in time. The passage of years. Everything ceased its flow here. It was precisely for this reason that after entering the god-bearing coffin, Lu Xuan could slow his own aging. Still later, he discovered certain peculiarities of the coffin. He found that upon the 4 coffin panels surrounding the god-bearing coffin, countless mystical patterns swirled, resembling a vast star chart. Yet at certain critical positions, voids appeared one after another. Those gaps were clearly the positions where stars should be, yet for some unknown reason they were absent. Then, through chance discovery, Lu Xuan uncovered the secret hidden within those coffin panels. Those voids in the star chart could be filled with great emperor origins. Thus, all those great emperor origins Lu Xuan had obtained by slaying ancient alien emperors over the years were methodically placed into the star chart voids upon the coffin lid. Now, of the 28 star chart voids on that coffin lid, only the 5 at the northernmost position remained unfilled. Lu Xuan had originally intended to reserve those human great emperor origins for his own clansmen, but now he could not afford such considerations. If he could not advance further and become a sovereign even upon returning to humanity, he might not be able to safely rescue his clansmen. Conversely, if he did not return, those sovereigns likely would not dare strike at the Lu family beforehand. In that case, the safety of the Lu clan would be better assured. These obvious truths only became clear to Lu Xuan after he had fully composed himself. Thus he could not rush back now, yet neither could he truly depart and return to garrison the heavenly abyss. Should he retreat to the heavenly abyss, it would amount to surrendering to the Supreme Hall and showing submission to the 7 sovereigns. For such matters, Lu Xuan would rather perish. I hope this god-bearing coffin can bring me some surprises. Lu Xuan simply sat in meditation upon the Sea of Realms. As the 5 great emperor origins in his hand merged one by one with the voids upon the star chart, the constellation map upon the god-bearing coffin blazed to full illumination. All 28 great emperor origins erupted with astonishing radiance at that moment. Upon the star chart of the heaven-bearing coffin, tremendous sacred beast patterns instantly manifested according to the 4 directions: east, west, south, and north. Azure dragon of the east, white tiger of the west, vermilion bird of the south, black tortoise of the north. When these legendary 4 sacred beasts emerged from the star chart, Lu Xuan himself was crushed beneath their terrifying momentum, trembling uncontrollably. These are the legendary 4 sacred beasts. This star chart can actually awaken the 4 sacred beasts. Gazing at the 4 sacred beast phantoms manifesting within the god-bearing coffin, their presence reaching toward the heavens, Lu Xuan stood stunned with shock. Yet after that brief moment of astonishment, his eyes filled with ecstasy. The fact that the star chart upon the god-bearing coffin could awaken the 4 sacred beast phantoms was proof enough that the coffin's origins were extraordinary. It also gave Lu Xuan hope. Beyond the boundary sea, the ancient emperors of the alien races hidden within the void were filled with astonishment upon witnessing Lu Xuan come to a halt. What is happening? Why has Lu Xuan stopped? Is he not returning to the human race? He has only just reached the boundary sea. Why does he no longer press forward? I was awaiting his tumultuous assault upon the Imperial Pass. Could some mishap have occurred? That human great emperor actually bore a supreme token moments ago. Surely Lu Xuan cannot have been intimidated by it. Though Lu Xuan, that harbinger of slaughter, is utterly unrestrained, he is ultimately no imperial sovereign. Without the combat prowess befitting an imperial sovereign, he stands no chance against those human imperial sovereigns whatsoever. Should he return to the human race as matters stand, he shall most certainly be cut down by those imperial sovereigns. I wager he has come to understand at last that returning spells almost certain doom, and thus he wavers. Alas, those human imperial sovereigns are truly wretched creatures. To treat Lu Xuan, that great meritorious hero, thus, such is the height of injustice. One such as Lu Xuan, were he among our alien races, would be revered by all 10,000 clans. What a pity! The human race is naught but a brood of beasts, treating even their meritorious heroes with such contempt. These ancient alien emperors all cried out against the injustice done to Lu Xuan, for they could all perceive that should Lu Xuan fight his way back, he would surely be suppressed and slain by the human imperial sovereigns. Green Fox, do you not bear the command of the Green Fox Venerable? Why not step forward and recruit Lu Xuan? If the human race fails to treasure him, our alien races shall. Should you succeed in drawing Lu Xuan to our alien races, the Venerable shall surely bestow upon you a grand merit. Some goaded the Green Fox ancient emperor, seeking to have him recruit Lu Xuan. Absurd nonsense. Aiding Lu Xuan's return to the human race is the Heavenly Venerable's command. Were I truly to recruit Lu Xuan to the alien races, it would constitute defiance of the Heavenly Venerable's command. You fellows, do you find my lifespan too long for your liking? Upon hearing the Green Fox Ancient Emperor invoke the Heavenly Venerable, these ancient alien emperors were so terrified that not one dared utter another word. Only then did they recall that to recruit Lu Xuan at this juncture would be tantamount to defying the Heavenly Venerable's command. Within the alien realm, offending those venerables might yet leave one with some slender hope of survival. Yet defying the Heavenly Venerable's command leaves but a single path, death. The Heavenly Venerable is the very heavens of their alien race. Regardless of what Lu Xuan intends, we shall simply remain here on guard. When he makes his assault upon the Imperial Pass, we may perhaps lend some measure of aid, secretly assisting him. The Green Fox Ancient Emperor spoke again, his expression solemn as he continued. Those humans shall likely refuse to open the Imperial Pass for Lu Xuan. When that hour comes, we shall have none to rely upon but ourselves. Should all else fail, we shall storm the Imperial Pass and ignite a great war. Thus shall Lu Xuan, amid the chaos of battle, find his way into the Imperial Pass. Upon hearing the Green Fox Ancient Emperor's stratagem, these ancient alien emperors were each seized by a fervor as though infused with the vigor of 1,000 warriors. This is splendid indeed. This sovereign shall forthwith summon the warriors of my Heavenly Radiance clan, ever prepared to assail the Imperial Pass. The great blades in the hands of my Fire Phoenix clan's warriors have long since thirsted for battle. After 100,000 years we shall at last storm the Imperial Pass once more. When that moment comes, none shall vie with me. The foremost merit in ascending the Imperial Pass must belong to this sovereign alone. Hearing talk of assailing the Imperial Pass, each of these ancient alien emperors was seized by uncontrollable excitement. They had waited 100,000 years, endured humiliation for 100,000 years, and now at last they were to set foot upon the Imperial Pass once more. Every one of them was consumed by such fervent excitement that they longed to launch their assault this very instant. Upon the Imperial Pass, great Emperor Jiangming, who had only just returned in hasty retreat, cast a sullen gaze toward the solitary figure standing still upon the boundary, sea fury surging within his eyes. Were it not for the Imperial Sovereign Progenitor's command forbidding him from stepping beyond the Imperial Pass and from seeking vengeance upon Lu Xuan, he would have most certainly led the million-strong human army behind him to annihilate Lu Xuan entirely. Behind him stood a host of human great emperors. Even having witnessed that battle upon the boundary sea, they remained unshaken in the slightest. Each one was even eager to charge forth from the Imperial Pass to slay Lu Xuan and thereby prove their own prowess. Yet so long as great Emperor Jiangming, the garrison commander of the Imperial Pass, did not speak, none dared venture half a step beyond its walls. They could only stand here glaring in impotent fury. Has this Lu Xuan become frightened? He stands there upon the boundary sea, not daring to advance a single step. He must surely know we await him here, and has been terrified into inaction. I had thought that the supreme great emperor of 100,000 years past must be some formidable figure, yet it appears his courage amounts to naught. What supreme great emperor of 100,000 years past? He is nothing more than a traitor cast out from the human race. 100,000 years ago the supreme sanctuary had already proclaimed him stripped of his human lineage, casting him out of the human race and banishing him to the heavenly abyss to atone for his sins. Who could have imagined that after 100,000 years he would still have the effrontery to come back? Such a despicable and shameless wretch. If he dares approach, this emperor shall ensure he meets a death with no ground left to bury him. A mere traitor to the human race. Should he dare to come, we great emperors need, but each spit wants to drown him entirely. Yet judging by Lu Xuan's appearance, he must have been cowed by our imposing array, too terrified to approach. He possesses at least some self-awareness. These human great emperors burst into uproarious laughter, holding Lu Xuan in the lowest regard whatsoever. They even went so far as to boast of slaying Lu Xuan with their own hands. Yet none of them noticed that great Emperor Jiangming ahead of them, upon hearing their discourse, had already turned a face dark as iron, his fists clenched so tightly they cracked aloud. He himself had nearly been slain by Lu Xuan. Where did these fellows find such confidence, believing that they, these wretched fools, could possibly cut down Lu Xuan? They ceaselessly proclaimed their contempt for Lu Xuan. Is this not a humiliation directed at him as well? Enough! All of you hold your tongues. At great Emperor Jiangming's cold command, these great emperors finally perceived his fury, each one hastily clamping their lips shut. Only now did they realize that their earlier utterances had, without their knowing, given offense to great Emperor Jiangming. One great emperor after another in awkward discomfort stepped forward to offer their apologies, but before they could so much as begin, great Emperor Jiangming had already turned and departed, leaving behind naught but a company of great emperors exchanging glances of bewildered dismay. Upon the boundary sea, Lu Xuan's gaze had become utterly captivated by the god burial coffin. From the very instant the four great divine beast phantoms had emerged upon the star chart, Lu Xuan had left behind a false body upon the boundary sea. His true form had already lain down within the god burial coffin. The moment his body settled within the god burial coffin, it was drawn of its own accord into that strange and wondrous world. To his astonishment, the 4 great divine beast phantoms had likewise manifested within that wondrous world. Moreover, within it the 4 great divine beast phantoms appeared vastly more colossal and far more staggering than those he had beheld within the god burial coffin. Azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, black tortoise. The phantoms of these 4 great divine beasts here seemed as though they had come alive, each as immense as heaven and earth itself. The aura they exuded was so overwhelming that it made Lu Xuan, a great emperor, palpitate with dread. Sigh. These are but 4 mere phantoms, yet their presence is already so terrifying. One cannot even fathom the might of the true forms of the legendary 4 great divine beasts. Lu Xuan drew in a sharp breath, overcome with awe. The 4 great divine beasts are beings of legend. Legend holds that the 4 great divine beasts are the mighty divine creatures who guard the 4 directional gates of heaven and earth. No living soul has ever glimpsed their true forms. Even the phantoms of the 4 great divine beasts Lu Xuan now beheld for the very first time. His gaze filled with curiosity and awe turned toward the heavens above. The phantoms of the 4 great divine beasts had manifested respectively upon the 4 cardinal skies, east, south, west, and north, of this world. Behind them stretched a boundless expanse of void. Yet Lu Xuan could not shake the feeling that something lay hidden within that void. It was as though 4 invisible celestial gates loomed in silence behind the phantoms of the 4 great divine beasts. Alongside the 4 sacred beasts' illusory forms, countless dazzling lights appeared resembling myriad stars scattered across the heavens, radiant and resplendent. The once empty, ink-dark sky was suddenly strewn with stars as though submerged beneath a resplendent river of galaxies. The most brilliant among them were the 28 immense stars blazing with dazzling light, like pearls adorning the night sky. What Lu Xuan beheld overhead was identical to the star charts he had seen upon the god burial coffin. The astonishing sight left him frozen in disbelief. While Lu Xuan remained stunned, the 4 sacred beasts' illusory figures in the sky simultaneously transformed into 4 streams of light. Each stream blazed with a different hue as it plummeted like a meteor. Before Lu Xuan could recover, the 4 streams had encircled him tightly. In an instant, countless runes surged into his consciousness like a rising tide. In mere moments, the 4 streams encircling Lu Xuan vanished without a trace. They had transformed into golden runes shining with resplendent light as they appeared one after another within his consciousness like scattered stars. At last, every rune converged into 5 ancient characters radiating boundless golden light, the chaotic heavenly emperor art. The instant he beheld those 5 characters, a lightning bolt seemed to cleave the heavens, and an overwhelming torrent of knowledge fused with Lu Xuan's memory in a single awakening surge. In that fleeting instant, Lu Xuan seemed to have obtained the key to the gates of the universe. The complete chaotic heavenly emperor art unfolded before his eyes like a dazzling pearl. After studying it, Lu Xuan trembled with excitement, his body quivering like a leaf in the wind. A cultivation art transcending the heavenly Tao. The chaotic heavenly emperor art was an unparalleled art that stood above the heavenly Tao itself. Beneath the heavenly Tao, 9 sovereign laws were derived, coiled like 9 colossal dragons. By fusing these sovereign laws, one could become a sovereign of the human race. Yet the chaotic heavenly emperor art towered above the heavenly Tao like a majestic mountain. Its extraordinary power was like a radiant star blazing within the cosmos. This is the cultivation art I have dreamed of all my life. Lu Xuan beamed with delight as though the entire world had blossomed into resplendent colors for him. The god burial coffin was like a mysterious treasure vault, bringing him an immense and unexpected surprise. The emergence of the chaotic heavenly emperor art was like a lightning bolt cleaving the darkness, instantly dispelling the doubts that had plagued him for tens of thousands of years. The chaotic heavenly emperor art is like a towering 9-tiered pagoda. Cultivating beyond the 3rd tier will permit one to ascend to the sovereign realm. Lu Xuan drew a deep breath, his heart pounding as though determined to burst from his chest. With the chaotic heavenly emperor art, breaking through to the supreme realm would be as effortless as reaching into a pouch. It was no longer an unattainable dream. Most importantly, cultivating the chaotic heavenly emperor art was entirely unconstrained by the laws of the heavenly Tao. In other words, he could attain the sovereign realm without the empowerment of the 9 sovereign laws. Lu Xuan continued to study the art with unwavering concentration, and the shock in his heart grew ever more intense. At the 4th tier, the chaotic heavenly emperor art surpassed the limits of the mortal world like a phoenix reborn, allowing its practitioner to ascend as an immortal and attain the profound immortal realm. At the 5th tier, it transcended the true immortal realm, reaching the golden immortal realm. Beyond that, each tier corresponded to an immortal realm coveted by cultivators. At the 8th tier, the chaotic heavenly emperor art led to the supreme immortal emperor realm. An immortal emperor like a radiant star in the immortal world stood at the pinnacle of existence, the ultimate goal of cultivation for all living beings. Yet for the chaotic heavenly emperor art, the immortal emperor was merely a resting point along the ascent to greater heights. The 9th tier was like a deity enthroned above the 9 heavens, transcending even the immortal emperor. Only by cultivating to this tier could one be crowned with the title Heavenly Emperor. The Heavenly Emperor was the sovereign of the cosmos, exalted above all living beings, and the absolute ruler of everything in existence. These realms seemed to Lu Xuan like an unreachable horizon distant enough to inspire awe. At that moment, Lu Xuan's sole desire was to cultivate the third tier of the chaotic Heavenly Emperor art, as soon as possible surpass the limits of a great emperor and attain the sovereign realm. Only then would he possess the strength needed to lead his people safely out of the myriad dangers surrounding the human race. Without the space before him, even with his exceptional talent, Lu Xuan could never have cultivated the chaotic Heavenly Emperor art to the third tier in such a short span of time. Had he truly needed to cultivate the chaotic Heavenly Emperor art to the third tier in the usual manner, it would have taken at least 1,000 years. Even though the clan-protecting formation he had left behind was as solid as rock and could withstand any attack from a great emperor, it could not protect his people for 1,000 years. Moreover, no one could guarantee that the shameless human sovereigns would restrain themselves for 1,000 long years and refrain from slaughtering the Lu clan. Therefore, he had no time to cultivate the chaotic Heavenly Emperor art step by step over 1,000 years. He could not afford to wait. His people could not afford to wait either. But now with the aid of this space, everything had become filled with infinite possibilities. Within it, time stood still, as though it were a corner forgotten by the passage of time. This was undoubtedly an ideal sanctuary for cultivation. Even if Lu Xuan cultivated here for 10,000 years, the passage of time outside would remain frozen. If I am not mistaken, the owner of the god burial coffin was probably a heavenly emperor of the previous generation. Lu Xuan drew a deep breath and silently speculated. The chaotic Heavenly Emperor art concealed within the god burial coffin was surely connected in countless ways to a heavenly emperor. Of course, these matters had little bearing on Lu Xuan at present. At present, cultivating the chaotic Heavenly Emperor art was of paramount importance. Lu Xuan's gaze fell upon the art like two bolts of lightning, and he began cultivating from the first tier. The first tier of the chaotic Heavenly Emperor art, the four symbols sacred body realm. Lu Xuan's eyes blazed like burning flames, intense and resolute. The method for cultivating the first tier unfolded in Lu Xuan's mind like a succession of vivid paintings. The first tier of the chaotic Heavenly Emperor art was called the four symbols sacred body realm, because cultivating it required drawing upon the four fundamental forces of earth, water, wind, and fire. Like searching for light in darkness, Lu Xuan had to draw upon the forces of earth, water, wind, and fire to condense four sacred beasts' illusory forms. Finally, he would unite the four symbols, transforming his physical body like a phoenix reborn and reaching the pinnacle of the four symbols sacred body realm. The great completion of this cultivation stage. This realm was merely the foundation of the chaotic Heavenly Emperor art, and anyone who had reached the sacred realm could embark upon its cultivation. Lu Xuan had already attained the Great Emperor realm, so beginning the cultivation of the chaotic Heavenly Emperor art at the sacred realm was as effortless as turning his hand. He circulated his mana with practiced ease, and the four forces of earth, water, wind, and fire surged together within his body like 100 rivers returning to the sea. Condensing the four symbols sacred body was as simple as reaching into a pouch for Lu Xuan. The only uncertainty was how much time it would require. As the years slipped away, Lu Xuan immersed himself in frenzied cultivation within this space. The passage of time left no mark upon the path of cultivation. One by one, rare treasures of heaven and earth that would have caused countless people to fight to the death were continuously absorbed and refined by Lu Xuan, causing his cultivation of the chaotic Heavenly Emperor art to soar like a rocket. Even so, when he finally condensed the four sacred beasts' illusory forms, 100 years had quietly passed. Had 100 years passed in the outside world, his people would likely have been waiting for him with desperate longing. Fortunately, the 100 years spent within the god burial coffin's space passed in the real world like a fleeting moment. To Lu Xuan, it was nothing more than a snap of the fingers. I never expected the chaotic Heavenly Emperor art to be so difficult. Lu Xuan involuntarily drew in a cold breath and sighed inwardly. Although he had reached the four symbols sacred body realm, he felt no joy at all. The mere introductory stage of the chaotic Heavenly Emperor art had taken him 100 years, let alone the astronomical amount of cultivation resources it required. Those resources were the painstaking accumulation of his 10,000 years of effort, and now they were nearly exhausted. Without the support of these treasures of heaven and earth, his cultivation speed would probably have been dozens of times slower. In other words, relying solely on his own efforts, Lu Xuan would need at least 1,000 years of cultivation to reach the second tier of the chaotic Heavenly Emperor art. May these remaining cultivation resources become a steadfast support on my path. Lu Xuan tightly gripped the handful of resources left in his hands, a trace of concern flickering in his eyes. At the third tier, one could already enter the sovereign realm. Lu Xuan could already imagine how astonishingly powerful the subsequent tiers must be. A century slipped by in the blink of an eye. As the phantoms of the four sacred beasts merged with Lu Xuan's body one by one, it also marked the culmination of his four sacred beast body to its perfect state. Lu Xuan rose abruptly from the void, his every gesture radiating an unparalleled imperial aura and dominance. With a casual wave of his arm, the four sacred beast phantoms within his body instantly converged like meteors chasing the moon, forming a dazzling pillar of golden light that struck toward the void with earth-shattering force. Rumble. The moment the golden pillar exploded, heaven and earth trembled, as if a massive rift had been torn open in the void. Witnessing the earth-shattering power of the four sacred beast body, Lu Xuan himself was left dumbfounded with shock. This is merely the power of the first realm of the Chaos Heavenly Emperor art, yet it is already enough to instantly kill a quasi-emperor. If he were to cultivate to the second realm, wouldn't its power be even more earth-shattering? Lu Xuan's heart churned with excitement, his emotions overflowing beyond words. He could hardly contain his impatience to begin cultivating the second realm of the Chaos Heavenly Emperor art. However, the resources at his disposal had already grown scarce. Over the past 100,000 years, he had slain countless aliens and demonic beasts in the heavenly abyss, acquiring an inexhaustible supply of resources from them. Without exaggeration, the resources in his possession would have been enough for even a pig to easily cultivate to the Great Emperor realm. Yet now those same resources had only allowed him to perfect the first realm of the Chaos Heavenly Emperor art. Looking at the remaining resources in his hand, Lu Xuan felt somewhat helpless. These meager resources were not nearly enough for his needs. It seems that after breaking through to the second realm of the Chaos Heavenly Emperor art, I'll need to find some resources. Lu Xuan sighed and began calculating where he might obtain resources. The alien race was off limits, for now. After all, the heavenly venerable of the alien race had gifted him the immortality elixir, and Lu Xuan could not be ungrateful. At the very least, he could not harass the alien race for now. As for the human race, returning with his current strength might prove dangerous. Not to mention extensively plundering cultivation resources among the human race. That would be outright seeking death. If he truly did such a thing, he would simply be handing the human emperor's ammunition against him. He would likely perish at their hands. The only remaining choices were the demonic races dwelling beneath the heavenly abyss or the vast sea of worlds beneath his feet. Although the demonic races resided beneath the heavenly abyss and had been guarded by Lu Xuan with the God Burial Sword for 100,000 years, that did not mean their strength was negligible. Within the demonic race, aside from numerous demon emperors and kings, there existed powerful venerables whose strength rivaled the human emperors. If Lu Xuan were to invade their territory, he would inevitably provoke those venerables. Previously, Lu Xuan had never entered the demonic territories, confining himself within the heavenly abyss, so those demonic venerables could do nothing against him. But if he charged into the demonic lands himself, it would be like a lamb walking into a tiger's den, giving those venerables the opportunity to slay him. Although Lu Xuan desperately needed vast resources for his cultivation, he was not foolish enough to seek his own death. Thus his choice was reduced to the sea of worlds beneath his feet. This boundless ocean stretched for hundreds of millions of miles, serving not only as the domain of marine monsters, but also as a cultivation paradise rich in treasures. Within the Sea of Worlds existed heavenly and earthly treasures unlike anything found elsewhere. Over the past 100,000 years, although Lu Xuan had never stepped beyond the heavenly abyss, he had still acquired numerous treasures from the Sea of Worlds from the ancient alien kings and demonic overlords. Lu Xuan still remembered a piece of deep-sea ice jade from the ocean floor, which contained an exceptionally unique cold energy. After refining that ice jade, he had once extended his lifespan by 10 years. Although 10 years of lifespan meant little to a great emperor, for Lu Xuan, at that time those 10 years had provided immense assistance. It was precisely with those 10 years that Lu Xuan was able to slay 10 ancient alien kings with a single sword strike during the Great War 50,000 years ago, when the aliens knew their lifespans were drawing to a close, thereby deterring the remaining alien kings from ever daring to set foot near the passage again. Lu Xuan had once considered that if he personally ventured into the Sea of Worlds to search extensively for this kind of marine ice jade, it might help him extend his lifespan. However, due to his commitment to honoring his promise and guarding the heavenly abyss, Lu Xuan dared not stray even a step away. Thus, he willingly abandoned this excellent opportunity to extend his lifespan. Now free from any constraints, the Sea of Worlds beneath his feet was undoubtedly the ideal place for him to seek cultivation resources. Just after Lu Xuan had chosen his target for plundering, his Chaos Heavenly Emperor art formally entered its second realm. This second realm was known as the Chaos Divine Furnace stage. It represented a further advancement upon the foundation of the four sacred beast body, merging the power of the four sacred beasts to condense chaos spiritual energy. Then, using the power of chaos spiritual energy combined with the four sacred beast body, he refined his physique into a chaos divine furnace capable of refining everything. As Lu Xuan broke through to the chaos divine furnace stage, his four sacred beast body also underwent a transformation, evolving into the chaos body. The chaos body. This was the supreme physique that transcended all others. Possessing the chaos body meant one could resist the suppression of the heavenly Tao's laws, achieving emperorhood smoothly in any era. The emperor here did not refer to mere underworld emperors, but to the immortal emperors who resided high above the 9 heavens, truly the existence standing at the pinnacle of all worlds. As long as the chaos body did not perish, one would inevitably become an immortal emperor. This was also the foundation of why the Chaos Heavenly Emperor art could transcend the constraints of the Heavenly Tao and achieve venerable status beyond it. By cultivating the Chaos body, one could break through to the venerable realm even without imperial venerable laws. Not even the immortal king bodies or divine king bodies possessed the qualification to compare with the Chaos body. The moment Lu Xuan completed the formation of his Chaos body, the skies above the Sea of Worlds underwent dramatic changes. The previously clear expanse of sky was instantly shrouded by countless dark clouds. Hardly had the dark clouds gathered when countless ferocious winds erupted. Crackle! Within the cloud layers, lightning flashed and thunder roared. For a time, the once tranquil skies above the Sea of Worlds became a scene of apocalyptic fury with torrential winds and rain, raging thunder and lightning. Within the Sea of Worlds itself, monstrous waves surged and water spouts shot skyward. The entire sea transformed into a vortex of storms with rolling waves and relentless lightning. Above the sky, 5 enormous suns of different colors appeared. Red, white, gold, cyan, and black. These 5 suns of varying hues radiated terrifying destructive forces. Wherever they passed, all things were annihilated, obliterated, and returned to nothingness. The marine beasts of the Sea of Worlds, upon drawing near, were instantly swept into the sky, where they were incinerated into charcoal by lightning, torn to pieces by ferocious winds, and reduced to ashes by flames. In the blink of an eye, the Sea of Worlds above had become akin to a living hell on earth. Lu Xuan, who was cultivating within the god burial coffin, also sensed everything occurring outside, and his expression suddenly changed dramatically. He knew this was the Heavenly Tao's punishment descending to destroy his chaos body. The chaos body was too powerful, too defiant of heavenly principles. It was an existence that transcended the Heavenly Tao's control. Therefore, at the very moment he cultivated the chaos body, the Heavenly Tao responded by sending down apocalyptic disasters: the Great Sun Fire Calamity, the Purple Sun Thunder Calamity, the Yin Sun Wind Calamity, and the Black Sun Water Calamity. A total of 5 Heavenly Tao disasters descended, each powerful enough to destroy heaven and earth, raining down upon Lu Xuan in an attempt to completely annihilate his chaos body. Above the Emperor Pass, one by one the human emperors stood with mouths agape, staring at the apocalyptic scene above the Sea of Worlds. Many of these emperors had guarded the Emperor Pass for tens of thousands of years, yet they had never before witnessed such terrifying phenomena above the Sea of Worlds. Emperor Jiangming, who had already retreated within the Emperor Pass, instantly appeared before the pass, as well his expression shaken as he gazed at the horrifying spectacle above the Sea of Worlds. Suddenly his gaze shuddered violently, and his entire body froze in disbelief as his eyes widened impossibly. Amidst the heaven-filling calamities, he actually caught sight of that person's figure. It is Lu Xuan. The Heavenly Tao tribulation has descended because of Lu Xuan. Emperor Jiangming was struck speechless with astonishment. He cried out in utter disbelief. What unspeakable atrocity could he have committed that even the Heavenly Tao itself would descend to tribulation to annihilate him? One after another, the ancient emperors of the alien races who had been hiding within the void had already retreated in panic the moment the Heavenly Tao tribulation descended. The Heavenly Tao tribulation spanned thousands of miles, and were they not to flee, they too would be swept into its calculations. Their speed was blistering, each one darting away like a rabbit with its tail caught, vanishing back into the abyss in the blink of an eye. These ancient emperors of the alien races who would not pale, even should Mount Tai crumble before them, now trembled in abject terror. How terrifying! That is the Heavenly Tao tribulation. Lu Xuan, that god of slaughter. Even the Heavenly Tao itself seeks to smite him. 5 Heavenly Tao tribulations have appeared simultaneously because of him. Truly worthy of being Lu Xuan. Even should he perish beneath the Heavenly Tao tribulation, he shall still be the foremost figure across all ages. But why does the Heavenly Tao seek to obliterate Lu Xuan? Clearly Lu Xuan is the greatest hero of the human race, his merits surpassing all others. The Heavenly Tao ought to reward him. Why then does it wish to erase him from existence? Could it be that the Heavenly Tao itself has grown muddled? The Heavenly Tao tribulation descends only upon those whose sins are so heinous that even heaven itself can no longer tolerate their existence. Moreover, such villains are generally deemed worthy of merely a single Heavenly Tao tribulation. To draw forth 2 simultaneously is already exceedingly rare. As for those who could summon 3 or more at once, they had never so much as heard of such a thing. Yet now Lu Xuan had drawn forth 5 Heavenly Tao tribulations. All 5 Heavenly Tao tribulations had descended because of him. One could well imagine how resolute the Heavenly Tao was in its determination to annihilate him. Beneath the convergence of 5 Heavenly Tao tribulations, none could hope to endure. Not even Lu Xuan. These ancient emperors of the alien races all felt it was an injustice for Lu Xuan. Lu Xuan had defended the human race at the abyss for 100,000 years, and those he slew were all alien life forms. Were punishment to come, it should have been dealt by the Heavenly Tao of the alien races. Of course, within the alien races there exists no power of the Heavenly Tao. This is precisely why the alien races are not bound by its constraints, nor are their sovereigns limited in number to 9. To the human race, and to the heavenly Tao itself, Lu Xuan was undeniably a great meritorious hero. Yet now the heavenly Tao sought to strike him down, a matter beyond all comprehension. Those ancient emperors of the alien races all voiced their indignation on Lu Xuan's behalf. Lu Xuan, you cannot withstand these heavenly Tao tribulations. Surrender yourself to our foreign domain instead. Within the foreign domain, one is beyond the reach of the heavenly Tao's constraints. The moment you set foot within it, even that damnable heavenly Tao shall be powerless against you. The Fox Ancient Emperor was the most anxious of all. Were Lu Xuan to perish beneath the heavenly Tao, how could he return and answer to the Green Fox Sovereign? His words pierced through layer upon layer of heavenly Tao tribulation, reaching Lu Xuan's ears. Lu Xuan, who had long been aware of these ancient emperors following in his wake, heard the anxious voice of the Fox Ancient Emperor. An inexpressible emotion flickered within his gaze. Who could have imagined that the human race he had protected for 100,000 years would be only too eager to see him perish beneath these heavenly Tao tribulations? And yet the alien races he had suppressed for that same span of years were at this mortal juncture willing to offer him sanctuary. A bitter irony welled up within Lu Xuan. It seemed as though those 100,000 years of his existence were nothing but a tragic jest. Fortunately, Lu Xuan had long since abandoned all hope for the human race, so naturally no sorrow or disappointment stirred within him. He raised his gaze toward the 5 suns hanging in the heavens above. The Apocalypse, Heavenly Calamity, the Grand Sun Fire Calamity, the Violet Sun Thunder Calamity, the Een Sun Wind Calamity, and the Black Sun Water Calamity. The most catastrophic tribulations beneath the heavenly Tao had all descended for him alone. Even were he to perish beneath them, it would be a death worthy of supreme pride. Of course Lu Xuan would not die. The Chaos Heavenly Emperor art records that the Chaos body is a heaven-defying talent that the heavenly Tao itself cannot tolerate. I never imagined that merely upon first cultivating the Chaos body, I would summon 5 heavenly Tao tribulations. It appears the heavenly Tao shall never rest until it has utterly erased me. Lu Xuan let forth a cold laugh toward the heavens. In the face of the calamity-ridden forces he harbored not the slightest trace of worry, his expression instead one of perfect composure. He had foreseen all of this long ago from the very moment he began cultivating the Chaos Heavenly Emperor art. Moreover, the art had already provided him with a flawless solution. Boom. With a wave of Lu Xuan's palm, the coffin of burial gods rose into the air. In that very instant, the forces of the heavenly Tao tribulations automatically surged toward the coffin and struck it. Yet these incomprehensibly powerful forces of the heavenly Tao tribulation struck the coffin of burial gods only to vanish like clay oxen cast into the sea. The coffin of burial gods was like a colossal sponge. No matter how much of the heavenly Tao tribulation descended, it was all absorbed within. So long as the coffin endured, none of those tribulation forces could even come close to Lu Xuan. In but a brief moment, the overwhelming tribulation forces of the heavenly Tao were completely devoured by the coffin of burial gods. Clarity was restored to the heavens above, and silence once more reigned across the Sea of Realms. Lu Xuan stood quietly upon the Sea of Realms, his gaze lifted toward the coffin of burial gods, now grown mightier still after absorbing the heavenly Tao tribulations. A smile of satisfaction curved upon his lips. You never saw this coming, did you, treacherous heavens? Not only did the heavenly Tao tribulation fail to stop me, it actually helped me unlock the 34th tier of the coffin of burial gods' innate seals. The coffin had originally contained a full 108 innate seals. Previously, Lu Xuan had spent 100,000 years barely unsealing 20 of its innate seals. Yet now, with the aid of the heavenly Tao tribulation, 34 innate seals had been unlocked in a single instant. Now, with 54 innate seals already unsealed, the coffin of burial gods had long since transcended the realm of an ultimate imperial armament. These innate seals were an artifact forging technique found only within the bodies of ultimate imperial armaments. 9 seals comprise a single tier. Each additional tier of innate seals allows an ultimate imperial armament's might to ascend to an entirely new level. An ordinary ultimate imperial armament possesses at most 3 tiers of 27 innate seals. Once the innate seals exceed this number, the ultimate imperial armament undergoes sublimation, attaining a power comparable to an immortal artifact. Therefore, ultimate imperial armaments of 4 tiers or above are also known as immortal artifacts. This coffin of burial gods possesses a full 12 tiers, 108 innate seals. Once all its innate seals are unsealed, the coffin of burial gods shall wield a terrifying might comparable to an immortal emperor artifact. Now, by harnessing the forces of the heavenly Tao tribulation, Lu Xuan had directly unsealed 54 innate seals within the coffin. Once Lu Xuan refined these 54 innate seals, he could unleash the power of an upper-grade immortal artifact from within the coffin of burial gods. Compared to the coffin of before, which had only 20 innate seals refined, its might had increased not merely by 100 or 1,000-fold. With the coffin of burial gods refined through 54 tiers of innate seals, Lu Xuan might even stand a chance of slaying an emperor sovereign. After all, no matter how powerful an emperor's sovereign may be, he remains beneath the realm of the immortals. He could absolutely not withstand the assault of an upper-grade immortal artifact. Excellent. Such heavenly Dao tribulations. The more the merrier. Lu Xuan beamed with delight, even wishing those earlier tribulations had descended in greater numbers. Perhaps they could have directly helped him unseal all 108 seals within the coffin of burial gods. However, after all the forces of the heavenly Dao tribulation had been absorbed by the coffin of burial gods, the heavenly Dao seemed to have withdrawn entirely, showing no intention of continuing to send tribulations to annihilate him. Lu Xuan could only heave a sigh, temporarily sheathing the coffin of burial gods, a trace of regret flickering within his eyes. What a pity! For now, the hope of using the heavenly Dao to unseal all 108 seals within the coffin would have to remain unfulfilled. Yet this time he had reaped an immense harvest. Not only had the Chaos Heavenly Emperor art advanced to its second tier, successfully cultivating the Chaos body, but he had also unsealed 54 innate seals within the coffin of burial gods. For him, these gains alone were more than sufficient. Now he needed only to refine the 24 innate seals newly unsealed within the coffin, and he would possess absolute confidence in safely returning to the human race. With the coffin of burial gods fortified by 54 innate seals, even when facing an emperor's sovereign, he might not be without a chance of victory. Lu Xuan appeared unscathed above the boundary sea, having effortlessly withstood the heavenly Dao calamity. Upon witnessing this sight, everyone was utterly dumbfounded. Above the Emperor Pass, Emperor Zhongming, who had just been certain of Lu Xuan's demise, stared at the unharmed Lu Xuan in such shock that he nearly bit through his own tongue. It can't be Kinnit. How is he still alive? Emperor Zhongming even began to doubt his own eyes. That had been 5 varieties of heavenly Dao calamity moments ago. Any single one of them possessed the power to obliterate great emperors such as themselves. Yet how had Lu Xuan managed to withstand all of the heavenly Dao calamities? Is this man truly still merely a great emperor? Could this Lu Xuan perhaps be an emperor sovereign who had been concealing his true strength? Behind Emperor Zhongming, a group of human race great emperors were left staring in speechless astonishment. They all gaped with wide eyes, looking like ducks with their throats seized. Within the boundary sea, one after another, the great oceanic demons who had long since submerged themselves in hiding at the arrival of the heavenly Dao calamity were likewise left utterly bewildered. The sea race great demons, whose strength pierced through the heavens themselves, now gazed upon Lu Xuan with eyes that beheld him as though he were a divine being. Above the heavenly abyss, the ancient sovereigns of the foreign races who had been mourning Lu Xuan in their hearts were all struck dumb. What were they witnessing? Lu Xuan was still alive. At this moment, those ancient sovereigns of the foreign races all burst into ecstatic celebration. I knew it. This killing god Lu Xuan has survived for 100,000 years. How could he possibly perish so easily? Huh. How wonderful. Even the heavenly Dao calamity couldn't kill him. This fellow is simply beyond human. These ancient sovereigns of the foreign races were in fact even more delighted than Lu Xuan himself. Far above the boundary sea, Lu Xuan's heart was stirred when he heard the celebratory laughter of those foreign race ancient sovereigns cheering for him. He had guarded the heavenly abyss for 100,000 years, and he understood these foreign races rather well. Although these foreign races were indeed sworn enemies of the human race, they were also the easiest to get along with. At this moment, Lu Xuan seemed to have already solidified a certain conviction within his heart. He had already chosen the most fitting destination for his clansmen. However, there was no rush for that now. What he needed to do at present was not to assault the Emperor Pass, but rather to plunder resources. He required vast quantities of resources to cultivate the chaotic heavenly emperor technique and to refine the god-burying coffin. The sea race denizens of the boundary sea beneath his feet represented the finest target for his resource plundering. Just as Lu Xuan prepared to descend into the ocean, he heard Lu Linglong's call. Ancestor, can you hear me? Upon suddenly hearing Lu Linglong's summons, a flash of tension crossed Lu Xuan's expression. His very first thought was that the Lu family had encountered a crisis. Linglong, has something happened to the family? Lu Xuan asked in a low, grave voice. If the family had truly encountered a crisis, he would have no choice but to force his way through the Emperor Pass and rush back to them this very instant. Ancestor, the family remains safe for now. Although the 4 grand elders of the Lin family have been attacking without cease day and night, they have been completely unable to breach the formation you left behind. The ancestor need not worry about the family for the moment. Lu Linglong's response caused Lu Xuan's expression to ease somewhat. He furrowed his brow and asked, "Then what is it that you need from me?" "I have good news to share with you, ancestor." Excitement colored Lu Linglong's voice as she said eagerly, "Father asked me to tell you that he has successfully proven his Dao and attained the great emperor realm. Now that our Lu family has a great emperor, holding court, the formation you left behind has become all the more impregnable. Therefore, ancestor need not worry about matters on the family side for now. Rather, ancestor should be cautious. Since the Lin family cannot breach our clan's protective formation, they will most certainly seek ways to obstruct your return, ancestor." Upon hearing that it was Lu Tianyuan who had proven his Dao and attained emperorhood, Lu Xuan was nevertheless mildly taken aback. From the moment he had transmitted the technique until now less than a single day had passed. The fact that Lu Xuan had been able to prove his Dao and attain emperorhood within a single year did indeed come as a surprise to Lu Xuan. After all, under normal circumstances, even after acquiring an emperor-level continuation technique, one would require at least 10 days to half a month of comprehension before achieving the breakthrough to prove one's Dao and attain emperorhood. Yet now Lu Xuan had required merely a single day. Lu Xuan could not discern whether this was due to Lu Xuan's heaven-defying talent or whether there existed some other cause, such as for instance a treasure from a secret realm that accelerated the passage of time. Lu Xuan did not inquire into such trivial matters. Knowing that the Lu family now had a great emperor holding court, Lu Xuan's heart was considerably relieved. Once manned by a great emperor, the emperor-level formation he had left behind would see its might multiplied 1,000-fold. In particular, upon attaining the great emperor realm, Lu Xuan would possess the strength to activate the clan's protective emperor armament. With Lu Xuan's emperor-level formation working in concert with the clan's protective emperor armament, even a multitude of great emperors would find it impossible to breach the Lu family. Naturally, if an emperor sovereign were to intervene in person, the Lu family's formation would be equally unable to hold. However, those human race emperor sovereigns should, at least for the time being, refrain from casting aside their dignity to act against the Lu family. Knowing the Lu family to be temporarily safe, Lu Xuan breathed a sigh of relief on his end as well. As for Lu Linglong's conjecture that the Lin family would move against him, Lu Xuan was not the least bit concerned. Should that old ancestor of the Lin family dare to appear before him, he would only be courting his own destruction. What Lu Xuan had truly worried about from never that mere Lin family alone, but rather the human race emperor sovereigns standing behind them. I understand. You must not let your guard down either. You must continue to cultivate diligently and elevate your strength as swiftly as possible. Also remember, until I return, under no circumstances is anyone to deactivate the clan's protective formation. No matter who comes, the clan's protective formation must not be opened. Lu Xuan spoke slowly. Lu Linglong naturally understood all of this and nodded in agreement. Rest assured, Ancestor. We shall remain here awaiting your return. Until we see the Ancestor with our own eyes, no matter who comes, we shall not deactivate the clan's protective formation. The clan's protective formation was their final line of defense. Once it fell, the Lu clan would likely face extermination. Therefore, even without Lu Xuan's reminder, they would never have deactivated the clan's protective formation of their own accord. Moreover, within the current Lu family, those capable of deactivating the protective formation were limited solely to Lu Xuan, who had just proven his Dao as a great emperor, and Lu Linglong, who bore Lu Xuan's emperor aura. So long as those two did not act, no other member of the Lu clan possessed either the means or the strength to deactivate the protective formation. Learning that matters on the family side were well, Lu Xuan at last entered the ocean with peace of mind. As he plunged beneath the waters, his form descended swiftly. In the span of mere moments, he had already reached the depths of the boundary sea. Before his eyes lay an entirely different undersea world. Everywhere his gaze fell, dazzling treasures abounded, scintillating coral, giant clams, pearls, and other precious treasures. Any single one of these brought to the surface would fetch an extraordinary price. However, to Lu Xuan, such things held little utility. What he required now were materials capable of aiding his cultivation. As Lu Xuan advanced, the sea demons within several hundred li of the depths all fled in terror toward the distance. They had all witnessed the sight of Lu Xuan withstanding the heavenly Dao calamity, and had also beheld that battle in which he slew 4 emperors with a single sword. Therefore, upon seeing Lu Xuan arrive in the undersea world, they all fled in panic, none daring to approach within 100 li of him. Throughout Lu Xuan's passage, not a single trace of any sea demon could be seen. This gave Lu Xuan something of a headache. Even after searching for a time within this undersea world, he had only managed to gather a few cultivation resources of no great rarity, which were of limited assistance to him. Presently, Lu Xuan came to a halt atop a mountain of crimson coral that resembled flames. Gazing toward the oceanic creatures fleeing in all directions in the distance, his eyes shifted. It seems I shall have to capture a few sea demons and question them. Only these sea demons truly know where all the cultivation resources within the sea lie. It was not long before he spotted a sea demon with the power of a great emperor. It was an immense sea serpent. Its body alone stretched for hundreds of zhang, and the serpentine scales across its form gleamed with a radiance as brilliant as steel. Unlike the other sea demons that had fled in all directions, this sea serpent demon emperor lay hidden within his underwater palace, his gaze dark and brooding as it fixed upon Lu Xuan. Lu Xuan could tell that the surrounding waters must constitute this sea serpent demon emperor's domain. Like all other spirit beasts, these sea demons possessed an immensely strong sense of territorial dominion. For tens of thousands of li in every direction, this territory belonged to the sea serpent demon emperor. The sea demons in the surrounding waters were naturally his subordinates. Lu Xuan, this intruder, had so terrified the sea serpent demon emperor's followers that they scattered in all directions to escape. Should he fail to emerge, he would be mocked by the other sea demon emperors, and those sea demons who had sworn fealty to him would begin to harbor treacherous thoughts. However, he had also witnessed Lu Xuan's strength and knew that Lu Xuan was not a foe to be trifled with. Thus, for the moment, he only dared to remain concealed within his underwater palace, harboring no desire to engage Lu Xuan in combat. Yet Lu Xuan had already set his sights upon him. Lu Xuan descended above the underwater palace of the Sea Serpent Demon Emperor, his gaze burning with intensity as it locked onto the Sea Serpent Demon Emperor. He spoke directly, "I do not wish to slay you. Hand over the cultivation resources within your underwater palace. If they satisfy me, I shall depart." Lu Xuan held nothing back, stating his intentions plainly and without preamble. The Sea Serpent Demon Emperor, who had been hiding within his palace, unwilling to show himself, heard Lu Xuan's brazen threat and burned with such fury that he nearly exploded. He stirred his colossal body and burst forth from his underwater palace, arriving before Lu Xuan. In a voice cold as ice he roared, "Human, I know that you are formidable, yet to come to this emperor's palace and rob me so brazenly. Is that not showing far too little regard for the dignity of our aquatic race?" The Sea Serpent Demon Emperor's voice thundered mightily, echoing across the entirety of the Boundary Sea. Beyond the Sea Serpent Demon Emperor's territory, one sea race demon emperor after another learned that Lu Xuan, this intruder, had dared to threaten the Sea Serpent Demon Emperor, and each of them was seized with towering fury. Although they had all witnessed the scene of Lu Xuan withstanding the heavenly Tao tribulation, none of them held Lu Xuan in any particular esteem. After all, it was the god burial coffin that had aided Lu Xuan in resisting the heavenly Tao tribulation, not Lu Xuan himself. As for the matter of Lu Xuan slaying 4 human race great emperors with a single sword upon the boundary, these sea race demon emperors paid it little heed either. These sea race demon emperors had always held the human race's great emperors in contempt. They even believed that were they to take action personally, they too could slay those human race great emperors. Any one of these sea race demon emperors possessed the strength to slay 10 or even several dozen human race great emperors. Furthermore, these waters were the domain of the sea demons. Within this boundary sea, these sea demons could bring their strength to its absolute pinnacle. Yet Lu Xuan, a human race great emperor, upon entering the ocean waters would surely find his strength suppressed. With such disparity between the two sides, they did not believe Lu Xuan posed any considerable threat. Thus, these sea race demon emperors paid little heed to Lu Xuan's threats. "Sea Serpent, should you dare surrender any resources whatsoever, you shall become the shame of our sea race. How dare a mere human race great emperor behave so presumptuously within our sea race's domain? Such audacious recklessness. Human, I urge you not to be blind to your own peril. Depart from the sea race now, and perhaps we might yet spare your life." One after another, sea race demon emperors emerged from their respective domains. Within the territory surrounding the Sea Serpent Demon Emperor alone, no fewer than several dozen sea race demon emperors, a formidable presence materialized. Upon witnessing the arrival of so many sea race demon emperors, the Sea Serpent Demon Emperor, who had only moments ago been quivering with fear, instantly grew arrogant and overbearing. He swayed his massive body, and with a triumphant sneer laughed toward Lu Xuan. "Human, have you now witnessed the might of our sea race? Even if you possessed 3 heads and 6 arms, you could never possibly be the match of all of us combined. I advise you to be sensible and apologize to this emperor. I shall then pretend that what just transpired never occurred and permit you to leave." No sooner had the Sea Serpent Demon Emperor's voice fallen than the surrounding sea race demon emperors all raised their voices in unified chorus. "A mere apology is far from sufficient. He must kneel. His actions earlier have insulted our entire sea race. You human race have been running rampant across the boundary sea these past years. That we of the sea race have refrained from disciplining you has already been an act of extraordinary mercy. Yet now you dare press into the sea race's domain and threaten our demon emperors. You truly do not know how the character for death is written." These sea race demon emperors grew ever more insolent with each passing moment, their words increasingly outrageous, until some were even clamoring for Lu Xuan to take his own life in atonement. Lu Xuan, who had originally only intended to seize some cultivation resources from the Sea Serpent Demon Emperor's underwater palace, heard the jeers and curses of these sea race demon emperors, and the expression on his face gradually darkened. Tens of thousands of li distant from this stretch of sea, within the waters, a group of ancient sovereigns from foreign races lay concealed in the darkness. They had been following behind Lu Xuan all along, silently observing his every move. When they beheld these sea race demon emperors daring to hurl such brazen threats at Lu Xuan, the ancient sovereigns of the foreign races were utterly dumbfounded. Holy hell! Have these sea race fellows gone completely mad? The strongest among them is merely at the late stage demon emperor realm. Not a single one has even reached the peak of demon emperor. How dare they threaten Lu Xuan? Do they truly believe that sheer numbers will avail them? Before a slaughter god like Lu Xuan, even peak great emperors are scarcely worth mentioning. These insignificant demon emperors of theirs are not even enough for Lu Xuan to cut through. Heh! Lu Xuan originally came merely to demand some cultivation resources, yet never did these sea race demon emperors expect to be so foolish as to stake their very lives into the bargain. I can already envision the sight of them being slaughtered by Lu Xuan. No one understood the terror of Lu Xuan better than these ancient sovereigns of the foreign races. A rabble of minor demon emperors before Lu Xuan, no matter how numerous, are nothing more than refuse. How laughable that these worthless demon emperors dare to act so arrogantly before Lu Xuan. It is utterly absurd. Just as the words of these foreign race ancient sovereigns had barely fallen, they saw Lu Xuan move. Even across tens of thousands of li, they could still sense that the aura emanating from Lu Xuan was plummeting toward an icy chill at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even the seawater surrounding Lu Xuan began rapidly congealing into ice. Even a fool could see that Lu Xuan had been roused to fury. The foreign race ancient sovereigns who had already maintained a distance of tens of thousands of li from Lu Xuan upon witnessing the moment Lu Xuan's wrath was ignited all fled at their absolute maximum speed. Once this madman Lu Xuan is roused to fury, the consequences are too terrifying. They are simply not something they could possibly endure. Do you all still remember? The last time Lu Xuan was incited to such wrath, several million troops of the Foreign Race Alliance, along with 8 ancient sovereigns, were slaughtered clean by a single sword. Damned right I remember. Back then I was clever enough not to march out with those ancient sovereigns. Otherwise I would long since have become another soul departed beneath Lu Xuan's blade. Would it not have been better for these sea-race demon emperors to simply go on living? They had to provoke Lu Xuan. The consequences I fear are more than they can bear. Sigh. These sea-race fellows are likely to be slaughtered to the last. These foreign race ancient sovereigns lamented even as they fled. They alone had witnessed what Lu Xuan looked like when his fury was truly unleashed. Above the sea serpent demon emperor's territory, upon seeing the seawater surrounding Lu Xuan all rapidly congealing into ice, the sea serpent demon emperor, too, felt fear grip his heart. He seemed to sense a terrifying aura rising swiftly from Lu Xuan's person. In this moment Lu Xuan had become an entirely different being. As though he had become an altogether different person. Even his eyes had grown exceedingly strange. The whites that should have filled his eyeballs had completely vanished. Both eyes had transformed into pools of pure blackness, like 2 black holes capable of devouring everything in existence. Only at this moment did Lu Xuan finally speak. His voice, cold and domineering, echoed across the entirety of the boundary sea. You see, demons have already forged for yourselves a path to death. The instant Lu Xuan's voice faded, the burial heaven divine sword surged forth in a flash. A terrifying sword radiance, brilliant as a single point of light cleaving through the darkness, blazed outward, expanding with inexorable speed. The sea serpent demon emperor who had been nearest to Lu Xuan perceived only that single point of light before his colossal form was rent asunder in an instant. His great emperor origin had no time to escape. It drifted of its own accord into Lu Xuan's outstretched hand. With but a single draw of his sword, he had casually slain the sea serpent demon emperor. The surrounding sea race demon emperors who mere moments ago had been jeering and mocking Lu Xuan now stood paralyzed with shock at the sight before them. They had presumed that Lu Xuan's strength would be curtailed upon descending into the ocean's depths. Yet Lu Xuan's might far transcended anything they could have possibly imagined. As those sea-race demon emperors stood frozen in stunned disbelief, the burial heaven divine sword descended in a flash. The resonant hum of the sword rang out like a dirge of farewell. In the very moment that sword song fell, every living creature of the sea race within hundreds of thousands of leagues was reduced to ash. Even the dozens of sea-race demon emperors in the surrounding waters could not escape. Each and every one was annihilated beneath the burial heaven divine sword, crumbling into dust. The ancient emperors of the foreign races who had just fled over 1,000,000 leagues away halted their steps in abject terror the moment the sword song echoed through the void. When they beheld the hundreds of thousands of leagues of ocean behind them transformed into a barren expanse of ash, those ancient emperors collectively drew in sharp breaths of astonishment. Fortunate indeed that they had escaped. Had they lingered, they too would have perished beneath that single sword. Hiss. So this is Lu Xuan's true power. A single stroke leveling hundreds of thousands of leagues, slaying countless sea demons and dozens of demon emperors. Even those ancient reverends might not be capable of such a feat. The Green Fox ancient emperor gazed upon the ruins of the seabed behind him, his heart trembling with awe. Who could have imagined that mere moments ago this place had been a flourishing realm of splendor? Who could have imagined that mere moments ago tens of millions of sea-race beings had inhabited these waters? Such was the might of a single sword, terrible beyond measure. Though Lu Xuan may not yet stand among the emperor reverends, his combat prowess has already reached that terrifying echelon. Lu Xuan alone rivals dozens of ancient emperors. As expected, the heavenly venerable possessed far-sighted wisdom. He perceived long ago that Lu Xuan was no ordinary being, which is why he ordered us to aid him in secret. Should Lu Xuan join the foreign realms, he would surely become a tremendous asset to our cause. One by one, the ancient emperors of the foreign races gasped in collective wonder, their gazes upon Lu Xuan, now brimming with fervor and anticipation. Lu Xuan stood alone above the desolate ruins. With the release of that sword strike, the frigid aura that had enveloped him dissipated in an instant. His eyes returned to their normal hue in the blink of an eye. With a casual wave of his palm, countless treasures and cultivation resources flew toward him unbidden from all directions. These were the accumulated hoards stored within the underwater mansions of those sea-raced demon emperors, all now thoroughly plundered by Lu Xuan. The combined collections of dozens of sea-raced demon emperors comprising rare and exotic treasures, sacred pills, imperial herbs, spirit stones, and marvelous artifacts now lay piled into mountains. Even the distant ancient emperors of the foreign races watched with covetous eyes. Were it not for their inability to defeat Lu Xuan, they would surely have rushed forward in a frenzied swarm to snatch everything away. Damn, that's a sea dragon flower, an apex imperial herb whose single petal can extend one's lifespan by a century and purify the essence of life itself. I recall the green fox venerable possessed merely a single petal which he treasured above all else. Yet Lu Xuan has acquired over a dozen of the flowers outright. The green fox ancient emperor immediately spotted the golden blossoms, each the size of a rice bowl, and his eyes nearly popped from their sockets with sheer envy. No way, no way. That stone larger than a millstone. Could it truly be the imperial herb sea god fruit? Wah! Does heaven hold no justice whatsoever? I once exhausted every ounce of effort to obtain merely a fist-sized fragment of sea god fruit, yet Lu Xuan possesses an entire millstone-sized specimen of the treasure. Yet another ancient emperor of the foreign races collapsed into despair for the sea god fruit he had treasured for tens of thousands of years, suddenly paled into insignificance. Such spectacles of envy were by no means isolated occurrences. One after another, the ancient emperors of the foreign races discovered the imperial herbs, sacred medicines, and exotic treasures they had long dreamt of possessing, their eyes reddening with envy until they burned like embers. Tell me, Green Fox, shall we attempt to plunder as well? I asked for little, merely those stellar origin crystals. With so many of them, I could refine over a dozen imperial armaments. I ask for little either, just 1% of those imperial herbs, and I shall be content. Nor am I greedy. If I could snatch away but one or two of those seabed treasures, I would be perfectly satisfied. Those reddened-eyed ancient emperors began conspiring amongst themselves, goading the green fox ancient emperor into agreeing to join their cause and plunder Lu Xuan's spoils alongside them. The green fox ancient emperor's face turned pallid with alarm as he rebuked them sharply. Whoever fears no death, then go forth. To steal from Lu Xuan, have you all been kicked in the head by a donkey? Are the possessions of that slaughter god so easily claimed? With but a single sentence, the green fox ancient emperor doused the inflamed ardor of those overheated ancient emperors, bringing them all back to their senses. Especially when they beheld the dozens of great emperor origins in Lu Xuan's grasp, they instinctively shrank back, their necks cringing in fear. They had no desire to share the fate of those sea-race demon emperors. Lu Xuan paid no heed to the commotion stirred up by those ancient emperors of the foreign races. With a sweep of his hand, he thoroughly plundered every resource from the underwater mansions within hundreds of thousands of leagues in the surrounding waters. Moreover, he had obtained a full 33 great emperor origins. The ocean depths truly are a realm of boundless wealth. The treasures of but an ordinary sea-race demon emperor exceed those of the ancient emperors of the foreign races by countless magnitudes. Lu Xuan's gaze gleamed with anticipation, for he now perceived the ocean depths as nothing less than a paradise. Were he not pressed by the urgency of cultivation, he would undoubtedly press onward to plunder more underwater mansions. Yet time was of the essence. The members of the Lu clan awaited his rescue. Thus Lu Xuan dared not indulge his greed. Armed with these cultivation resources, he swiftly departed the ocean depths. His speed was extraordinary. In the span of a breath, he arrived at a desolate stretch of seabed, produced the burial god coffin, and lay within it. In the next instant, he appeared within the coffin's inner dimension. Whoosh! The cultivation resources he had plundered from the ocean depths were brought forth, and he began his cultivation in earnest. It was not long after Lu Xuan vanished from the seabed that a group of ancient emperors of the foreign races emerged from their hiding spot. They searched the surroundings with utmost caution, confirming the absence of Lu Xuan's aura, before collectively exhaling in relief. Ha ha ha! That slaughter god Lu Xuan has departed. Yet we cannot have made this journey to the ocean depths for nothing. If Lu Xuan could plunder these sea-race beings, then so can we. Cast aside all restraint, my brothers. Let us strip bare every underwater mansion of those sea demons. The heavenly radiance ancient emperor could scarcely contain himself, raising his arms in ecstatic proclamation. Lu Xuan's treasures they dared not touch, but the sea-race demon emperors were fair game. There were over a dozen ancient emperors of the foreign races gathered here, each a formidable cultivator who had reached the pinnacle of power. For them to join forces in plundering the underwater mansions of lesser demon emperors would pose no challenge whatsoever. Even the usually composed green fox ancient emperor now shone with rekindled avarice in his eyes. Everyone must remember this: plunder only the underwater mansions of those sea demons with modest strength. And let none be greedy. There are 13 of us here. We shall seize 13 demon emperor mansions, and then leave immediately. Compared to those ancient emperors whose eyes had been glazed by the allure of the sea race, Treasures the Green Fox ancient emperor remained far more composed. After arranging their plan, he issued a stern warning. Whoever violates this accord shall not blame me for reporting these matters to the Green Fox Venerable upon our return. 13 ancient emperors from disparate races surged forward with overwhelming momentum hurtling toward the magnificent undersea palaces of the Sea Clan. Their forms moved like lightning, bearing an incomparable majesty, as though they meant to upend the entire sea realm. Yet matters did not unfold as smoothly as they had anticipated. No sooner had they finished scouring a single undersea palace than they were besieged on all sides, denied even a moment to savor their triumph. Monstrous great demons of the Sea Clan materialized all around them, each radiating a terrifying cultivation at the absolute peak of the Demon Emperor realm. Their faces were dark as still water, their gazes cold and ruthless as they fixed upon the 13 foreign ancient emperors. Every fiber of their beings exuded a ferocious hostility and bloodlust, and the tension reached its breaking point. One peak demon emperor, standing at the forefront, his countenance contorted with fury, bellowed like a thunderclap splitting the heavens. Our Sea Clan has always kept to itself and never meddled with you foreign races. Yet today you ancient emperors dare to trespass so wantonly into our domain. Do you mean to provoke a war of annihilation between our two races? Faced with this interrogation, the once arrogant foreign ancient emperors were rendered speechless, exchanging uneasy glances, utterly at a loss for a response. After all, they had come merely to plunder the Sea Clan's wealth and resources. They had never imagined the matter would escalate to such dire consequences. Especially upon beholding the dozens of Sea Clan demon emperors surrounding them, they realized the gravity of their predicament. The question was no longer whether they could complete their pillaging, but whether they could escape with their lives at all. And even if they did manage to flee once word of this incident reached the foreign realm, they would face severe punishment. A fragile peace had always been maintained between the foreign races and the Sea Clan. Because the Sea Clan dwelt within the boundary sea, neither the human race nor the foreign races were willing to rupture relations with them lightly. The foreign races in particular still required passage through the boundary sea in order to assail the Emperor Pass. Thus antagonizing the Sea Clan offered the foreign races no benefit whatsoever. Now that these ancient emperors had dared to band together and pillage the undersea palaces, should this matter spread, it would inevitably shatter the fragile peace between the two races. Moreover, this would cast a shadow over the future war between the foreign races and humanity. After all, the boundary sea had always been the Sea Clan's domain. If the Sea Clan were to strike at them as they crossed the sea, or worse, ally with humanity, to launch a pincer assault upon them while they attacked the Emperor Pass, that would be the very nightmare the foreign races most dreaded. Honored lords, you may have misunderstood our purpose. We did not come here to target the Sea Clan, but rather to seek Lu Xuan. Yes, we are here to hunt down Lu Xuan, that heartless demon who kills without blinking. Watching the Sea Clan demon emperors darken their expressions like storm clouds on the verge of bursting, the Heavenly Fox ancient emperor darted his cunning eyes about and hurriedly offered his explanation. Heavenly Fox ancient emperor, do you take this emperor for a child of 3? If you seek Lu Xuan, why then do you barge into our Sea Clan's palaces? A Sea Clan demon emperor, his wrath ignited like an enraged lion, let forth a thunderous roar that directly tore apart the Heavenly Fox ancient emperor's lie. Yet the Heavenly Fox ancient emperor remained utterly composed. With a sly chuckle, he continued his silver-tongued explanation. What you may not know is that Lu Xuan has guarded the abyss for 100,000 years. He is the mortal enemy of our foreign races. Now he attempts to flee back to humanity. How could we possibly let him escape? Thus, the Heavenly Venerable has dispatched us to pursue Lu Xuan, and we must capture him alive and bring him back to the foreign realm. We never anticipated that Lu Xuan would prove so cunning, slipping away like a loach into your palaces. We had no choice but to pursue him here. If we have caused any offense, we humbly ask for your forbearance. The Heavenly Fox ancient emperor's words were half truth and half falsehood, and the Sea Clan demon emperors, ignorant of the inner circumstances, found themselves half convinced for the moment. Especially upon hearing the Heavenly Fox ancient emperor invoke the name of the Heavenly Venerable, a flicker of dread surfaced in the eyes of the Sea Clan demon emperors. Even those who did not fully believe him dared not press the matter further. After all, these foreign ancient emperors had the Heavenly Venerable as their formidable backing. Apart from the Heavenly Venerable himself, there remained at least a dozen or more ancient venerables within the foreign races. As for the Sea Clan, not only did they lack any expert of the Heavenly Venerable's caliber, they possessed but 2 or 3 demon venerables at most. And most of them remained in a state of sealed slumber for the better part of the time. Unless the clan faced a moment of life and death crisis, their Sea Clan demon venerables would not lightly intervene. Still, one stubborn demon emperor pressed on. If that is so, then what are you doing here? And the things in your hands, they clearly belong to our Sea Clan. How do you explain that? Why, this is all a misunderstanding. The things in our hands were actually seized from that slaughter god Lu Xuan. Surely you all witnessed how that demon butchered tens of millions of Sea Clan members and ransacked dozens of palaces. We had originally intended to stop him, but alas, we were a step too late. By the time we caught up, all we managed to snatch back from him was this paltry amount. The Heavenly Fox Ancient Emperor's words were delivered with such heartfelt conviction that many of the Sea Clan Demon Emperors began to waver. After all, it was indeed Lu Xuan who had annihilated dozens of their Demon Emperors just moments ago. Although some remained suspicious, none dared press the matter further. After all, the demon race still lacked both the strength and the standing to wage war against the foreign races. In the end, the Sea Clan Demon Emperor, whose palace had nearly been plundered, could only consider himself unfortunate. The Heavenly Fox Ancient Emperor and his companions fled the Boundary Sea without once looking back, not daring to linger for even a moment lest the Sea Clan Demon Emperors cast all caution aside and tear them apart. Only when they had fled back into the abyss did the foreign Ancient Emperors collectively exhale in relief. Damn it, what rotten luck. How is it that Lu Xuan slaughtered so many of the Sea Clan and walked away unscathed? We merely pillaged a single palace, yet we nearly got torn apart by those Sea Clan monsters. The Sky Radiant's Ancient Emperor seethed with indignation. Were it not for fear of sparking a war between the two races, he would have struck long ago. Better to fight those Sea Clan Demon Emperors to the death. At worst, we'd simply perish. The other Ancient Emperors shared this sentiment, and had even prepared themselves for a frenzied slaughter. Only the Heavenly Fox Ancient Emperor remained utterly composed, his face dark as he rebuked them. Shut your mouths, all of you. If word of this pillaging and the war it would provoke reaches the Heavenly Venerable's ears, do you think you'll still be alive? With that single rebuke, the Heavenly Fox Ancient Emperor silenced them all. They might not fear the Sea Clan Demon Emperors, but the Heavenly Venerable was an entirely different matter. At the thought of what consequences would follow should the Heavenly Venerable learn of this affair, the Ancient Emperors, who had been so brazen moments before, now shrank back in terror. Within the God-burying coffin space, Lu Xuan activated his cultivation method, his mortal body transforming into a chaos divine furnace that devoured all things. Before absorbing the resources plundered from the Sea Clan, Lu Xuan first retrieved the Immortality Herb. This was the Immortality Herb bestowed upon him by the foreign Heavenly Venerable, though one might equally say it was plundered by Lu Xuan from the foreign races. So long as he refined this single Immortality Herb, he could extend his lifespan by 10,000 years and resolve all his lingering troubles. At least for these 10,000 years, he need no longer worry that the depletion of his lifespan would compromise his combat prowess. Such an Immortality Herb contained a terrifying essence of life. Were Lu Xuan to absorb it through his original cultivation method, it would take at least a century to fully refine it. Now, with his very body transformed into the Chaos Divine Furnace, this single Immortality Herb was completely refined and absorbed in under a year. An endless torrent of life essence surged into Lu Xuan's body, sweeping away every vestige of his negative conditions. The current Lu Xuan had truly recovered to the absolute peak of the Great Emperor realm. Not only had his cultivation been restored, but his lifespan had been extended by 10,000 years. He need never again worry about the depletion of his vital years. A single Immortality Herb can only extend one's lifespan by 10,000 years. If I cannot break through to the Emperor Venerable realm within these 10,000 years, I will require even more Immortality Herbs to prolong my lifespan. Lu Xuan drew a deep breath, his eyes ablaze with a fervent gleam. Throughout the boundless river of time, there existed countless ancient sovereigns of the alien races, beings whose lifespans stretched across 100,000, even 200,000 years. The key to such extraordinary longevity was none other than the legendary elixir of immortality. Sustained by the mysterious power contained within this elixir, these ancient sovereigns could continually extend their own existence. However, within the human race, the resources of the elixir of immortality were exceedingly scarce. Precisely for this reason, when certain great emperors among humanity sensed their lifespans drawing toward exhaustion, they were forced to make an agonizing choice: to seek refuge with the alien races. Through such means, they hoped to obtain the precious elixir of immortality from the alien races, thereby prolonging their waning lives. Nevertheless, it should be noted that certain longevity clans and undying orthodoxies within the human race did in fact possess reserves of the elixir of immortality. Alas, the quantity of such elixirs was severely limited, and none could be freely granted to just anyone. At present, Lu Xuan already possessed a lifespan spanning 10,000 years, so his need for the elixir of immortality was no longer pressing. His heart brimmed with confidence, for he firmly believed that this span of 10,000 years would be more than sufficient for him to break through to the sovereign realm. One must understand that upon entering the sovereign realm, one's lifespan would extend to a minimum of 200,000 or 300,000 years. Thus, the matter of longevity no longer warranted even the slightest concern. With this issue resolved, Lu Xuan could devote himself wholeheartedly to cultivation without any lingering distractions. The technique he practiced was the renowned Chaos Heaven Emperor art, which he had already cultivated to the second realm. Should he manage to break through to the third realm, his cultivation strength would become equivalent to that of the sovereign level. Countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures, along with rare and precious saint pills and emperor medicines, surged into Lu Xuan's body like a tidal flood, swiftly devoured and absorbed by him. The tremendous energy contained within these treasures surged through his meridians like a raging torrent. As for Lu Xuan himself, his cultivation speed soared like a rocket, piercing the heavens, climbing ever higher with unstoppable momentum. Time slipped by like a white steed glimpsed through a crack in the wall. Several hundred years vanished silently within the unfathomable space of the god burial coffin. When Lu Xuan finally opened his tightly shut eyes once more, an awe-inspiring and terrifying aura radiated from his entire being. At this moment, his chaos body had reached the state of perfect completion. This signified that the second realm of his Chaos Heaven Emperor art had likewise attained the pinnacle of grand completion. One must understand that the realm corresponding to the grand completion of the second realm of the Chaos Heaven Emperor art was none other than the pinnacle of the Great Emperor. It was perfectly aligned with Lu Xuan's previous level of cultivation. The second realm of the Chaos Heaven Emperor art has finally reached completion. Now comes the full force assault on the third realm. A blazing light of excitement shone in Lu Xuan's eyes as boundless ambition swelled within his heart. For he understood all too well that once he succeeded in breaking through to the third realm of the Chaos Heaven Emperor art, he would become a sovereign-level powerhouse capable of shaking the entire world. Although he might still be unable to contend head-on with the top sovereigns among the human race, at the very least, he would no longer be utterly powerless against formidable enemies as he had been before. At the very least, preserving his life before sovereign-level experts should be well within his capabilities. Nevertheless, Lu Xuan understood clearly in his heart that breaking through to the third realm of the Chaos Heaven Emperor art would be no easy feat. The difficulty of this realm multiplied geometrically compared to the previous two. Yet even so, Lu Xuan showed not the slightest intention of retreat. Rather, his resolve to shatter his shackles only grew firmer and more unyielding. The third realm of the Chaos Heaven Emperor art is actually called the Chaos Dao Fusion realm. At the very mention of this name, an intense and fervent radiance blazed in Lu Xuan's eyes, as if he beheld before him a path leading straight to the supreme pinnacle. The core essence of the so-called Chaos Dao Fusion realm lay in merging oneself with the great Dao, thereby becoming an inseparable part of it. Once this realm was achieved, it would signify his entry into the legendary sovereign realm. Under ordinary circumstances, the sovereign realm pursued by the human race similarly required the fusion of the great Dao, yet what they could merge with were merely the 9 sovereign laws derived from the heavenly Dao. Only by completely mastering these sovereign laws could one truly enter the ranks of the sovereigns. Constrained as they were by the heavenly Dao, the number of sovereigns existing within the domain of the human race could never exceed 9 at any given time. After all, there were only 9 sovereign laws beneath the heavenly Dao, which undoubtedly erected an insurmountable threshold before countless cultivators of the human race. However, at this very moment, the Chaos Heaven Emperor art cultivated by Lu Xuan proved to be altogether extraordinary and unconventional. This remarkable technique did not require him to merge with those preordained sovereign laws. Rather, it urged him to directly seek out and merge with the great Daos that existed throughout the vast expanse of heaven and earth. One must know that the great Daos of this world numbered far more than mere thousands. More critically, those 9 sovereign law Daos beneath the heavenly Dao applied primarily to the path of Dao verification within the territories of the human race. For the ancient sovereigns of the alien races dwelling in foreign domains, the circumstances differed entirely. They were not bound by the rules of the human race to merge with specific sovereign laws. Instead, through their own unique methods, they independently merged with whichever great Daos suited them best, thereby forging distinct paths of cultivation and ultimately attaining the ancient sovereign realm. It was not only those alien races of wildly diverse forms and lineages. Even the enigmatic and immensely powerful demon clan, as well as the spiritually agile and divinely gifted demon beast clan, followed the same principle upon their own paths of cultivation. The legendary Chaos Heaven Emperor art, in truth, bore considerable resemblance to the Dao verification methods practiced by these alien races, the Demon Clan and the Demon Beast Clan. Nevertheless, it must be noted that when these alien races, the Demon Clan and the Demon Beast Clan, embarked upon the path of Dao verification, the techniques they cultivated varied tremendously, and each individual's comprehension of the great Dao differed greatly. Consequently, the manifestations of their great Dao fusions presented a kaleidoscope of divergent outcomes. In other words, every ancient sovereign who successfully merged with a great Dao wielded vastly differing levels of power, depending upon which great Dao they had fused with. As for Lu Xuan, although he had reached the pinnacle of the great emperor, and had even touched upon the supreme realm of Dao perception in the past, he was ultimately shackled by the myriad constraints of human techniques. Thus, he could never truly sense the genuine existence of the great Dao laws through his own efforts. However, the situation today had undergone earth-shattering transformation. Ever since he had cultivated the unparalleled chaos body, he was no longer subjected to the overwhelming suppression of the heavenly Dao laws. Precisely for this reason, perceiving the great Dao laws was now incomparably easier for him than it had ever been before. The moment he slowly released his incomparably powerful primordial spirit, a wondrous sensation surged into his heart. In an instant it seemed as though the entirety of heaven and earth was saturated with countless great Tao law forces crisscrossing and piercing through all of creation. These great Tao laws resembled a colossal ancient tree that pierced the heavens and blotted out the sky, its roots buried deep within the endless void, while its trunk and branches stretched ceaselessly outward from the void, densely interwoven beyond count. They entwined together, forming a panorama that was intricate and complex, yet orderly in its arrangement. At the same time, these great Tao laws resembled enormous vessels winding and twisting across the very edge of the sky overhead. Each vessel shimmered with strange radiance as though mysterious and formidable energies coursed through them. Standing beneath this wondrous sight, Lu Xuan felt a swell of reverence welling up within him toward this unknown power. He drew a deep breath and once more began his devoted contemplation of the Chaos Heaven Emperor, art the supreme manual praised as a treasure beyond compare. According to its records, within the boundless expanse of heaven and earth there existed countless great Daos beyond reckoning. Yet these Daos were by no means equal. There existed distinctions between the strong and the weak among them. The factors determining the strength of a great Tao law depended not solely upon the inherent nature of the law itself, but were also deeply intertwined with the number of beings who cultivated that particular Tao. If a certain Tao was chosen and cultivated by multitudes, then the power contained within that Tao would be evenly distributed among every cultivator, akin to dividing a single portion among many. Thus, as the number of practitioners grew ever greater, the share of power apportioned to each individual would diminish proportionally. Therefore, those cultivators who chose a Tao practiced by many would inevitably wield relatively diminished strength. Conversely, if one possessed the rare insight to select a Tao cultivated solely by oneself, then one could claim for themselves the entirety of the power contained within that Tao. In comparison to other cultivators, one's combat prowess under such circumstances would be immensely amplified, granting one power far surpassing that of ordinary beings. Lu Xuan's primordial spirit bolted forth like an unleashed stallion, streaking toward the mysterious and boundless edge of the world. Here he felt as though he had been cast into a colossal labyrinth woven from countless great Daos of heaven and earth. Each Tao radiated dazzling, eye-catching brilliance, resembling the twinkling stars in the night sky, so resplendent as to dazzle the eye. Despite Lu Xuan's every effort to discern the secrets hidden at the ends of these great Tao laws, no matter how hard he tried, all that lay before him remained a haze of obscurity and blur. Nevertheless, relying upon his keen perceptive abilities, he could still roughly judge the relative strength of these great Tao laws by observing the thickness of their manifestations. What astonished Lu Xuan even further was that when he gazed intently upon certain great Tao laws, he could discern faint and indistinct dark shadows flickering upon them. After a period of contemplation, enlightenment dawned upon him. These shadows were none other than the imprints left behind by those formidable cultivators who had already succeeded in fusing with that particular great Tao. Within the range of Lu Xuan's vision, there existed many great Daos of heaven and earth that remained untouched by any fusion, lying like slumbering dragons awaiting the destined ones who would awaken them. There were also certain great Daos upon which several fusing cultivators had simultaneously appeared, competing against and contending with one another. They jointly explored the boundless potential of that Tao. At this moment, Lu Xuan understood deeply that to break through the bottleneck of the third realm of the Chaos Heaven Emperor art and ascend to the sovereign realm in a single bound, the selection of a great Tao suitable for his own fusion had become an imperative matter of utmost urgency. After a moment of contemplation, the answer had already crystallized within his heart. What I cultivate is the Taixu Sword Cannon, and what I excel at most powerfully is also the Tao of the Sword. By this reasoning, for me the Tao of the Sword would undoubtedly be the most fitting great Tao of all. At this thought, a gleam of unwavering determination flashed within Lu Xuan's eyes, as though he already glimpsed himself ascending to the pinnacle of the Sword Tao and reigning supreme beneath the heavens. The Tao of the Sword was without question the supreme great Tao, most attuned to the deep yearning within his very soul. However, the very moment he located the Sword Tao law mighty enough to dominate heaven and earth and awe all creation, his expression could not help but shift subtly. For the Sword Tao law before his eyes radiated an aura several times more formidable than the vast sea of surrounding great Taos. Yet astonishingly, upon this resplendent Sword Tao law itself, several dozen indistinct and mysterious shadows had already manifested. What did this signify? It meant that the number of those who had achieved sovereignhood by fusing the Tao of the Sword with the great Tao had already reached several dozen. Although these shadows might not all be human cultivators, the existence of so many figures upon a single Sword Tao law unequivocally demonstrated that the Sword Tao law had already been fused with by numerous powerful beings. Should Lu Xuan resolutely choose to tread this path of the sword and attempt to merge with it, then in the long ages to come he would inevitably be compelled to share the tremendous might contained within this Sword Tao law with others. Even though this Sword Tao law was considerably more powerful than ordinary law Taos, the advantage it could bestow was ultimately limited. After all, once shared by many, its power would inevitably be dispersed and weakened. Unless Lu Xuan could through his own earth-shattering might utterly slay every sovereign powerhouse who had likewise fused with the Sword Dao law. Only then might he alone claim dominion over this Sword Dao and revel in its boundless mysteries. But achieving such an astonishing feat was easier said than done. Those who had succeeded in merging with the Sword Dao law and ascended to the sovereign throne were without exception individuals of transcendent talent and supreme might, every one of them a monstrous genius among geniuses. How could such beings be so easily defeated and annihilated? Among the human race, sovereigns numbered merely 9 in total. Yet upon this Sword Dao law alone, the sovereigns who had fused with the Dao of the sword numbered as many as 20 or 30, scattered like countless stars. Tracking them down one by one and slaying them would be harder than ascending to the heavens themselves. The Dao of the sword is undeniably formidable, but to share it with others would be tantamount to casting away a priceless treasure as worthless refuse. Lu Xuan's expression grew solemn. Though filled with reluctance, he could only helplessly seek out another great Dao law. He, Lu Xuan, would never share a single great Dao law with anyone else. As Lu Xuan's primordial spirit departed from the region, harboring the Dao law of the sword, drifting toward other grand Dao laws, his expression grew increasingly solemn. He could sense that numerous grand Dao laws were rebuffing the approach of his primordial spirit. This was because Lu Xuan had not cultivated the corresponding laws, making it impossible to choose them for the fusion of his Dao. The foundation of fusing with a grand Dao lay in the absolute necessity of comprehending the corresponding law's power. Having never cultivated those laws, Lu Xuan was naturally unable to merge with their grand Daos. If my strongest Sword Dao cannot be chosen, then I can only settle for the next best option. Yet my cultivation in all other grand Daos falls far short of reaching the realm of grand Dao laws. Is there truly nothing suited for me beyond the Sword Dao? After Lu Xuan's primordial spirit deliberated for a long while, it still found no grand Dao law that suited it. The Sword Dao law which suited him most was also one of the most potent among all laws, yet it had already been shared by dozens. Beyond this singular Sword Dao law, he encountered several other laws that bore some affinity with his nature. Though all connected to the Sword Dao law in some manner, they were vastly inferior to it in power. Thus Lu Xuan disdained choosing them. Once these lesser law Daos were selected, his future achievements would be severely limited, and by the time regret set in, the only recourse would be to abandon his path and begin anew. Yet choosing a new law Dao required not only relinquishing the law Dao previously cultivated, but also embarking upon the arduous cultivation of an entirely new law Dao from its very foundations. The squandering of time aside, whether one could even return to their former realm remained an uncertain prospect. Moreover, switching Daos would invariably inflict damage upon the very foundation of one's grand Dao. This stood as the paramount reason why once a Dao fusion was chosen, it was rarely altered thereafter. Once the foundation of one's grand Dao sustained damage, no matter how prodigious one's talent, the pursuit of Dao validation and immortality would suffer tremendous repercussions. In severe cases, it could utterly sever the path to immortality itself. Lu Xuan naturally harbored no desire to switch Daos in the future, thus he could only make the optimal selection in a single decisive stroke. None of these grand Daos suit me. Am I truly destined to choose the Sword Dao? Lu Xuan's primordial spirit was once again drawn toward the Sword Dao. Because his cultivation in the Sword Dao was exceedingly profound, the Sword Dao law actively beckoned his primordial spirit closer, inviting him to select it for fusion. Yet Lu Xuan refused once more. He was unwilling to share a Dao with others. Drifting away from the very heavens where the Sword Dao law resided, Lu Xuan's primordial spirit soon beheld a law Dao countless times more colossal than the Sword Dao law itself. Before even drawing near, he had already discerned this to be the Dao of the physical body. According to the records of the chaotic Heaven Emperor scripture, the Dao of the physical body was one of the 10 primordial Daos. The primordial Daos were the very first grand Daos conceived by heaven and earth. There existed precisely 10 primordial Daos in total, and the Dao of the physical body numbered among them. Hence, throughout the ages, those who chose the Dao of the physical body were far from few. Lu Xuan's gaze settled upon this primordial Dao, his expression stirring with profound excitement. For he sensed that the Dao of the physical body was likewise beckoning his primordial spirit nearer. This signified that should he choose to fuse with it, the Dao of the physical body was indeed a viable path for his selection. Choosing a primordial Dao would unquestionably hold far greater promise than the Sword Dao. Yet the moment Lu Xuan observed the indistinct shadowy figures upon the Dao of the physical body, he once again quelled this notion. Upon this Dao of the physical body, there were no fewer than 100 hazy silhouettes. This signified that at least 100 had attained the rank of emperor through Dao validation via the physical body. Though the Dao of the physical body vastly surpassed the Sword Dao in power, with nearly 100 individuals simultaneously fusing and contesting for its power, he might as well have chosen the Sword Dao instead. Despite the immense allure of the Dao of the physical body, Lu Xuan resolutely relinquished it. Between heaven and earth exist 10 primordial Daos, and the Dao of the physical body is merely one among them. Beyond the Dao of the physical body lie 9 remaining primordial Daos. Among them there must surely exist a grand Tao suited for my selection. Lu Xuan's primordial spirit departed this region and pressed onward. Presently, he beheld a grand Tao comparable in magnitude to the Tao of the physical body. Before his primordial spirit could draw near, it had already sensed the overwhelming presence of boundless flame power. This is the Tao of fire. It too is one of the 10 primordial Taos. Lu Xuan drew a sharp breath. The primordial Tao of fire was interconnected with countless other law Taos. Those were the myriad lesser law Taos derived from the primordial Tao of fire, all grand Taos bearing some relation to the laws of fire. It must be acknowledged that this primordial Tao of fire was an extraordinarily potent primordial Tao. Yet regrettably, Lu Xuan's comprehension of the laws of fire remained shallow, and his primordial spirit possessed no affinity with this primordial Tao of fire. As his primordial spirit departed this region, it successively encountered several other primordial Taos, yet none proved suitable to its nature. Before long, his primordial spirit had reached the very edge of heaven and earth where the grand Tao laws had grown exceedingly sparse, and even Lu Xuan began to feel a twinge of urgency. The Sword Tao law had been forsaken by him. Among the 10 primordial Taos, both the primordial Tao of the physical body and the primordial Tao of metal, which suited him, had likewise been left unfused. Now the grand Tao laws available for his selection in this place had grown exceedingly scarce. Could it be that there exists no grand Tao law suited for my selection? Lu Xuan's countenance grew solemn as he contemplated whether he should retreat and choose between the Sword Tao law or select from among the 2 primordial Taos, the primordial Tao of the physical body and the primordial Tao of metal. However, at that very moment his primordial spirit seemed to perceive an irresistible force of attraction. This attraction emanated from the very edge of heaven and earth, and Lu Xuan's primordial spirit found itself propelled uncontrollably forward. In an instant his primordial spirit traversed through countless regions of grand Tao laws, arriving at the very outermost boundary of heaven and earth. Before him now remained only the 10 primordial Taos. The 10 primordial Taos flowed forth like 10 colossal rivers, emerging from the edge of heaven and earth and extending downward into the regions beyond. Lu Xuan's primordial spirit had just journeyed upward from those lower regions. Thus he knew that the regions into which these primordial Taos extended were the very domains where countless grand Tao laws resided. The 10 primordial Taos originated from this place, and from them evolved the myriad Taos of heaven and earth. So, this was the very end of the Tao. Lu Xuan surveyed his surroundings with an expression of fervent excitement. That force which had drawn his primordial spirit here lay in a region still farther above. There seemed to be the place from which the 10 primordial Taos extended forthward. Or rather, it was the very place from which the 10 primordial Taos themselves were born. Why do I sense that the most suitable grand Tao for me lies there? Lu Xuan drew a deep breath, for though he could not yet discern what that beckoning Tao truly was, he could perceive from its overwhelming force of attraction and affinity that it was undoubtedly the grand Tao most suited to him. It suited him even more profoundly than the Sword Tao law or those 2 other primordial Taos. Driven by this irresistible force of attraction, Lu Xuan's primordial spirit pressed onward. As it drew near to the outermost boundary of this realm of heaven and earth, his primordial spirit seemed to breach a barrier, and then it arrived within an entirely new world. The sight before him rendered Lu Xuan utterly astounded. At the very end of this heaven and earth he beheld a vision he would never forget for all the days of his life. Within the boundless void, luminous radiance shimmered in every direction. High above soared the sun and moon, starry rivers and mountains, while all things under heaven and myriad realms existed in splendor. It seemed as though the terminus of all things lay here. At the farthest edge of the sky, a colossal waterfall cascaded from the highest heavens, its crystalline brilliance flowing in unison with the rushing waters. Flowing down from that waterfall was no ordinary river water, but a ceaseless torrent of primordial qi from the great Tao. Countless streams of this origin essence converged beneath the cascade, forming a vast sprawling lake. The 10 primeval paths of the Tao branched out from this lake, like 10 mighty rivers. Even if Lu Xuan were the most foolish of men, he could plainly see that by some stroke of fate he had stumbled upon the true end of the great Tao, the land of origins. That waterfall was the very fountainhead from which the Tao was born. All paths of heaven and earth extended outward from this sea of origin before him. Those 10 primordial rivers were likely the first Taos to ever come into existence. Because they remained directly connected to the sea of origins, they were aptly named the primeval paths. Once the 10 primeval paths departed from the land of origins, they absorbed differing energies and nurtured the myriad heavenly Taos of existence. These were the very 10,000 paths that Lu Xuan had initially witnessed. This place, then, was the source realm that gave birth to all things under heaven. According to the records of the Chaos Heavenly Emperor Art, barely any divine sense could ever tread upon this sacred land of origins. Yet now his own divine sense had manifested right here, an astonishment beyond measure. Floating above the source realm, Lu Xuan's spirit watched in awe as the primordial qi churned endlessly before his eyes. He could sense it clearly. It was not the 10 primeval paths that had drawn his spirit here, but rather the sea of origins lying before him. This, for what purpose? Does it wish for me to merge directly with this sea of origins? Lu Xuan was utterly bewildered. The Chaos Heavenly Emperor art recorded that all heavenly Daos were born from the Sea of Origins. However, that Sea of Origins was merely the root that nurtured the Tao. It contained no Taoist power of its own. If he were to truly merge with it, what path of the great Tao would he even be assimilating? Just as doubt clouded his mind, his divine sense sensed that familiar pull once more. Drawn by its irresistible force, his spirit drifted inexorably toward the Sea of Origins. In the end, it ascended along the waterfall, defying its current, soaring straight to its very source. There, as if piercing through another barrier, his spirit stepped into an even more wondrous realm. It was a cosmos utterly void of light. Here, every hue and every vestige of power had been annihilated. This place resembled the primordial dusk, a land of pure chaos. Only trails of a power intimately familiar to him wandered through this empty expanse. This is Chaos Chi. Having cultivated the Chaos Heavenly Emperor art, Lu Xuan knew the scent of Chaos Chi better than anyone. He was absolutely certain what drifted through this world was nothing short of Chaos Chi. This place was without question a realm saturated with it. Suddenly, a brilliant light ignited in Lu Xuan's eyes. Could this be the Chaos Land? Overcome with exhilaration, he stood completely spellbound. The Chaos Land, that transcendent realm described within the Chaos Heavenly Emperor art, existing beyond even the source realm. When chaos shatters, the Tao is born. The Tao nurtures the origin, granting order and law to heaven and earth. Thus, in the present age, all living beings comprehend and fuse themselves with the powers and ordinances of the great Tao. Yet before the Tao ever manifested, there was only chaos. Within that primordial murk, neither day nor night, nor black nor white, held any meaning. From the Chaos Chi were birthed the 3,000 chaos laws. Once each of those 3,000 chaos laws possessed terror-inspiring might rivaling that of a complete Tao. But since the shattering of chaos, they had long since receded from the world. Lu Xuan never could have imagined that his mere desire to choose a single Tao for fusion and ascend to the status of Emperor Venerable would lead him straight to this Chaos Land, a place so few dared to reach. Even the ancient heavenly emperors who cultivated the Chaos Heavenly Emperor art never managed to set foot here. Who would have thought I'd be granted such fortune? Lu Xuan gasped, sharply trembling with excitement. According to the treatise, once one achieves the Chaos Physique, they can cultivate Chaos Chi. Using that Chi as a foundation grants a slight chance of brushing against the legendary Chaos Land. Yet none of the previous cultivators of the art had ever succeeded. Not even those peerless prodigies who eventually ascended to become heavenly emperors had ever glimpsed it. Lu Xuan could not fathom why he had arrived at the Chaos Land with such effortless ease. It was a peculiar pearl Lu Xuan had stumbled upon by chance. Not a weapon, but an artifact capable of nurturing the divine sense. Upon acquiring it, he had immediately fused it with his spirit. Yet now looking at it, the bead seemed far from ordinary. It appeared to hold the very key to his arrival in this Chaos Land. Staring in dumbfounded awe, Lu Xuan watched as the bead, now free from his spirit, suddenly erupted with radiant brilliance. The moment multicolored luminescence blossomed from the pearl, the lightless, colorless void of the Chaos Land was instantly illuminated. Yet even bathed in that glow, the realm did not transform into a kaleidoscopic paradise. Instead, it became a vast ashen expanse. Lu Xuan could even discern the drifting trails of Chaos Chi. At the same time, he spotted the very bead hovering high above in the sky of this primordial world. Streams of brilliantly resplendent law forces poured from the pearl and merged with the Chaos Land. In the blink of an eye, streaks of chaos law materialized across the heavens, sweeping tirelessly across heaven and earth. This is the 3,000 chaos laws. Lu Xuan was utterly paralyzed in shock. He had never dreamed that the casual acquisition of a mere bead would contain such cosmic secrets. And in that precise moment, its true origin clicked into place. The Chaos Pearl. This must be it. His body trembled uncontrollably with fervor. The Chaos Heavenly Emperor art recorded that the Chaos Pearl harbors the 3,000 chaos laws and possesses the capacity to birth its own inner world. Moreover, it is the sole artifact capable of awakening the Chaos Land. Judging by the spectacles unfolding before him, the accidental trinket was undeniably the Chaos Pearl. It was precisely this pearl that had lured his divine sense to this very place. Rather than the Chaos Land summoning his spirit, it was the Chaos Pearl that had drawn itself here. Simultaneously, a dazzling radiance ignited within his gaze. The Chaos Pearl. The 3,000 chaos laws. He no longer needed to make any choice whatsoever. Within all creation, no law surpassed the supremacy of the 3,000 chaos laws. Nor was there any Taoist power more perfectly suited to Lu Xuan, bearer of the Chaos Pearl, than these laws. Moreover, with the Chaos Pearl in hand, Lu Xuan need not agonize over which law of chaos to choose. All 3,000 laws of chaos could be cultivated. At that very moment, the Chaos Pearl descended from the heavens and returned once more to dwell within Lu Xuan's primordial spirit. Lu Xuan immediately sensed that the Chaos Pearl had become something entirely different. Previously, the Chaos Pearl had served only to nurture his primordial spirit. Beyond that, Lu Xuan had been utterly unable to discern its origins or any of its other purposes. Yet now, at the instant the Chaos Pearl fused with his primordial spirit, Lu Xuan clearly perceived the power of the 3,000 laws of chaos contained within it. Within the Chaos Pearl, the primordial chi of chaos permeated everywhere, and the 3,000 laws of chaos stretched across its boundless expanse. Possessing the Chaos Pearl granted Lu Xuan a natural affinity with all 3,000 laws of chaos. With the Chaos Pearl in hand, he could choose to merge with any and all laws of chaos. However, a single person's energy is finite, and Lu Xuan was no omnipotent deity. Even though he yearned to merge with all 3,000 laws of chaos, it was something he could not accomplish in any brief span of time. Therefore, for now, he could only select from among them the single law of chaos most suited to himself for fusion. Among the 3,000 laws of chaos, there exist 10 supreme laws known as the 10 greatest supreme laws. Lu Xuan's eyes shifted as he fixed his gaze upon the 10 most powerful laws within the Chaos Pearl. These 10 supreme laws were in turn the law of power, the law of time, the law of space, the law of chaos, the law of the immortal Tao, the law of the demonic Tao, the law of life, the law of the 5 elements, the law of yin and yang, and the law of destruction. Each of these 10 supreme laws, once mastered, possessed the formidable might to suppress even the laws of the great Tao itself. Although the law of the sword among these 3,000 laws was also highly suited to Lu Xuan, he did not choose it. When the supreme law of power lay before him, and he refused to choose it, that would be the height of foolishness. Earlier within the great Tao region, the Tao of the physical body had already displayed a keen interest in Lu Xuan, which indicated that the Tao of the physical body suited him well. And the law of power was in truth kindred to the Tao of the physical body, born of the same lineage. Therefore, Lu Xuan's choice of the law of power was the most fitting one. The instant Lu Xuan chose the law of power, his primordial spirit immediately began fusing with the law of power. At the very moment his primordial spirit merged with the law of power within the Chaos Pearl trembled, and countless resplendent runes surged forth from the Chaos Pearl, ultimately coalescing into a profound cultivation art that was etched indelibly into Lu Xuan's mind. Pan Wu Dali Divine Ability. Upon beholding this divine technique that led directly to the great Tao of power, Lu Xuan was seized with incomparable excitement. This was an art born from the law of power itself. When paired with the law of power, it could unleash an unrivaled and supreme might. Once this Pan Wu Dali divine ability was mastered, one could unlock all 108,636 orifices of the physical body. The flesh could transform at will, taking forms of 3 heads and 6 arms, or growing to match the heavens and earth in stature, wielding a divine strength capable of cleaving the very world apart. Lu Xuan was utterly captivated. Even having witnessed countless emperor-grade cultivation arts, he had never imagined that such a powerful and miraculous method of divine cultivation existed in this world. It employed the primordial chi of chaos to open one's own bodily orifices, then used these orifices as spirit dantians. The human body possessed 108,636 orifices. To open them all was equivalent to possessing 108,636 chaos spirit dantians. Just how terrifying an amount of chaos chi could be stored within such a vessel. Lu Xuan had once believed the chaos heavenly emperor art to be miraculous enough, but he never expected this Pan Wu Dali divine ability to surpass it in wonder. Of course, without the Chaos Heavenly Emperor art as his foundation, allowing him to cultivate a chaos body and master the chi of chaos, he would not have possessed even the qualifications to cultivate this Pan Wu Dali divine ability. Having obtained the Pan Wu Dali divine ability, Lu Xuan's primordial spirit returned from the realm of chaos. The moment his primordial spirit re-entered his body, Lu Xuan opened his eyes. Although he had not succeeded in merging with the Tao this time, he had obtained the Pan Wu Dali divine ability. Once he cultivated this technique to the perfection of its first stage, he could smoothly merge with the law of power and step into the realm of Emperor Venerable. Therefore, Lu Xuan felt no anxiety, but rather a surge of exhilaration. This Pan Wu Dali divine ability was unquestionably the supreme divine technique. Once mastered, it could suppress all other techniques beneath its might. Beneath absolute power, even the great Taos of space-time and chaos, these most exalted of laws, would be utterly subdued. Within the space of the God-burying coffin, Lu Xuan began to cultivate the Pan Wu Dali divine ability. This technique was utterly unlike the myriad divine arts and cultivation methods he had practiced before. It was a method exclusively devoted to tempering the physical body. It required vast quantities of chaos chi to carve open the orifices upon the flesh. The greater the number of orifices opened, the more fearsome the strength of the body became. The first stage of the Pan Wu De divine ability alone required the opening of all 108,636 bodily orifices. Only when every single bodily orifice had been opened, transforming into 108,636 chaos spirit dantians, each brimming with an inexhaustible wellspring of chaos chi, could one be said to have reached the perfection of the first stage of the Pan Wu De divine ability. And only by attaining this state did one possess the qualifications to merge with the law of power. Lu Xuan did not waste a moment. He swiftly activated the Chaos Heavenly Emperor art, his physical body once more transforming into a chaos divine furnace that devoured the spoils he had plundered from the Sea Clan's water palace. As one supreme treasure of heaven and earth after another was refined, it gave birth to boundless torrents of chaos chi. Under Lu Xuan's guidance, this chaos chi began to assail the orifices scattered throughout his body. With a thunderous roar, Lu Xuan's very flesh shuddered in that instant. His entire being felt as though his soul had been wrenched free from his body. Simultaneously, a mysterious new space came into being inside him. That was the orifice opened by the chaos chi. Within the orifice, chaos chi seethed and churned. Under the relentless assault of this chaos chi, the orifice expanded unceasingly, ultimately becoming a chaos spirit dantian. Such was the complete process of opening an orifice. It required no superfluous methods whatsoever. So long as the chaos chi sufficed, one could ceaselessly open all the bodily orifices. Yet it was precisely this chaos chi that proved the hardest to obtain. Lu Xuan had just made a rough estimation. The chaos chi consumed in opening this very first orifice was already equivalent to 100 years' worth of his great emperor-grade cultivation. And the first stage of the Pan Wu De divine ability demanded the opening of all 108,636 orifices. The volume of chaos chi required was a truly staggering figure. Lu Xuan was quite certain that the cultivation resources he had plundered from the Sea Clan's water palace were nowhere near sufficient to open all the bodily orifices. But this was not the moment for such concerns. What he had to do now was refine and absorb every last ounce of the cultivation resources in his possession. He would open as many bodily orifices as he could, however many that might be. At the very worst, once these heavenly materials and earthly treasures were fully absorbed, he would simply pay another visit to the water palace. Even before he had finished absorbing the resources in hand, Lu Xuan was already scheming to raid the water palace once more. Should those demon emperors of the water palace learn that Lu Xuan regarded them as nothing more than a purse to be plundered, they would surely weep in helpless fury. The path of cultivation was endless and boundless. Within this mysterious realm, time itself seemed to lose all meaning. Lu Xuan immersed himself wholly in his practice, forgetting the turmoil of the outside world and the passage of the years. At long last, when he had refined and absorbed every precious cultivation resource in his possession, he discovered to his astonishment that barely more than 30,000 acupoints within his body had been successfully opened. This achievement, however remarkable it might appear, still paled in comparison to the perfection of the first stage of the legendary Pan Wu divine art of great power. Faced with such circumstances, Lu Xuan did not for a single moment entertain thoughts of hesitation or retreat. His gaze fixed firmly upon the great Emperor Origins, radiating tremendous power within his grasp, and a thought stirred within his heart. It seems only by refining every last one of these great Emperor Origins can I hope to advance another step. Without the slightest hesitation, he took up one of those great Emperor Origins and swallowed it whole in a single gulp. At this moment, Lu Xuan's body resembled a chaotic divine furnace capable of containing and refining the power of all things under heaven. The moment that great Emperor Origin entered his body, it was immediately subjected to a frenzied onslaught of consumption and absorption. Within a brief span of time, the tremendous energy contained within that great Emperor Origin was swiftly transformed into a massive tide of chaotic chi, surging like a torrential flood through the channels of his meridians. Nevertheless, thoroughly absorbing the power of a single great Emperor Origin was no simple matter. Lu Xuan, with absolute concentration and unwavering effort, guided the chaotic chi in its assault upon the yet unopened acupoints within his body. This process was arduous and painstaking, and before he knew it, several decades had slipped away. After countless years of unremitting effort, when Lu Xuan finally succeeded in fully absorbing the power of that great Emperor Origin, he was astonished to discover that the acupoints within his body had barely increased by less than 3,000 more. This result far exceeded Lu Xuan's expectations. By his original estimation, a single great Emperor Origin of such immense power should have enabled him to open no more than approximately 1,000 acupoints within his body. Yet the actual effect he had obtained was a full 3 times that of his original expectation. Without question, this filled Lu Xuan with immense encouragement and renewed conviction. He firmly believed that so long as he persevered without relent, the day would surely come when he would attain the long-awaited perfection of the first stage of the Pan Wu divine art of great power. How truly unexpected! The efficacy of these great emperor origins is simply astonishing, far beyond that of refining those so-called heaven materials and earthly treasures. Lu Xuan could not help but break into a beaming smile, his heart brimming with delight and excitement. At this moment his face radiated an undisguisable joy, as if he had discovered the most precious treasure in all the world. Had he known earlier that these great emperor origins possessed such miraculous and formidable effects, he would surely have consumed and refined every last one of them without the slightest hesitation. As one great emperor origin after another was gradually refined, surging torrents of chaotic chi emerged unceasingly from within Lu Xuan's body, bursting forth like floodwaters breaching a crumbling dike. Time flowed swiftly, the seasons turning as in the blink of an eye. When Lu Xuan finally succeeded in refining and completely absorbing the last great emperor origin remaining in his grasp, several hundred years had unwittingly passed. Yet within those few hundred years that seemed short, but were in truth extraordinarily long, he achieved remarkable progress on the path of cultivation. The Panwu divine art of great power was now visibly on the verge of reaching the perfection of its first stage. At this present moment, the number of acupoints opened within his body had reached a staggering 90,000 and more. One must remember that the perfection of the first stage required a total of 108,636 acupoints. Now the gap remaining was merely a scant 10,000 or so. How utterly unexpected. The efficacy of these great emperor origins is truly astonishing beyond words. Were I to obtain a few more of them, my Panwu divine art of great power would surely attain the perfection of the first stage. Lu Xuan was so exhilarated that he could hardly contain himself, the excitement within his heart surging like a boundless tide that refused to subside. According to his original conception and plan, should he wish to cultivate the Panwu divine art of great power to the perfection of its first stage, even if he were to ceaselessly plunder the water palaces, it would still require a considerable length of time before he could possibly gather sufficient cultivation resources to achieve his goal. Yet now, having merely glimpsed the wondrous efficacy of the great emperor origins, he had instantly altered his course of action. After all, compared to those ordinary cultivation resources, the effect that the great emperor origins could exert was simply far too overwhelming. Those commonplace cultivation resources could at best only accelerate the pace of his cultivation. The great emperor origins, however, could not only assist him in elevating his cultivation realm, but more importantly, they could also effectively extend his lifespan. Although a single great emperor origin could only augment his lifespan by a mere few hundred years, he had already managed to absorb nearly 30 of them. The accumulated total of these 30 great emperor origins had extended his lifespan by an astonishing amount, nearly 10,000 years. At the thought of this, Lu Xuan grew all the more convinced that he should resolutely abandon his previous plans and instead set out to seize a greater number of these rare and precious great emperor origins. At present, his remaining lifespan amounted to nearly 20,000 years. Even if he could not successfully break through to the supreme sovereign emperor realm, he need no longer harbor the slightest concern about whether his lifespan would prove sufficient. As the old saying goes, robbing and plundering builds golden belts. How true these words ring. Lu Xuan tilted back his head and let forth a hearty peal of laughter. In days long past, he had been determined to be a virtuous person, and so he had always allowed himself to be shackled and constrained by various rules and dogmas. But now, having entirely cast aside those reservations and acted with unbridled hands, he finally truly realized that cultivation could actually be this effortless and simple. So long as one dared to act with ruthless decisiveness, so long as one possessed the courage to plunder and seize, then one would possess an inexhaustible and boundless supply of cultivation resources. During this session of cultivation, Lu Xuan had unreservedly exhausted every single resource he carried upon his person, yet not a trace of reluctance stirred within his heart. Recalling the past, had he expended such a vast quantity of cultivation resources all at once, Lu Xuan would surely have been heartbroken beyond measure. But now, with his thoughts liberated and his hands unfettered, he felt only that the heavens and earth before his eyes had become ever vaster and more boundless. It seems that no matter what, I must make a trip to those water palaces. Lu Xuan stepped slowly out from within the god-burying coffin, a faint smile playing upon his face, and murmured to himself, "This land of the Sea Clan can truly be called my very own feng shui treasure ground." At present, he still found himself within the vast and bottomless depths of the Boundary Sea's seabed. Casting his gaze in all directions, a scene of utter devastation and chaos unfolded before his eyes. Those once resplendent and magnificent water palaces had long since been leveled beneath the crushing force of his sword, reduced to ruins and rubble. Faced with such circumstances, Lu Xuan had no choice but to set forth upon a quest to seek new targets to plunder other water palaces in order to obtain the resources he required. Before long, he descended like a bolt of lightning upon an entirely new stretch of sea. Unfolding before his eyes was a magnificent, endless underwater panorama. Their magnificent and imposing water palaces stood in orderly arrangement, scattered like resplendent pearls embedded within this mysterious and profound undersea world. However, Lu Xuan keenly perceived that unlike the water palaces he had previously encountered, every single one here had clearly reinforced its defensive measures. Above the territories of the water palaces, layer upon layer of emperor-grade formations blazed with dazzling radiance, clearly activated to repel powerful intruders, such as himself. But for Lu Xuan, whose strength transcended the ordinary, these seemingly impregnable emperor-grade formations were mere illusions, utterly incapable of obstructing his advance. His gaze sharp as two blades of glacial cold pierced through layer upon layer of barriers, fixing directly upon the depths of those water palaces. At this moment, what occupied his thoughts was no longer the mere plundering of treasures and jewels from the water palaces, but rather the seeking out and seizing of those incomparably precious great emperor origins. Since discovering the miraculous uses contained within the great emperor origins, Lu Xuan understood all too well the importance of this power to his path of cultivation. Therefore, this time he was determined to achieve this paramount objective at any cost, claiming those great emperor origins, repositories of endless mysteries and tremendous energy, for himself. Lu Xuan made no effort to conceal his aura. Thus, the moment he appeared, those intense and distinctive ripples of chi spread outward rapidly like the ripples formed when a boulder plunges into a tranquil lake. In short order, one after another, the sea-clan demon emperors hidden deep within the seabed sensed his arrival. In an instant, the previously tranquil atmosphere was utterly shattered, replaced by extreme tension and unease. Heavens! It's actually him. Lu Xuan, that cold-blooded harbinger of death, has appeared once again. Accompanied by cries of terror, numerous sea-clan demon emperors burst forth in frantic haste from their respective water palaces. Their faces were ashen, their eyes filled with fear and panic. Simultaneously, each and every sea-clan demon emperor unhesitatingly activated every protective formation within their domain. As Lu Xuan swept his gaze across the scene, layer upon layer of emperor-grade formations radiating brilliant light materialized before his eyes around the exterior of those water palaces. By a rough estimate, there were at the very least 3 to 5 layers. If there had been but a single emperor-grade formation for Lu Xuan, who possessed the power to penetrate heaven and earth, breaking through these formations would have been as effortless as turning over his hand. However, at present, multiple formations interwove and reinforced one another, their might multiplied exponentially. Even for one as powerful as Lu Xuan, forcibly breaking through these formations would still require the expenditure of some time. In the brief instant of Lu Xuan's slight hesitation, one after another majestic figures of sea-clan demon emperors emerged from the water palaces all around. By careful count, there were already 40 to 50 of them. Moreover, from even greater distances, surges of even more powerful demonic chi were rolling toward this place. Clearly, still more demon emperors of unfathomable depth were converging upon this location at tremendous speed. In but a brief moment's time, the skies above this vast expanse of sea became densely populated with the figures of sea-clan demon emperors, their numbers exceeding a full 100. The vast majority of them were astonishingly existences whose strength had reached the apex of the demon emperor realm. The simultaneous appearance of these sea-clan demon emperors clearly indicated that they had long been lying in wait for Lu Xuan. At the very moment these sea-clan demon emperors appeared, one after another formidable emperor-grade formations also materialized around Lu Xuan. Lu Xuan's brow furrowed tightly as his gaze swept the surroundings like lightning. In but the span of a single lightning flash, the emperor-grade formations surrounding him had already multiplied to more than a dozen layers. Faced with the suppression of so many formidable emperor-grade formations, coupled with the encirclement of a full 100+ sea-clan demon emperors converging from all directions, even for one as powerfully accomplished and steadfast as Lu Xuan, a hint of gravity could not help but creep across his face. Damn it, I've been far too careless. Never did I imagine these sea-clan demon emperors could unite so cohesively. Lu Xuan cursed inwardly, his brows knitting together tightly. All along he had never anticipated that these sea-clan demon emperors, who in ordinary times pursued their own interests and vied with one another, would choose at this moment to join forces against him in concert. One must understand that among other races such a scenario would be virtually inconceivable. Take for instance those other races that have always been at irreconcilable odds with humanity. Despite being guarded by heavenly sovereign powerhouses, the ancient emperors among those other races engaged in endless scheming and fierce infighting with one another. To compel them to unite in concerted effort and gather a full 100 ancient emperors to besiege a single individual would be nothing short of pure fantasy. Even if such an assembly could barely be achieved, the time required would inevitably be exceedingly long, certainly not something to be accomplished in a short span. Yet here and now among the Sea Clan, all of this seemed to unfold as a matter of course. From the moment Lu Xuan had raised those Sea Clan water palaces with thunderous might, in actual reality, less than half an hour had passed. Yet within this brief span of half an hour, something utterly astonishing occurred. They had actually managed to rally a full 100+ Sea Clan demon emperors. Such astonishing power to call forth and such remarkable unity were truly beyond the reach of all other races, incomparable and unattainable. Even Lu Xuan himself, who had always prided himself on plans that left no room for oversight, had not foreseen this. At this moment, Lu Xuan found himself utterly surrounded, not only tightly encircled by more than a dozen terrifying Emperor-grade formations, but also menaced by over 100 Sea Clan demon emperors, whose auras raged like a storm. Faced with such dire peril, even Lu Xuan, a veteran of countless battles and wielder of boundless divine powers, found no certain assurance within his heart, nor dared he declare with certainty that he truly possessed the ability to break through this encircling siege unscathed and make his escape in safety. Recalling those years long past, Lu Xuan had stood vigil over the heavenly abyss for a full 100,000 years, weathering countless storms throughout that time. Yet he had never imagined that upon emerging from his seclusion, the first great crisis he would encounter would manifest itself within the Sea Clan of the Boundary Sea, long regarded as the realm of the weakest. For many years now, whether it was the human race or the other races, or even the notoriously ferocious demon race itself, all could traverse the Boundary Sea at will, passing through as though traversing an empty realm. It was not until today, when Lu Xuan found himself encircled by such an overwhelming number of Sea Clan demon emperors, that he awoke, as if from a dream, to truly grasp the profound and hidden might of the Sea Clan's foundations. Just as Lu Xuan furrowed his brow in contemplation of a means to break the encirclement, a peak-stage demon emperor stepped forth from amidst the multitude. Lu Xuan looked over and beheld a Sea Clan demon emperor whose species he could not discern. He had assumed human form, and in every gesture and movement he exuded the commanding presence of a sovereign of the ocean depths. When he stepped forward, the surrounding Sea Clan demon emperors all respectfully retreated several paces, clearing a path and yielding him the central position. From these alone, it was evident that this Sea Clan demon emperor was by no means an ordinary being. The Sea Tribe demon emperor stood with a towering, majestic figure, each step seeming to tread upon the void itself. With unmatched, overwhelming pressure, he advanced slowly toward the formation before him. As he came to a halt before the formation, those deep blue eyes, resembling the fathomless ocean, fixed intently upon Lu Xuan trapped within. A raging inferno of fury blazed from his gaze, as though intent on setting the very heavens and earth ablaze. Suddenly he flung open his mouth and unleashed a thunderous, wrathful roar. Lu Xuan. For ages uncounted, the Sea Tribe and the human tribe have coexisted in peace, never encroaching upon one another. Who bestowed upon you such brazen audacity, daring to breach my Sea Tribe's domain and slaughter without restraint? Do you truly believe that my Sea Tribe harbors none who can stand against you? With that furious cry, an aura of world-dominating might erupted violently from the Sea Tribe demon emperor's body. Behind him, a dazzling, resplendent pillar of light surged skyward. When the radiance dissipated, the onlookers gasped in astonishment. A colossal true dragon Dharma manifestation had materialized behind him, suspended in empty air. The true dragon Dharma manifestation was breathtakingly lifelike. Scales across its entire body shimmered with dazzling golden light, its razor-sharp claws seemingly capable of tearing asunder the heavens, while raging infernal flames spewing from its maw struck terror into the hearts of all who beheld them. A mere glance was enough to evoke a tremor of the soul and an oppressive weight from the very depths of one's spirit. Even Lu Xuan, renowned for his unflinching composure, could not prevent a flash of astonishment from crossing his face upon beholding the true dragon Dharma manifestation behind the Sea Tribe demon emperor. He stood utterly rooted to the spot, for he understood well that any demon beast capable of cultivating a true dragon Dharma manifestation must surely bear within its veins the extraordinarily pure bloodline of a true dragon. And the true dragon bloodline, as one of the genuine primordial bloodlines, even in its faintest trace, renders its bearer a being utterly incomparable to ordinary sea demons. This explained why the 100+ Sea Tribe demon emperors surrounding him displayed such profound deference in his presence. Lu Xuan's eyes widened as his heart swelled with shock and disbelief. He would never have imagined that within the present day, Sea Tribe, a sea demon bearing the true dragon bloodline, still lay hidden. One must remember, the true dragon race was in the primordial era the undisputed sovereign of the Sea Tribe. Yet that era lay so far beyond recollection that it had become a legend passed down through the ages. In the present age, across the vast expanse of heaven and earth, not the slightest trace of a true dragon can be found. Even demon beasts carrying the true dragon bloodline have become exceedingly rare, as precious as the phoenix feather and the unicorn horn. Who could have foreseen it? Within the Sea Tribe, universally regarded as the weakest of the races, such a sea demon bearing the true dragon bloodline had lain silently in wait. Nevertheless, even though the Sea Tribe demon emperor before him did indeed possess the true dragon bloodline, Lu Xuan felt not the slightest trace of fear. After all, through countless years of cultivation and tempering, Lu Xuan's own strength had long since shattered the shackles of the great emperor realm, ascending to the terrifying tier known as half-venerable. Moreover, he had recently mastered the world-shaking Panwu great strength divine ability, and his combat prowess had undergone a transformation so profound it was as though he had taken flight to the heavens, unstoppable and unmatched. Within the Great Emperor realm, one could safely say there existed none who could contest him. Lu Xuan stood like an insurmountable mountain peak, leaving all cultivators of the same level to gaze upon him in helpless admiration, acknowledging their own inadequacy. Facing the fierce, overbearing interrogation of this aggressively advancing Sea Tribe Demon Emperor, Lu Xuan remained utterly composed, displaying not a shred of fear. He raised his head slightly, his gaze calm, yet resolute as it met the others directly. Words emerged slowly from his lips, quiet in volume, yet imbued with an authority and dominance no less imposing than that of the Sea Tribe Demon Emperor before him. The strong devouring the weak. This is the eternal, unchanging law of heaven and earth. If you possess any sense, hand over the treasures within the water palace at once and obediently present 10 great emperor origins. If you do so, this sovereign shall depart and trouble you no further. Lu Xuan's words struck the ears of the gathered Sea Tribe Demon Emperors like a sudden thunderclap, leaving them momentarily stunned and utterly dumbfounded. Upon hearing Lu Xuan's brazen threat, the opposing Sea Tribe Demon Emperors first gaped in disbelief, then erupted into an uproar. Outrageous! This wretch is utterly insufferable in his arrogance. No one shall restrain me. Today I shall tear him to pieces with my own hands. A hot-tempered Sea Tribe Demon Emperor trembled with rage, eyes blazing with fury, eager to fling himself upon Lu Xuan and devour him whole. Has he lost his mind entirely? He actually expects us to hand over the treasures we have painstakingly gathered within the water palace, and even gift him 10 incomparably precious great emperor origins. This man truly knows no bounds. Another Sea Tribe Demon Emperor shivered with fury, grinding his teeth as he cursed vehemently. I have roamed this world for tens of thousands of years, weathered countless tempests. What manner of figure have I not encountered? Yet one as arrogant and domineering as this, never before in my existence. An elder Sea Tribe Demon Emperor stroked his beard, shaking his head in utter disbelief and sighing. Lu Xuan, have you gone quite mad? At present it is clearly you who are surrounded and circled by the multitude of Sea Tribe Demon Emperors. Yet from your words one would think we have fallen into your trap. What an absurd joke. Yet another Sea Tribe Demon Emperor could not resist, offering biting mockery, his hands clenched into fists so tightly that the joints cracked audibly from the exertion. The Sea Tribe Demon Emperors were all consumed by righteous indignation, their fury blazing skyward as they roared in unison. Their wrath burned within them like an erupting volcano, impossible to contain. Were it not for their wariness of Lu Xuan's potentially devastating hidden techniques, they would long since have surged forth as one to claim his life. Yet despite the universal acknowledgement of Lu Xuan's extraordinary and unfathomable strength, not a single one among them dared to step forward as the first to brave his wrath. After all, against such a formidable foe, a single misstep could lead to the most wretched of fates, both body and Tao utterly annihilated. At last, after a period of covert deliberation among themselves, the gazes of the Sea Tribe Demon Emperors converged unanimously upon the Peak Demon Emperor who bore the true dragon bloodline. Immediately, they began imploring him in unison, Tianlong Demon Emperor, we beseech you to take the field personally and slay this insufferably arrogant Lu Xuan in one fell stroke. Let him understand that our Sea Tribe is no soft persimmon to be bullied and humiliated. Hearing their pleas, Lu Xuan's gaze shifted once more to this being hailed as the Tianlong Demon Emperor. He fixed his eyes intently upon the other, observing carefully for a considerable span of time before finally piercing through to discern his true form. A faint contemptuous smile curled at the corner of Lu Xuan's lips as he mocked. So the so-called Tianlong Demon Emperor is nothing but a mere three-headed jiao. With a creature like yourself you dare claim the slightest connection to a true dragon. In my view, you Sea Tribe fiends are the very epitome of shamelessness, desperately gilding yourselves with false glory. In truth, the Tianlong Great Emperor's true identity was precisely as Lu Xuan had declared, a primordial three-headed jiao whose cultivation had spanned nearly 100,000 years. Long ago, while exploring a mysterious ruin deep within the ocean depths, fortune had smiled upon him, allowing him to absorb a single incomparably precious drop of true dragon essence blood. It was precisely by virtue of that once-in-an-era drop of true dragon essence blood that this three-headed jiao had succeeded in evolving, giving birth to that faint, tenuous trace of true dragon bloodline within him. Though the true dragon bloodline within him was exceedingly dilute, it had nonetheless enabled him to rise, to become one of the overlords of the ocean depths in the span of merely 10,000 years. His most sensitive sore point was having his origin spoken of. Now that Lu Xuan had unceremoniously exposed him as a three-headed jiao, his fury blazed to the heavens. He bellowed in rage, Lu Xuan, you seek death. I am a true dragon descendant. What grounds have you to call me a three-headed jiao? Lu Xuan had not anticipated that this three-headed jiao would care so deeply about his origins. This allowed Lu Xuan to stumble upon the creature's reverse scale, and he burst into deliberate, uproarious laughter. A mere three-headed jiao. Nothing but a somewhat larger water snake, no different. And you still have the audacity to claim you possess the true dragon bloodline. What a laughable absurdity. In all my years traversing this world, I have never once heard of a true dragon giving birth to a mongrel like you. Ha ha ha. You fool who knows no limits. Even if you wish to fabricate a noble lineage for yourself, you ought at least to find one with some blood relation to you. Otherwise, wouldn't you be a laughingstock? Oh, let me think carefully. Oh, I have it. I suddenly recall that the three-headed dog also possesses 3 heads. Surely it must share some distant kinship with you. Henceforth, should you encounter anyone else, you may boldly declare yourself a descendant of the three-headed dog. This way no one shall harbor the slightest doubt about your identity. Once Lu Xuan entered his mocking mode, his mouth became like a rapid-fire cannon, each word a sharp blade, thrust unerringly at the three-headed Jiao's vital weakness. Especially when he drew a connection between this three-headed Jiao and that lowly three-headed dog. It nearly drove the creature to cough up blood on the spot and perish from rage. The three-headed Jiao, once so ferociously imposing, now trembled violently throughout its entire body. From its 3 maws simultaneously it spewed forth torrents of crimson blood, as though intent on dyeing the very heavens and earth in scarlet. Yet Lu Xuan remained unmoved, his expression icy as he watched the infuriated creature before him, a cold sneer rising in his heart to dare act so arrogantly before this sovereign. Such folly knows no bounds. At any rate, being called a three-headed Jiao still sounds considerably better than a three-headed dog. For Lu Xuan to label him a descendant of the three-headed dog, this was an utterly colossal humiliation. Oh, Lu Xuan, you doomed fool. You court death with every word. What is that three-headed dog in comparison? How could it possibly share the slightest connection with this sovereign? I bear the most pure and noble true dragon bloodline. I am the genuine Tianlong Demon Emperor. Lu Xuan, you dare humiliate me so brazenly. Your crimes are monstrous and unforgivable. Unless I wrench your head from your body with my own hands, the hatred in my heart shall never be appeased. I. The three-headed Jiao, bristling with rage, trembled from head to tail, the word I spilling endlessly from its lips. Yet in the end, not a single further syllable could it manage. By now the three-headed Jiao had been so thoroughly consumed by rage that it had completely lost its customary composure and dignity. Its 3 eyes, each as large as a bronze bell, bulged wide as they fixed fiercely upon Lu Xuan. Its breath came in ragged, heavy gasps, as though it longed to swallow him whole in a single bite. Its massive body writhed and contorted ceaselessly, with the extremity of its fury stirring up towering waves and billowing surges. Meanwhile, Lu Xuan watched the thundering, raging three-headed Jiao with an expression of playful amusement, finding the entire spectacle rather comical. Although this three-headed Jiao likewise bore a primordial bloodline, when measured against the renowned true dragon bloodline, it indeed fell somewhat short. Nevertheless, the three-headed Jiao remained one of the sea tribe's true overlords without question. Yet what was utterly unexpected was that this three-headed Jiao should harbor such profound sensitivities about its three-headed Jiao bloodline, going so far as to spare no effort in latching itself onto the true dragon bloodline, vainly attempting to forge a connection. Such behavior was truly beyond Lu Xuan's comprehension. Watching the three-headed Jiao, now struck speechless with rage, Lu Xuan could only conclude that the creature had brought this upon itself. The exchange of insults between Lu Xuan and the three-headed Jiao left the surrounding sea tribe demon emperors utterly astounded, their eyes wide as saucers at the spectacle unfolding before them. Particularly when they witnessed the three-headed Jiao's origins exposed by Lu Xuan and its ensuing fury, every one of the sea tribe demon emperors struggled mightily to suppress their laughter. The three-headed Jiao's origins were something these sea tribe demon emperors knew only too well. It was merely that ever since this three-headed Jiao had obtained the true dragon essence blood, none among them dared to refer to its original origins anymore. Through the years they had all taken to addressing him as the Tianlong Demon Emperor. As time stretched on, even these sea tribe demon emperors had gradually forgotten the true origins of the Tianlong Demon Emperor. Now that Lu Xuan had laid bare the truth, and even used the three-headed dog to humiliate the Tianlong Demon Emperor, the sea tribe demon emperors found themselves both furious and simultaneously immensely amused. Were it not for considerations of the Tianlong Demon Emperor's dignity, they would have burst into unrestrained laughter. However, given the Tianlong Demon Emperor's formidable strength, even those who wished to laugh dared not let the sound escape. Each of the sea tribe demon emperors strained until their faces turned blue, yet all continued to chew over the words Lu Xuan had just spoken. Lu Xuan's mouth was more terrifying than any emperor-level attack. The three-headed dog and the three-headed Jiao are close relatives. This was without a doubt the funniest jest they had heard in all these years. Though the onlookers secretly rejoiced at the sight of the Heaven Dragon Demon Emperor's wretched humiliation, they could not simply stand by and permit such an affront to befall him. After all, these sea-race demon emperors had long relied upon the Heaven Dragon Demon Emperor to champion their causes and shield them from harm. Should the Heaven Dragon Demon Emperor be truly incensed, the consequences would be far beyond what any single one of them could bear. Suddenly an angry shout pierced the air. Lu Xuan, you are now utterly surrounded by our forces, yet you still dare to act with such brazen arrogance and utter disregard for the heavens above. Could it be that you hold no fear of death whatsoever? You must understand that the Heaven Dragon Demon Emperor is the supreme existence of our sea race. From whence did a wretch like you draw such audacity, daring to humiliate him so wantonly? If we do not teach you a lesson today, once this matter spreads, others shall surely deem our sea race weak and easily trampled. As the words fell, a towering and formidable peak demon emperor strode forth to confront him. This demon emperor's countenance was etched with a sinister gloom, and his bell-sized eyes fixed upon Lu Xuan with such venomous intensity that they seemed poised to spew forth flames. When Lu Xuan fixed his gaze upon this demon emperor, he discerned with startling clarity that the creature's true form was likewise a colossal sea serpent, its sinuous body writhing and twisting as it emanated waves of terrifying, heart-palpitating aura. It appeared that this affair bore an inextricable connection to the sea serpent demon emperor, whom he had ruthlessly slain not long ago. True to Lu Xuan's expectations, the sea serpent demon emperor, who had perished by his blade, was none other than the direct bloodline descendant of this very peak demon emperor, who now stood before him radiating murderous fury. For this very reason, the peak demon emperor harbored a hatred for Lu Xuan that cut bone deep. Not a moment passed without him yearning to cut Lu Xuan down with his own hands, that he might at last avenge the blood feud between them. Yet wary of Lu Xuan's fathomless and extraordinary power, despite the inferno of rage that blazed within his heart, this peak demon emperor never dared to act rashly, and could only forcibly suppress the loathing that consumed him. At this very moment, seeing others step forward to declare their support for him, the Heaven Dragon Demon Emperor's tightly drawn countenance softened ever so slightly. His eyes bulged with fury as he fixed them upon Lu Xuan in the not-so-far distance, and he bellowed in a thunderous voice, Lu Xuan, do you truly believe our sea race to be so weak and easily bullied? Since you have had the temerity to set foot upon this domain today, do not blame this emperor for his ruthlessness, for I shall see to it that you leave this place only in death. How dare you slaughter wantonly within my sea race's domain, and even publicly humiliate a demon emperor of my people? If I were to allow you to depart unscathed today, what face would my sea race have to stand upon in this world hereafter? All demons hear my command. Attack as one. Tear this villain into 10,000 pieces. A mere human demon emperor, and yet he dares to trespass upon my sea race's territory. Today I shall teach him that the dignity of my people shall not be violated in the slightest. The sea race demon emperors, who had been struggling to contain their laughter moments before now, upon hearing the Heaven Dragon Demon Emperor's words, ceased their hesitation without exception. They surged forward as one, pointing at Lu Xuan with venomous curses upon their lips, while rolling up their sleeves and rubbing their palms together in eager anticipation of delivering him a fatal blow at any moment. In an instant the entire scene seemed to crystallize, the atmosphere grown so heavy it threatened to suffocate. It was as though a single spark might ignite an earth-shattering conflagration. Every heart leapt into every throat, their gazes fixed unblinkingly upon the situation unfolding within the arena. A breathtaking battle of life and death stood upon the precipice of eruption. It was at this moment that the Heaven Dragon Demon Emperor, whose countenance had been set in unyielding rigidity, allowed the corners of his lips to curl upward, at last revealing an imperceptible smile. With but a gentle flick of his sleeve, the previously deafening clamor and thunderous cries vanished into thin air, as though they had never existed at all. The sea race demon emperors clustered around him immediately fell into a deathly hush at the sight, not daring to utter so much as a single sound. They stood rooted where they were, respectfully awaiting the Heaven Dragon Demon Emperor's command. One must understand that well over 100 formidable sea race demon emperors had gathered here, and yet they accorded the Heaven Dragon Demon Emperor such reverence and submission. What lofty status and what absolute authority he must wield within the sea race. Yet the Heaven Dragon Demon Emperor's subsequent actions proved even more unexpected to those present. Without a moment's hesitation, he took one great stride forward, stepping directly into the perilous domain enveloped by a dozen layers of terrifying emperor-grade formations. And so it was that alone and fearless he appeared before Lu Xuan, facing him head-on. The Heaven Dragon Demon Emperor's countenance now hung dark as frozen water, his eyes fixed intently upon Lu Xuan, radiating an endless chill and an unmistakable intent to kill. With an air of insufferable arrogance he sneered, Lu Xuan, do not think too highly of yourself. You are not but a mere insignificant human demon emperor. Must we truly require the efforts of so many to deal with you? If word of this were to spread, would it not make us a laughingstock, as though our demon race had no one capable of handling the matter? Lu Xuan, this emperor, taking pity upon the arduous path you have walked in your cultivation, shall grant you one chance to preserve your life. Should you now meekly kneel before this emperor and kowtow in apology, and swear henceforth to pledge your allegiance to me, then perhaps, in a magnanimous display of mercy, this emperor might spare your worthless existence and permit you to depart unharmed. However, if you remain ungrateful and obstinate, insisting upon opposing this emperor to the bitter end, then do not blame this emperor for his cruelty, for I shall ensure that you die without a place to be buried. As the Heaven Dragon Demon Emperor's vicious words rang out, the numerous Sea Race Demon Emperors encircling him seemed to receive some unspoken signal. They began to roar their support in unison, each one baring their fangs and brandishing their claws, the entire spectacle truly a magnificent display of ferocity. Well spoken. Hurry and kneel in apology. You must offer atonement to our entire sea race. Indeed, kneel at once. Bow your head heavily in repentance before the spirits of those sea race dead who perished with such grievous injustice. If you think a mere kowtow and apology shall suffice to settle this matter, you must be dreaming. This villain has slain no fewer than dozens of our sea race demon emperors, and well over 10 million of our people have also fallen to his hand. If this affair were to be brushed aside so lightly, how could the fury of our kin ever be appeased? He must be seized and cast into that most terrifying earth-heart refining hell, where he shall endure the agony of his flesh being consumed by raging flames both day and night, made to suffer a fate where life becomes impossible and death unattainable. And yet before Lu Xuan had spoken even a single word in reply, these irate sea race demon emperors had already thoroughly plotted out every detail of his punishment within their hearts. Watching as the passions of these sea race demon emperors surged ever higher, it seemed as though they might at any moment surge forward as one to tear Lu Xuan into fragments. It was at this critical juncture that the Heaven Dragon Demon Emperor once again raised his arm, gesturing for the multitude to fall silent for the moment. The Heaven Dragon Demon Emperor's gaze fixed intently upon Lu Xuan, his voice cold as he spoke. Lu Xuan, there are now but two paths laid before you. The first is to kneel obediently and confess your faults. Perhaps in this way you might yet preserve your worthless life. But should a single no dare to escape from between your teeth, then do not blame this emperor for his ruthlessness, for I shall ensure that you come to understand with absolute clarity just what manner of miserable fate awaits those who dare to offend me. No sooner had the words left his lips than the Heaven Dragon Demon Emperor abruptly took one great stride forward, and in the span of a heartbeat a colossal true dragon Dharma aspect towering to a height of 10,000 zhang materialized behind him. That boundless and matchless surge of power, like the collapse of mountains and the bursting of rivers, surged forth in overwhelming waves, descending upon him with the weight of the heavens themselves to crush Lu Xuan beneath it. Although the Heaven Dragon Demon Emperor's original form was that of a three-headed Jiao, by great fortune he had managed to obtain a single droplet of incomparably precious true dragon essence blood. It was precisely by virtue of the immense power contained within that droplet of true dragon essence blood that the three-headed Jiao had now quietly come to possess a trace of true dragon bloodline within him. Previously Lu Xuan had mocked him with the name three-headed Jiao, yet undeniable was the fact that this Heaven Dragon Demon Emperor's true strength among the many demon emperors who had reached the peak of their cultivation was absolutely worthy of being called outstanding, among the very foremost. At the very least, in recent years, the vast majority of those ancient sovereigns of foreign races whom Lu Xuan had encountered could scarcely match this Heaven Dragon Demon Emperor. With but a cursory observation, Lu Xuan was able to discern with crystalline clarity one crucial fact. This Heaven Dragon Demon Emperor had, like himself, stepped into that most remarkable of realms, the half-sovereign. What was even more crucial was that as the Heaven Dragon Demon Emperor belonged to the demon race, he was not shackled by the myriad constraints and limitations of the heavenly Tao that bound the human race. Consequently, when it came to fusing with the great Tao, he found the task considerably easier and more fluid than Lu Xuan. At this very moment, the Heaven Dragon Demon Emperor had already attained the profound cultivation of half-step Tao fusion, standing but a single step away from formally ascending to become a demon sovereign whose might would shake an entire region. With such a formidable demon emperor standing before him, even Lu Xuan, long proud and arrogant of heart, dared not harbor the slightest carelessness or complacency at this moment. However, to ask him to kneel before his opponent and offer a sincere apology, this was simply a fantasy of the most absurd kind, an utterly preposterous notion. Since the day Lu Xuan had come into being in this world, he had never once known how the word apology ought to be written. Even on that earth-shattering day of old, when 7 world-shaking emperor sovereigns had joined forces to suppress him, he had never bowed his proud head, let alone uttered those wretched words of apology. Now this Heaven Dragon Demon Emperor had not yet reached the absolute pinnacle of becoming a demon sovereign. How then could he possibly possess the right to demand an apology from Lu Xuan? Facing the fierce and overbearing sea-race demon emperors before him, Lu Xuan merely allowed the corners of his lips to curl upwards, sketching a smile that was at once icy and dismissive. His seemingly understated cold laugh was not loud in volume, yet the supreme arrogance contained within it struck the soul, like thunder rolling across the heavens. You wish for me to apologize? Huh. I fear that a single word of regret from this emperor would be a weight that the likes of you could never bear. Upon hearing these words, the sea-race demon emperors opposite, who had previously been bristling with such ferocity, instantly became overwhelmed with rage, the fury within them erupting like a volcano in full blaze. and the Heaven Dragon Demon Emperor in particular trembled uncontrollably, with rage his face flushing crimson, in an instant his eyes filling with a blood-red hue, resembling two blazing orbs of fire. With his hair standing on end in fury, he bellowed at the top of his lungs, "Lu Xuan, this is a choice you yourself have made. I hope you shall not live to regret it." In the very instant his words fell, the majestic true dragon Dharma aspect behind the Heaven Dragon Demon Emperor had already hurled itself toward Lu Xuan with the unstoppable force of mountains crumbling and seas overturning. This true dragon Dharma aspect at the half-step Dao fusion realm possessed a might that was already sufficient to contend with those who had just entered the sovereign realm. Truly a force of terrifying proportion. As this true dragon Dharma aspect surged forth with irresistible force, its overwhelming aura churned the surrounding waters to a frenzy, stirring the sea across a region spanning tens of thousands of li in an instant. The once mirror-still surface of the sea instantly became a scene of towering waves and surging billows as countless massive waterspouts roared skyward like ferocious dragons baring their fangs and brandishing their claws as they hurtled toward Lu Xuan. At the same moment, the Heaven Dragon Demon Emperor gave a cold snort, and with a wave of his arm, a blindingly brilliant and terrifying sword chi tore through the air with explosive suddenness. This sword chi was devastatingly sharp, as though it could rend the void itself, and within it surged an inexhaustible force drawn from the boundless waters of the ocean, descending upon Lu Xuan with the crushing weight of Mount Tai. Upon witnessing the Heaven Dragon Demon Emperor's sudden and vicious strike, the Sea Race Demon Emperors gathered round grew wildly excited, each one screaming in hysterical anticipation, "Strike! Kill that ignorant fool at once! A mere human demon emperor, and yet he dares to trespass upon our sea race's domain. Today we shall ensure he perishes without a place to bury his corpse." However, in the very instant the jeering cries of these Sea Race Demon Emperors had faded, an entirely unexpected scene unfolded. Lu Xuan, who had remained motionless until this moment, finally made his move. In the face of the Heaven Dragon Demon Emperor's sword chi, which bore the force of world-destroying devastation, and the overwhelming pressure of the true Dragon Dharma aspect's crushing might, Lu Xuan displayed not the slightest trace of fear. Instead, a divine light blazed from within his eyes, and an incomparable aura of majesty radiated forth from his person. Then from his lips came these chilling words, "Humph, you are nothing but a mongrel hybrid of impure bloodline, and yet you dare to draw your sword before this emperor. Who, pray tell, has granted you such brazen audacity?" Although Lu Xuan's voice was not loud, it reached the ears of every person present with crystalline clarity, like bolts of thunder exploding above their heads, causing their hearts to tremble with violent shock. Those Sea Race Demon Emperors who had been so swaggering and overbearing moments before, their mouths spitting venomous oaths to see Lu Xuan dead, now stood frozen in stunned silence. For that voice had bypassed all distance like a phantom, piercing straight into the mind of each and every one of them without the slightest warning. And none was more enraged than the Heaven Dragon Demon Emperor himself. The very instant Lu Xuan's voice reached his ears, a surge of fury shot straight to his skull, his blood roiling within him so violently that he nearly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood on the spot. To think that he, the Heaven Dragon Demon Emperor of such noble status and lofty position, had now been humiliated time and again before the masses by Lu Xuan, this was nothing short of an unbearable disgrace. And Lu Xuan's parting remark of mongrel hybrid struck like a razor-sharp blade, piercing straight to the most vulnerable depths of his heart, as though it had ripped away his reverse scale in an instant. He was rendered utterly beside himself with rage, his entire frame trembling without cease. Alongside his violent fury, a colossal true dragon Dharma aspect materialized behind him, lifting its head to the heavens and unleashing an ear-splitting roar that sought to pierce the clouds themselves, the sound waves rolling forth like 10,000 thunderbolts. "Lu Xuan, this emperor shall not share the same world with you. With me there is no you, with you there is no me. Until this vengeance is repaid, this emperor swears he shall never call himself a dragon." Yet before the echoes of his thunderous fury had fully dissipated, Lu Xuan's voice, dripping with mockery and contempt, once again echoed within his mind, "Ha, how utterly laughable. What noble existence do you imagine yourself to be? You were never a true dragon to begin with. And yet you keep chanting those words about swearing never to be a dragon. Is this not the most absurd joke of all?" A thunderous explosion erupted with a resounding boom, as though the very heavens and earth trembled from its force. The Heavenly Dragon Demon Emperor had been caught utterly defenseless, his defenses shattered without warning. A geyser of crimson blood erupted from his mouth, like volcanic fire spraying forth for dozens of zhong, in a truly horrifying spectacle. At this moment, the Heavenly Dragon Demon Emperor trembled with rage, his entire body convulsing beyond his control, as though he might crumble apart at any instant. Yet in that very instant, when the Heavenly Dragon Demon Emperor vomited blood, Lu Xuan, who had been lurking in the shadows biding his time, finally struck with devastating might. A cataclysmic sword light suddenly erupted from behind Lu Xuan with earth-shattering force. It surged like raging tidal waves sweeping across the firmament, magnificent as an inverted galaxy cascading from the heavens. Its brilliance blinding, its grandeur breathtaking beyond all comprehension. In a heartbeat, countless sword beams descended like a torrential meteor shower raining down with world-annihilating fury upon the true dragon Dharma aspect conjured by the heavenly dragon demon emperor. A deafening roar thundered forth. The once majestic, invincible true dragon Dharma aspect proved utterly defenseless against this overwhelming barrage of sword light, and in the blink of an eye it was cleaved into countless fragments. With the destruction of his true dragon Dharma aspect, the heavenly dragon demon emperor's plight grew even more dire. Having barely finished spitting out one mouthful of blood, he violently opened his mouth once more and spewed forth a torrent of ink-black, corrupted blood. His entire form seemed to have suffered a devastating blow. His body swayed unsteadily, his complexion ashen as that of a corpse. One must understand that this true dragon Dharma aspect was the crystallization of the heavenly dragon demon emperor's lifelong cultivation and heart imbued with the power of the great emperor's law that he had comprehended. It was undeniably one of his most formidable ultimate techniques. Yet who could have imagined that beneath Lu Xuan's world-shattering single sword strike, this true dragon Dharma aspect would be so effortlessly crushed and obliterated? At this moment, the heavenly dragon demon emperor finally came to truly comprehend the terrifying might of Lu Xuan. Until now, he had remained blindly confident that his own strength would be more than sufficient to suppress Lu Xuan completely. After all, he had expended immeasurable effort to successfully merge with the incomparably precious true dragon essence blood. But reality delivered him a crushing blow. This single simple sword strike had awakened him from his delusions, allowing him to finally perceive the vast gulf that lay between them. Compared to Lu Xuan, he was like heaven and earth, the disparity so vast as to defy all imagination. Both were half-step venerables, yet before Lu Xuan's earth-shattering sword strike, he could not muster even the slightest resistance and was instantly vanquished. In that fleeting moment, the once arrogant heavenly dragon demon emperor utterly lost his former pride and haughtiness. Within his eyes there existed nothing but boundless terror, with even his panic written plainly upon his face. One must understand that this heavenly dragon demon emperor had originally been nothing more than an ordinary three-headed flood dragon of unremarkable origins. After enduring countless trials and tribulations, he had at last obtained the exceedingly precious true dragon essence blood, and used it to cultivate a wisp of true dragon bloodline. Through this arduous transformation, he had ultimately evolved into the formidable existence known as the heavenly dragon demon emperor, commanding awe throughout the realm. How could he possibly resign himself to dying so easily after achieving such hard-won greatness? In the grip of extreme terror, the heavenly dragon demon emperor unhesitatingly turned to flee, his mind consumed by a single thought: escape this dreadful place at once. As for his previous intentions of slaying Lu Xuan or forcing him to apologize, such thoughts had long been cast to the winds. He dared not even entertain them any longer. After all, when faced with a terrifying figure akin to a god of death, to still harbor delusions of forcing such an adversary to bow his head would be nothing short of courting one's own doom. Yet by the time the heavenly dragon demon emperor finally regained his composure from his panic, he discovered to his horror that all of it had come too late. A sharp crack echoed through the air. At some unknown moment, Lu Xuan had materialized before him like a phantom. Then, with a flying kick carrying the force of a thunderbolt, Lu Xuan delivered a vicious blow upon the heavenly dragon demon emperor. The wretched heavenly dragon demon emperor had no time to react at all. His entire form shot forth like a projectile before crashing heavily into a nearby swamp of murky mud, sending a spray of turbid water flying into the air. Lu Xuan's kick was truly devastating. A strike of thunderous might that bore no mercy or hesitation, descending straight toward the heavenly dragon demon emperor's skull. With a thunderous impact, the heavenly dragon demon emperor's head burst apart like a watermelon, in an instant, its contents spraying forth in a ghastly and horrific display. But a moment ago, this heavenly dragon demon emperor had still maintained a human form, elegant and distinguished in bearing. Who could have imagined that in the blink of an eye he would be forced back to his true form, revealing his original nature? A three-headed flood dragon stretching for hundreds of zhang. Yet now, due to Lu Xuan's fatal stomp, it was no longer a three-headed flood dragon, but a two-headed one. One of its heads had been thoroughly crushed into a pulpy mass of mangled flesh. Lu Xuan stood firmly atop the heavenly dragon demon emperor's cranial matter, gazing down from above. His voice was as calm as still waters, yet the dominance emanating from it surged forth like an overwhelming tide. I told you long ago, my apology is not something a wretch like you could ever bear. When Lu Xuan's gaze met that of the heavenly dragon demon emperor, the latter's body began to tremble violently beyond his control. The four eyes across the heavenly dragon demon emperor's two remaining heads were filled with boundless terror and dread, as though he beheld a malevolent deity from the deepest abysses of the netherworld. He frantically shook his head, his voice slurred as he cried out, "And no, there's no need. It was all our mistake. We were blind to your greatness and offended you, Great One. Please be magnanimous and spare us. We are willing to offer you our most sincere apology. The heavenly dragon demon emperor who moments ago had been swaggering with insufferable arrogance now apologized frantically, like a stray cur driven from its home. Were it not for his fear of making any rash moves, he would have unhesitatingly knelt before Lu Xuan and kowtowed until his skull split open. So long as he could preserve his wretched life, he would willingly smash his head into pulp without a second thought. For a demon emperor who had clawed his way up from the very depths of obscurity, concepts such as reputation and face were but fleeting clouds, utterly insignificant compared to the value of his own life. Without life, what purpose would face serve? As for dignity, that was nothing more than a mirage. Could it be eaten as sustenance? Lu Xuan had truly not anticipated that this heavenly dragon demon emperor would prove to be such a creature of two entirely different faces. Gazing at the heavenly dragon demon emperor apologizing like a maddened hound, a glimmer of contempt flickered in Lu Xuan's eyes. Such a wretch was not even worthy of comparison with those ancient emperors of the alien races, not even 1/10,000th of their caliber. Those ancient emperors of the alien races might perhaps be slightly inferior to the heavenly dragon demon emperor before him in raw strength. Yet they would never stoop to such despicable shamelessness as the heavenly dragon demon emperor had displayed, casting aside even the most basic dignity merely to preserve their lives. For such vile refuse, Lu Xuan felt that even slaying them would be a defilement of his own hands. Nevertheless, he would show them no mercy whatsoever. A thunderous roar resounded, deafening as a bolt of heavenly lightning. Lu Xuan unhesitatingly raised his foot and stomped down with tremendous force. The heavenly dragon demon emperor's remaining head could not withstand such devastating power and instantly burst apart, scattering fragments of flesh and gore in all directions. In that fleeting instant, the once majestic flood dragon that had possessed 3 heads now retained only one solitary head, still clinging stubbornly to life. Facing such ferocious might from Lu Xuan, the heavenly dragon demon emperor was terrified to his very core, nearly reduced to tears. He understood clearly in his heart that this dreadful foe before him would never let him off easily. Thus, in abject terror, he struggled desperately to his feet and turned to flee without a moment's hesitation, all the while screaming frantically, "No! You cannot kill me. I am the demon emperor of the Sea clan. Behind me stands an incomparably powerful demon, venerable ancestor. If you dare to slay me, my ancestor will absolutely not spare you." It had to be admitted that the heavenly dragon demon emperor's threats did achieve a certain effect. Upon hearing the words, "Sea clan demon venerable," Lu Xuan abruptly halted his steps, a flicker of hesitation and wariness passing through his gaze. After all, if he truly killed the heavenly dragon demon emperor, here the two sides would inevitably become sworn enemies, with no possibility of reconciliation. Moreover, should he provoke that mysterious and terrifying Sea clan demon venerable, it would undoubtedly spell a catastrophe of immense proportions for Lu Xuan. Although Lu Xuan had always possessed unwavering confidence in his own strength, he was by no means a fool blinded by arrogance. He knew full well that with his current cultivation, attempting to face a demon venerable head-on would be nothing short of a fool's fantasy. Furthermore, according to legend, there existed only 3 demon venerables within the entire Sea clan, each of them ancient beings who had endured since the primordial era through countless eons. Their strength was unfathomably profound beyond all imagining. Even the youngest among them had lived for over 1,000,000 years. A demon venerable who had endured for 1,000,000 years, no matter how feeble their apparent strength, would surely be beyond Lu Xuan's current ability to contend with. Just as Lu Xuan hesitated, the heavenly dragon demon emperor now, like a bird startled by the mere twang of a bow, fled frantically beyond the bounds of the imperial grade formation and made his way back to the company of his fellow Sea clan demon emperors. Upon beholding the more than 100 Sea clan demon emperors surrounding him, the heavenly dragon demon emperor's previously suspended heart finally settled somewhat. He abruptly turned around, his gaze blazing like torches as it fixed squarely upon Lu Xuan. In an instant, he seemed to have transformed into an entirely different person, his face twisted with savage fury as he cursed venomously. "You reckless fool, Lu Xuan. You actually dared to sever 2 of this emperor's heads. This blood feud is utterly irreconcilable. Today, even if I must stake my very life upon it, I shall never allow you to leave this place alive." Watching the heavenly dragon demon emperor once again swaggering with insufferable arrogance, Lu Xuan was left utterly dumbfounded. This fellow truly had absolutely no sense of shame. Had he already forgotten who had just been groveling at Lu Xuan's feet, like a fawning cur begging desperately for his life? Confronted with such a preposterous buffoon who ceaselessly courted his own demise, Lu Xuan could no longer restrain the inferno of rage blazing within his heart. "Damned wretch! Today, even if it means a life and death struggle against a demon venerable, I will personally send you, this loathsome clown, to your doom." At this moment, Lu Xuan had been thoroughly provoked beyond all measure. The heavenly dragon demon emperor, oblivious to his own peril, continued to dance upon the threshold of death with reckless abandon. The fury within Lu Xuan blazed ever more fiercely. If he did not utterly vanquish this despicable creature soon, he feared he himself would be driven to madness by sheer rage. With an explosive roar, Lu Xuan took a sudden step forward before his cry had even faded. Astonishingly, the seemingly impenetrable encirclement formed by over a dozen layers of imperial-grade formations posed no obstacle to him whatsoever. Lu Xian's form flashed like a phantom passing through with effortless ease. Before Lu Xian's formidable divine abilities, those dozen-odd layers of imperial-grade formations hailed as impregnable now appeared fragile as paper, utterly incapable of withstanding his might. They were as nothing to Lu Xuan. In the blink of an eye, Lu Xuan reappeared before the heavenly dragon demon emperor like a war god descended from the heavens. His cold, piercing gaze fixed unwaveringly upon the heavenly dragon demon emperor, who stood petrified with shock. The glacial words that left his lips were laced with boundless killing intent. Earlier, out of consideration for what had passed, I spared your life once. Yet you proved so ungrateful, failing to cherish this rare chance at survival. Since this is so, today shall be your death. The instant the final word left Lu Xian's lips, suddenly streaks of terrifyingly sharp sword chi erupted violently from within the heavenly dragon demon emperor's very body. It turned out that when Lu Xuan had struck earlier, he had secretly planted a lethal contingency within the heavenly dragon demon emperor's body. These sword chi had lain dormant inside him, awaiting the optimal moment to deliver a fatal blow. Now at last they burst forth from within, displaying terrifying might. Each strand of sword chi gleamed with a cold, lethal light, bearing an intent to kill without exception, aimed directly at claiming the heavenly dragon demon emperor's life. Now these sword chi erupted from within the heavenly dragon demon emperor's body like a volcanic eruption. Even with his formidable strength at the demon venerable level, he could not withstand them. With a thunderous explosion, the heavenly dragon demon emperor's body detonated like fireworks, dissolving into countless clouds of blood mist that hung suspended in the air. Yet the very instant the heavenly dragon demon emperor was slain, an enraged roar like the explosion of thunder instantly reverberated throughout the deepest reaches of the Boundary Sea. What audacious nerve! Someone from my domain dares to be slain by your hand as well. In that instant, the terrifying thunderous voice erupted, and a fearsome, breathtaking aura surged forth, like a catastrophic tsunami sweeping across the vast expanse of the Boundary Sea with overwhelming force. The Demon Venerable has awakened. The Demon Venerable is finally back. Their voices rose in ecstatic reverence, echoing across the sea. The Demon Emperors, moments ago pale and shaking with terror, now erupted in wild celebration, consumed by elation. True, Lu Xuan had killed Tianlong Demon Emperor with fearless courage, but what of it? The one arriving now was their supreme Demon Venerable, the terror of all 8 seas and 4 directions. Should the Demon Venerable strike, personally, no matter how formidable Lu Xuan might be or how ruthless his methods, he could never match such power. Even Lu Xuan had not anticipated that slaying Tianlong Demon Emperor would actually summon this enigmatic, unfathomable Demon Venerable to intervene. Yet from the moment he struck down Tianlong Demon Emperor, he had foreseen this outcome. It surprised him not at all. As the Demon Venerable's fury surged toward him, Lu Xian's mind remained utterly still, like calm water undisturbed. If anything, he grew even more composed. Listening carefully toward the source of those roaring waves, he could clearly sense the Demon Venerable of the Sea Clan was still far away. At their current pace, it would take at least dozens of breaths before they arrived. Yet in those brief dozens of breaths, escape seemed like a distant dream. Besides, slipping past a Demon Venerable of such overwhelming power was nothing short of an impossibility in Lu Xian's clear-eyed assessment. With retreat impossible, he might as well go all out. Facing death regardless, he'd fight fiercely before the Demon Venerable arrived. A soft hum echoed as Zhangtian Divine Sword materialized, its blade gleaming with an unsettling cold light that reverberated across the entire boundless sea. The moment the terrifying sword's cry rang out, the smug smiles on the Sea Clan Demon Emperors' faces froze completely. They could never have imagined the human cultivator before them, Lu Xuan, possessing such breathtaking courage and resolve. How dare he strike in front of the Demon Venerable? In that instant of their shock and disbelief, Zhangtian Divine Sword descended like lightning, splitting the heavens. The sword's terrifying aura swept outward like a raging torrent, devastating hundreds of thousands of miles of Sea Clan territory. Magnificent Sea Clan water mansions, once grand and splendid, crumbled into ruins beneath the sword's devastating force. The Emperor-level formations, previously thought impregnable, proved utterly useless against Zhangtian Divine Sword's overwhelming power. Over 100 Sea Clan Demon Emperors, whose cultivation shook heaven and earth, were mercilessly devoured in an instant by the sword's wrathful surge. Their bodies shattered under the fierce sword chi raining down like crimson blood. At the same moment, brilliant Great Emperor origins, precious beyond measure, lay exposed before Lu Xian's eyes. Each Great Emperor origin represented a fallen emperor who had once dominated the world, yet Lu Xuan did not hesitate for a moment. He swept his arm, and an invisible force spiraled forth like a whirlwind, dragging in all the scattered Great Emperor origins along with rare treasures and heavenly materials emerging from the ruined mansions. Even facing certain death, he would seize this unprecedented opportunity to take everything he could. He had poured everything into that strike, unleashing his absolute peak power, and the results far exceeded even his own expectations. Who could have imagined a single sword strike could slay nearly 50 Sea Clan demon emperors? This devastating feat would make the entire ocean tremble and send countless experts into panic. One sword strike eliminated nearly 50 demon emperors, annihilating hundreds of thousands of miles and slaughtering more than 10 million Sea Clan beings. This power surpassed his previous strikes by dozens of times over. Haha, no doubt it's because I cultivated that miraculous Panwu overwhelming strength divine ability. My power has improved beyond anything I could have imagined. Lu Xuan exclaimed with pure joy, unable to hide the wonder on his face. He understood completely that every transformation he experienced stemmed from the miraculous benefits of Panwu overwhelming strength divine ability. Every gesture he made now carried boundless power. More than 90,000 acupoints within his body now functioned like 90,000 chaotic dantians, relentlessly releasing terrifying amounts of spiritual energy. The sensation was boundless and inexhaustible, a fountain that would never run dry. Even after unleashing that world-shaking sword strike, Lu Xuan felt his internal power surge endlessly like mighty rivers and oceans flowing without cease. Moreover, his battle spirit blazed with undiminished fervor, filling him with soaring morale and unyielding spirit, leaving not even a trace of exhaustion. Looking back, before cultivating Panwu overwhelming strength divine ability, such high-intensity, high-consumption attacks would have left him exhausted after just 1 or 2 uses, drained of all his spiritual power. But now with Panwu overwhelming strength divine ability as his foundation, that terrifying limitation no longer existed. Undoubtedly, while this divine ability hadn't directly propelled him to the Supreme Emperor Venerable realm, it had amplified his original spiritual power beyond measure, making him countless times stronger than before. With this enhancement, Lu Xuan could finally cast aside his fears of insufficient spiritual energy. No matter where he faced battle, he could handle it with composure, never again burdened by worries of depletion. He could unleash such devastating attacks thousands more times. Fully comprehending the profound benefits of Panwu overwhelming strength divine ability, Lu Xuan's eyes gleamed with excitement. Even knowing the demon Venerable approached, he showed no trace of retreat or fear. He had only tapped into the spiritual power within Panwu overwhelming strength divine ability moments ago, yet now was the perfect moment to test its combat applications. Lu Xuan's eyes suddenly burst forth with 2 dazzling beams of divine light, as if capable of tearing through the void itself. Panwu overwhelming strength divine ability was no ordinary technique. It was the supreme method capable of helping one comprehend the law of strength. The law of strength ranked first among the 3,000 chaos laws, its power capable of shaking heaven and earth. How could such an ability be weak? The combat techniques contained within were among the most supreme and powerful in all existence. With them, fighting across cultivation realms would pose no difficulty whatsoever. Now equipped with Panwu overwhelming strength divine ability as his foundation, Lu Xuan possessed the strength and confidence to confront an Emperor Venerable head-on. Yet there was one drawback. He still needed over 10,000 more acupoints to reach the first stage's completion. Unfortunately, time waited for no one. There was no opportunity to cultivate further, and Lu Xuan sighed, deeply filled with regret. If only he had more time to refine the first stage to perfection, he could merge with the law of strength and achieve Emperor Venerable status. At the same Emperor Venerable realm, the power of Panwu overwhelming strength divine ability would make stopping a demon Venerable an effortless task. But time was running out. The Sea Clan demon Venerable burst through the boundaries of the boundary, sea appearing before him like a phantom. Lu Xuan looked up and gasped in shock. The demon Venerable stood tens of millions of zhang tall, its massive form like a towering mountain reaching from heaven to earth. Yet atop that enormous body grew the monstrous head of a Jiaolong dragon, radiating immense majesty and lethal killing intent. Most astonishingly, a pair of razor-sharp dragon horns protruded from its crown, gleaming with cold light that seemed capable of rending the void itself. With each step the dragon python demon Venerable took, the earth trembled like an earthquake, sending thunderous roars echoing. Its colossal body swayed, generating towering waves that made the surrounding space quake. Simultaneously, an utterly terrifying Emperor Venerable law power erupted from him, sweeping across the entire boundary, sea, like an irresistible torrent. Where this formidable power passed, all light dimmed, and the once magnificent boundary, sea was instantly shrouded in dense shadow. It became an absolute forbidden zone where no living being dared venture. The Sea Clan demon emperors, who had barely survived the earlier brutal battle, now cowered at the sidelines. Oppressed by the dragon python demon Venerable's incomparable terror, they trembled uncontrollably, their faces twisted with dread. Panicked, they fell to their knees and cried out in unison, "We pay our respects to the dragon python demon Venerable." Their voices echoed through the silent sea, heavy with reverence and terror. These demon emperors' extreme reaction stemmed entirely from the life and death battle they had just survived. Only moments ago, an unparalleled sword light had descended from the heavens, the peerless strike wielded by Lu Xuan. The sword's apocalyptic power had forced every Sea Clan demon emperor to confront an unprecedented death threat. Had the dragon python demon Venerable not arrived in time, they would have perished completely, their souls shattered beyond recovery. Thus, upon witnessing the dragon python demon Venerable's arrival, relief washed over these demon emperors. They had escaped death itself. Like drowning men clutching at the last straw, they pinned all their hopes on the demon Venerable, whose power remained unfathomable. The dragon python demon Venerable completely ignored the surrounding demon emperors, its massive eyes burning with volcanic rage as it locked onto Lu Xuan with unyielding focus. Suddenly, twin pillars of smoke erupted from its nostrils as it roared in utter fury. Detestable humans. You've grown so arrogant that a mere Grand Emperor dares trespass in our Sea Clan territory and slaughter my subordinates. Who gave you such audacity? As its words fell, an overwhelmingly terrifying demon Venerable aura surged forth, threatening to consume all heaven and earth. Simultaneously, an even more potent Emperor Venerable Law descended upon Lu Xuan like Mount Tai crushing an egg. For an ordinary Grand Emperor, such pressure would either shatter them on the spot or leave them completely immobilized. The Sea Clan demon emperors, who had been trembling with fear like autumn leaves at the tragic death of Tianlong Emperor, suddenly saw hope flash in their eyes as they heard that voice, like a glimmer of light in darkness. Before long, Lu Xuan's eyes widened in sudden enlightenment. It was not that the legendary Emperor Sovereign's laws of power were weak and feeble. It was simply that he himself had become far too formidable for them to bear. Since his devoted cultivation of the primordial heavenly emperor art and the Panwu fierce divine power, his spiritual energy had far surpassed the level befitting an emperor's sovereign realm. Most notably, the Panwu fierce divine art elevated his power to an almost incomprehensible zenith. When the emperor sovereign's laws descended with overwhelming force upon him, Lu Xuan betrayed not a hint of trepidation. His expression turned razor-sharp as a piercing shout erupted from his lips. In an instant, an apocalyptic aura exploded from his body like a volcanic eruption. Panwu Golden Body. As Lu Xuan's guttural roar resonated through the void, all 90,000 plus mysterious acupoints within him ignited simultaneously like stars in the night sky, each radiating an intense golden luminescence. The golden radiance surged through his meridians and skin like silver fish darting through water, coursing rapidly across his entire form. In the blink of an eye, Lu Xuan was engulfed by an impenetrable sheen of golden light. Standing before the gathered masses like a war deity, descended from the heavens, radiating an aura of boundless majesty and dominance. This golden radiance transcended mere surface protection. It had merged completely with his veins, bones, blood, and flesh, achieving perfect unity with his physical form. This was the fundamental combat technique recorded within the Panwu fierce divine art, known as the Panwu Golden Body. Only upon successfully cultivating the Panwu Golden Body could one unlock the myriad powerful combat techniques inscribed within the Panwu fierce divine art. Originally, Lu Xuan had planned to wait until all 108,636 acupoints within his body were fully awakened before beginning his cultivation of the Panwu Golden Body. But fate had other plans, for at this very moment he could no longer afford the luxury of waiting methodically. Before him loomed an evil sovereign whose power terrified the heavens itself, crushing down upon him with overwhelming force. With life and death hanging in the balance, Lu Xuan had no choice but to unleash every technique at his disposal and draw upon every ounce of strength he possessed to survive. As the chaos chi from his 90,000 plus acupoints continuously merged with his flesh and blood, gradually fusing together, Lu Xuan's Panwu Golden Body was finally taking shape for the first time. Once the Panwu Golden Body fully manifested on his form, Lu Xuan immediately perceived the most profound transformation. The chaos chi previously scattered across his 90,000 plus acupoints, once operating as isolated entities, now flowed as one unified current under the Golden Body's mystical circulation. More crucially still, with merely a thought, the chaos chi obeyed his commands effortlessly. Whether channeling or unleashing its full power required nothing more than willing it, as natural and fluid as directing one's own limbs. Right before the terrifying dragon python demon Venerable's horrified gaze, Lu Xuan's body erupted with blinding radiance, shining as brilliantly as the sun itself. His muscles tensed like steel cables, veins bulging as immense power surged through his frame. With a guttural roar echoing through the air, Lu Xuan successfully condensed the legendary Panwu Golden Body. The golden armor pulsed with ancient mysterious energy, radiating unfathomable might. Instantly, Lu Xuan swung his right fist without hesitation, aimed directly toward the heavens above. Panwu Fierce Divine Fist. The moment the words left his lips, an atmosphere of world-shattering destruction erupted outward. This was one of the most devastating combat techniques recorded in the Panwu Fierce Divine Art. At its ultimate stage, this art granted mastery over the supreme laws of force itself, allowing one to comprehend the profound and unfathomable principles of the fist path. This represented a peerless divine ability born from the convergence of these two fundamental laws, an invincible technique beyond compare. As Lu Xuan's fist crashed forward, 90,000 plus hidden acupoints ignited simultaneously like clusters of powder kegs, erupting waves of surging chaos chi. The chaos chi continuously converged upon his fist, coalescing into a colossal vortex that spiraled upward with terrifying momentum. From afar, Lu Xuan appeared as a demonic deity descending from the heavens itself, advancing forward with unprecedented oppressive pressure and terrifying force that crushed everything in its path. Wherever his force passed, the boundless ocean waters parted like blades cutting through silk, carving out a bottomless trench that stretched endlessly in both directions. The dragon python demon Venerable, who had initially regarded Lu Xuan with utter indifference and even disdain, turned ashen white upon witnessing the sheer ferocity of that devastating strike, his heart flooding with unprecedented terror and shock. This cannot be a mere great emperor. No, this is unmistakably an emperor's sovereign. The dragon python demon Venerable's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression fractured with utter astonishment. His transcendent perception and profound cultivation made it impossible to miss the horrifying power latent within that single punch. The force had reached the caliber of an emperor sovereign, surging with the momentum of collapsing mountains and overturning seas. Even a rudimentary emperor sovereign would struggle to withstand such an assault. Yet he was no ordinary emperor sovereign. This dragon python demon Venerable, battle-hardened and renowned throughout the realms, had already carved his name into legend hundreds of thousands of years prior. Through eons of cultivation and refinement, the dragon python demon Venerable had forged combat prowess that shook heaven and earth. Facing Lu Xuan's ferocious strike, he merely sneered, dismissing it as the futile attempt of an insect trying to topple a mountain. Then his right fist erupted with unstoppable power. Behind him, strands of mystic emperor sovereign laws materialized like serpentine spirits, coiling and following in his wake. These sovereign laws appeared to breathe with vitality, rushing toward his striking fist and merging within moments, transforming the entire impact into a terrifying radiance. A deafening explosion echoed through the skies like thunder splitting the heavens. Two colossal fist impacts collided within the boundless ocean, unleashing towering waves that shook the world. The tranquil waters surrounding them surged violently, sending furious crests crashing toward the sky. Under the assault of such devastating energy, the ocean, spanning millions of miles, instantly transformed into a barren wasteland stripped of all vitality. The sea demon emperors, who had barely escaped death just moments prior, now faced terror beyond measure. Had the dragon python demon Venerable not intervened to shield them, these demon emperors would have been shattered into nothingness by the blast's devastating force. A collective gasp of horror rose from the crowd as every sea demon emperor present stared in disbelief, their bodies trembling involuntarily. Is Lu Xuan truly nothing more than a great emperor? One sea demon emperor stammered through clenched teeth, his voice trembling with disbelief and terror. Forget this great emperor nonsense. Who have you ever seen? A great emperor who could withstand a demon Venerable's attack? The second emperor erupted in fury, his composure completely shattered. They knew well that the dragon python demon Venerable was no ordinary foe, a being of formidable renown that had terrorized the seas for hundreds of thousands of years. Even among the ranks of emperor sovereigns, few could match his power. Yet the unknown Lu Xuan before them fought the terrifying dragon python demon Venerable to a standstill. A feat so inconceivable, it defied all logic. Having narrowly escaped death itself, these sea demon emperors now writhed with regret and terror. Their earlier boldness had stemmed from assuming Lu Xuan was merely a regular great emperor, convinced that their combined strength as multiple demon emperors would crush him effortlessly. But reality had delivered a brutal awakening. Lu Xuan was no ordinary great emperor. He was something far more monstrous. His power had shattered every expectation. Now they understood the absurdity of their earlier arrogance. To have challenged such an overwhelming force was suicidal madness. Meanwhile, the dragon python demon Venerable's expression darkened to the point of dripping, his fury burning within. He could not fathom that his full-strength strike had failed to crush Lu Xuan. It had instead resulted in a deadlock. For a being of his stature and pride as an emperor sovereign, this outcome was an intolerable humiliation. How could he accept drawing even with a human great emperor? It felt like a public slap that stripped away all dignity. Yet on the other side, Lu Xuan's situation was far from reassuring. Though he had survived by the thinnest margin, he was pushing past his limits. The Panwu golden body, his greatest pride, had nearly shattered under the demon Venerable's overwhelming force. Most of his bones were broken, the damage catastrophic. Worse still, the 90,000 chaos stanchions he had painstakingly cultivated suffered grievous harm. Over 40,000 shattered in an instant. These chaos stanchions represented countless years of suffering and sacrifice, each one forged through the refining of dozens of great emperor sources. All that effort reduced to nothing by a single strike. Yet outwardly, Lu Xuan maintained an air of calm indifference, as though unscathed. Inside, the pain was beyond anything mortal endurance could bear. Standing at all was a feat of sheer willpower. Damn it all. I was far too careless. Lu Xuan's brows knitted together as he cursed inwardly. He never imagined the demon venerable's strength could be so terrifyingly beyond comprehension. Originally confident in his abilities, Lu Xuan had relied on the peerless Panwu golden body and the unmatched power of the Panwu fierce divine fist. With 90,000 acupoints united in strength, he had believed himself capable of matching the demon venerable. But reality struck like ice water poured over his head, shattering his confidence instantly. In that moment, Lu Xuan understood what it truly meant to reach the Emperor's sovereign realm. Only those with exceptional talent and extraordinary strength could achieve it. Every Emperor Sovereign had survived countless battles between life and death, enduring immense suffering to reach such heights. Their power transcended mortal comprehension. Even with everything he had given, every technique, every ounce of strength, Lu Xuan found himself helpless against the dragon python demon venerable before him. What terrified him most was realizing the demon venerable had only been reacting casually. His strike likely held less than half the creature's true power. If the demon venerable fought with full intent, Lu Xuan wouldn't survive even a single punch. He finally understood within the imperial lineage no one was weak. Even the least among the emperor sovereigns was far beyond the reach of any ordinary great emperor. Gritting his teeth in frustration, Lu Xuan vowed silently. Unless he could reach the emperor sovereign realm himself, he would never recklessly challenge such beings again. No longer dreaming of facing the revered emperor sovereign in combat, Lu Xian's sole focus became finding a way to escape this place alive. After all, surviving the dragon python demon venerable's assault was victory enough. As Lu Xuan frantically searched for an escape, the dragon python demon venerable lost patience and struck again. The renowned demon venerable had expected to crush this human great emperor effortlessly, yet found himself deadlocked. His pride shattered, his rage reached its peak. The dragon python demon venerable sneered with contempt. "How dare a mere ant like you attack me? Your arrogance knows no bounds." Before his words finished echoing, his massive form materialized before Lu Xuan like a mountain descending from the sky. Above him, the dragon python divine avatar roared toward the heavens, jaws agape, to reveal jagged fangs, then lunged with devastating force, as if to swallow Lu Xuan whole. Simultaneously, the dragon python demon venerable's physical form gripped both fists tight, and boundless emperor sovereign laws surged toward him like a violent river. This world-destroying punch, crackling with thunder and wind, unleashed catastrophic waves as it descended upon Lu Xuan with irresistible force. This punch from the dragon python demon sovereign represented his actual power. With a single strike, the firmament crumbled and heaven and earth were laid to waste. Even among those at the emperor's sovereign realm, few could withstand such a blow. Lu Xuan possessed sufficient self-awareness. Before the fist even descended, he had already understood that he could not resist it. Therefore, rather than wait for the strike to fall, Lu Xuan bit through his tongue, dipped his finger in the essence blood from its tip, and swiftly traced a rune before his eyes. Then, gathering the chaotic chi from his entire body, he channeled it into the blood-colored rune and roared sharply, "Whether I live or die now rests with you." As Lu Xuan's voice faded, the blood-colored rune before his eyes erupted with a resplendent golden light. Before the dragon python demon sovereign's devastating fist could crash down, it enveloped Lu Xuan's body and whisked him away from where he stood, vanishing without a trace. By the time the dragon python demon sovereign's fist came crashing down, Lu Xuan had long since disappeared. The dragon python demon sovereign's punch struck only empty air. The law of space. Damn it. He is but a mere great emperor. How could he possibly command an emperor sovereign's law? The dragon python demon sovereign's expression darkened immeasurably as he stared fixedly at the faint traces of blood lingering in the seawater. He had never imagined that his virtually assured killing blow would land on nothing but air. Yet what truly shocked him was that Lu Xuan had actually unleashed a spatial law at the Emperor Sovereign level. Were it not for the Emperor Sovereign level law of space, Lu Xuan would most certainly have perished. Lu Xuan had already closed his eyes the moment he activated the spatial divine talisman. Whether he lived or died, he entrusted to the will of fate. Am I still alive? When he opened his eyes once again, a wave of pleasant shock washed over him. Not only was he alive, but he had already departed from the depths of the boundary sea. Yet the dim, shadowy surroundings caused Lu Xuan's brows to furrow slightly. What place is this? Moments ago suspended between life and death, he had only been able to employ the talismanic arts recorded within the Panwu Great Strength Divine ability, using his essence blood to trace a spatial divine talisman. At the time, he himself was uncertain whether the hastily drawn spatial divine talisman would prove effective. Yet now it appeared that the spatial divine talisman had been tremendously effective. Not only had it saved him from the dragon python demon sovereign's fist, but it had also teleported him to this place. However, Lu Xuan remained uncertain as to precisely where he had been transported. Nevertheless, so long as he had escaped the depths of the boundary sea, all was well. I never expected the spatial divine talisman could truly tear through space and carry me away. Lu Xuan recalled the moment he had inscribed the spatial divine talisman, his heart still surging with emotion. At the same time, he grew even more awestruck by the might of the Panwu Great Strength Divine ability. Whether it was the orifice opening method he cultivated, the Panwu Golden Body, the Panwu Great Strength Divine Fist, or the Spatial Divine Talisman, these were merely the tip of the iceberg of what was recorded within the Panwu Great Strength Divine Ability. The complete Panwu Great Strength Divine Ability encompassed all phenomena. The various divine abilities, talismans, and spells within it contained the full power of the 3,000 laws. One could say that so long as he cultivated the Panwu Great Strength Divine Ability to its utmost extreme, he would master the complete 3,000 chaotic laws. Thus possessing this single Panwu Great Strength Divine Ability was equivalent to obtaining cultivation methods for all 3,000 laws. Previously, Lu Xuan had been wholly focused on breaking through to the Emperor's sovereign realm, so he had only studied the orifice opening method, and had found no time to research other magical arts and divine abilities. Besides this, of course, it was also because the divine abilities, spells, talismans, and other techniques recorded within the Panwu Great Strength Divine Ability all required cultivation to the second level before their true power could be unleashed. Lu Xuan remained far from achieving the great perfection of the first level. Previously, he had only been forced beyond all alternatives, compelled to make a desperate attempt at its talismanic arts. Who could have imagined that inscribing the Spatial Divine Talisman for the first time would yield such remarkable results? Sigh. This battle with the Dragon Python Demon Sovereign not only destroyed over 40,000 of my chaotic dantians, but nearly cost me my life. It wasn't worth it. Far from worth it. Once I become an Emperor's Sovereign, I shall most certainly return to settle the score. Lu Xuan was no generous soul of vengeance, for every grievance was his very nature. Nevertheless, considering the Dragon Python Demon Sovereign's strength, thoughts of revenge would have to wait. He could only contemplate such matters after attaining the Emperor's sovereign realm. Although the losses from this occasion were immense, the gains were hardly meager. Lu Xuan retrieved the God-burying coffin, and his figure appeared within the space of the God-burying coffin. He took out all the resources he had obtained from the Water Palace. Beyond the astonishing quantity of cultivation resources, he had also acquired a full 48 Great Emperor Origin Essences. I knew it. This Water Palace is my blessed ground of fortune. Though I nearly met my end at that old bastard's hands, what magnificent gains these are. Sure enough, fortune truly follows surviving great calamities. Gazing upon the staggering quantity of cultivation resources and those Great Emperor Origin Essences, Lu Xuan beamed with unrestrained delight. Even the matter of his near death at the Dragon Python Demon Sovereign's hands no longer seemed to matter. He took stock of these resources. Those 48 Great Emperor Origin Essences alone were more than sufficient to cultivate the Panwu Great Strength Divine Ability to the great perfection of the first level with plenty to spare. As for the other cultivation resources, he could set them aside for cultivating the second level of the Panwu Great Strength Divine Ability and the chaotic Heavenly Emperor art. With so many Great Emperor Origin Essences before him, Lu Xuan employed them without the slightest hesitation. After 24 Great Emperor Origin Essences were refined and absorbed, the orifices within Lu Xuan's body finally opened to a total of 108,636. This marked the great perfection of the first level of the Panwu Great Strength Divine Ability. Lu Xuan opened his eyes, his gaze brimming with fervent brilliance. Now comes the cultivation of the Panwu Golden Body. Lu Xuan's face blossomed with a radiant smile. With the opening of 108,636 orifices, he still needed to converge the power of these orifices before the Panwu Golden Body could be forged. Only by possessing the Panwu Golden Body could he assault the second level of the Panwu Great Strength Divine Ability. Previously, while among the Sea Clan, Lu Xuan had condensed the Panwu Golden Body in advance in preparation for his battle against the Dragon Python Demon Sovereign. However, the Panwu Golden Body condensed at that time had been imperfect. Now, gathering the power of 108,636 orifices to condense the Panwu Golden Body anew. This would be the true Panwu Golden Body. The mere condensation of the Panwu Golden Body consumed nearly a full century for Lu Xuan. 100 years later, every drop of blood, every fiber of flesh, every sinew, bone, and inch of skin across Lu Xuan's entire body had transformed into a hue of golden brilliance. The power of 108,636 orifices fused in perfect unity with the Panwu Golden Body. With but the slightest movement of his limbs, he could unleash power terrifying beyond all limits. It was at the very moment the Panwu Golden Body coalesced that Lu Xuan also perceived the existence of the law of power. The Panwu Great Strength Divine Ability had from its very inception been a cultivation art founded upon the law of power. And the Panwu Golden Body served as the very foundation for comprehending the law of power. Lu Xuan activated the Panwu Golden Body, and the 108,636 orifices within his body all released resplendent golden radiance, converging into divine might that blessed his form. Lu Xuan made a casual test, discovering that any ordinary strike he delivered could directly obliterate a great emperor. Such terrifying power could without exaggeration be termed divine. Yet compared to this divine power, what truly delighted Lu Xuan was the law of force. After completing the Panwu golden body, he could sense that he had seemingly touched the threshold of the law of force. Now between his every breath and movement, there seemed to trace the presence of the law of force. With the first great perfection of the Panwu great divine power achieved, this is precisely the perfect opportunity for me to fuse with the Tao and break through to the Sovereign Emperor realm. Lu Xuan's eyes blazed with brilliance. Upon stepping into the Sovereign Emperor realm, not only would his combat prowess undergo earth-shattering transformation, but his lifespan could also extend by an additional 200,000 to 300,000 years. Originally due to refining the essence of the great emperor and consuming the immortality elixir, his lifespan had already exceeded 30,000 years. If he could add another 200,000 to 300,000 years, it would be virtually indistinguishable from true immortality. This time I must succeed in fusing with the Tao and ascend to the Sovereign Emperor realm. Lu Xuan roared with fervor, his voice trembling with intense excitement. As his primordial spirit unfurled outward, it once again ascended to the very edge of the heavens. Before him lay an endless expanse of various grand Tao laws stretching beyond the limits of sight. Perhaps because Lu Xuan cultivated the Panwu great divine power, all the grand Tao laws along his path extended goodwill toward him, each one beckoning him closer, yearning for him to fuse with their Tao. Some of the grand Tao laws even took the initiative to approach Lu Xuan's primordial spirit, seeking to forcibly fuse with his Tao. This was a phenomenon Lu Xuan had never encountered before. Gazing at those grand Tao laws drawing near of their own accord, Lu Xuan could only quicken his pace, evading the regions where they resided. Having visited this place once before, Lu Xuan's primordial spirit now navigated with familiar ease, arriving swiftly at the origin land. The moment his primordial spirit entered the origin land, even the 10 primordial grand Taos began drifting toward him. Even the Tao of flesh among the 10 primordial grand Taos radiated dazzling brilliance, seeking to envelop Lu Xuan's primordial spirit entirely within its embrace. Lu Xuan had never imagined that he had truly become such a coveted prize. Even these 10 primordial grand Taos treated him with such intimate affection. Were it not for the law of force, he would certainly have chosen among these primordial grand Taos. However, having cultivated the Panwu great divine power, his sole choice now lay with the law of force. His primordial spirit accelerated, dodging past these primordial grand Taos as it plunged into the land of chaos. This time the land of chaos before him appeared utterly transformed from his first glimpse of it. The land of chaos before him seemed to have gained both a measure of radiance and a breath of vitality. The 3,000 laws of chaos enveloped the entire land of chaos. The instant Lu Xuan's primordial spirit entered this place, all 3,000 chaotic laws trembled and converged toward him. Watching even the 3,000 chaotic laws drawing near, Lu Xuan found himself utterly bewildered. Though he had once dreamed of reaching the realm where all 3,000 laws could be cultivated simultaneously, his current reserves of energy were limited. He could never cultivate all 3,000 laws at once. Moreover, he was in the midst of fusing with the Tao. Once he chose one of these law Taos, he would be unable to continue fusing with the others. Thus his purpose was crystal clear. He surged toward the law of force. Before the other 3,000 laws could overtake him, his primordial spirit had already plunged headlong into the law of force. In an instant, Lu Xuan sensed the terrifying force of law pressing down upon him, so overwhelming that his primordial spirit nearly shattered into pieces. Fortunately, at this critical juncture, the Panwu great divine power activated automatically, helping him offset the terrifying suppression emanating from the law of force. As the Panwu great divine power circulated, Lu Xuan's Panwu golden body materialized within the law of force as well. Instantly, the countless law forces within the law of force surged toward Lu Xuan's Panwu golden body, like river waters encountering a sponge converging upon it with wild abandon. In a brief span of moments, Lu Xuan perceived a mysterious connection forming between himself and the law of force. When he closed his eyes, it seemed as though his body need merely take a single step to plunge directly into the realm of the law of force. Of course, this was but imagination. He had only just reached the Tao fusion realm. His physical body could not truly enter the law of force. Only his primordial spirit could transcend the flesh and merge with this law of force. Then, guided by his primordial spirit, he could summon the law of force, drawing its power from the river of laws. The Tao fusion realm, though called fusing with the Tao, is in essence about borrowing the power of law from the law Taos, then wielding that law power against one's foes. To truly achieve the fusion of one's physical body with a law Tao, that can only be accomplished upon reaching the higher Tao merging realm. This too is documented within the Chaos Heavenly Emperor technique. To reach Tao merging is tantamount to becoming one with the law Tao oneself, transforming into an integral part of it. A cultivator who attains this realm possesses strength comparable to those true immortals who have ascended to immortality. Lu Xuan had only just stepped into the Tao fusion realm, still far from the Tao merging realm. Lu Xuan closed his eyes, slowly perceiving the existence of the law of force drawing its law power toward him. As the inexhaustible force of the law of force merged with his body, divine patterns began to emerge across the surface of his Panwu golden body. These divine patterns spread across his entire body. The power emanating from these patterns washed over his flesh time and again remaking and transforming his physical form. The Emperor body, which had already reached the absolute pinnacle of the great Emperor realm, began its evolution and metamorphosis toward a higher tier, the body of laws. Under the reforging influence of these divine law forces, the Sovereign Emperor realm bears another name, the Heavenly Tao Law realm. Before the Sovereign Emperor realm, though one could wield the power of law, that tier of law power was merely borrowed from the world between the heavens, not only incapable of merging with the great Tao, but also incapable of remolding the body. Only upon reaching the Sovereign Emperor realm, after one's primordial spirit merges with the great Tao, can one ceaselessly absorb the law forces of the great Tao and thereby reforge the physical body. The greatest distinction between the Sovereign Emperor realm's body and that of the great Emperor realm lies in this: upon reaching the Sovereign Emperor realm, the body is no longer mere flesh and blood, but a physical form entirely condensed from heavenly Tao laws. Hence it is also called the body of laws. Compared to the flesh and blood body of a great emperor, the body of laws of the Sovereign Emperor realm has entirely cast off the limitations of flesh. Even should the body be blasted apart or burned to ash, the primordial spirit can absorb law forces from the great Tao and employ that law power to reconstruct a new body. For a powerhouse of the Sovereign Emperor realm, so long as the primordial spirit and the great Tao are not both eradicated simultaneously, they can never be truly erased. Their body of laws stands as a being virtually approaching true immortality. All of this Lu Xuan gradually comprehended only as the law forces reforged his body. It was only at this very moment that he realized how laughable his prior notion of slaying the dragon python demon sovereign had truly been. No matter how overwhelming his strength, no matter how many millions of times he blasted the dragon python demon sovereign's body to pieces, he could not inflict even the slightest harm upon that being. The Sovereign Emperor realm is indeed a domain beyond the great emperor's comprehension. Without entering the Sovereign Emperor realm, one can never grasp the magnitude of a sovereign emperor's might. Lu Xuan's gaze erupted with divine brilliance, his countenance filled with fervor and wonder. He could sense it. The moment when he would complete his body of laws and ascend to the Sovereign Emperor realm was no longer far off. As the seemingly inexhaustible surging torrent of law force ceaselessly battered Lu Xuan's mortal flesh, like an ever-rising tide, the aura and majesty emanating from his being underwent a startling transformation at a pace visible to the naked eye. Ever since he had begun cultivating the law of force, Lu Xuan had sensed his form gradually resonating with this profound and mysterious power. At first, under the ceaseless influx and blessing of law force, his body swelled with remarkable speed, as though inflated by breath, growing so immense that it resembled a towering mountain peak, radiating an unparalleled pressure that bore down upon all creation. Yet this expansion did not endure for long. Immediately thereafter, as the law force further condensed and withdrew, Lu Xuan's form rapidly contracted like a deflated leather ball, ultimately returning to its original normal stature. After dozens upon dozens of such cycles of expansion and contraction, each transformation rendered the law force within Lu Xuan increasingly refined and pure, until it reached a state of perfection never before attained. At that very moment, a thunderous boom resounded through the heavens, deafening and echoing across the skies. Simultaneously, Lu Xuan's entire being erupted with a dazzling, resplendent radiance that illuminated the surrounding void to the brightness of broad daylight. Within this luminous radiance, Lu Xuan perceived with crystalline clarity that his cultivation had finally shattered the long-standing bottleneck that had constrained him, ascending to the pinnacle of what he could presently reach, just a hair's breadth away from successfully breaking through to the supreme sovereign realm. At this moment, the surging tide of emotion within Lu Xuan's heart defied all articulation. Casting his thoughts back to those bygone years, he recalled how he had stood solitary vigil at the abyss of heaven, enduring the silent passage of 100,000 springs and autumns. Throughout that immeasurably long span of time, every waking thought and every dream within his heart had been consumed by the singular aspiration of one day shattering his own shackles and stepping into the long-coveted sovereign realm. To this end, he had tirelessly attempted countless breakthroughs into the sovereign realm, yet each attempt met with the ruthless rejection and suppression of the heavenly Tao's power, never achieving his heart's desire. Across the vast passage of years, he had remained trapped in the awkward realm of half-step sovereign, watching helplessly as his own longevity ebbed away drop by drop, powerless to alter his fate. Just as he verged upon the precipice of utter despair, fate herself seemed at last to smile upon him. Who could have foreseen that he would not only be granted a second life, a renewed opportunity to rise once more, but now stood but a hair's breadth from becoming a true sovereign? Just as Lu Xuan stood upon the threshold of ascending to the sovereign realm, the entire primordial chaos realm roiled with tremendous fury, as though brought to a furious boil. The turbulent, surging mists of chaos seemed poised to shatter their bonds and ravage the boundless expanse of this world. And at this very moment the 3,000 laws of chaos which had lain dormant throughout countless epochs, without ever manifesting, stirred, like slumbering behemoths suddenly roused from their ancient slumber, reappearing before the heavens and earth in a manner that shook the very soul. Behold, the 3,000 great laws surged forth from the primordial chaos realm like resplendent torrents roaring as they erupted skyward. Within the deepest reaches of the celestial vault, they intertwined and coiled, forming a spectacle of breathtaking beauty, yet one that evoked equal measures of awe and dread. Among them the law of force shone with the most dazzling brilliance, standing like a colossal pillar that pierced through heaven and earth, resonating across the vast expanse with Lu Xuan himself. It seemed in this very instant that Lu Xuan had become the sovereign master of this power. As the 3,000 great laws made their spectacular debut, the thunderous resonance of the great Tao shook the ears and resonated through the heavens. The heavenly Tao itself trembled, as though utterly astounded by this sudden and unfathomable upheaval. Among the human race, the 9 sovereigns were all drawn by this heaven-shaking, earth-shattering phenomenon, each lifting their head in profound astonishment, their gazes fixed intently upon the boundless expanse of the celestial vault. It was thus revealed that the cultivation of these 9 sovereigns was rooted entirely in the power of the heavenly Tao. Beneath the heavenly Tao's protection, 9 unique, great laws of the sovereign had been nurtured into existence. For this very reason, the number of sovereigns within the human race had always been constrained to 9. These 9 individuals were precisely the unparalleled mighty ones who had successfully fused with these 9 sovereign great laws. They could be said to be the very embodiment of the heavenly Taos while within the mortal realm. However, at the very instant the 3,000 laws of chaos made their grand debut, the will of the heavenly Tao descended with thunderous force. In but a fleeting moment, a fearsome and overwhelming aura akin to a mountain crushing an egg shrouded the entirety of heaven and earth, compelling an involuntary sense of reverence within all who felt its weight. Chaos is born, and the threads of destiny are thrown into disarray. Accompanying this earth-shattering proclamation that echoed across the heavens, the voice of the heavenly Taos, while resonant as a great bell, simultaneously entered the ears of the 9 human sovereigns. The 9 human sovereigns, who had already been gazing upward at the heavens with faces etched with dread, underwent an even more dramatic transformation of expression upon hearing this sudden revelation, each one overcome with trepidation for their own fate. They understood with absolute clarity that the emergence of chaos would by no means be a trivial matter. It might well bring about earth-shattering transformations to the entire human race, and even the whole of the world. Just at this moment, from within one of the majestic sovereign laws that stretched across heaven and earth with boundless grandeur, a hazy and indistinct human silhouette slowly emerged. This figure was tall and imposing, radiating endless might and an aura of unfathomable mystery. With measured steps he advanced toward the white-bearded elder who had materialized from the heavenly Tao's will, each footfall seemingly causing the very fabric of space to tremble. Upon drawing near, the figure bowed respectfully to the elder, then asked with deep concern, "Master, in the face of such a situation, what exactly can we do?" At this moment the incarnation of the heavenly Tao's will, that white-bearded elder, stood motionless in the vast emptiness of the void. He was clad in a robe of pure white as snow, billowing gently in the wind, resembling an immortal of transcendent elegance, a being of youthful countenance and snowy hair, descending upon the mortal realm. Yet within those deep and tranquil eyes of his not the slightest ripple of emotion could be discerned. There was only an ancient coldness and an unfathomable depth akin to 10,000-year-old glacial ice. And so the elder stood in silence, his gaze fixed upon the distant edge of heaven and earth, the fount of all power, the origin land. Time passed second by second as the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive and stifling, almost suffocating in its weight. Finally, after a considerable silence, the elder slowly parted his lips and spoke in a voice both deep and imperious. "The era of great contention is upon us. As my disciples, you bear the sacred duty of safeguarding the human race, and you should devote your utmost efforts to securing its prosperity. Since time immemorial, the utmost number has been regarded as 9. In years past, I deliberately left behind 9 sovereign great laws, therefore 9 sovereigns should rightly exist within the human race. But now in this era of great contention, I have decided to make an exception and carve out entirely new sovereign laws for the human race. The great expansion numbers 50, of which 49 are employed. Thus the sovereign laws of our human race shall likewise follow this principle and be set at 49. On this day, I am willing to open 40 new paths of sovereign law for the human race. From this moment forth, any among the human race who are destined shall have the opportunity to merge with the power of these laws and attain the sovereign realm." As the majestic and awe-inspiring voice of the heavenly Taos will slowly faded beyond the original 9 sovereign laws, new sovereign laws suddenly surged into existence like a rising tide. The number of these newly born sovereign laws was staggering, a full 40 in total. They hung suspended between heaven and earth, like surging magnificent rivers of boundless grandeur enveloping the entirety of the human race's domain within their radiance. The 9 mighty ones who had already successfully merged with sovereign laws, the 9 sovereigns, now saw their previously indistinct silhouette step forth from the sovereign laws they each commanded. Upon each of their faces shone an irrepressible joy, their gazes burning with fervent intensity as they fixed upon the 40 newly emerged sovereign laws. For behind each of these 9 sovereigns stood without exception the backing of an enormously powerful clan. And within these clans existed numerous prodigies of extraordinary talent, who despite their heaven-gifted endowments had been trapped for various reasons at the peak of the great emperor realm, enduring countless years without ever breaking through. Now with the emergence of these 40 new sovereign laws, an unprecedented hope and opportunity had undeniably been bestowed upon these long-imprisoned geniuses. Now that new sovereign laws had come into being, the descendants of their clans too had opened the path to ascending into the sovereign realm. And what was even more astonishing was that the master had in a single feat successfully carved out a full 40 paths of the sovereign great law. Do you understand what this signifies? Does this not herald that a total of 49 sovereigns would soon be born within the human race? If the human race were truly to possess such an overwhelming number of sovereigns, then among the vast and boundless worlds of the myriad realms, which clan or faction could possibly withstand the surging might of their unrivaled power? Even such feats as flattening the unfathomable bottomless sea of boundaries, sweeping across the foreign domains fraught with endless peril and the unknown, or scouring the forbidden zones that inspired terror, would all be as effortless as reaching into a pouch to retrieve an object. However, matters were far from concluded. Just after the elder manifested from the heavenly Tao's, had successfully carved out 40 paths of the sovereign great law, he did not cease his actions, but instead continued. As of this day, chaos has emerged into the world, and the very fabric of all that existed between heaven and earth has undergone earth-shattering monumental transformations. The sovereign realm has long ceased to be the ultimate limit that this corner of the world can contain. Therefore, a brand new realm that transcends the sovereign must inevitably arise. For this very reason, I now specially create for the human race a miraculous method known as the Heavenly Tao Cultivation Method. Any who are willing to cultivate this Heavenly Tao Cultivation Method shall have the possibility of smoothly breaking through the shackles of the sovereign, thereby achieving the supreme accomplishment of merging with and returning to the Heavenly Tao itself within this mortal world. As the elder's words slowly faded, countless mysterious runes shimmering with strange radiance like resplendent stars strewn across the night sky simultaneously and without warning materialized within the vast, boundless minds of the 9 sovereigns. These mysterious and ancient runes seemed to possess boundless magical power, weaving and spiraling through the air before ultimately converging into a breathtaking, heavenly Tao cultivation method. Within this realm of the great laws, the 9 human sovereigns were wholly absorbed in their contemplation of this unparalleled cultivation technique. The eyes of each one of them shimmered with a fervent light brilliance that burned as dazzlingly as the most resplendent stars scattered across the night sky. One of the sovereigns could not help but call out in a resounding voice. So it turns out that beyond merging with the Tao there exists yet another profound realm. Unity with the Tao. I finally understand why over all these years, no matter how diligently I cultivated my realm, could never advance even the slightest bit. Another sovereign echoed in agreement. Indeed. Merging with the Tao is merely borrowing the power of the laws. Only through unity with the Tao can one truly command and wield the laws, thereby becoming the supreme master of laws. For a moment the sovereigns voiced their wonderment one after another. Master of laws, so this is the existence that surpasses the sovereign. Another sovereign murmured to himself, his voice trembling with inexpressible joy and astonishment. You must understand they had been trapped within the sovereign realm for at least several 100,000 years, having long since reached the absolute pinnacle of that realm. Yet across all these long years, despite their diligent cultivation and their every conceivable effort to seek breakthrough, they had never succeeded in taking even a single step further. There had been a time when they believed it was the limitation of their own innate talent that prevented them from ascending to immortalhood and transcending to the higher realms. But now, after the Heavenly Tao had generously bestowed upon them this Heavenly Tao cultivation method, they were suddenly awakened to the truth. It was not their insufficient talent, but rather the constraints and limitations of the Heavenly Tao's laws that had bound them. At this moment, gazing upon the Heavenly Tao cultivation method that contained infinite mysteries before their eyes, the hearts of the 9 human sovereigns were overcome with ecstatic joy. For with this bestowal from the Heavenly Tao, they had finally obtained the qualification to embark upon the path of unity with the Tao, the hope of shattering the shackles that had bound them for so long and advancing toward a higher realm of cultivation. Within the human race, there shall be 49 practitioners of unity with the Tao. I now bestow this opportunity and await those who are destined. The voice of the mysterious elder who embodied the Heavenly Tao's will thundered across heaven and earth like a great bell. He slowly raised his hand and gave a gentle wave whereupon streaks of dazzling radiance like shooting stars streaked across the sky and merged into the 40 sovereign laws that had just been carved into existence. These rays of light were like treasures containing boundless mysteries. Within each ray lay hidden profound and wondrous methods of heavenly Tao cultivation. In the future, when those unparalleled mighty ones who had successfully merged with sovereign laws and embarked upon the path of sovereignty had cultivated to a certain realm, they would be able to obtain from these very lights the invaluable heavenly Tao cultivation method, thereby further elevating their cultivation and strength. The sovereign throne is difficult to attain, and merging with the great Tao is fraught with hardship and peril. For this very reason, I now specially create for the human race a full 10,000 minor paths of sovereign law. Even if one cannot directly merge with the supreme 49 sovereign great laws, as long as one can master and integrate these lesser paths, there remains the opportunity to attain the sovereign throne. The voice of the heavenly Taos will resounded once more, deafening and profoundly stirring. As he waved his arm, new streaks of heavenly Tao laws shimmering with mysterious radiance appeared in the vast emptiness of the void, like mushrooms springing up after rain. What was utterly astonishing was that within this brief span of time, beneath those 49 sovereign great laws, a full 10,000 brand new paths had emerged. However, compared with the 49 sovereign great laws that stood majestic and magnificent, these newly born paths appeared somewhat diminutive. They were like countless scattered stars encircling the sovereign great laws, lesser in scale, yet each radiating its own unique charm and formidable aura. At this moment, the 9 sovereigns present all widened their eyes in disbelief, staring at the densely packed 10,000 minor paths of sovereign law, their mouths agape, as though they could swallow an entire egg whole. The astonishment within their hearts was utterly beyond the power of words to convey. The scene before their eyes had completely surpassed the limits of their imagination. Master, what exactly do these 10,000 minor Emperor Tao paths signify? Upon one of the Emperor Tao paths, a hazy, indistinct silhouette slowly emerged, stepping forth into view. The shadow appeared utterly astonished by what lay before its eyes, and it spoke with palpable bewilderment in its voice. Standing there like the very embodiment of the heavenly Taos, while the white-bearded elder gently stroked the silvery white beard beneath his chin. A kindly, affable smile graced his face as he replied with evident delight. You must understand that within the primordial chaos there exist precisely 3,000 laws, and the great Tao likewise numbers 3,000. Yet the heavenly Tao that I represent possesses merely a scant 50 of these, and one of them has vanished without a trace. Such a state of affairs is truly most unjust. Therefore, on this very day, I have deliberately carved out a full 10,000 paths for the human race. Among all humanity, a scene of flourishing prosperity shall unfold. 100 flowers blooming in rivalry, with myriad Taos cultivated in harmonious conjunction. Although these 10,000 minor Emperor Tao paths cannot compare to the great Emperor Tao paths that you walk upon in the final analysis, they are all evolved from the laws of the great Tao. Those who can merge into these minor paths and become emperors shall possess extraordinary transcendent power, while those who can perfectly resonate with and become one with a minor path shall become the master who governs a particular law. You must devote yourselves wholeheartedly to urging the people of the human race, cultivating in perfect unity of purpose, striving to swiftly complete and replenish the number of emperors that our race lacks. At this very moment, the mysterious and vast will of the heavenly Tao had flawlessly laid out a world-shaking grand design. No fewer than 49 great Emperor Tao paths descended from the heavens, while an astonishing 10,000 minor Emperor Tao paths shimmered across the firmament like countless scattered stars. Originally, the human race possessed merely a handful of supreme emperors, only 9 in total. Yet now this very situation had undergone a transformation as radical as the overturning of heaven and earth. With this gambit arranged by the heavenly Taos, the future of the human race might well give rise to tens of thousands of emperors. Even the once awe-inspiring, unassailably exalted 9 great emperors themselves, confronted with such earth-shattering change, were struck speechless with astonishment. Just imagine, if the human race truly welcomed the magnificent spectacle of 10,000 emperors rising in unison, what manner of heart-stirring scene would that be? Perhaps even the 9 great emperors themselves would find it impossible to conceive just how incomprehensibly powerful the human race would become at such a time. The curtain of this grand contention era was slowly being drawn back, and at this very juncture the chaos laws too stirred, as though a slumbering dragon of old had suddenly awakened, bursting forth from its cocoon. The will of the heavenly Tao skillfully seized upon this moment, employing such heaven-reaching means with the singular aim of comprehensively elevating the strength of the entire human race. For it knew full well that once the spectacular scene of a 10,000 emperor tidal wave truly surged forth within the human race, its own power would likewise ascend to an unprecedented pinnacle. Accompanied by the dazzling emergence of the 3,000 chaos laws, the chessboard meticulously arranged by the heavenly Tao was formally unveiled. Simultaneously, the entire great Tao world began to tremble violently, as though the Mother Earth herself quivered with uncontrollable excitement. One by one the long silent time-weathered Tao paths of heaven and earth, enduring the vicissitudes of countless eons, emerged roaring from the depths of the void like colossal beasts that had long lain dormant, at last rising to the fore. Though these Tao paths of heaven and earth did not take human form to manifest in the world through this distinctive manner, they rendered it far easier for all beings throughout the realm to perceive the true existence of the laws of the great Tao. Thus an ever-growing number of living beings were able to merge and commune with the great Tao, becoming Tao mergers who wielded the power of the Tao. The stratagems employed by the heavenly Tao and the great Tao were profoundly abstruse and unfathomable. Even a figure of extraordinary talent, such as Lu Xuan, was utterly unable to perceive the mysteries concealed within. And at this very moment Lu Xuan had successfully crossed the threshold into the coveted Emperor realm. Behold, his Yuan Shun merged flawlessly with the mysterious and unfathomable law of force. Sustained by the power of the law, his mortal body was washed and tempered again and again until he ultimately attained the legendary Emperor realm with consummate success. Suddenly a deafening roar resounded with a thunderous crash, as though an unyielding shackle that had forever hovered above his head had been shattered in an instant. Immediately thereafter, boundless majestic power of the law surged into Lu Xuan's body, like a torrential flood ceaselessly pouring forth and swiftly merging into the 108,636 chaotic dantian within him. The moment Lu Xuan stepped into the Emperor realm, his already indestructible Panwu golden body, under the impetus of this formidable power, began to undergo a metamorphosis, as though being reborn, transforming with astonishing swiftness. This newly forged Panwu golden body was not only manifold times more powerful than before, but even the 108,636 chaotic dantian within him, having absorbed the law of force, likewise began to undergo a further metamorphosis. With eyes tightly shut, Lu Xuan immersed himself wholly in comprehending the second level of the Panwu Great Force Divine Ability. The second level of the Panwu Great Force Divine Ability was known as the Panwu Ancestral Body. To attain such a realm, one must cultivate a unique Panwu Golden Body within each of the 108,636 chaotic dantian. Ultimately, by converging the strength of 108,636 Panwu Golden Bodies, one could coalesce the singular Panwu Ancestral Body. The Panwu Ancestral Body is not merely the cornerstone of the law of force. It is also the vital foundation for stepping into the Tao merging realm. Only by successfully cultivating the Panwu Ancestral Body can one's physical vessel become powerful enough to merge with the law of force. If one were to fall short of the Panwu Ancestral Body realm, yet recklessly attempt to merge with the law of force, the inevitable outcome would be to be ruthlessly obliterated by the terrifying law of force itself. One must realize that the law of force stands preeminent among the 3,000 chaos laws. It occupies the foremost position, without question. It is without exaggeration the most powerful, unrivaled law in Tao. Precisely for this reason, to achieve a perfect fusion with the law of force is by no means something an ordinary physical vessel can readily accomplish. Not long ago, Lu Xuan had only just managed to condense a full 108,636 chaotic dantian. Yet now the task before him demanded the condensation of yet another identical number, 108,636 Panwu golden bodies. Confronted with such a daunting challenge, even Lu Xuan's formidable composure could not help but be shaken, drawing a sharp breath of astonishment. The Panwu Great Force Divine Ability truly is a fearsome undertaking to cultivate. With a thunderous crash, a great emperor origin imbued with boundless might was instantly refined within Lu Xuan's grasp. Simultaneously, as his physical vessel transformed into a chaotic divine furnace, the speed at which he refined the great emperor origin skyrocketed manifold. Originally, by all reasonable measure, thoroughly refining this mysterious and formidable great emperor origin would require a full century at the very least. Yet astonishingly, in less than a mere decade of fleeting time, this priceless great emperor origin had already been refined and absorbed down to the very last trace. At first, Lu Xuan was brimming with joy, convinced that such a magnificent great emperor origin would at the very least enable him to condense hundreds, nay thousands, of Panwu golden bodies. After all, the energy contained within such a legendary treasure should have been incomparably vast and boundless. But contrary to his hopes, the final outcome far exceeded his expectations in the worst way. The power unleashed by this great emperor origin could not even suffice to condense a single complete Panwu golden body. Gazing at the Panwu golden body within his meridian, only half condensed and incomplete, Lu Xuan's heart ached with bitter regret. That was, after all, a great emperor origin beyond price, a treasure rare across all the world. To watch it vanish into nothingness before his very eyes was truly difficult to bear. When he had first cultivated to the first level of the Panwu Great Force Divine Ability, a single great emperor origin of identical caliber had effortlessly opened up over 3,000 crucial meridians for him. Yet now it could not even sculpt a single Panwu golden body into being. With no recourse, Lu Xuan could only steel himself and once more carefully retrieve another Great Emperor origin from the depths of his treasury. As this second Great Emperor origin was gradually refined and absorbed into his body, the incomplete Panwu golden body, sustained by the ceaseless influx of formidable energy, finally coalesced into form and triumph. Even so, Lu Xuan's heart remained filled with vexation and unwillingness. Heavens! A full 2 Great Emperor origins, and yet they allowed me to condense merely a single Panwu golden body. The cost is simply too great, too disproportionate. Lu Xuan carefully stowed away the remaining Great Emperor origins, his mind quietly deliberating. These incomparably precious Great Emperor origins, if reserved for the use of our clansmen, might well forge several new Great Emperors for the entire family. Would that not be a splendid thing? At this thought, a gratified smile unconsciously graced his lips. Reflecting upon the earlier experience of condensing a single Panwu golden body at the cost of 2 Great Emperor origins, Lu Xuan had now attained a sudden, illuminating clarity. At that time he had still been at the Great Emperor realm, and Great Emperor origins naturally possessed a pronounced effect in enhancing his personal strength. But now, having successfully broken through to the Emperor realm, these Great Emperor origins, insofar as he was concerned, could indeed play a far diminished role compared to before. 2 Great Emperor origins condense a single Panwu golden body. Such a result is in truth quite acceptable. After all, I am now at the Emperor realm. One cannot be overly demanding. Lu Xuan murmured softly. Nevertheless, through this attempt he had keenly realized that the difficulty of cultivating the Panwu Great Force Divine ability at the Emperor realm was utterly beyond imagination. If one wished to condense the legendary Panwu ancestral body, one knew not how many years or months it would require before the wish could be fulfilled. Fortunately, the Panwu Great Force Divine ability could at last be set upon. Its methods recorded in meticulous detail, numerous miraculous spellcraft, divine abilities, talismans, and exquisitely crafted formations, each one evoking boundless yearning in the heart. Lu Xuan understood deeply that as long as he persevered in his study, given time, he would undoubtedly achieve great things. Having already experienced the wondrous efficacy of the spatial divine talisman before, Lu Xuan now threw himself into its in-depth study with even greater eagerness. This spatial divine talisman actually possesses the ability to allow one to escape unscathed from the clutches of a powerful great demon venerable. It is unquestionably a supreme treasure for preserving one's life. If I could cultivate it to the grand completion realm, then in the future, even when encountering those ancient emperors whose fame had endured through the long passage of time, I would have no need to fear any longer. Lu Xuan reflected inwardly, while scene after scene of past hardships and tribulations surfaced unceasingly in his mind. Yet what Lu Xuan had always kept engraved upon his heart was the safety of his clansmen. He must return to his clan before the great formation was breached. Only thus could he save his kinsfolk. Yet he also knew that once he embarked upon the path of returning to the human race, he would inevitably be forced to confront directly those 7 Emperor Venerables who once wielded dominion over the world. Although Lu Xuan had likewise now reached the Emperor realm, he had only recently entered this realm. Whether in terms of the depth of his personal strength or the divine abilities at his command, compared to those ancient beings who had occupied the throne of Emperor for hundreds of thousands of years, he paled by comparison. Precisely for this reason, Lu Xuan understood deeply that only by mastering an ingenious life-preserving art, such as the spatial divine talisman, one that allowed him to withdraw at any time and in any place, could he best ensure that this journey bearing upon the rise and fall of the human race would proceed smoothly, without mishap. Accordingly, he devoted himself with undivided concentration to studying the spatial divine talisman, leaving no subtle detail unexamined, hoping to swiftly penetrate its mysteries and achieve complete mastery. He must not through his own recklessness sacrifice his own life, and along with it the lives of his clansmen. Lu Xuan had previously deployed the spatial divine talisman once, so revisiting it now felt as familiar as following a well-worn path. However, the spatial divine talisman that Lu Xuan had previously inscribed had been carved desperately in that twilight between life and death, using his own essence blood. The process of truly cultivating the path of talismans was now entirely different. It was not merely a matter of inscribing a single spatial divine talisman. One must first condense an origin talisman within one's body, and only then could the true cultivation of the path of talismans truly begin. The Panwu Great Strength Divine Ability encompasses all phenomena under heaven, containing within it all 3,000 laws of primordial chaos. And this spatial divine talisman is merely a comprehensive application of the law of force and the law of space. This spatial divine talisman, infused with the power of 2 laws, is but one of the many talismanic arts recorded within the Panwu Great Strength Divine Ability. Beyond it exist the Temporal Divine Talisman, the Samsara Divine Talisman, the 5 Elements Divine Talisman, the Destruction Divine Talisman, and countless others. Any one of these divine talismans recorded within, once cultivated to mastery, becomes a means of preserving one's life. However, to cultivate these divine talismans, one must first condense the natal divine talisman. Lu Xuan had once before studied the way of talismans. Though he had not originally been well-versed in it, the 100,000 years he spent guarding the heavenly abyss allowed him to cultivate it to a state of profound mastery. Moreover, during those 100,000 years guarding the heavenly abyss in moments when boredom overwhelmed him, he had dabbled in various other paths of cultivation as well. Therefore, cultivating the way of talismans recorded within the Panwu Great Strength Divine Ability posed no great difficulty for him now. As he activated the primordial chaos energy within his body, a colossal natal divine talisman slowly coalesced within him. This natal divine talisman was entirely condensed from the law of force, containing nearly half of Lu Xuan's formidable cultivation. The moment it took form, it drew forth the descent of the heavenly Tao's divine thunder. Yet before the heavenly Tao's divine thunder could even fall, it was directly shattered by his natal divine talisman. This was, after all, a natal divine talisman condensed from the law of force, imbibing with terrifying might, more powerful than even the ultimate imperial weapons. Such a trifling heavenly Tao divine thunder could never hope to withstand his natal divine talisman. With the natal divine talisman successfully condensed, Lu Xuan began cultivating the spatial divine talisman. Given his profound mastery of talismanic arts coupled with the tremendous power of his natal divine talisman, within the span of merely 1 hour he smoothly condensed a spatial divine talisman. This spatial divine talisman glimmered with golden radiance, orbiting Lu Xuan's natal divine talisman in ceaseless revolution, ceaselessly channeling power to the natal divine talisman. At the same time, it could draw upon the natal divine talisman's power to strengthen itself. This is the cultivation method of the way of talismans. First condense the natal talisman, then cultivate additional talismans. These diverse talismans can each channel power to the natal talisman. For Lu Xuan, this marked the first true step onto the path of the talisman cultivator, and a gleam of excitement and curiosity flickered within his gaze. It is said that in the primordial era, talisman cultivators were an exceedingly powerful class of cultivators. A single talisman could suppress the very heavens and earth, their combat prowess unmatched. Some of the most formidable talisman cultivators condensed tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of talismans within their bodies. When they struck, the heavens themselves would be blanketed by an overwhelming tide of talismans bearing down upon their foes, powerful enough to stand against hundreds, even thousands single-handedly. Lu Xuan's eyes blazed with brilliant divine light. Talisman cultivators were once an exceedingly formidable class of cultivators, yet for reasons unknown their lineage was severed in later ages. Among the present-day human race, not a single true talisman cultivator remains. Most cultivators of today can only inscribe the most rudimentary of talismans. They have not even the faintest knowledge of how to condense a natal talisman. Lu Xuan himself had once been ignorant of the method to condense a natal talisman. It was only through acquiring this Panwu Great Strength Divine Ability that he was able to condense one. Having first perfected the Panwu Golden Body, and now becoming a talisman cultivator, as well, Lu Xuan was quite stirred with excitement. However, this was by no means his terminus. The Panwu Great Strength Divine Ability records countless cultivation methods, of which the talisman cultivator is merely one. Among them, the one that most piqued Lu Xuan's interest was the faith cultivation method. The faith cultivation method is a cultivation technique that fuses the law of force with the law of faith, two immensely powerful laws. Once mastered, one can absorb the faith power of all sentient beings to cultivate one's own Tao. At the same time, through the law of faith, one may bestow blessings upon one's believers. Such blessings, beyond granting various cultivation resources, can also directly confer cultivation itself. In other words, Lu Xuan may, via the great Tao of faith, convert the faith power he obtains into cultivation and bestow it upon his believers. Those believers who receive this cultivation will in turn generate even greater faith power for him. Thus a perpetual cycle is established. This is virtually tantamount to a cheat-like divine artifact. Naturally, such bestowal of blessings cannot be sustained indefinitely. It requires Lu Xuan to possess a sufficient reservoir of faith power before he may grant such blessings. Admittedly, this approach has certain limitations. Nevertheless, it is undoubtedly an excellent method for simultaneously enhancing one's own strength and that of one's believers. Of course, the applications of faith power extend far beyond these. The reason Lu Xuan placed such weight upon this matter was in truth his desire to bestow blessings upon his clansmen after mastering it, to aid them in elevating their strength. As for Lu Xuan himself, whether or not he cultivated the law of faith mattered little. Beyond this faith cultivation method, there existed another cultivation technique that had kindled his curiosity. It was a cultivation method tied to the law of divine abilities. The method for cultivating the law of divine abilities recorded within the Panwu Great Strength Divine Ability left Lu Xuan utterly dumbfounded. The law of divine abilities was in origin merely a mid-tier law among the 3,000 laws of primordial chaos. Not particularly powerful, yet not weak either. Its greatest merit lies in this: when cultivating any divine ability, one can swiftly achieve complete comprehension and mastery. Yet within this Panwu great strength divine ability, once the law of divine abilities was fused with the law of force, it gave rise to a cultivation technique known as the divine ability Dao Fruit Rapid Cultivation Art. This divine ability Dao Fruit Rapid Cultivation Art involves absorbing one's own primordial chaos energy, planting the law of divine abilities as a seed, and nourishing it with primordial chaos energy, causing it to take root, sprout, and grow into a divine ability Dao Fruit Tree. The greatest function of this divine ability Dao Fruit Tree is that upon absorbing primordial chaos energy, it can bear divine ability Dao Fruits. So long as one consumes a divine ability Dao Fruit regardless of the divine ability in question, without any need for arduous contemplation, one can cultivate it to the realm of perfection in but a brief span of time. When Lu Xuan beheld this technique, he was struck dumb with astonishment. He nearly could not restrain himself, so eager was he to first master this divine ability Dao Fruit Rapid Cultivation Art. After all, those divine ability Dao Fruits, capable of elevating any divine ability to perfection in mere moments, were simply too tantalizing. With the divine ability Dao Fruits, one could save boundless time and spiritual energy in cultivating divine abilities. However, he no longer had the time to continue cultivating these various paths. This session of seclusion has once again consumed several thousand years, which means at least several days must have passed in reality. I wonder how the Lu clan has fared during this time. Lu Xuan drew a deep breath, a flicker of concern glinting in his eyes. For some reason, a sudden premonition of ill foreboding washed over him, as though some calamity had befallen the Lu clan. Upon reaching this thought, Lu Xuan swiftly called out to Lu Linglong. Yet to his alarm, the bloodline summons between him and Lu Linglong had at some unknown point vanished entirely. Lu Xuan's countenance shifted at once. It must have been when I broke through to the Sovereign Emperor realm. The law of force restructured my sovereign body, severing my bloodline connection with the little girl. Lu Xuan discerned the reason behind it. When he ascended to the Sovereign Emperor realm, his physical body was utterly transformed into a body of law, and he naturally lost his bloodline connection with Lu Linglong. Even now, should Lu Linglong continue to invoke the bloodline summons, she would no longer be able to reach him. After all, he now possessed a body of law, having long since transcended the realm of mortal flesh and blood. First, I'll reach out to the little girl and see if something has changed within the family. Lu Xuan furrowed his brow slightly. Though Lu Linglong had been unable to reach him, he could still contact her. For someone at the Sovereign Realm, reaching Lu Linglong posed virtually no difficulty at all. Although the bloodline connection had been severed from Lu Linglong's, and with Lu Xuan's current cultivation, he needed only a minor technique to re-establish contact with her. As Lu Xuan executed his technique, the bloodline connection between him and Lu Linglong resurfaced once more. Moreover, since he had initiated this blood link himself, he could even borrow Lu Linglong's eyes through their bond to observe everything around her. The Lu family. At present, the Lu family was facing a grave crisis. Since the last time the Lin family ancestor had been blocked outside their formation, and the Lin family patriarch had been slain, the Lin family ancestor had departed the Lu family to seek assistance from the great imperial clans. In but a short span of time, he had rallied no fewer than 10 peak great emperors to his cause. These were all ancestors from the imperial clans persuaded by the Lin family ancestor to come and help him breach the Lu family's protective formation. Fortunately, the emperor-level formation Lu Xuan had left behind proved formidable enough to withstand the relentless assault of 14 great emperors. Yet despite this, the Lu family members wore expressions of solemn gravity. Terror even flickered in the eyes of some clansmen. For after their consecutive attacks failed to breach the Lu family's formation, the great emperors had summoned a person of noble standing. Clan leader Jiang. The Lu family has been obstinately resisting behind their formation, and we are truly powerless. We implore you, clan leader Jiang, to take personal action. The Lin family patriarch approached one of the peak great emperors, a man who was none other than the clan leader of the Jiang family, one of the longevity clans. Behind him stood a sovereign. Among the entire human race, the longevity Jiang family ranked among the foremost. This Jiang family patriarch had come to the Lu family precisely by order of his own sovereign ancestor. Brother Lin, rest assured, my ancestor has already learned of the matter here and has specifically instructed me to bring a treasure. Once we summon it forth, this mere emperor-level formation will be shattered in an instant. The Jiang family patriarch smiled broadly, gazing down with haughty arrogance at the Lu family below. He called out in a commanding voice, Lu family, if you are willing to open your formation of your own accord and offer your submission and apology, perhaps we might show mercy and grant you a slim chance of survival. If you remain obstinately foolish, then naught but death awaits you. Once the treasure in my hands shatters your protective formation, every soul within, man, woman, and child, shall be slaughtered without mercy. He made his threat directly, vowing to annihilate the Lu family entirely. The Lu family clansmen burned with fury. Yet they knew this Jiang family member was no ordinary figure, and that he wielded a treasure capable of breaching their protective formation. For a moment, the Lu family members were at a loss as to what course to take. Even Lu Tianyuan, who had just recently attained the great emperor realm through his Dao, wore an expression of profound solemnity. Utterly without recourse, he could only turn to his daughter with a look of desperate appeal. Linglong, can you still not reach the ancestor? After learning that the connection between Lu Linglong and ancestor Lu Xuan had been severed, the entire Lu family had been seized with dread and unease. Especially at such a moment of life and death, ancestor Lu Xuan was their sole hope and pillar of support. If only they could reach ancestor Lu Xuan, perhaps they might still grasp a thread of survival. Lu Linglong was about to shake her head in despair when suddenly her eyes trembled, her face flooding with overwhelming emotion. Little girl, fear not. So long as I am here, none shall ever harm you. Through Lu Linglong's eyes, Lu Xuan could perceive everything beyond with perfect clarity. The terrified, restless gazes of the Lu family members, and beyond the formation, the sneering faces of the great emperors with their savage countenances. Lu Xuan saw it all with unmistakable clarity. Especially upon beholding the Jiang family patriarch, a fierce killing intent even erupted within Lu Xuan's gaze. The longevity Jiang family. It had been the Jiang family ancestor who had championed the motion to expel him from the human race. He still recalled how that Jiang family ancestor had proposed that he take his own life in atonement, and that after slaying him the entire Lu family should be annihilated as well. Had he not failed to secure the unanimous consent of all sovereigns, he would most certainly have perished then and there, and the Lu family would have ceased to exist long ago. Therefore the Jiang family was in truth among his greatest enemies. Now seeing the Jiang family patriarch threatening to annihilate the Lu family, and even bearing a treasure imbued with a sovereign strike for the sole purpose of breaching the emperor-level formation he had left behind, Lu Xuan, now himself a sovereign, instantly discerned from the talisman clutched in the Jiang family patriarch's hand the aura of sovereign-level laws. He naturally understood that it must have been personally bestowed by the Jiang family sovereign, designed specifically to dismantle the emperor-level formation he had left behind. Jiang family. I never expected that after 100,000 years you would remain as malevolent as ever. Since you cannot tolerate the existence of our Lu family, then let the Jiang family be the first to perish. Lu Xuan's countenance darkened, killing intent blazing within his gaze. Were his true body not so distant at present, he would have struck personally and cut down every great emperor daring to offend the Lu family. Especially that Jiang family patriarch. He was marked for certain death. Yet for now he could only channel his aura through the bloodline connection with Lu Linglong. It was impossible for his true form to manifest. Slaying these great emperors still posed considerable difficulty. Enough. I shall grant you a brief reprieve. Once I return to the human race, you shall be the first I sacrifice to my banner. Lu Xuan snorted coldly. As his voice fell, a terrifying sovereign pressure had already merged through Lu Linglong's body with the Lu family's emperor-level formation. Under the augmentation of his sovereign might, the originally emperor-level protective formation rapidly underwent metamorphosis and elevation. In but a brief moment, the Lu family's protective formation had ascended to the realm of sovereign-level formations. A sovereign-level formation, even should a sovereign descend in person, shattering it would require far more than a mere moment. As for the talisman clutched in the Jiang family patriarch's hand, attempting to breach the formation with it would be nothing short of a jest. Though Lu Linglong was unaware of what the ancestor had done, she could clearly sense that the Lu family's protective formation before her seemed to have grown incomparably more powerful. Especially when she perceived the force of laws emanating from within the formation, she was so utterly shocked that her entire being froze in disbelief. Sovereign-level laws. This is genuine sovereign-level laws. The ancestor. He has become a sovereign. Lu Linglong trembled with emotion, her delicate frame quivering. Ancestor Lu Xuan attaining the sovereign realm was for the Lu family the most wondrous news imaginable. Once ancestor Lu Xuan returned, the great emperors before them would be naught but a troop of strutting buffoons. As for the Lin family ancestor, he could be dispatched with a mere flick of the wrist. Lu Tianyuan, who had been closely observing the changes in his daughter's expression, though he had not detected the shift in the protective formation, had nonetheless witnessed the agitation written across her face. At once he understood that contact with ancestor Lu Xuan must have been re-established. The Lu family was saved. Sure enough, Lu Linglong transmitted her voice to him, saying, "Father, rest assured. The ancestor has already enhanced the clan's protective grand formation. Now even if an emperor sovereign came personally, it would not be easy to break through the protective formation. With merely the talisman in his hand, it is absolutely impossible for him to break the ancestor's formation. With the ancestor present, these people cannot stir up any trouble." Upon hearing his daughter's explanation, Lu Tianyuan smiled so broadly that his eyes narrowed into slits. Good. With the ancestor here, we naturally have no need to worry. Lu Tianyuan beamed with joy, the expression of worry from earlier completely vanishing from his face. The surrounding elders, seeing the change in their clan leader's countenance, could not possibly fail to understand what had transpired. Although they could not guess that the protective grand formation had already been enhanced by Lu Xuan, they all knew this must mean contact with the ancestor had been made once again. The elders' taut nerves finally began to relax. Meanwhile, the Jiang clan leader outside the formation had assumed that his threats would throw the Lu family into panic and despair. He never imagined that instead of being afraid, the Lu family members were even smiling happily. This sight stung him profoundly. Very well. Since you refuse the wine offered in courtesy and insist on the penalty, do not blame me for what comes next. Once I break through your protective formation, I shall flay the skin from your bones and tear the sinews from your flesh. I shall subject you to all 18 brutal tortures before dismembering your bodies into 10,000 pieces. The moment the Jiang clan leader spoke, his words dripped with venom, more vicious even than the Lin family's ancestor. However, Lu Tianyuan, having learned that contact with ancestor Lu Xuan had been established, feared not the Jiang clan leader's threats in the slightest. Instead, he stood defiantly at attention. He rose above the Lu family estate, gazing across the formation to meet the Jiang clan leader's eyes, and scoffed coldly. So this is the grandeur of the longevity Jiang family, threatening to annihilate entire clans at the slightest whim, and to reduce my Lu family to scattered ashes. What magnificent might the longevity clan wields! Do you truly believe the entire human race has become your private garden? Today it is my Lu family. Tomorrow will you not seek to erase every other imperial clan as well? Lu Tianyuan, having long held his tongue, now unleashed his mockery with such thunderous volume that it echoed across the heavens and earth. Every living being within 100,000 li heard his voice. Throughout the surrounding region, there were no fewer than tens of thousands of clans, great and small. Among them, no fewer than several dozen could truly be called imperial clans. Previously, they had all sensed the disturbance at the Lu family estate, but unwilling to antagonize the Lin family for the sake of a single clan, they had all pretended ignorance. Moreover, with even the Jiang clan leader now arrived, these imperial clans, despite knowing full well what transpired, all feigned blindness and deafness. But now, with Lu Tianyuan's voice ringing across the heavens for all to hear, even ordinary mortals could perceive it. They could no longer maintain their facade of ignorance, even if they wished to. The longevity Jiang family, truly magnificent might they wield. The leaders of these imperial clans were all enraged, yet although they despised the Lin and Jiang families' conduct, none dared to truly involve themselves. Yet their blindness and deafness could not escape the notice of their own clansmen below. Clan leader, although the Jiang family is a longevity clan, surely they cannot act so lawlessly, threatening to exterminate entire clans at every turn. Today it is the Lu family, but who can guarantee we shall not be next? At this moment we must step forward. We must unite with the other imperial clans, or else in the future our imperial clans shall exist in name only. Will any of us be able to withstand the Jiang family casually inventing a pretext to annihilate our entire clan? Clan leader, we cannot stand idly by any longer. Surely you understand the principle that when the lips are gone, the teeth shall grow cold. Today is the Jiang family truly targeting only the Lu family. They are testing the resolve of us imperial clans. If today we watch the Lu family perish without lifting a finger when disaster befalls us in the future, who will speak on our behalf? Within each imperial clan, there were clear-headed members who offered earnest counsel, urging their clan leaders to step forward. But alas, these clan leaders all pretended to hear nothing. Some clan leaders even retreated directly into closed-door cultivation, refusing to see even their own clansmen. Lu Tianyuan paid no heed to the reactions of these imperial clans outside. His purpose in letting his voice carry across the heavens was simply to ensure all beings could see the truth of the matter with clarity. He wanted everyone to know that today it was not the Lu family who had caused trouble. It was the Lin family and the longevity Jiang family who sought to seize the Lu family's imperial-grade cultivation techniques and protective grand formation, and thus wished to exterminate their entire clan. Lu Tianyuan's voice rang out continuously, explaining the causes of the matter in full. Those who had previously been unaware of the Lu family's plight, upon hearing Lu Tianyuan's explanation, all expressed their sympathy toward the Lu family. At the same time, they thoroughly despised the Lin family and the longevity Jiang family's conduct. However, these were matters in which ordinary people could not involve themselves. Though these people mourned the Lu family's fate, there was nothing they could do. Lu Tianyuan did not expect that at this moment anyone would still step forward to champion the Lu family's cause. He simply wished to reveal the truth of the matter to the world, to let everyone know what the Lu family had endured. He wanted to tear away the masks of the Lin family and the longevity Jiang family, completely exposing to all their despicable and shameless nature. Outside the formation, listening to Lu Tianyuan lay bare the truth of the matter, the Jiang clan leader's expression grew so dark that it seemed water could drip from his face. He had never imagined that Lu Tianyuan would reveal all of this to the public. Now, even if he stepped forward to explain, he could no longer completely wash away the Jiang family's suspicion. Although the Lin family's targeting of the Lu family had been orchestrated by him behind the scenes, aside from the Lin family's ancestor, no third person had known of this matter. Yet now Lu Tianyuan had revealed everything to the world. In but a moment, the hundreds of millions of beings within 100,000 li radius had all come to know the cause and effect of the matter. Even if he wished to silence them, he could not kill so many people. Now he only regretted not having struck earlier to utterly annihilate the Lu family, which had given Lu Tianyuan his opportunity. Watching Lu Tianyuan grow increasingly exaggerated in his accusations, even slinging mud at them by fabricating deeds they had never committed, the Jiang clan leader had become so furious that smoke seemed to pour from his nostrils. Lu Tianyuan, you seek death. Do you imagine anyone will believe these words? Even if some believe them, what of it? Once I annihilate your Lu family, the truth of the matter will rest entirely in my hands. The Jiang clan leader stared fixedly at Lu Tianyuan with a face dark as night, grinning like a venomous serpent. I had intended to let you live a while longer, but since you seek your own death, then perish. The Jiang clan leader roared in fury, waving his hand to release the talisman imbued with an Emperor Sovereign's attack. In an instant, the talisman erupted and the mighty Emperor Sovereign's laws radiated from within, resembling a ribbon of light as it surged toward the Lu family's protective grand formation. The talisman imbued with the Emperor Sovereign's laws slammed against the Lu family's protective formation array. Clan head Zhang laughed even more wildly. Haha. Just wait and die. You mere ants dare challenge the dignity of our eternal lineage. Then perish all of you. Clan head Jiang seemed determined to vent every ounce of his recent humiliation, brazenly dragging up matters concerning Lu Xuan from long ago. Do you truly believe that Lu Xuan could still shield you? What absurd delusion. 100,000 years ago our Jiang clan forced him into exile among humanity, and 100,000 years later we shall do it again. 100,000 years ago our ancestor showed mercy by sparing Lu Xuan's life, yet he still dares to reappear. Let me make this clear. Our Jiang clan has already dispatched an Emperor Sovereign. Should Lu Xuan show himself, he shall meet a death worse than burial. And as for you worthless remnants, since the Lu family refuses to see reason accompany him on his final journey. Clan head Zhang's threats grew increasingly unhinged, leaving the assembled dynasty clan leaders frozen in shock. What had they just heard? Secrets from 100,000 years past. Had they uncovered the hidden history of the eternal Jiang family? Instantly their expressions darkened with dread. Their fury turned toward ancestral Lord Lin, who had invited them here. They had never been truly connected to the eternal Jiang clan in the first place. They had only come because of their ties to the Lin family. And of course there was the matter of the benefits ancestral Lord Lin had promised them. Now they had heard a scandal from the eternal Jiang family from 100,000 years ago before receiving any of those promised benefits. As shrewd as these clan leaders were, they couldn't fail to realize they had no other path forward. Having learned of the Jiang family's scandal, survival depended entirely on submitting to them as vassal forces. Yet these once free dynastic clans now found themselves collaring themselves as the Jiang family's hounds. Clan leaders naturally resisted such a fate. Lin Song, since I cannot assist here, I shall depart first. One leader, refusing to become the Jiang family's vassal, glared viciously at ancestral Lord Lin before turning away. Clan head Zhang's gaze hardened with cold intent as the departing figure vanished. Witnessing his departure sparked desire in the others to follow, but before they could speak, a thunderous roar echoed from afar. How dare you? You dare kill me? The crowd recognized immediately. The voice belonged to the leader who had just departed. As his final cries fell silent, all witnessed blood rain pouring from the heavens, while Emperor Sovereign laws plummeted from the sky's edge. An Emperor Sovereign had perished. The very leaders who moments ago sought to flee now gasped in shock. That departed patriarch was dead. Dumbfounded, all present stared in stunned silence, their gazes toward clan head Jiang now laced with fear. That departing patriarch had stood at the pinnacle of Emperor Sovereign cultivation, undeniably among the most formidable of their ranks. His power was matched only by clan head Jiang himself, yet now such a mighty patriarch had simply perished. From his desperate scream to his fall, mere breaths had passed, and within that span a peak Emperor Sovereign was slain. This revealed the terrifying might of the eternal Jiang family. Clan head Jiang, the Fong family pledges allegiance. Grant us a chance. As the first leader submitted, others followed suit, bowing their heads in submission. Clan head Jiang, we too wish to join your house. Grant us your mercy. Within moments the remaining leaders had all declared their intentions. Clan head Jiang had revealed those secrets specifically to draw these dynastic leaders into the Jiang family's fold. Seeing their willing submission, clan head Jiang smiled with satisfaction. Since you all wish to join our Jiang family, naturally will not turn you away. Rest assured, joining our Jiang family brings only benefit. I have received word from our ancestor that the heavenly Tao laws of this realm have been unleashed. In this era, all may unite with Emperor Sovereign laws and ascend. Now that you are part of our Jiang family, once these matters conclude, I shall escort you home, where our ancestor will guide you personally. Seize this opportunity well, for you may leave our Jiang family already as Emperor Sovereigns. Those who had reluctantly pledged allegiance now stood utterly dumbfounded by clan head Jiang's announcement. The Emperor Sovereign laws had been released, opening the path for all to achieve sovereignty, a prospect that filled them with profound hope. Clan head Jiang himself had promised to bring them to the Jiang Ancestral Hall, where the ancestor would personally guide them toward their own ascension. For these leaders trapped at the peak of Emperor Sovereign cultivation for tens of thousands of years, with but little lifespan remaining, this revelation offered a lifeline. Instantly those who had been most resistant now beamed with gratitude. Clan head, Jiang the Fong family shall follow your lead henceforth. And our Su family too. We shall obey all commands of the Jiang house. If there is anything the Jiang clan head requires, we are at his service. The dynastic clan leaders eagerly declared their loyalty. Seeing his position threatened by these newcomers, ancestral Lord Lin hastily interjected, Clan head Jiang, we must focus on eliminating the Lu family and fulfilling our ancestors' orders. Clan head Jiang understood this truth as well. He had believed the talisman granted by his ancestor would easily shatter the Lu family's protective formation. Yet the sight before him made his eyes nearly pop from his head. The Emperor's sovereign talisman unleashed devastating power, continuously battering the formation with relentless force. The talisman's power was nearly spent, yet the Lu family's protective barrier remained completely unshaken. His Emperor's sovereign talisman had proven utterly useless against it. As the talisman crumbled to ash, without leaving so much as a tremor on the formation, clan head Jiang gasped in disbelief. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This is a talisman imbued with Emperor's sovereign laws. How could it fail to break your mere Emperor-grade formation? Something must have gone wrong. All members of the Lu family were like ants on a hot pan, watching the clan's protective formation overhead with bated breath. This formation was their lifeline, the very thread upon which their survival hung. Should the protective formation be breached, they would all plunge into an abyss of no return, perishing without a grave to call their own. The moment they witnessed the sovereign-grade talisman fail to shatter the protective formation, as futile as an ant attempting to topple a towering tree, the entire Lu clan erupted in jubilant celebration. Lu Tianyuan, their clan leader, laughed aloud with the unrestrained delight of a child. Though he knew his daughter had already reached ancestor Lu Xuan, he harbored no absolute certainty that the formation left behind by this ancestor could withstand a sovereign-grade talisman. Yet this outcome was like sweet rain descending from the heavens, filling him with boundless joy. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Linger, this is truly all thanks to you. Quickly now, on behalf of us all, convey our deepest gratitude to ancestor Lu Xuan. Lu Tianyuan spoke with irrepressible delight, his once taut and worried visage melting away like winter snow beneath the gentle warmth of spring sunshine. The surrounding Lu clan members, seeing this, likewise breathed sighs of relief and spoke in turn, their words brimming with gratitude for ancestor Lu Xuan's life-saving grace. We are deeply indebted to the ancestor for his boundless benevolence. Were it not for his timely intervention, our Lu family would scarcely have escaped this calamity today. The ancestor is mighty, delivering our Lu family from peril. Kindness such as this shall never be forgotten. For a time, expressions of gratitude rose one after another in unending chorus, rendering the entire scene extraordinarily warm and spirited. Just then, every gaze turned as one toward the place where Lu Xuan stood. Lu Xuan gazed quietly at the now powerless sovereign-grade talisman before him. The tension in his features finally eased, revealing a faint trace of subtle relief. Though he had successfully enhanced the Lu family's protective formation deep within his heart, he still harbored several reservations about whether this formation could truly withstand an assault at the sovereign level. After all, the talisman brought by the Jiang family clan leader contained within it the full force strike of that unfathomably powerful Jiang family sovereign. Moreover, this Jiang family sovereign had reached the late sovereign stage a full 100,000 years ago. With another 100,000 years having flown by in the blink of an eye, who could say whether he had long since broken through his bottleneck to ascend to that unattainable sovereign peak? By contrast, Lu Xuan himself had only just stepped into the sovereign realm. A formation enhanced merely by a wisp of sovereign aura could hardly compare with one he had personally reworked with his own hands. At this moment, beholding how even that overwhelmingly powerful sovereign talisman, the terror of the world, was rendered helpless against his formation, an indescribable wellspring of joy surged within Lu Xuan's heart. Yet this joy did not cause him to forget that astonishing piece of news he had just heard from the Jiang family clan leader. The heavenly Tao has been unsealed, and the human race shall witness the emergence of a multitude of sovereigns. What on earth does this mean? Lu Xuan's eyes widened, his face a portrait of utter disbelief. For he knew perfectly well that not long ago, when he had personally embarked upon the path of Tao verification, he had clearly perceived only 9 sovereign laws existing beneath the heavenly Tao of the human race. Could it be that my successful verification of Tao through the law of strength has triggered this seismic upheaval in the heavenly Tao? Lu Xuan knit his brow tightly and sank into profound contemplation. Without hesitation, he released his nascent spirit, which shot toward the distant horizon like an arrow loosed from its bowstring. At last, when his gaze fell upon the region where the human race's heavenly Tao resided, an overwhelming wave of shock crashed through him in an instant, rendering him rooted to the spot, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Heavens above! What on earth is happening? When did the human race come to possess so many sovereign laws? Lu Xuan was utterly dumbfounded. Beneath the heavenly Tao of the human race, countless sovereign law paths were arranged densely together, far more than he could have ever imagined. At a rough glance, there appeared to be tens of thousands of them. These sovereign law paths shimmered like resplendent stars scattered across the void, their relative strengths plainly distinguishable at a glance. The most powerful among them stood proudly at the center like the moon amid a host of stars, 49 in total. The remaining somewhat lesser sovereign law paths were distributed as densely as an expansive galaxy, their staggering number reaching a full 10,000. Such an astonishing figure undoubtedly proclaimed a breathtaking truth: the number of sovereigns the human race could produce in the future would no longer be confined to a mere 9. It might instead reach into the thousands, or even tens of thousands. A spectacle beyond all imagining. No wonder that Jiang family clan leader dared make such a bold claim, stating that the Jiang family ancestor had the ability to assist those imperial clan leaders in attaining sovereign status. It turns out the human race now possesses 10,000 varieties of sovereign law paths. One need only merge with any single one to step onto the road of sovereignty. Lu Xuan mused inwardly, his eyes darting rapidly about, shining with a gaze filled with disbelieving astonishment. After all, there existed within the human race no small number of experts who had already reached the peak of the great emperor realm. Given their extraordinary talent, transcendent comprehension, and formidable strength, should they receive such a fortuitous opportunity, their successful verification of Dao and ascension to sovereign status would likely be merely a matter of time. At this realization, Lu Xuan could not help but brim with boundless anticipation for the future of the human race. He reflected inwardly that, judging by the current trajectory of the human race's development, the number of sovereigns among them would inevitably undergo explosive growth in the span of a single year or two. Perhaps within just a few years their numbers might double, or surge to dozens, or even hundreds of times their current count. When that day came, the great emperors, who once symbolized the pinnacle of human combat power, would gradually lose their former glory and revered standing. Only by stepping into the sovereign ranks could one truly possess the qualification and authority to shape events and make one's voice heard. At this thought, Lu Xuan's expression darkened, his brows drawing tightly together as he murmured to himself, "This bodes ill. Should the human race truly produce so many sovereign experts, it would be far from auspicious for me." At this moment, an unprecedented weight of gravity descended upon his heart. After careful deliberation, he had made up his mind he would lead his clan away from the regions inhabited by the human race. For he understood that if the number of human sovereigns continued to climb unchecked, no matter where he led his people in the future, they would find it impossible to avoid direct confrontation with the human race. It was only now that Lu Xuan genuinely sensed a potent crisis creeping stealthily closer. Should the number of human sovereigns keep increasing, the human race will inevitably come to dominate the entire landscape single-handedly. When that time comes, whether the foreign races, the formidable demon races, or the vast sea-dwelling clans of the boundless oceans, they shall all be defeated and trampled beneath the human race's heel. Though this vast world stretches boundlessly, there shall scarcely remain a place where the descendants of my Lu family might take root and live in peace. Lu Xuan heaved a long sigh of profound worry, his gaze suffused with boundless dread and bewilderment. Lu Xuan furrowed his brow deeply, his heart filled with reluctance and helplessness. He was truly unwilling to witness such an outcome unfold, but matters had reached this pass. He had to devise a countermeasure. After a moment's contemplation, he finally reached a decision: he would find a way to disseminate this crucial intelligence concerning the revival of the human race's heavenly Tao laws to the foreign races. With a thunderous roar, Lu Xuan's figure shot forth like lightning from the mysterious, expansive interior of the god burial coffin. Yet when his feet touched the ground, what greeted his eyes was still a boundless expanse of darkness, as though the entire world had been steeped in ink. This place must be the territory of the demon race. Lu Xuan drew a deep breath, forcing himself to remain calm. Though he had never personally set foot in this domain of the demon race, after tens of thousands of years of fierce conflict against the demons, the sworn enemies of the human race, their distinctive aura was utterly familiar to him. What caught him utterly off guard, however, was that when he had activated that precious spatial divine talisman with his full power, it had, by such an extraordinary coincidence, transported him directly to the heartland of the demon race. The instant Lu Xuan appeared, the keenly perceptive demon race experts immediately detected his presence. There was simply no avoiding it. Within this domain that belonged entirely to the demon race, the aura of a pure-blooded human cultivator stood out far too conspicuously, far too jarringly. Even if he racked his brains trying to mask the fluctuations of his aura, it would be entirely in vain. No matter how exhaustively he employed every means at his disposal to conceal his aura, the effect would still be negligible. His aura concealment arts could only deceive the rank and file of the demon race. Against those demon sovereigns, they were utterly useless. Thus, the moment Lu Xuan stepped out of the spatial passage, he was already locked onto by a demon sovereign. "It's actually you, Lu Xuan. How dare you venture alone into my demon race's domain?" With this thunderous roar, the very space itself seemed to tremble in its wake. That bone-chilling voice, like the bellowing of a fiendish specter, was enough to make one's hair stand on end, as though forcibly squeezed from between the teeth of the 9 hells. The mere hearing of it raised a layer of gooseflesh across one's entire body, evoking an intensely uncomfortable sensation. Hearing this, Lu Xuan's expression remained unchanged. He merely lifted his head slightly and directed his gaze toward the distance. There against an ink-dark sky loomed a towering figure shrouded in a blackness as deep as night itself. This dark silhouette stood silently beneath the illumination of blood-red moonlight, resembling an eternal statue of a demon god, ancient and unchanging. Most arresting of all were those eyes gleaming with a blood-red radiance, like cold moons suspended high in the heavens, emitting wave after wave of chilling light that caused the heart to palpitate. They were fixed upon Lu Xuan with unyielding intensity, never relaxing their hold for a single instant. From the overwhelming aura exuded by that shadowy figure alone, Lu Xuan could clearly discern that this being was a peerless demon sovereign who had already reached the late sovereign stage. In terms of sheer presence, his opponent resembled an unfathomable boundless ocean. Compared to him, Lu Xuan himself was but a meandering trickle. Even though Lu Xuan had long since cultivated the world-shaking Panwu great strength divine ability, and had opened within his body no fewer than 108,636 chaos spirit seas, he could still sense an insurmountable chasm lying between himself and the demon sovereign before him. The opponent's profound reserves of strength vastly exceeded his own. Nevertheless, though he could vaguely sense that this demon sovereign harbored no intense hostility toward him, it remained difficult to discern from the other's words and demeanor whether he intended to engage in combat. Before Lu Xuan could even open his mouth to speak, the demon sovereign had already uttered another exclamation of astonishment. His face was a canvas of utter disbelief as he cried aloud, "This! How could this be possible? You have actually succeeded in merging with the path of the great Tao as well. This is utterly inconceivable. After all, among the human race the number of those who can attain sovereign status would absolutely not exceed 9. Could it be that some venerable elder has unfortunately perished? Otherwise, by what fortuitous opportunity have you managed to ascend to such a realm?" This demon sovereign seemed utterly lost in his own thoughts, chattering away ceaselessly, without leaving Lu Xuan the slightest gap to interject or respond. Then, as if struck by yet another astonishing revelation, his eyes suddenly bulged wide, round as full moons, as though beholding the most terrifying sight in existence. His gaze locked onto Lu Xuan with fierce intensity. Thus he stared fixedly at Lu Xuan, without so much as a blink, second after second ticking by, the vigil lasting for several full breaths. At last, as if suddenly jolted awake, he flung his mouth open and bellowed, "Oh, so that is how it is. So it was through the comprehension and merging of a law of the great Tao that you verified your Tao and became a sovereign. Ha ha, that would indeed explain everything. After all, how could those renowned old fellows of the human race so readily meet their end? Ha ha ha. How utterly fascinating. Who would have thought? Truly, who would have thought that you, a human cultivator, would so resolutely choose to tread this path of merging with the laws of the great Tao, just as we outsiders have done? Interesting, truly fascinatingly interesting." Lu Xuan stared coldly at the demon venerable suspended in the heavens, a trace of astonishment flickering within his eyes. He had not expected the demon venerable to discern at a glance that he had not become an emperor venerable by merging with the heavenly Tao of the human race. Lu Xuan's gaze shifted behind the demon venerable, yet he could perceive no aura of the great Tao emanating from him, nor could he determine which principle of the great Tao this demon venerable had fused with. Nevertheless, judging from the power radiating from him, this was undoubtedly a being whom Lu Xuan was presently incapable of defeating. Of course, he had also discerned the identity of this demon venerable. Huangquan demon venerable. The overall strength of the demons was somewhat inferior to that of the other alien races. Across the entirety of their race, there were only 5 or 6 demon venerables. Although Lu Xuan had neither seen them nor fought against them, he could still distinguish who they were. Among the many demon venerables of the demons, the Huangquan demon venerable before him was considered the most powerful. Apart from the great heavenly demon god who ruled over the demons, Huangquan demon venerable was indisputably the second strongest. In terms of sheer power, he would likely rank among the foremost emperor venerables of the human race. Among the 7 human emperor venerables Lu Xuan had encountered in the past, only one had possessed strength that might have rivaled Huangquan demon venerables. As for the remaining 2 human emperor venerables, Lu Xuan had neither seen nor heard of them, so he could not infer their strength. Lu Xuan had never imagined that, having only just emerged from seclusion and attained the emperor venerable realm, he would encounter the terrifying Huangquan demon venerable. Were they to fight, he might not die, but Huangquan demon venerable would surely leave him brutally battered. Lu Xuan sighed, a trace of helplessness in his eyes. Had he only just escaped the tiger's den, only to enter the wolf's lair? Seeing that Lu Xuan remained silent, Huangquan demon venerable smiled once more and continued, "Lu Xuan, I know of your renown. With the cultivation of a great emperor, you suppressed our demons for 100,000 years. You are without question a legend. Even the imperial clans of your human race have rendered no greater service than you. But I have also heard of how they treated you. I know that you emerged from seclusion to return to the human race for revenge. Yet you underestimate those human emperor venerables. With the power you have only just attained upon entering the emperor venerable realm, returning there would be nothing short of seeking your own death. Since fate has allowed us to meet, consider it a bond of destiny. If you are willing to remain with our demons, I can promise you the position of a demon venerable. As for your clansmen, if the opportunity arises, I shall have our people rescue them from the human race. So long as they are willing, all of them may follow you and become members of our demons. Hearing this, Lu Xuan was stunned. Huangquan Demon Venerable had personally extended an invitation to him, something Lu Xuan had never anticipated. Given that Lu Xuan had suppressed the demons for 100,000 years, should he not have wanted to kill him? Yet now Huangquan Demon Venerable was recruiting him. Lu Xuan could not help but lapse into thought. For 100,000 years he had guarded the abyss of heaven, purchasing 100,000 years of peace for the human race. By all rights he was indeed a great benefactor of the entire human race. Even those lofty human emperor venerables had not rendered as great a service as he. The whole human race should have cherished his benevolence. Instead he had been abandoned by them. Even now those of the human race sought to destroy his family. Yet the alien races and the demons he had kept at bay for 100,000 years were all recruiting him and extending goodwill toward him. So staggering a contrast left Lu Xuan momentarily dazed. At that moment Lu Xuan found himself wondering why the alien races and the demons whose people he had slain in great numbers were all willing to accept him. Why? Lu Xuan looked at Huangquan Demon Venerable and asked for the first time, I killed at least 1 million of your people, and many of your demon emperors died by my hand as well. I am the enemy of your race. Could you possibly bear no hatred for me? Do you not wish to kill me? For the first time Lu Xuan voiced the question that troubled him. Yet in response to Lu Xuan's question, Huangquan Demon Venerable chuckled with complete unconcern. Lu Xuan, among our demons the strong alone are revered. In the past you were of the human race, so killing my people was only to be expected. Although you slew many of our clansmen, they could blame only their own lack of strength. If they died by your hand, they had only themselves to thank for it. In those days each of us belonged to a different camp. Even if you had killed not 1 million, but 10 million of our people, we would still have admired you. But as you yourself said, that was in the past. Now that the human race has treated you and your clansmen thus, I presume, you can no longer be willing to remain among them. Moreover, you have now fused with the great Tao. Even if you return to the human race, you will remain an outsider among them. Do you truly believe they would permit a renegade to exist? Do you believe the heavenly Tao of the human race would allow an anomaly such as you to exist? In the past, Lu Xuan, you had no choice. But now you may choose again. Join the demons, and our race shall become your steadfastest bulwark. Every condition I have just offered you remains binding. You need not return to the human race yourself. We shall bring all your clansmen safely before you. Huangquan Demon Venerable's explanation deeply moved Lu Xuan. The strong alone are revered. Those 4 simple words were enough to make the alien races and the demons accept him unconditionally, though he had once been their enemy. Yet within the human race they sought to put him to death for a ludicrous reason. Not content with killing him, they intended to annihilate the entire Lu family. Nevertheless, Lu Xuan also discerned astonishing implications in Huangquan Demon Venerable's words. If he gave his assent, the demons could bring his clansmen safely out of the human race and before him. What did that signify? It meant the demons had long planted agents within the human race. A great many of them, without doubt. Otherwise, Huangquan Demon Venerable would never have spoken with such certainty. Lu Xuan was certain that if he nodded now, Huangquan Demon Venerable could have the Lu family brought safely before him. But Lu Xuan did not agree. He raised his head to look at Huangquan Demon Venerable, his voice neither servile nor defiant. To tell the truth, I must thank you demons for your kindness, and I must thank Huangquan Demon Venerable for valuing me so highly. Yet there is a saying among us humans, one must avenge one's own wrongs with one's own hand. Lu Xuan had rejected Huangquan Demon Venerable's invitation. Huangquan Demon Venerable was not surprised. Instead, he smiled with even greater admiration. Well said. Revenge is a matter that must be carried out personally. Lu Xuan, I admire you all the more. Once you depart, the human race will surely have no place left to shelter you. If the day comes when you have nowhere else to go, come instead to the demons. Our gates shall always remain open to you and your clansmen. And every promise I made to you shall remain valid whenever you choose to come. Everyone had anticipated a breathtaking life and death battle of extraordinary intensity. Yet to their utter astonishment, Lu Xuan had emerged from the mysterious, perilous domain of the demon clan with almost laughable ease. Now standing beyond the demon clan's borders, Lu Xuan slowly turned around. His gaze fixed upon the entrance behind him, that portal leading into the demon clan's inner sanctum, as an inexpressible wave of bewilderment and disbelief surged through his heart. The conversation he had shared with the Yellow Spring Demon Sovereign not long ago still lingered in his mind, resembling an ethereal half-remembered dream. Who could have imagined that the demon clan, long feared for their bloodthirsty cruelty, would choose to accept a former adversary such as himself? Even more shocking was their solemn pledge to bestow upon him the exalted position of Demon Sovereign, coupled with their willingness to personally escort his kinsfolk here for reunion. It must be acknowledged that even someone of Lu Xuan's ironclad resolve could not entirely escape the pull of such an irresistible temptation, a flicker of hesitation stirring in the depths of his heart. However, after lengthy deliberation, Lu Xuan ultimately chose refusal with unwavering resolve. For just as he had declared with unyielding conviction to the Yellow Spring Demon Sovereign, the blood debt I owe shall be repaid by my own hands. Lu Xuan's insistence on returning to the human clan stemmed from far more than merely rescuing his imprisoned kinsfolk. More critically, he sought to claim the justice he deserved after enduring 100,000 years of bitter perseverance. If the human clan refused to grant him the fairness he craved, what meaning would loyalty to them hold? After all, in Lu Xuan's eyes, the demarcation between right and wrong weighed far heavier than the boundaries between races. Breaking free from the abyss of heaven, he descended thunderously upon the sea of boundaries. The instant Lu Xuan's figure blazed once more across the sky, like a resplendent meteor, the great emperors of the human clan standing atop the distant Emperor's Pass were struck utterly dumb with astonishment. Emperor Jiangming in particular wore an expression of absolute disbelief upon his once composed features. The words escaped him involuntarily. It's him. Lu Xuan. He's still alive. After all, ever since Lu Xuan had vanished from the Sea of Boundaries several days prior under inexplicable circumstances, everyone had assumed him dead beyond any doubt. Thus, witnessing Lu Xuan's unscathed reappearance at this moment stirred an unfathomable tempest of shock within the hearts of these great emperors, indescribable in any words. However, just as the crowd remained stunned by Lu Xuan's miraculous survival, a chilling laughter, suffused with arrogance and contempt, drifted leisurely from the rear of their gathering. Accompanying that spine-tingling laughter, towering silhouettes stepped forth from the void, one after another, advancing like wraiths emerging from the abyss. When these figures finally revealed their true forms, even the ever-composed Emperor Jiangming saw a flash of unconcealable delight flash through his eyes, his entire frame trembling slightly from overwhelming emotion. Those emerging in succession from the void were none other than 9 mighty great emperors, powerhouses whose renown shook the very heavens. Moreover, these 9 great emperors were no ordinary cultivators. Each and every one of them had ascended to the pinnacle of great emperor, representing truly terrifying levels of power. It was no exaggeration to declare such an assembly unmatched under heaven. Even facing the Jiang clan's self-proclaimed invincible emperor sovereign, the combined might of these 9 could likely withstand a single strike from such a being. Within the vast, enigmatic Jiang clan existed a group of individuals who commanded particular attention. Like peerless masters lurking in shadow, each possessed cultivation reaching the pinnacle of great emperor, yet their fame had never spread widely, leaving the outside world largely ignorant of their existence. However, within the Jiang clan itself, these individuals were revered as the Jiang clan guardians. Such a formidable guardian contingent numbered as many as 36. Organized into groups of 9, they were meticulously divided into 4 tiers known as Heaven, Earth, Mystic, and Yellow. Among them, the Heaven tier guardians unquestionably stood at the apex, their overwhelming strength rendering their peers utterly unable to compete. By contrast, the Yellow tier guardians occupied a relatively weaker position. Nevertheless, even when these 9 comparatively inferior Yellow tier guardians joined forces, the terrifying battle prowess they unleashed remained enough to shock the entire world. For once they coordinated their attacks, they possessed the horrifying ability to slay even an early-stage Emperor Sovereign. Looking further up, the strength of the Mystic tier guardians proved even more unfathomable. Likewise, combining 9 as one, the power they could unleash sufficed to claim the life of a mid-stage Emperor Sovereign. As for the higher-ranked Earth tier and Heaven tier guardians, their strength defied all imagination. Legend held that the Heaven tier guardians united could even contend against a super-powerful late-stage Emperor Sovereign. At this very moment, 9 silhouettes suddenly appeared atop the Emperor's Pass. Indeed, they were precisely the Yellow tier guardians from the Jiang clan's guardian ranks, the lowest tier in terms of strength. Despite being merely Yellow tier guardians, the arrival of these 9 still stirred considerable commotion among those present. After all, even this seemingly weakest little group, once they attacked in concert with one mind, could unleash energy rivaling the terrifying battle prowess of an early-stage Emperor Sovereign. Jiangming pays his respects to the esteemed Guardian Lords. The instant Jiangming witnessed these guardian figures descend in person, a wave of disquiet seized his heart. Hastening forward, he bowed with utmost reverence. Although all belonged to the Jiang clan's great emperor lineage, these guardians, regardless of cultivation or status, vastly outranked him. Even the Jiang clan patriarch would have to lower himself in their presence. Only that venerable, unfathomably deep Jiang clan ancestor possessed the standing to issue orders to these guardians. 9 Yellow tier guardians to arrive all at once. This grand, ostentatious display undoubtedly signified that they bore an important mission entrusted by the Jiang clan's Emperor Sovereign. The leading Yellow tier guardian standing at the forefront cast a disdainful gaze toward the distant Sea of Boundaries, his gaze swiftly settling upon Lu Xuan's slowly materializing form. A subtle sneer curled at the corner of his lips as he remarked coldly, Jiangming, Jiangming. Surely this must be that Lu Xuan fellow who's been causing you such grievous losses. He doesn't look like much to me. No extra heads or arms, nothing particularly remarkable about him. How could this be? You've been stationed to defend this Emperor's Pass all these years. Surely your strength should have grown with each passing day. Yet instead of advancing, you've regressed. How is it that even some nobody like him can ride roughshod over you and strut about so brazenly? Truly enough to make one die laughing. Having spoken thus, this guardian burst into wild, unbridled laughter, his merriment saturated with thick mockery and contempt. Though Emperor Jiangming served as the garrison commander of this emperor's pass, a position of illustrious rank and exalted standing, he dared not display the slightest impropriety before these guardians from the great clan. Even while enduring their merciless taunts and ridicule, he could only force a cautious smile as he replied, "Honored guardian lords, please, I implore you, do not underestimate this man, named Lu Xuan. Just the other day, the terrifying catastrophe unleashed by the heavenly Tao failed to claim his life. Instead, he dispersed it with the greatest of ease." Upon hearing this, the previously indifferent guardians finally allowed a faint glimmer of interest to surface in their eyes. Their leader narrowed his eyes slightly, fixing his gaze upon Emperor Jiangming as he pressed with a hint of skepticism, "Jiangming, can what you've just said truly be taken as truth? This boy truly withstood a heavenly Tao catastrophe. Surely it must have been merely the weakest variety. What of that? All of us present here have already attained the great emperor realm. Do you mean to suggest we lack the strength to resist even a minor heavenly Tao catastrophe?" Having spoken thus, the leading yellow-tier guardian let out a cold laugh, his face suffused with contempt and disdain. Truly, while heavenly Tao catastrophes inspire dread, they are by no means entirely beyond resistance. With their profound cultivation and deep reserves of power, so long as two or more varieties of heavenly Tao catastrophe did not descend simultaneously, they possessed absolute confidence in withstanding such assaults head-on, without falling into disadvantage. However, at that very moment, the words Emperor Jiangming spoke next struck like a thunderbolt from clear skies, rendering the 9 previously arrogant, insufferably proud yellow-tier guardians utterly stupefied, their faces awash with utter disbelief. Emperor Jiangming declared in a resounding voice, "Honored guardian lords, please observe carefully. The assault that this man named Lu Xuan withstood was no ordinary attack, but rather the combined onslaught of 5 distinct heavenly Tao catastrophes. Every single person present witnessed it with their own eyes, clear as daylight. 5 dreadful heavenly Tao catastrophes descended simultaneously upon the same instant. Yet such a terrifying offensive was deflected by Lu Xuan with absolute ease. With Emperor Jiangming's words falling, the entire emperor's pass instantly fell, so quiet one could hear a pin drop upon the ground. The 9 yellow-tier guardians stood with eyes wide open, mouths agape enough to stuff an egg within their gazes, locked rigidly upon Lu Xuan. Beyond the all-encompassing disbelief, what shone most vividly in their eyes was an indescribable shock and astonishment. After a long moment, the leading yellow-tier guardian finally awakened as though from a dream, yet still shook his head vigorously, while muttering to himself, "No. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Since ancient times, never has anyone successfully withstood the simultaneous assault of 5 heavenly Tao catastrophes." Speaking thus, a sudden gleam of cunning flashed through his eyes, as if he had seen through everything at once. With a cold laugh, he shouted toward Emperor Jiangming, Jiangming, I see it clearly now. You lot simply fear the ancestor blaming you for your incompetence, unable even to deal with a mere Lu Xuan. So you've racked your brains to concoct such an utterly absurd excuse, attempting to shirk the responsibility you ought to bear. Ha ha ha, what a ridiculous farce. The very pinnacle of absurdity. What? Do you take us all for fools incapable of reason? Or perhaps you imagine the ancestor himself to be some simple-minded imbecile, that he could be deceived by such crude, full-of-holes excuses of yours, and to claim he withstood 5 full heavenly Tao catastrophes? Why not simply declare that your precious Lu Xuan has already achieved the rank of Emperor Sovereign? Gazing upon the dismissive expressions worn by those yellow-tier guardians, Emperor Jiangming felt a bitter blend of fury and grievance, nearly moved to weeping in his frustration. He had originally hoped that through detailed explanation he might dispel their doubts and misunderstandings, but when his eyes met those guardians' imperious, loftily arrogant demeanor, every word rising to his lips seemed to be forcibly strangled back down. In the end, he could only snort indignantly through his nose. Humph. Perhaps that Lu Xuan truly has already become an Emperor Sovereign. In truth, Emperor Jiangming himself understood full well that Lu Xuan's success in withstanding that heavenly Tao catastrophe was no trivial matter. More critically, after that incident, Lu Xuan had inexplicably vanished for several days. Although during this period no one had personally witnessed any so-called Tao fusion phenomenon, this did not necessarily mean Lu Xuan had not broken through his shackles and ascended to the rank of Emperor Sovereign. The very instant Lu Xuan reappeared before the crowd, an intensely powerful intuition welled up within Emperor Jiangming's heart. Lu Xuan must have successfully completed Tao fusion and ascended to the throne of Emperor Sovereign. However, regrettably, his heartfelt words not only failed to receive the slightest acknowledgement from those 9 yellow-tier guardians, but instead provoked yet another bout of unbridled, derisive laughter. Emperor Sovereign. Huh. Jiangming. To think you could spout such utterly preposterous nonsense. Surely you know that the 9 illustrious emperor sovereigns of our human clan have long since reached perfection, their status exalted beyond measure, their strength unfathomably profound. How could any new emperor sovereign possibly emerge into existence in this present age? It is nothing but the wildest of fantasies. The crowd erupted in uproarious laughter that pierced the clouds. After all, when they had resolutely departed from their clan, they had known nothing whatsoever of the unsealing of the heavenly Tao, nor the revelation that all 10,000 Daos of the human clan could yield proof of the emperor sovereign. Consequently, upon hearing Jiang Ming's astonishing declaration, everyone behaved as though they had been regaled with the greatest joke ever conceived, laughing until they doubled over, utterly unable to contain themselves. Among them, one of the yellow-tier guardians wore an expression of undisguised contempt. With a cold laugh, he mocked mercilessly of him, daring to claim the rank of emperor sovereign. Forget achieving it. Even if he were assigned to fetch shoes for a genuine emperor sovereign, that would still be raising him far above his station. This person is nothing more than a vulgar buffoon, utterly unworthy of mention. The yellow rank protector at the forefront wore an expression of supreme arrogance, the corners of his lips curling upward into a disdainful smirk. Let alone the fact that he no longer possesses the body of an emperor sovereign. Even if he could truly attain the Tao and become one, so what? Today he shall perish at our hands, all the same. Ever since we perfected this formation, every powerhouse we have slain has been a great emperor who commanded the heavens and earth. But never once have we had the chance to butcher an emperor sovereign. Today we shall take him for a proper test, and see whether this so-called emperor sovereign is truly more formidable than those great emperors. The moment his words faded, the remaining protectors burst into raucous laughter, abandoning all restraint. From their bearing and their laughter, it was abundantly clear that they regarded the Lu Xuan before them with not the slightest concern, as though he were already a fish upon a cutting board awaiting his inevitable slaughter. Yet at that very moment, a great emperor within the crowd could no longer bear witness to their wanton arrogance and foolish belittling of the enemy. He was just about to step forward and offer a word of caution. But before this great emperor could even open his mouth, he felt a gaze as piercing as a blade lance toward him like a sword of light. That gaze belonged to none other than great Emperor Jiang Ming, who stood nearby. Have you grown weary of your own existence? Even I, a great emperor, dare not lightly remonstrate with them. Who, pray tell, do you think you are? Have you no concept of your own insignificant place in this world? Great Emperor Jiang Ming's words struck like a thunderclap, reverberating into that great emperor's ears. Upon hearing this, the great emperor, who had mustered his courage to speak, shuddered from head to toe, terror flooding his heart. He knew full well the strength and authority of great Emperor Jiang Ming. If even Jiang Ming chose to remain silent in such circumstances, what hope could one such as himself, utterly insignificant, possibly have? Realizing this, he hastily lowered his head, no longer daring to utter a single word. That great emperor, who had nearly brought catastrophe upon himself, now wore an expression of abject dread. He hurriedly bowed toward great Emperor Jiang Ming, expressing his profound gratitude from the depths of his heart. Meanwhile, Lu Xuan had already stepped into the mysterious and perilous realm of the boundary sea, resolved to traverse it and reach the Emperor Pass. However, before he could even reach the center of the boundary sea, a voice imbued with absolute authority and dominance thundered down from atop the Emperor Pass like a sudden clap of lightning. How dare you? Who has granted you such audacity to dare trespass into the boundary sea unbidden? This voice belonged to that very same yellow rank protector at the forefront. There he was, glaring furiously from the Emperor Pass above, coldly bellowing his rebuke. Before his words had even finished echoing, his figure flickered like a phantom, swiftly darting out from the Emperor Pass. In the blink of an eye, he materialized above the boundary sea, blocking Lu Xuan's path forward. The remaining yellow rank protectors, observing this, followed in his wake, like shadows, one by one appearing and scattering around him. In an instant, the 9 yellow rank protectors had surrounded Lu Xuan in formation like a constellation of stars encircling the moon. Confronted by these 9 peak great emperor powerhouses who had appeared so suddenly at such close range, a subtle change came over Lu Xuan's countenance. With his breadth of experience and discernment, he could naturally perceive the distinct difference between these individuals and ordinary great emperors. Particularly the positions they occupied, seemingly haphazard at first glance, yet in truth brimming with hidden intricacies, clearly formed a formation that had been meticulously devised. Before Lu Xuan could formulate any further response, the leading yellow rank protector suddenly bellowed with thunderous force, "Formation, arise." In that instant, an overwhelming surge of power erupted simultaneously from the 9 protectors, resonating and interweaving with one another. A vast impenetrable formation took shape, firmly trapping Lu Xuan at its very core. In the span of a heartbeat, the 9 figures flashed before Lu Xuan's eyes like bolts of lightning and vanished without a trace. And at this moment, the environment surrounding Lu Xuan underwent a transformation as cataclysmic as the turning of the heavens. The once raging boundless boundary sea had disappeared entirely. In its place stretched an endless expanse of golden desert. Lu Xuan was astonished to find himself standing amid this boundless desert, surrounded on all sides by undulating seas of sand that stretched beyond the horizon with no end in sight. An emperor-grade killing formation. Lu Xuan's heart jolted, and his expression shifted subtly. He had never imagined that these 9 would be capable of deploying such a fearsome formation, one brimming with lethal intent no less. His gaze swept warily around him, for he perceived that this seemingly ordinary desert was in truth woven entirely of illusion. Yet concealed within it lurked boundless killing intent. A single misstep, one wrong footfall, could mean instant death, his soul scattered and obliterated forevermore. Just at that moment, a thunderous rumble erupted, and at the very heart of the desert before him, a colossal storm of sand suddenly surged skyward. Countless grains of yellow sand whirled upward like raging dragons, rapidly condensing in the heavens into a gargantuan sand colossus standing 100 zhang tall. The colossus stood towering between heaven and earth, its presence as vast and overwhelming as an immovable mountain. Opening its maw of blood, the desert giant let loose an earth-shaking roar. Lu Xuan, do you know your crimes? Its voice rolled forth like 10,000 thunderbolts, reverberating throughout the entire desert and echoing without end. Lu Xuan, 10,000 years ago, the Emperor Sovereign in his boundless mercy took pity upon the countless crimes you had committed and graciously granted you an opportunity to atone for your sins and redeem yourself. He ordered you to personally guard the abyss of heaven with the strict decree that you were never to set foot beyond it for the rest of your existence. Yet today, who has granted you such monstrous audacity that you dare openly defy the Emperor Sovereign's command and leave your post in willful violation? The speaker was none other than the leader of those yellow rank protectors. The moment he opened his mouth, he assumed a lofty, supercilious air, mercilessly heaping rebuke and interrogation upon Lu Xuan. The instant Lu Xuan lifted his gaze toward these 9 who had appeared before him, his exquisitely keen perception and profound understanding of the auras of various techniques allowed him to almost immediately discern the identity of these uninvited guests. They had all come from that illustrious, yet bitterly sworn enemy of his, the Chongqing Jiang family. For it must be known that the venerable ancestor of the Jiang family was a mortal enemy that Lu Xuan could never hope to release from his heart in this lifetime. Precisely because of this, when confronted with these scions of the Jiang family, Lu Xuan naturally harbored not the slightest warmth or affability. His ice-cold voice was utterly saturated with boundless killing intent. And what manner of inconsequential wretch might you be? Nothing more than a fawning hound of the Jiang family, and yet you dare to brazenly interrogate this sovereign. You truly court death. The instant those words fell, Lu Xuan swept his arm outward with explosive force. In that very moment, a blade of sword qi shot forth with terrifying sharpness, cleaving through the sky like a bolt of lightning. A deafening explosion tore through the heavens. Under the assault of that terrifying sword qi, the 100-zhang-tall desert colossus was instantly cleaved clean in two. Its form then crumbled apart, dissolving once more into countless grains of sand that drifted down like a golden rain, ultimately merging back into the boundless desert below. And in that instant, when the desert colossus was destroyed, the leading yellow rank protector's body shuddered violently. A deep, muffled grunt escaped his throat, and then he opened his mouth and spewed forth a great gout of blood as black as ink. The scene was so astonishing that it seemed as though the very space itself had frozen at the eruption of that black blood. How is this possible? How in the world did you accomplish this? You actually injured my true body through layer upon layer of formation. The leading yellow rank protector's eyes bulged wide as he stared in disbelief at the wound on his chest, torn open by that fierce sword qi. His gaze was a tangled weave of shock and terror. He could not comprehend it no matter how he tried. Lu Xuan had merely waved his sword casually, yet that single strike had effortlessly pierced through the layers upon layers of formation illusions they had so painstakingly constructed, and worse still, its power had not diminished, but rather increased, nearly claiming his life on the spot. Such strength was truly enough to make one's hair stand on end. At this moment, a single thought flashed through the minds of all 9 yellow rank protectors simultaneously. Almost at the same instant, their faces contorted with astonishment and disbelief as they cried out in unison, "Lu Xuan, could it be that you are truly the legendary Emperor Sovereign?" One must understand that the title of Emperor Sovereign represents the most supreme, most exalted realm a cultivator can possibly attain. Throughout the entire human race of the present age, those who possess the cultivation of an Emperor Sovereign number no more than 9 in total. Just moments ago, as they stood upon the Emperor Pass, they had spoken nothing but idle boasts, proclaiming that even if Lu Xuan held the position of Emperor Sovereign, they possessed the power to slay him. Yet what they had never anticipated was that Lu Xuan was truly that lofty, that awe-inspiring Emperor Sovereign. Although the formation they had laid was renowned for its ability to hunt and kill Emperor Sovereigns, in truth, they had never once succeeded in slaying one. Therefore, the moment they learned that the man before them was an Emperor Sovereign, deep dread surfaced simultaneously in the eyes of those 9 yellow rank protectors. If Lu Xuan were merely at the peak of the great Emperor realm, they would naturally possess absolute confidence in putting him to death. But the Lu Xuan standing before them now was a genuine emperor sovereign. Coupled with the fact that the casual sword Qi Lu Xuan had unleashed moments ago was horrifyingly powerful, nearly claiming one of their lives on the spot. From this one could infer that Lu Xuan's strength had likely already reached the level of a mid-tier emperor sovereign. Against such a terrifying enemy, how could this battle possibly be fought? Recalling how just moments ago these 9 individuals had worn expressions of unbridled arrogance, continuously clamoring that they would slay Lu Xuan on the spot. Now a thought of retreat had begun to sprout unbidden in their hearts. Big brother, just think about it. Lu Xuan has now stepped into the emperor sovereign realm, and his strength is unfathomable. With our meager cultivation, how could we possibly be his match? In my humble opinion, we should retreat at once. We shall deliver this critical intelligence to the Ancestor. With the Ancestor's heaven-shattering abilities, he will surely be able to subdue and eradicate him personally. One of the yellow rank protectors spoke with evident fear written upon his face, his words tumbling out in anxious urgency. These words struck like a thunderbolt, instantly reaching the ears of the surrounding protectors. The rest, who had already begun harboring misgivings, nodded in rapid succession upon hearing his suggestion, all indicating their concurrence. After all, against such a fearsome opponent, they truly possessed little confidence of victory. However, just at that moment, the leading yellow rank protector suddenly let out a cold snort and rebuked them angrily. Cease this retreat nonsense. The mission the Ancestor bestowed upon us was to come here and take Lu Xuan's life. If we cannot accomplish this task, what fate shall we have to meet the Ancestor? How could we possibly avoid the Ancestor's utter disappointment in us? Having spoken thus, he lowered his head sharply, his gaze fixing upon the horrifyingly massive wound on his chest, the one Lu Xuan's sword had carved open. Blood was gushing forth from it ceaselessly, staining his garments crimson. Yet he paid his injury no heed whatsoever. Instead, he gnashed his teeth, his features twisting into a mask of savage fury as he bellowed. No matter what, even if it costs us our very lives today, we must slay Lu Xuan right here. So what if he is an emperor sovereign? Don't forget, the formation we have laid was meticulously prepared specifically for the hunting and slaying of emperor sovereigns. Today we shall cut him down. Let all the world come to know the reputation of the yellow rank protectors. Seeing that the leading yellow rank protector remained adamant and would not retreat, the others abandoned all thoughts of withdrawal. And at that very moment within the formation, Lu Xuan witnessed the scenery around him shift once more. The boundless sea of sand from moments ago had already vanished. In its place stretched an endless ocean of surging flames. Countless flames materialized about Lu Xuan, and there he stood completely encircled by the sea of fire. Those flames were not mere illusion. They were emperor flames imbued with terrifying destructive power, flames that belonged to great emperors themselves, the Sovereign Blaze. The Sovereign Blaze surged and coalesced into colossal fire dragons which roared with a fury that shook the very heavens and lunged toward Lu Xuan. The fire dragons bellowed, the sea of flames churned, and in the span of a heartbeat they engulfed Lu Xuan completely, intent on reducing him to ash. Seeing Lu Xuan's form vanish entirely within the sea of flames, the leading yellow rank protector finally allowed himself a triumphant burst of laughter. So what if he is an emperor sovereign? He shall still die at our hands. Yet the very instant his words faded, a towering pillar of sword light erupted from the sea of flames, tearing straight through the fiery illusion, and in a single strike it lopped off his head. A thunderous explosion rang out without warning. The head of the leading yellow rank protector, like a cannonball the moment it was severed from his body, was instantly assailed by countless sword chi of terrifying sharpness. These sword chi came howling down like a violent storm, and in the blink of an eye that head was directly cleaved into fragments, exploding with a deafening blast. Scarlet blood and ghastly white brain matter splattered in all directions like a macabre fireworks display blooming in the air. Not only that, even the headless imperial body could not escape the relentless pursuit of the sword chi. At the very moment the head was obliterated, countless streams of sword chi surged after the headless corpse like shadows pursuing form, tearing and pulverizing it with an unstoppable force of utter devastation. For a time, rain of blood poured down from the heavens, dyeing the entire land crimson, while a thick, acrid stench of blood permeated the air. Yet all of this happened so swiftly, so suddenly, that no one had any time to react. When the crowd finally came to their senses, they beheld Lu Xuan's figure standing phantom-like at the very spot where the yellow rank protector had once stood, having appeared without the slightest sound. With an indifferent expression, he casually swept his arm through the air. An invisible, yet overwhelming power instantly surged forth, directly suppressing the great emperor origin of that yellow rank protector. The entire sequence flowed as smoothly as drifting clouds and flowing water, seemingly effortless, yet the terrifying might it contained was enough to make anyone gasp in awe. A faint smirk tugged at the corner of Lu Xuan's lips as a look of utter contempt flickered across his face. An imperial-grade killing formation. If it's nothing more than this. The moment his words fell, an immense and majestic force of the law of power descended from above. This force of law bore down with the weight of a mountain, crushing an egg, carrying with it a world-shattering might that smashed down ruthlessly. With a resounding boom, that shook heaven and earth. That once impregnable imperial-grade killing formation instantly crumbled to dust beneath the crushing weight of the law of power. Those meticulously arranged runes and prohibitions shattered one after another, dissipating into motes of light that melted back into the void. At the same time, the various illusions conjured by the formation vanished in the blink of an eye, restoring the true landscape of the realm. Lu Xuan still stood quietly above the sea of boundaries, his posture tall and straight as a pine, steady and immovable as a mountain. In his hand, he tightly gripped a great emperor origin, radiating brilliant, resplendent light, the very spoils he had stripped from the slain yellow rank protector. And before him, the once mighty contingent of yellow rank protectors had been reduced to a mere 8 survivors. The leader among them, the yellow rank protector himself, had long since departed this world, becoming another vengeful spirit claimed by Lu Xuan's blade. Pooh, pooh, pooh. The instant the formation violently shattered, a cacophony of heaven-rending, earth-cracking explosions reverberated throughout the entire space. The 8 yellow rank protectors who had moments ago been imperious and invincible suddenly convulsed as their bodies violently shuddered. Almost simultaneously, each one violently spewed a mouthful of ink-black blood like dark fountains blooming in midair. The black blood erupted with such ferocity that the very air became saturated with a thick, pungent stench of blood. Immediately after, these yellow rank protectors staggered backward one after another, each step impossibly heavy and arduous. Their faces turned deathly pale, drained of all color, while beads of sweat the size of soybeans rolled down their foreheads, soaking their garments. When their gazes finally converged upon the great emperor origin clutched in Lu Xuan's hand, looks of profound shock and terror instantly flooded the eyes of all 8 men. Their expressions were as if they had beheld the most terrifying thing in all creation, sending chills crawling down one's spine. They could never have imagined that this formation, boasted as being able to easily slay an emperor venerate, would be broken so effortlessly by Lu Xuan. What was even more unbelievable was that not only had he succeeded in breaking the formation, he had actually slain Huang Yi, the strongest among them, right on the spot. Watching the bloody rain drift down upon the sea of boundaries, it seemed like a scarlet nightmare descending from above. The hearts of these 8 yellow rank protectors had now been filled with boundless terror. Their complexions were as pale as the dead, their lips trembling slightly, utterly speechless. Suddenly someone shouted, "Retreat!" That cry tore through the deathly stillness like a bolt of thunder, splitting the long sky, shattering the oppressive silence that hung over the scene. Before the words had finished echoing, that person had already turned without hesitation and fled toward the direction of the Imperial Pass at the greatest speed he could muster. The others, seeing this, dared not delay in the slightest and hastened after him, fleeing for their very lives. At this moment, where was even a shred of the dignified, imposing bearing that they once possessed as peak great emperor experts? They looked like nothing more than a flock of terrified rabbits running blindly with no sense of direction, desperate only to escape as quickly as possible from this place that filled them with dread. They ran so frantically that they did not even possess the courage to glance back. As for avenging the fallen Huang Yi, such thoughts had long been cast from their minds. They had no time to spare for such things. At this moment, the only thought in the minds of these 8 yellow rank protectors was to flee back to the Imperial Pass as quickly as possible, to put as much distance as they could between themselves and Lu Xuan, who appeared like a god of death incarnate. Upon the Imperial Pass, the great emperors who ordinarily held themselves in lofty, imperious majesty all fixed their gazes unblinkingly upon Lu Xuan, who was now encircled by layers upon layers of formations below. The moment they witnessed with their own eyes that Lu Xuan had fallen into such dire straits, looks of pleasant surprise simultaneously blossomed across their faces, as if they could already envision a bloody and brutal ending. One must understand that those who had moved against Lu Xuan this time were no ordinary individuals. They were 9 protectors from the illustrious Jiang family. Each of these protectors possessed extraordinary power, their might renowned throughout the land, inspiring dread in countless hearts. Therefore, virtually every great emperor present unanimously believed that Lu Xuan was utterly doomed this time, with no possibility of escape. Certain death awaited him. Even the usually composed and restrained great emperor Jiangming could barely contain his excitement and agitation. His face flushed crimson as he threw his head back and burst into triumphant laughter. "Huh, Lu Xuan, oh Lu Xuan, you dared to offend my Jiang family. You truly sought your own death. Even if the heavenly king himself descended today, he could not save your wretched life." However, as the old saying goes, the affairs of the world are ever fickle, and an utterly unforeseen scene unfolded immediately afterward. Just as great Emperor Jiangming's wild laughter had yet to fully dissipate, Lu Xuan, who should have been trapped within the formation, suddenly launched his counterattack with the overwhelming force of a thunderbolt. The formation suddenly blazed with intensified radiance accompanied by successive rumbling sounds, and 8 of the protectors began fleeing desperately like stray dogs chased from their master's house. Great Emperor Jiangming was utterly dumbfounded at this sight, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. He stared at the chaos before him in utter disbelief, his mouth hanging so wide open he could not close it for the longest time. But after only a brief moment, Great Emperor Jiang Ming snapped back to his senses, as if waking from a dream, and became aware of something even more terrifying. Of the 9 yellow rank protectors who had originally moved together, only 8 remained stumbling about in frantic flight. 8. Why are there only 8? Great Emperor, Jiang Ming murmured in a trembling voice, his eyes filled with astonishment and dread. Even the dimmest fool could guess what fate had befallen the missing 9th protector. At this thought, a chill instantly crept up Great Emperor Jiang Ming's spine and seized his very heart. Especially when all present witnessed the horrifying scene above the sea of boundaries where Lu Xuan stood, crimson raindrops drifting wantonly through the air. Everyone involuntarily gasped and sucked in cold breaths at the sight before them. Dead. That protector is actually dead. Upon the imperial pass, the eyes of the numerous great emperors were all filled with utter disbelief and unconcealable terror. No one could have ever imagined that Lu Xuan had already succeeded in slaying a Jiang family protector with his very own blade. One must realize that there had always been rumors claiming that when these Jiang family protectors joined forces, even beings as powerful as Emperor Venerates could be slain with ease. But now the truth lay plainly before their eyes. Had not these so-called rumors become the most laughable of jokes? At this moment, people's minds could not help but recall the arrogant words spoken by the leader of those yellow rank protectors when he had first appeared. Yet now this slap in the face came so swiftly, so powerfully. That protector who had just spoken such wild boasts had in the blink of an eye transformed into a tragic rain of blood drifting down from above. And looking at the remaining 8 protectors who were now madly fleeing for their lives, everyone's heart clenched instantly, as if suspended at the very top of their throats. If even these formidable individuals were no match for Lu Xuan, then who in this world could possibly stand against this Lu Xuan who had descended like a god of death incarnate? Great Emperor Jiang Ming, should we go forth to receive those protectors? A great emperor was seen approaching Great Emperor Jiang Ming with small cautious steps, slightly bowing as he addressed him with a respectful tone to seek instruction. At this moment, this great emperor was deeply unsettled. If they chose to remain idle and not go to receive those 8 Jiang family protectors, then the fate awaiting these protectors would likely be utterly tragic. However, faced with his subordinates' inquiry, Great Emperor Jiang Ming could only shake his head with a face full of bitterness and helplessness, then sigh in heartfelt anguish. Enough. There is no need to concern ourselves with those protectors any longer. Our most urgent task is to immediately activate the mountain-protecting Grand Formation and seal the Imperial Pass shut. We must not allow that terrifying Lu Xuan to set foot upon our Imperial Pass by any means. Otherwise all of us shall lose our lives. As he spoke these words, a flash of despair and terror crossed Great Emperor Jiang Ming's eyes. In truth, it was not that Great Emperor Jiang Ming was cold-blooded and refused to save his own family's protectors. It was simply that the situation had already spiraled beyond control. Even if he had the will to rescue them, there was nothing he could do. Just moments ago, he had personally witnessed Lu Xuan's terrifying figure descending like a war god. He had seen Lu Xuan hurtling down from the horizon like a meteor wreathed in raging flames, plummeting straight toward the Imperial Pass. And the spot where he descended happened to be exactly where those 8 Jiang family protectors were located. At this moment, Lu Xuan exuded an aura that chilled one to the bone like a god of death risen from the deepest depths of the 9 hells. His eyes cold as frozen blades fixed relentlessly upon the 8 Jiang family protectors ahead, who had long been reduced to a state of panic and pallor. They appeared to him as nothing more than a flock of lambs awaiting slaughter. The 8 Jiang family protectors who were fleeing in wild desperation ran with all their might like birds startled by the snap of a bough. However, the instant they caught sight of Lu Xuan's figure, an indescribable terror surged over them like a tidal wave, freezing the very blood in their veins in an instant and causing their bodies to tremble uncontrollably. Terror-stricken, they raised their heads and cast their gaze toward the towering Imperial Pass, which stood only several thousand zhang away from them. This Imperial Pass resembled an impregnable fortress standing majestically between heaven and earth, radiating an aura of awe-inspiring grandeur. At this moment, for these 8 Jiang family protectors, the Imperial Pass represented their sole hope of survival. As long as they could successfully flee into it, perhaps a slim chance of life remained. But although the Imperial Pass was right before their eyes, this seemingly short distance stretched before them like an impassable chasm, severing them utterly from the path to life. Especially as they watched helplessly as the Imperial Pass slowly closed, their last flicker of hope shattered along with it. The face of each one took on the ashen pallor of the doomed, as if the light of life had already been extinguished within them. They knew full well that escape was now utterly impossible. Facing Lu Xuan, a terrifyingly powerful emperor venerate and bereft of the imperial-grade killing formation to rely upon, they were fragile beyond measure. Much like 8 insignificant ants to be crushed and trampled at will. Given Lu Xuan's unfathomably deep strength, taking their lives would be as easy as turning over his hand, requiring not the slightest exertion of effort. One of the Jiang family protectors, his face filled with grief, called out in a hoarse voice to his companions beside him, "Jiang Ming, remember to inform the Ancestor that we were far too incompetent and have failed to live up to the earnest hopes he placed in us. Having spoken these words, he could not hold back his tears, regret and despair intertwining to fill his entire chest. That yellow rank protector was seen drenched from head to toe in blood, his body covered in wounds, yet his gaze remained steadfast and resolute. He struggled to raise his head, gazing toward Great Emperor Jiangming upon the imperial pass, and spoke with a trembling voice tinged with an unconcealable sorrow. Great Emperor Jiangming, please remember my words. No matter what, you must hold the imperial pass at all costs. That terrifying Lu Xuan. He has actually attained the Tao of Emperor Venerate. With our current strength, we are simply incapable of halting his advance. Now the imperial pass's formations are our last bastion. Please ensure that everything that has transpired here is conveyed to the Ancestor as swiftly as possible. Only if the Ancestor takes personal action might we be able to withstand his terrifying might. As this yellow rank protector's voice fell, the entire world seemed to fall silent for an instant. His words exploded like a thunderclap above the imperial pass, echoing to every corner of the realm. Upon the imperial pass, Great Emperor Jiangming and the human race great emperors behind him, upon hearing these words, were all struck as if by lightning, instantly frozen in place. Their eyes widened in utter disbelief. Especially upon hearing the words, Lu Xuan has already become an Emperor Venerate. Every single one of them was so shocked that their jaws nearly dropped to the floor. For a time, an absolute silence fell over the entire imperial pass. Only the rustling of flags stirred by the wind and the heavy breathing of the crowd wove together in the stillness. Storms of shock and terror rose in every heart, each person overwhelmed by this sudden revelation. Emperor Venerate. Great Emperor Jiangming stood with his eyes bulging and mouth agape, as if he could stuff an entire egg inside. His eyes were wide and round, his eyeballs seemingly on the verge of falling out, his face a portrait of utter disbelief, and he could not help but cry out in alarm, impossible. This is absolutely impossible. How could he possibly be an Emperor Venerate? Just a few days ago I fought him myself. At that time, he was clearly nothing more than a great emperor. Yet now, in merely these few short days, how could he have transformed into an Emperor Venerate? Great Emperor Jiangming's cry of alarm echoed throughout the crowd. Not only was he himself unable to accept this reality, but the human race great emperors standing behind him all wore expressions of utter bewilderment and astonishment, exchanging glances with one another, none able to utter a single word. Every face was inscribed with incredulity, as if they had witnessed the most impossible thing under heaven. One must understand that while there is but a single character of difference between Great Emperor and Emperor Venerate, the disparity in strength they represent is as vast as heaven and earth. For a great emperor to ascend to the rank of Emperor Venerate is a feat as difficult as scaling the heavens, requiring the overcoming of countless hardships and tribulations along with the accumulation of boundless years to achieve. Yet Lu Xuan had accomplished this miracle-like leap in such an incredibly short span of time. It was simply beyond all imagination. And at the very rear of this group of great emperors, that great Emperor Qingfeng, who had narrowly escaped death at Lu Xuan's hands, upon hearing the words, Lu Xuan is an Emperor Venerate, was struck as if by lightning and instantly froze where he stood. The faint trace of relief that had risen within him from his narrow escape had now completely dissipated, as if it had never existed at all. In its place came a tidal wave of profound fear and despair that surged forth, tightly clutching at his heart and rendering him unable to draw breath. His eyes wide open, he gazed into the distance with a vacant, soulless stare, as if he had lost his very spirit. At this moment his mind was utterly blank. All his thoughts seemed to freeze in an instant, and even his most basic capacity for thought had been lost. In merely a handful of days, he has actually ascended to the throne of Emperor Venerate. This is far too terrifying. Great Emperor Qingfeng exclaimed in silent awe within his heart, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. Taking advantage of the moment when those around him were still in a state of extreme shock and had yet to recover their senses, he carefully shifted his feet and quietly retreated from the imperial pass. Then with a flash of his figure, he shot away like an arrow released from its bowstring, feet barely touching the ground as he fled at top speed. He did not dare pause for even an instant, wanting only to put as much distance as possible between himself and the imperial pass. Although this imperial pass was protected by formidable formations reputed to be capable of withstanding the attacks of Emperor Venerate experts, for some unknown reason deep within great Emperor Qingfeng's heart, there lingered an unshakable sense of unease. For him, only by swiftly fleeing this place of turmoil could his panicked, unsettled heart finally find true peace. However, Lu Xuan, who was displaying his might in the distance, remained entirely unaware of all this. He could never have imagined that a dignified peak great emperor-level expert would actually be so terrified by him as to abandon the imperial pass he was meant to guard, fleeing in utter disarray. Beyond the imperial pass, the winds and clouds turned dark, as if an invisible pressure had enveloped the heavens and earth. Lu Xuan's figure descended from above like a bolt of lightning. Like a celestial deity stepping into the mortal realm, he radiated an aura that struck deep dread into every heart. Before him stood the 8 guardians of the Jiang family. Lu Xuan's gaze fell upon the 8 before him like cold stars, icy, unyielding, and piercing. At this moment his strength had reached its zenith. To slay these 8 Jiang family guardians would be as effortless for him as crushing an insignificant ant beneath his foot. Yet Lu Xuan did not strike immediately. Deep within he understood that these 8 guardians were merely pawns of the Jiang family. What truly mattered was extracting intelligence about the Jiang clan from their lips. After all, the Jiang family was a renowned immortal lineage among the human race whose ancestors had once produced terrifying figures such as true immortals. Though countless ages had passed since that Jiang true immortal who dared to claim that the Jiang family harbored no other unfathomably powerful experts within its ranks. Even though Lu Xuan had successfully broken through to the Emperor Venerable realm and was now in its early stage, he knew well that he was far from the weakest among the Emperor Venerables. Yet he would never be so arrogant as to believe he could stand against the legendary ancestor of the Jiang family. As far as he knew, that Jiang ancestor was at least at the peak of the Emperor Venerable realm. Facing such an opponent with his current strength would be like hurling an egg against a boulder. Therefore, until he had thoroughly uncovered the Jiang family's true strengths, he must proceed with caution. Nevertheless, armed with the myriad supernatural abilities he had mastered, even if the Emperor Venerable of the Jiang family personally intervened, stopping Lu Xuan would by no means be an easy task. Thus, the most critical question for Lu Xuan at present was whether a second Emperor Venerable lay concealed within the Jiang family. Or perhaps whether there existed a peerless being whose power transcended the very boundary of the Emperor Venerable realm. It was well known that throughout the human race, legends spoke of the 9 Emperor Venerable laws, meaning that 9 super-powerful beings at the Emperor Venerable level had already emerged among humanity. However, to this day, only 7 of them had been known and confirmed by the world. Where then were the remaining 2 mysterious Emperor Venerables hidden? After deep contemplation, Lu Xuan believed the most likely hiding places would be those ancient immortal families and immortal sects with profound foundations and long lineages. In that case, theoretically speaking, the Jiang family indeed very likely held a second Emperor Venerable in reserve. Therefore, Lu Xuan deeply understood that if he wished to successfully rescue his captured clan members, he must first uncover the true trump card hidden within the Jiang family. Only by thoroughly understanding his adversary could he proceed with confidence. The Imperial Pass rose high into the clouds, towering between heaven and earth like an indestructible barrier. Emperor Jiangming, draped in golden dragon robes, stood tall atop the Imperial Pass, his expression grave as he listened to the final words of the Jiang family guardians. Every word struck his heart like a heavy hammer, stirring countless emotions within him. His fists clenched tightly, his gaze fixed firmly on the brutal battlefield in the distance, his heart burning with anxiety. He yearned to throw open the Imperial Pass at once and lead his forces out to rescue the 8 guardians from the enemy's encirclement. Yet reason told him that such action would be far too perilous. For once they actively activated the defensive formation of the Imperial Pass, it would be as though they had flung open the gates themselves, allowing that terrifying Lu Xuan to surge straight in. Deprived of the Imperial Pass formation's support, even if they were emperors, none could possibly withstand this sanguinary god of slaughter. After all, Lu Xuan had already broken through to the Emperor Venerable realm, his power unfathomable. His reputation had long spread across the entire continent, striking terror into every heart that heard his name. Should he breach the Imperial Pass, the consequences would be simply inconceivable. At this thought, Emperor Jiangming could not help but feel a wave of powerlessness. Yet watching his 8 yellow-grade guardians meet such a brutal end at the hands of enemies tore at his heart. Finally, Emperor Jiangming could no longer contain his rage and grief. He threw his head back and roared at the sky, "Lu Xuan, you are originally a sinner of our human race. My Jiang family ancestor, in his benevolence, recognizing that you still harbor a shred of conscience, has granted you the chance to atone for your sins through meritorious deeds. Who would have expected you to act so recklessly today, committing such an unfilial and treacherous act? How are your deeds any different from those of a traitor to the human race? I advise you to calm down quickly and obediently return to the heavenly abyss to continue your post. Do not compound your errors. As long as you are willing to turn back, we will petition the ancestor on your behalf, imploring him to show mercy and forgive your transgressions." Even now, Emperor Jiangming maintained his haughty and supreme demeanor like a deity seated upon the clouds, looking down upon mortals, scrutinizing Lu Xuan with absolute authority and arrogance, as though Lu Xuan were a sinner awaiting judgment. And beneath that magnificent Imperial Pass, the 8 guardians of the Jiang family had been closely observing every move Lu Xuan made. At first, when they saw Lu Xuan make no move for a long time, they could not help but speculate in their hearts, had this Lu Xuan grown timid and begun to waver? Just then, Emperor Jiangming's voice, filled with majesty and oppressive might, shattered the air like thunder, sending a shock through everyone present. These 8 Jiang family guardians were so terrified that their bodies trembled, faces contorted in fear. Yet after a brief moment of astonishment, they snapped back to their senses and glared furiously at Emperor Jiangming, standing atop the Imperial Pass, flames of rage blazing in their eyes. One of the Jiang family guardians shouted urgently toward Lu Xuan, "Lu Xuan, do not believe that old man Jiangming's nonsense. We came here this time solely on the order of the Emperor Venerable for a routine inspection. As for whether you truly bear guilt, that is not for us to judge. If you can now awaken to the truth and cease your mistakes in time, when the Emperor Venerable arrives personally, we will certainly report the facts truthfully and plead for mercy on your behalf. It all depends on whether you can seize this opportunity to reform yourself and return to the right path. The moment his words had barely fallen, the remaining Jiang family guardians, like birds startled by the sound of a bow, spoke in anxious unison. One of them said earnestly, "Lu Xuan, you are the heroic figure who guarded that terrifying heavenly abyss for the human race for a full 100,000 years. Through all these long years, your illustrious merits are not only well known to all the Emperor Venerables, but also to the billions of our humankind who will never forget them. If you could now awaken to the truth and turn back from your errant path, in my opinion, those exalted Emperor Venerables would surely show magnanimity and forgive you." Another immediately chimed in, "That is correct. Previously it was indeed because we failed to comprehend the full truth of the matter that we were so disrespectful and offensive toward you. Here we sincerely apologize to you and implore you to show compassion and grant us a precious opportunity to reform." At this moment, the expressions of these Jiang family guardians were completely unrecognizable compared to before. That former arrogance and contemptuous pride had vanished without a trace, replaced entirely by fawning servility as they prostrated themselves before Lu Xuan and willingly admitted their mistakes. After all, had Lu Xuan merely been an ordinary expert at the peak of the great emperor realm, they would never in a million years have apologized to him. But now the situation was entirely different. They had come to realize that this seemingly ordinary Lu Xuan had actually broken through to the Emperor Venerable realm, becoming an existence so supremely elevated that they could only look on in helpless admiration. Before the immense pressure of life and death, these Jiang family guardians, who had always lived in comfort and cherished their pride, could no longer care about any so-called dignity or face. They lowered their once haughty heads one after another, scrambling to submit to Lu Xuan and personally acknowledge that their earlier actions had indeed been wrong. Lu Xuan stood quietly like a statue, his expressionless face fixed upon the crowd performing their earnest display before him. As moments ticked away, finally, when they had all finished speaking, Lu Xuan slowly opened his mouth and said in a voice utterly devoid of emotion, "If you wish to live, you must demonstrate sufficient sincerity." The moment those words left his lips, the eyes of the 8 Jiang family guardians instantly lit up, as though they had suddenly glimpsed a ray of dawn in the darkness. Like drowning men clutching at the last reed, they clumsily and anxiously rushed to address Lu Xuan. "Lord Emperor Venerable, what precisely would you have us do?" "Whatever your command, Lord Emperor Venerable, even if it means wading through boiling water and marching into fire, we will spare no effort to fulfill it." At this moment, the attitudes of these Jiang family guardians had undergone a complete reversal. Previously, they had called Lu Xuan by his name alone, but now they respectfully addressed him as Emperor Venerable. Nevertheless, no matter how these people behaved, Lu Xuan remained utterly unmoved. His stern countenance was like ancient ice, showing no sign of melting whatsoever. He continued in that calm, level voice, "The path to survival is not truly difficult. Simply have someone who can truthfully recount everything about the Jiang family, and that person may leave unharmed." The 8 Jiang family guardians, who had been abuzz with excitement and full of hope, were, as if struck by thunder upon hearing Lu Xuan's condition, frozen where they stood. Though they deeply desired to survive, asking them to betray their own Jiang family was without a doubt as difficult as scaling the heavens. After all, for them the Jiang family was not merely a symbol of clan power, but the very foundation of their lives and their faith. Thus, even when faced with a choice between life and death, they found it difficult to make a decision in that moment. To betray the Jiang family was undoubtedly a dead end. Even if they might somehow preserve their lives at this moment, how could the Jiang family ever easily forgive such traitors? They feared Lu Xuan, but comparatively they feared the unfathomable power of the Jiang family ancestor even more. After all, Lu Xuan had merely just entered the Emperor Venerable realm, whereas their Jiang family ancestor had long since reached the terrifying peak of the Emperor Venerable level. A comparison between the two made the difference immediately clear. It was undeniably their Jiang family ancestor who inspired far greater terror. In that instant, despair flickered in the eyes of all 8 Jiang family guardians. As though the end of the world had descended, the entire world seemed to grow dark and lifeless. At that moment, atop the towering imperial pass that pierced the clouds, Emperor Jiangming, upon hearing Lu Xuan's demand, allowed the corners of his mouth to curl upward in a contemptuous sneer. With a condescending and thoroughly mocking tone, he said, "Whom do you wish for them to betray the Jiang family? Lu Xuan, oh Lu Xuan, you are nothing but a fool talking nonsense. Every one of our Jiang family members possesses iron bones and unyielding pride. Even facing the threat of death, they would never betray their own family, let alone our great Emperor Venerable." Yet no one expected that the moment Emperor Jiangming's righteous words had barely faded, they would land upon his own face like a resounding slap. For at that very moment, one of the Jiang family guardians actually staggered forward. Thud! Behold, one of the yellow-grade guardians fell to his knees before Lu Xuan with a sudden crash. His face was twisted in terror, his body shaking uncontrollably as he cried out at the top of his lungs, "I will speak. Emperor Venerable, please spare my life. Whatever you wish to know, this lowly one will reveal everything without reservation. I only beg you, Emperor Venerable, to honor your promise and grant me a path to survival." This humble one has spent 20,000 years of cultivation to reach the peak of the great Emperor realm, yet has never truly experienced the splendor and beauty of the mortal world. To die under such unclear circumstances is something this humble one truly cannot accept. At such a critical juncture of life and death, people often resort to any means to preserve their own existence. Especially now, when Lu Xuan merely asked them to betray the Jiang family without requiring any further sacrifices from them. Therefore, Lu Xuan felt absolutely no surprise at the choice made by the Jiang family guardian before him. Although a powerful formation of the Imperial Pass stood as a barrier, Lu Xuan had still clearly heard Emperor Jiang Ming's confident words just moments ago. A Jiang family guardian who had reached the pinnacle of the great Emperor realm now knelt pathetically on both knees like a stray dog with nowhere to turn, desperately pleading with Lu Xuan for his life, stripped of all dignity. This unbelievable scene left great Emperor Jiang Ming, who stood loftily atop the Imperial Pass, utterly dumbfounded. His eyes so wide they seemed as though they might roll right out of their sockets. And Lu Xuan's words, dripping with contempt and derision, struck great Emperor Jiang Ming across the face like a heavy slap, causing his countenance to darken to its absolute lowest in an instant. Great Emperor Jiang Ming's hair stood on end with fury, his face flushed crimson as he furiously berated the kneeling Jiang family guardian. "How dare you act in this fashion? As a guardian of the Jiang family, you dare betray your own clan. Do you not fear the severe punishment the ancestor will bestow?" Yet faced with great Emperor Jiang Ming's wrathful rebuke and interrogation, the Jiang family guardian, who had already lost all hope of survival, could not even be bothered to pay him any heed. After all, when one's life hangs by a thread, who would care about so-called family rules and the ancestor's potential punishment? Even if the Jiang family ancestor truly intended to punish him severely, that would have to wait until he had the chance to escape this place alive. At this moment, the several other Jiang family guardians who had previously worn expressions of noble resolve prepared to meet death without flinching felt tremendous shock in the depths of their hearts upon witnessing someone submit on their knees first. Their expressions began to undergo subtle shifts, the previously steadfast and fearless look in their eyes gradually revealing a trace of fear and wavering. Great Emperor Jiang Ming's self-righteous threatening words proved entirely ineffective. Instead, they acted as a catalyst, causing several Jiang family guardians to fall to their knees one after another. In the blink of an eye, a full 4 Jiang family guardians knelt on the ground, as though their parents had perished, each scrambling to speak first and plead for mercy. "Lord Emperor, whatever you wish to know, we shall tell you everything without reservation. We only beg the Lord Emperor to show mercy and spare our lives." Gazing upon those Jiang family guardians kneeling on the ground like whimpering dogs begging for scraps, great Emperor Jiang Ming upon the Imperial Pass felt his face burning with pain as though he had been struck across the cheek countless times. He had only just solemnly declared that all Jiang family descendants possessed unyielding integrity and pride. Yet at this very moment, the shameful display put on by these so-called Jiang family guardians, where was even the slightest trace of such pride to be found? They were nothing more than a pack of spineless, pitiful wretches. And the reputation and dignity that the Jiang family had painstakingly cultivated over the ages were thus torn apart and cast at Lu Xuan's feet by these unfilial descendants themselves, left to be wantonly trampled upon and humiliated. However, Lu Xuan did not appear to intend to stop there. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly into a contemptuous smile, and he deliberately mocked his so-called longevity clan. "So this is all you amount to? Nothing but a pack of dogs with broken spines." Upon hearing these words, great Emperor Jiang Ming, who had already been trembling with rage, could no longer suppress the fury and humiliation within him. A mouthful of blood suddenly gushed forth from his lips, forming a crimson blood arrow that shot straight up into the sky. You, how dare you? I, the mighty great Emperor Jiang Ming, absolutely cannot tolerate such lawless behavior from you. I will report every single thing that has transpired today to the ancestor exactly as it occurred. Even if you manage to survive by some stroke of luck, do not dream of escaping the ancestor's thunderous wrath. At this moment, great Emperor Jiang Ming had been driven to such fury that smoke seemed to pour from all 7 orifices of his face, stamping and raging like a madman. Never in his wildest imaginings could he have expected that the Jiang family guardians, who were ordinarily so utterly loyal to him, would prove so pathetically afraid of death and utterly lacking in backbone at this life and death juncture. Such cowardly behavior had utterly and completely thrown away the face the Jiang family had accumulated over hundreds of years, especially that fellow named Lu Xuan. His cold mockery pierced great Emperor Jiang Ming's heart like a sharp dagger, filling him with such shame and mortification that he wished the ground would swallow him whole. And those Jiang family guardians who had already knelt to beg for mercy, They turned a deaf ear to great Emperor Jiang Ming's rebuke and accusations, paying it no heed whatsoever, still wholly preoccupied with bitterly pleading with the enemy, hoping to preserve their worthless lives. On the contrary, the handful of guardians who had not yet knelt watched helplessly as their companions bowed low and groveled in such disgraceful fashion. The fury in their hearts nearly burst from their chests, and they were so enraged they nearly vomited blood. Among them one man pointed at those kneeling and pleading for mercy, cursing them viciously. You bunch of shameless scoundrels. How could our Jiang family possibly harbor such cowardly, despicable wretches like you? From this day forth none of you shall be considered members of the Jiang family. Even if you manage to eke out a living today, the Jiang family shall never let you off easily. Betraying the Jiang family, betraying the ancestor. What awaits you shall be an eternity of ruin, and in the end you shall die without a burial place. This was Huang Er, whose rank among the 9 yellow rank guardians stood proudly at second place. In the past, when Huang De was still alive, Huang Er could only occupy the position behind him, but now that Huang De had breathed his last, he had naturally become the leader of this group of guardians. At this moment he was beside himself with rage, berating those guardians who dared betray the family. You traitors! How dare you commit such defiant acts? You ought to be torn apart 1,000 times over. Yet just as his words had barely fallen, a chilling laugh that made one's hair stand on end suddenly rang out. Immediately after, Lu Xuan's bone-chilling voice rose like a specter. Humph, as for whether they will die without a burial place, I'm afraid you won't live long enough to witness it. In an instant Huang Er felt his vision blur, and the next moment he discovered in abject horror that the head that had been sitting properly atop his neck was now drifting further and further from his body. At this very moment Lu Xuan stood proud before the imperial pass, and with a casual wave of his hand, he unleashed a sword chi sharp beyond compare. In the blink of an eye that sword chi streaked forth like a flash of lightning, instantly severing Huang Er's head and sending it flying. In the span of a breath Huang Er's head had already flown hundreds of zhang away, yet inconceivably despite being separated from his body his consciousness remained as clear as ever. His eyes wide open, his face filled with an indescribable terror, he watched helplessly as his emperor-tier body, now without its head, violently exploded under the tremendous impact of Lu Xuan's sword chi, transforming into a rain of blood that poured down from the heavens. It was only at this very moment that Huang Er finally awoke as though from a dream. The first to meet the fate of dying without a burial place was none other than himself. Alas, it was all too late. The very next instant that lonely head of his burst apart, without warning, instantly transforming into a pulp of mangled flesh. Then clusters of raging flames materialized out of thin air, howling forth, mercilessly incinerating this mass of flesh until not even a single residue remained. At last Huang Er could truly, completely, and utterly be said to have died without a burial place. Lu Xuan's expression remained stern. With a light wave of his palm a flash of light streaked by, and that great emperor origin radiating mysterious brilliance flew into his palm as though summoned with the speed of a thunderbolt. And upon that great emperor origin the expression of disbelief that the yellow rank guardian had worn in his final moments seemed to linger, sending a chill down the spine. Looking back to when Lu Xuan had slain him, he had struck from the shadows through a formation, so no one had been able to witness the specifics of his attack. However, this time the situation was entirely different. Lu Xuan had brazenly, right before everyone's eyes, casually waved his hand and instantaneously erased the existence of a being who had reached the pinnacle of the great emperor realm. This heart-shaking scene struck like a bolt from clear skies, violently cleaving into the hearts of all present, especially those remaining yellow rank guardians, each and so all of them were left dumbstruck, their entire bodies trembling uncontrollably. They had never imagined that this seemingly ordinary man possessed such terrifyingly monstrous strength. Just moments ago, several yellow rank guardians had still been struggling desperately, trying to fight Lu Xuan to the bitter end. But at this moment, faced with the overwhelming power Lu Xuan had displayed, all their courage and conviction instantly crumbled into dust. Fear surged over them like a tide, causing their legs to buckle involuntarily, and with a resounding thump, they all dropped to their knees in unison. These yellow rank guardians were filled with despair and regret. They wanted to open their mouths to beg for mercy, hoping to find some slim chance of survival. Yet before the words could leave their lips, they discovered in terror that a flash of sword light, glinting with cold radiance, had already streaked toward them like lightning. At first that sword light was no larger than a tiny spark, but within their pupils it grew, with astonishing speed, larger and larger, until it filled their entire field of vision. At the same time, an irresistible and overwhelming aura swept forth like a tidal wave, like an incomparably heavy mountain pressing down from above, pinning these yellow rank guardians firmly in place. No matter how they struggled, it was all in vain. They could not move a single inch. They could only watch helplessly as that death-bearing sword light drew ever closer, ultimately piercing ruthlessly through their bodies. Not given even the slightest chance to flee, they could only stare blankly and helplessly as that spark-like sword light, gleaming with dazzling brilliance, expanded at a breathtaking speed within their pupils. In an instant, this spark-like sword light transformed into an unparalleled divine sword bearing the destructive might of heaven and earth as it cleaved toward them with savage force. A series of deafening explosions rang out in succession, boom, 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 as though the very heavens and earth trembled in response. The three Jiang family guardians who had been the last to kneel had no time to react at all. Under this terrifying sword might, their bodies instantly exploded, flesh and blood scattering in all directions in a gruesome display. Thus these three Jiang family guardians also met their end, all perishing without a burial place in this tragic fate. And when Lu Xuan struck, he was ruthlessly cold to the extreme, showing not the slightest mercy. One must understand that those he had slain were all great emperors of profound cultivation, yet for Lu Xuan, it was as effortless as chopping vegetables, requiring not the slightest exertion. Watching another three companions perish horribly at Lu Xuan's sword, the four Jiang family guardians who had been the first to kneel in submission now felt lingering dread, secretly thanking their lucky stars. They all felt a creeping fear. Had their movements been delayed by even half a moment earlier, they too would now be following in the footsteps of those fallen companions, ending up beheaded with no intact corpse left. Lu Xuan was truly far too terrifying. This powerhouse who had reached the Emperor realm possessed strength that vastly exceeded their imagination, a being they could never hope to contend against. Only at this moment did they truly comprehend this cruel truth. In Lu Xuan's presence, they did not even possess the qualification to lift a finger against him, let alone strike back. Their very life and death lay wholly at Lu Xuan's whim. However, despite Lu Xuan appearing to have casually slaughtered these four Jiang family guardians with a wave of his hand, his internal qi and blood were actually churning tumultuously. After all, unleashing such astonishingly powerful techniques in succession placed an enormous burden on himself. One must understand that he had only just stepped into the Emperor realm, and what he had employed this time was not his strongest law of power, but rather the force of the sword Tao. Precisely because of this, after such an intense battle, it was only natural for him to feel a certain weariness. It should be noted that although his attainments in the sword Tao had reached the pinnacle of the great Emperor realm, there was still a considerable distance to traverse before reaching the supreme Tao integration realm. Therefore, after that fierce exchange just now, he immediately set about refining the great Emperor origin he held in his hand. This act served not only to rapidly replenish his depleted magical power, but also to seize this opportunity to launch a fierce assault upon the third layer of the enigmatic, chaotic Heaven Emperor art. At the same time, his eyes cold as ice swept directly over the four Jiang family guardians who resembled startled birds trembling in constant terror. The words that left his lips were chillingly menacing. You each have but one single chance. Whoever can reveal a secret that moves my heart, this emperor shall spare his life. Mark this well. Only one among you shall be granted this opportunity to live. Whether you live or die shall be determined entirely by your own fortunes. Originally, these four Jiang family guardians had been overjoyed at the thought that they had successfully escaped catastrophe. However, upon hearing that Lu Xuan was granting only one of them the chance to survive, in an instant everyone was completely dumbfounded. After a brief moment of shock and bewilderment, these four seemed to awaken as though from a dream, and immediately scrambled to open their mouths, each trying to blurt out their supposed secrets before the others. For a time, the atmosphere on site reached a breaking point of tension. Lord Emperor, this one knows all the secrets of the Jiang family that no one else knows. Whatever you wish to know, I shall tell you everything without reservation. One of the Jiang family guardians said with an obsequious smile, kowtowing furiously as he spoke, head bobbing like a pestle pounding garlic. Immediately after, another slightly older guardian hastened to speak. Lord Emperor, I have been in the Jiang family for a full 50,000 years. In terms of seniority and experience, no one in the Jiang family can compare to me. Therefore, regarding all matters big and small of the Jiang family, there is nothing I am unaware of. As he spoke, his face beamed with pride, as though he possessed the most precious intelligence in all the world. At this moment, the third guardian could not wait to interject. Lord Emperor, please do not underestimate the Jiang family's strength. What they have shown the world is merely the tip of the iceberg. In reality, over these years, the Jiang family has been secretly accumulating power, and their true foundation far exceeds your imagination. This guardian grew increasingly agitated as he spoke, so much so that a fine sheen of sweat broke out on his forehead. The last guardian, seeing that the previous three had spoken quite a bit, grew anxious and hurriedly shouted out loud, Lord Emperor, what I have to say is the most crucial of all. I know of several top-secret matters that even those three are unaware of, and each and every one of these secrets is a vital matter concerning the Jiang family's very survival. Before his words had finished falling, he stared with rapt attention at Lu Xuan, as though afraid to miss even the slightest change in the other's expression. Thus the four Jiang family guardians knelt together on the ground, each one eagerly vying to spill the Jiang family's secrets they possessed. Each one spoke as though pouring beans from a bamboo tube, emptying everything in their bellies in one go, terrified of falling a single step behind the others. And Lu Xuan stood quietly there, his face as dark as water, watching the scene unfold before him. He appeared composed on the surface, but in truth his heart had already stirred up towering waves within. For the matters these four had spoken of were truly far too bizarre and shocking to believe. Lord Emperor, we common folk truly dare not harbor the slightest concealment. Every single thing we know we have laid bare to you without omission. We beg you to show mercy and keep your word. Spare our wretched lives. After spilling forth every scrap of information within their grasp, the four yellow rank guardians stood trembling with terror upon their faces, hastening to plead their desperate case. Their voices quivered without end, as though a single moment's delay would bring annihilation crashing down upon their heads. For they knew full well that Lu Xuan had just declared, among these four souls, only one would be granted the chance to walk away alive. Gazing upon these four yellow rank guardians who had indeed divulged a wealth of secrets concerning the Jiang clan, a shadow of grim darkness settled across Lu Xuan's countenance. He parted his lips and spoke in a tone of unhurried calm. I made myself abundantly clear long ago. Whoever provides intelligence of greater import and worth shall claim this slender thread of survival. But looking upon it now, the secrets you have offered appear to differ little from one another. In that case, tell me to whom ought I bestow this precious opportunity? As he spoke, Lu Xuan deliberately assumed an expression of indecision, his gaze drifting slowly to and fro among the four yellow rank guardians. Needless to say, these four were all cultivators who had reached the pinnacle of great emperor. How could they fail to grasp the deeper meaning woven within Lu Xuan's words? At this moment each of them stood mute as cicadas in winter minds, racing inwardly for some stratagem, while cold sweat poured in torrents across their brows. For souls, and only one shall live. Moreover, the right to choose has been placed in their own hands. Is this not simply forcing them to slaughter one another? Lu Xuan, you are after all a Lord Emperor. Surely you would not go back upon your word. You stated plainly just moments ago that if we revealed the secrets of the Jiang clan, you would let us walk free. Yet now you seek to break your oath. Are you not afraid that word of this shall bring eternal scorn upon your name? One of the yellow rank guardians rose furiously, fixing Lu Xuan with a thunderous glare as he bellowed. Lu Xuan's meaning in those words had already been laid bare. It was only one step short of declaring outright, settle it amongst yourselves who shall perish and who shall survive. They had after all been kindred bonded through tens of thousands of years. How could a handful of words from Lu Xuan sow division and drive them to internal bloodshed? And yet in the end he had overestimated his own standing in the hearts of the others, and simultaneously underestimated the depths of human depravity. The very instant his voice faded, 3 arcs of frigid light tore through the air like lightning, virtually in the same breath, piercing ruthlessly through his flesh. Staring at the 3 long swords that had run him through to the chill of death, his eyes instantly flooded with boundless shock and disbelief. As though time itself had frozen at that moment, he gazed in stupefaction at the 3 lethal weapons buried deep within his body, unable to accept the reality unfolding before his very eyes. Suddenly a muffled pooh shattered the fleeting silence as a torrent of black blood surged forth from his mouth like a geyser. Steel against the searing agony, he strained with terrible effort to turn his leaden head, fixing his final fading gaze upon what lay behind. When he beheld the ones who had struck, a storm of astonishment crashed through his heart, for they were none other than his comrades who had walked beside him through countless millennia. Yet at this moment those once dear companions stood with expressionless faces, long swords in hand, cold and utterly resolute. Meeting his gaze that brimmed with despair and incomprehension, not a flicker of hesitation stirred within their eyes. Only a glacial, ruthless decisiveness. This wretched victim could never have imagined that those who had once fought shoulder to shoulder with him, sharing bitter and sweet alike, would now strike him down with such merciless fury, and moreover all 3 launching their assault in flawless concert. In his final breath he slowly turned his head away and collapsed upon the ground, his heart brimming with unwillingness and rancor. Those eyes that never closed even in death seemed still to voice the grievance and unyielding discontent festering within. And the 3 yellow rank guardians who had struck simultaneously behaved as though nothing had occurred, not deigning to spare so much as a glance at their fallen companion. After delivering their strikes, their figures moved like phantoms, speed beyond comprehension. In virtually the same breath they seized their sword hilts without the slightest hesitation and drew with a single violent wrench. The long swords leapt free in a flash of glacial radiance. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the 3 whirled about in unison, long swords whirling as they bore down upon their companion with the wrath of a storm descending from the heavens. And at this juncture Lu Xuan needed not stir his tongue further to sow dissension. The clash between the 2 erupted with thunderous fury. In their desperate struggle to survive this mortal contest, to seize that sole thread of salvation, both unleashed every ounce of their power, summoning forth their strongest divine techniques without reserve. In an instant the laws of the great emperor roared like twin dragons, locked in fury, colliding with devastating force across the boundless expanse of the boundary sea. Each clash birthed a thunderous detonation that shook the very firmament, as though heaven itself might split and earth itself might crumble, a scene that inspired dread in all who beheld it. Upon the imperial pass, great Emperor Jiangming stared with wide, startled eyes, beholding the gruesome spectacle below in utter disbelief. Never could he have imagined that the guardians of the Jiang clan, who had once been brothers in arms and joint protectors of their clan, would now turn upon one another in mutual slaughter. All because of a single casually uttered provocation from Lu Xuan. These ordinarily loyal guardians had descended into such madness, blade turned against blade. Watching those guardians who had once fought beside him now tear at each other like rabid hounds, great Emperor Jiangming felt his blood surge and a violent ache pierce his chest. Unable to contain the raging tide of fury and grief any longer, he parted his lips and vomited a mouthful of blood black as ink. At the same time his body staggered backward unbidden, teetering on the brink of collapse. Had not someone beside him reacted with swift presence of mind and caught him in time, this mighty great emperor, who dominated a whole domain, would have tumbled disgracefully against the cold, unyielding ramparts of the pass. Commander, you must think carefully before you act. Lu Xuan has already attained the throne of Lord Emperor. His power runs unfathomably deep, and his terror knows no bounds. Even with this indomitable imperial pass as our bastion, I fear we can only slow the march of his advance for the briefest of moments. The situation unfolding here has long since exceeded our ability to control or intervene. Should the imperial pass ultimately fall, then every last one of us shall meet a death from which there is no escape. The speaker, carefully supporting great Emperor Jiangming, was himself a great emperor of illustrious renown. However, his identity placed him among the auxiliary imperial bloodline attached to the Jiang clan. At this moment, this great emperor's face was contorted with terror as he gazed upon the dreadful scene below the pass, his voice trembling uncontrollably from the force of his fright. One need only recall that the guardians of the Jiang clan in their earlier fierce exchange with Lu Xuan had already perished to the last. Hence the thought rose unbidden among them. Might they be the next souls claimed by Lu Xuan's blade? Once upon a time, upon this majestic imperial pass, no fewer than 5 great emperors of the Jiang clan had stood joint vigil. Alas, the moment the other 4 great emperors of the Jiang clan appeared upon the battlefield, they were cut down like dogs before a slaughterhouse, swept away beneath Lu Xuan's thunderous assault across the boundless boundary sea. Thus, within the walls of the imperial pass, the great emperor of the Jiang clan had dwindled to a solitary figure, none other than the pass commander, great Emperor Jiangming himself. Already overwhelmed by the catastrophic turn of events, great Emperor Jiangming, upon hearing these well-meaning yet anguished words from his companion, felt his blood surge beyond all control and violently spat forth yet another great mouthful of ink-black blood. In a heartbeat, great Emperor Jiangming's countenance turned ashen as paper drained of every trace of color. "Get away from me!" Amidst an enraged roar, great Emperor Jiangming summoned a violent force and thrust the man before him harshly aside. From the excessive exertion, he too lost his balance and stumbled hurriedly toward the battlements. Only upon drawing near the parapets did he manage to steady himself. Yet the fury within his breast remained unquenched, his eyes fixed in grim obsession upon the horrifying carnage below the pass. It had all transpired with staggering speed. From the opening strike to the final victor, less than the span of a quarter hour had elapsed. And within that brief window, the 3 guardians of the Jiang clan had already determined their fates. Before the pass now lay 2 great emperor corpses, too gruesome to behold, their forms hacked into unrecognizable mincemeat, a blur of blood and flesh that precluded any identification of their original faces. As for the sole surviving Jiang clan guardian, his condition was hardly any better. One of his arms had been severed clean at the shoulder, blood gushing forth without cease. One of his eyes had been gouged out at some unknown moment, leaving a hollow socket especially grotesque and terrifying to behold. Despite his grievous wounds and wretched appearance, his eyes still gleamed with the light of exultation and agitation. With a resounding thud, this last remaining Jiang clan guardian dropped heavily to his knees before Lu Xuan. His face alight with wild joy, he cried out in a trembling voice, "Lord Emperor, this humble servant has not failed your command. Finally, I have vanquished them all. Now only I remain. Lord Emperor, you need never again be troubled with the burden of choice." Facing this bedraggled, yet jubilant Jiang clan guardian, Lu Xuan merely regarded him in silence, not a trace of compassion surfacing upon his face. In truth, as far back as 100,000 years ago, back when he had been forced into exile from the human realm, every single name inscribed within the Jiang clan had already been etched upon his death list. Through all these years, had it not been for the constant weight of concern for his kinsfolk's safety, he would long since have surrendered to the wrath within and led his armies in a slaughterous return to the human realm. Even if he could not annihilate the entirety of the Jiang clan in a single stroke, he would at the very least teach them the bitter taste of ruin. Therefore, upon watching these great emperors of the Jiang clan fall one after another into the abyss, Lu Xuan's heart was utterly unmoved. He even deemed their deaths to have been granted with excessive mercy and leniency. Watching Lu Xuan maintain his unyielding silence, that lone-eyed Jiang clan guardian felt a sudden violent tremor of disquiet surge through his breast. He raised his trembling head in panicked haste, fixing his gaze directly upon Lu Xuan, his voice shaking ceaselessly from the extremity of his terror. Lord Emperor, this servant has carried out every word of your decree with utmost fidelity. Surely you would not break faith and discard your honor. Upon hearing these words, the corners of Lu Xuan's mouth curled almost imperceptibly upward, revealing a cold smile that sent a chill racing down the spine. Yet it was precisely this seemingly simple smile that caused the kneeling Jiang clan guardian, already quaking uncontrollably upon the ground, to be seized by a sudden convulsion of full-body trembling. Thereafter Lu Xuan spoke at a leisurely pace. Would this sovereign truly be the sort of craven who breaks his word? I once declared that whoever divulged the most secrets, and those whose secrets carried the greatest value to me, should be granted his life. That promise shall remain inviolable now and forevermore. Just as the Jiang clan guardian felt a momentary easing of the tautness in his nerves, Lu Xuan delivered this casual remark, a bolt from the blue that struck him utterly dumb. The complexion of that Jiang clan guardian, already pallid with tension, drained of the last vestige of color in an instant. Ashen-faced, his lips quivered, and for a long span no sound escaped them. But tell me, by what certainty can you be sure that those precious pieces of intelligence you have just uttered are to me the most pivotal and the most valuable? Lu Xuan wore an expression of teasing mockery, observing that Jiang clan guardian, now paralyzed with fright, with both amusement and malice. At this moment, even had this guardian's mind been the dullest of the dull, the fog would finally lift and enlightenment would dawn. All along, this band of fools had stumbled squarely into the snare that Lu Xuan had so meticulously laid. From the very outset, Lu Xuan had never entertained the slightest intention of allowing any among them to leave this place alive. How utterly absurd. These self-proclaimed paragons of cunning had actually vied with one another like dolts to pour forth every last hidden secret of the Jiang clan, all for the sake of a thread of survival that was never anything more than a phantom. And most wretched of all, in their scramble to seize that sole possible chance of escape, they had not hesitated to slaughter one another with their own hands, casting aside every bond of fellowship and kinship that had once united them. Upon reflection, the whole affair had been little more than an absurd farce. Pooh! That one-eyed Jiang clan guardian, overwhelmed by surging blood and wrath, spat forth a mouthful of black blood and collapsed. Lu Xuan strolled slowly to stand before him, resembling an ancient god presiding in solemn judgment over sin, his voice cold and commanding. Look at you, such torment. Were you to live, you would only continue to suffer. Allow me to grant you release. The moment his words faded, the last of the yellow-rank guardians perished before the imperial pass. The emperor's pass towered into the clouds, standing majestic and towering between heaven and earth. Upon it, Emperor Jiangming trembled with fury, his face ashen, his eyes wide with rage, his hair bristling in indignation, on the verge of fainting outright. Those 9 yellow-level guardians had always been one of the Jiang family's most formidable assets, a crucial trump card upon which their clan relied for survival and regional dominance. Who could have foreseen that on this very day these 9 yellow-level guardians of immense strength and exalted status would suffer such a wretched end, perishing under mysterious and inexplicable circumstances? Even more astonishing was the fact that in their final moments, these 9 yellow-level guardians had laid bare every secret the Jiang family had concealed for years, revealing everything without reservation. Although Emperor Jiangming stood upon the emperor's pass at a distance from the scene, catching only fragments of disjointed words, his sharp intuition and deep understanding of family affairs made it abundantly clear to him that every word spoken by those individuals constituted the Jiang family's most closely guarded secrets. Moreover, there were numerous secrets among them that even high-ranking figures such as themselves, as emperors of the Jiang family, had been entirely unaware of prior to this moment. Most notably, the matter concerning the Jiang family's use of living human blood essence to cultivate the immortality elixir was shrouded in utmost secrecy, classified as top secret within top secrets. For if word of this were to leak out, it would surely trigger a colossal uproar and bring catastrophic ruin upon the Jiang family. As far as Emperor Jiangming was aware, within the entire Jiang family, only the reclusive ancestor and these few guardians who had just lost their lives would have known the truth about this matter. Yet at this very moment, such a scandal that could plunge the Jiang family into eternal ruin was being confessed by their own family's guardians. Fortunately, the other emperors present at the emperor's pass, due to the considerable distance and various other factors, had not been able to clearly hear the information revealed by those guardians. Otherwise, the consequences would be utterly unimaginable. Moreover, these individuals were all vassals of the Jiang family, so even if they had truly heard everything clearly and completely, how would they dare to leak even a single word? At this moment, Emperor Jiangming felt cold sweat streaming down his forehead, his heart filled with extreme trepidation and unease. For he simply could not bear to imagine what terrifying consequences the Jiang family would face if these rumors were to reach the human race. After all, even a venerable clan like theirs with centuries of lineage might completely lose their standing and become the target of widespread condemnation. Keep your mouths shut tight. Anything you heard or saw here today If anyone dares to let even a single word escape, don't blame me for being ruthless and wiping your entire clan from existence. Emperor Jiangming's face twisted into a hideous expression as he glared viciously at the emperors behind him, who were equally silent with fear. These emperors naturally understood as well. They knew intimately that what they had just witnessed and overheard were extraordinarily shocking secrets and scenes that absolutely should not have come to their attention, so each of them kept their lips sealed tight, daring not even to draw breath. Not to mention 100 times the courage. Even if they had 1,000 or 10,000 times the audacity, they would never dare reveal so much as a whisper of what transpired here. Beneath the magnificent emperor's past, Lu Xuan slowly withdrew the emperor origins he had extracted from those Jiang family guardians, a subtle glint of delight flashing in his eyes. To be honest, he himself had never anticipated that since deciding to abandon his post guarding the heavenly abyss and fully embracing his true nature, these emperor origins would transform into an indispensable resource for his cultivation. At this moment, he possessed no fewer than 20 to 30 emperor origins in his possession. Yet these exceedingly precious emperor origins were far from idle. They each carried an important purpose. One must understand that the resources required to cultivate the second stage of the Panwu vital power divine ability were nothing short of staggering in quantity. Even pooling all 20 or 30 emperor origins together would amount to merely a drop in the ocean relative to the entire cultivation process, far insufficient to support his successful condensation of the formidable Panwu ancestral body. Therefore, after thorough deliberation, he resolutely decided to channel all these emperor origins into his cultivation of the Chaos Heavenly Emperor art. Fortunately, through prolonged and relentless arduous cultivation, his Chaos Heavenly Emperor art had achieved remarkable progress, successfully breaking through to the second major perfect realm. Now was the critical moment to press onward toward the higher, more arduous third tier. Having just successfully slain those Jiang family guardians, Lu Xuan showed no urgency to launch an immediate fierce assault on the Emperor's pass. Instead, his figure flickered, and he instantly vanished into the space of the god-burying coffin. Within this mysterious space, Lu Xuan's eyes suddenly blazed with two brilliant shafts of divine light, like dazzling meteors streaking across the night sky. Gazing ahead with a grave expression, he muttered to himself, "The formation array deployed upon the Emperor's pass is a true venerable level formation." In days of old, this formation had successfully withstood countless surging assaults from ancient venerables of the alien races, demonstrating unparalleled destructive power. Although my cultivation has now reached the Emperor Venerable realm, I remain ultimately alone and weak. To attempt forcing open this impregnable Emperor's Pass formation by my singular strength would be nothing short of foolish fantasy, truly an almost impossible undertaking. Lu Xuan yearned with burning impatience to return as swiftly as possible, yet he understood deeply that he must never act recklessly. After all, given his current capabilities, attempting to forcibly breach that formation blocking the Emperor's Pass would be as futile as chasing phantom dreams. Therefore, to achieve this goal, the pressing priority was to comprehensively strengthen his own power. And the most crucial aspect hinged on whether he could successfully break through his cultivated Chaos Heavenly Emperor art to the third tier. For once this breakthrough was achieved, he would gain the opportunity to awaken an extraordinarily powerful and enigmatic innate gift, the ancient double pupils. With this, he might genuinely be able to shatter that formidable Emperor's Pass formation. Carrying this thought in his heart, Lu Xuan did not rashly attack the Emperor's Pass, but instead devoted himself wholeheartedly to cultivating the third tier of the Chaos Heavenly Emperor art solely to attain the technique of the ancient double pupils as soon as possible. He was seen sitting cross-legged in deep concentration, his inner techniques flowing rapidly throughout his body. In an instant, his entire being transformed into an enormous cauldron of chaos, emitting boundless chaotic aura from every pore. Then one after another, extremely precious Emperor origins streaked through the void like meteors, falling directly into this chaos cauldron and being instantly engulfed and devoured by its roaring flames. Although Lu Xuan had already ascended to the position of Emperor Venerable and possessed the heaven-defying constitution of the Chaos Physique, thoroughly refining and absorbing the power of these Emperor origins was by no means something that could be accomplished within a short time. Time flew swiftly like a weaving shuttle. Within this sealed god-burying coffin space, time passed as rapidly as an unceasing torrent of river water. Thus hundreds of years passed without notice. Through years of tireless effort and arduous tempering, Lu Xuan finally succeeded in refining and absorbing the vast power contained within exactly 3 Emperor origins. At this very moment, his Chaos Heavenly Emperor art also broke through to the third tier as wished. This realm is also known as the Chaos Double Pupil stage. This realm represents the pinnacle of Chaos Physique cultivation, and when the Chaos Physique reaches perfection, it awakens an astonishing and attention-grabbing powerful innate gift, the ancient double pupils. As Lu Xuan successfully entered the third tier of the Chaos Heavenly Emperor art, his previously ordinary eyes suddenly began to undergo an earth-shattering transformation. Countless streams of chaotic energy poured endlessly into his eyes like a surging torrent. Under the nourishment and scouring of this massive amount of chaotic energy, profound and abstruse Tao laws began to operate and continuously evolve within his eyes. However, this astonishing evolution was not instantaneous. It required an enormously vast amount of chaotic energy as a solid foundation to sustain its continuous progression. To meet this demand, Lu Xuan unhesitatingly took out the Emperor origins he had at hand and began refining them. One by one, extremely precious Emperor origins gradually melted and dissipated under the impetus of his formidable magical power, transforming into rolling chaotic energy that merged into his eyes. And so, after continuously refining 7 or 8 Emperor origins, Lu Xuan's eyes, which were undergoing evolution, finally reached the moment of ultimate transformation. His originally ordinary eyes had, under the powerful enhancement of chaotic energy, undergone a complete metamorphosis and transformed into the legendary ancient double pupils. If observed closely, one could clearly see that deep within his original pupils, another pair of mysterious and profound pupils had quietly emerged. In other words, the current Lu Xuan had 2 pupils existing simultaneously in each eye, radiating a terrifying aura that sent shivers down one's spine. These 2 pairs of pupils were like bottomless black holes, capable of devouring all things that seemed that anyone who dared to meet his gaze would be instantly drawn in and forever sunk, without hope of escape. Ancient double pupils. Achieved. Lu Xuan could barely contain his inner excitement and ecstasy, took a deep breath, and let out a long roar to the heavens. That voice resounded through the clouds, causing the surrounding void to tremble slightly. Within this mysterious and ancient god-burying coffin space, time seemed to freeze and passed unnoticed. He had been cultivating here alone, and years drifted by. Before he knew it, 1,000 years had passed. During this lengthy period, he spared no expense, consuming a full 10 Emperor origins of extraordinary value, all in pursuit of that legendary power of the ancient double pupils. After countless hardships and tireless efforts through innumerable days and nights, he finally succeeded in cultivating the ancient double pupils as he had wished. When he first activated these miraculous eyes, an unsettling aura suddenly permeated the area. In the next instant, 2 astonishing beams of black light erupted violently from his double pupils like lightning that split the dark night sky. Brilliant and dazzling, yet overflowing with endless killing intent. It turned out this was one of the innate divine abilities possessed by the ancient double pupils, the destructive divine light. This divine light contained terrifying power sufficient to annihilate all things in the world, and its strength was so immense that it could even slay formidable enemies across cultivation realms. Once any enemy was locked onto by this divine light, they were as good as trapped in despair, unable to escape their fate of destruction. However, the power of the ancient double pupils extended far beyond this. Just when everyone believed the destructive divine light was its limit, Lu Xuan's divine sense moved slightly, and that originally dazzling black light suddenly vanished without a trace. In its place emerged a bizarre radiance where black and white intertwined seamlessly into one chaotic divine light. This chaotic divine light contained the most primal yin and yang energies between heaven and earth, possessing not only the miraculous ability to perceive all illusions and the origins of things, but also an extraordinarily powerful capacity for learning. Whatever divine abilities, spells, or cultivation manuals were swept by this chaotic divine light, Lu Xuan could quickly comprehend and apply them within an extremely short time, integrating their essence into his own teachings. Just as the chaotic divine light continued to evolve toward its peak, an astonishing sight appeared. Within those mysterious and profound double pupils, an endless stream of chaotic energy spread forth like swirling mist. This chaotic energy contained boundless power, as if possessing the earth-shattering ability to open up heavens and earth and create an entirely new world. However, although Lu Xuan had successfully awakened the ancient double pupils at this moment, he was merely at the threshold, just beginning to familiarize himself and gain control over this power. If he wished to thoroughly unleash the power of the ancient double pupils and wield it to its utmost extremity, the path ahead undoubtedly remained long and arduous. Unbelievable. I have only cultivated the Chaos Heavenly Emperor art to the 3rd tier, yet I already possess peerless physiques like the 4 symbols Sacred Body and Chaos Physique, and have successfully awakened the ancient double pupils. I cannot fathom how terrifyingly powerful my strength would become if I could cultivate this art to its 9th tier. Lu Xuan took a deep breath, striving to calm his surging emotions. Lu Xuan exhaled deeply, feeling as though that turbid qi transformed into a rainbow of light shooting straight toward the heavens. At the same time, he could clearly feel his aura surging wildly within his body, like towering ocean waves crashing wave after wave against every corner of his being. His physical body seemed to have undergone a sacred baptism. Every inch of muscle, every strand of blood vessel, every bone was undergoing earth-shattering changes. The once ordinary flesh and blood now emanated a faint, yet dazzling morning light, like the first rays of sunlight breaking through dawn, warm and brimming with vitality. His bones shone as though forged from pure gold, gleaming brilliantly harder than anything mortal, pulsing with boundless power. Even the microscopic pores nearly invisible to the naked eye continuously erupted with multicolored rosy clouds, creating an illusory spectacle so mesmerizing it left one dazed. At this moment the chaos body existed in a wondrous state of transformation, as if reborn anew. It had grown more formidable than ever before, not merely an increase in outward strength, but an elevation of its inner essence. It had become virtually indestructible, capable of withstanding any assault or harm from this world. Most terrifying of all, simply standing there radiated an invisible pressure that sent chills down one's spine. Furthermore, this transformed chaos body appeared even more pure, utterly free from any impurities, as flawless as the finest jade. Within him, chaos chi permeated every corner, omnipresent. This chaotic energy flooded not only the meridians, but seeped into every layer, flesh, bones, sinew, and skin, as if condensing mystical Tao marks throughout his entire being. As everyone knew, the chaos body's greatest advantage lay in its ability to draw near the great Tao entirely free from the oppressive constraints of heavenly laws. Even within the heavily restricted human race, those blessed with the chaos body could disregard those intricate heavenly laws and effortlessly walk the path of integrating with the Tao. In the past, when Lu Xuan's chaos heavenly emperor art had not yet reached the third layer, he had no choice but to cultivate the Panwu great power divine ability, relying on its law of strength to achieve integration with the Tao, ultimately attaining the position of Emperor Venerable. However, times had changed. With his chaos heavenly emperor art successfully breaking through to the third realm, the options before him for Tao integration had become remarkably diverse. In this mysterious, boundless cultivation world, the chaos heavenly emperor art was undoubtedly a peerless technique that commanded attention. Its third realm corresponded to the supreme fusion Tao Emperor Venerable stage. But the chaos heavenly emperor art shattered these conventions, demonstrating the astonishing ability to fuse with all 10,000 Tao principles. This was the unique advantage of the chaos body, a rare physique that enabled such extraordinary feats. At this very moment, Lu Xuan had entered the third realm of the chaos heavenly emperor art and successfully obtained the legendary ancient double pupils. Nevertheless, his cultivation was far from complete. A crucial step awaited him across the threshold, the integration with Tao. Only by passing through this vital stage could he truly achieve the utmost perfection of this realm. And what was this integration with Tao if not the unification of all 10,000 great principles into one? He understood that only after successfully merging the power of all 10,000 Tao could his chaos body advance to a higher level, allowing him to step into the next profound stage of heavenly Tao union. It was worth noting that this integration of Tao differed fundamentally from the law of strength Lu Xuan had previously merged through the Panwu great power divine ability. As one of the 3,000 chaos laws, the law of strength stood as among the oldest and most primordial principles in existence, a source from which all other laws emerged. When chaos first opened, the law of strength had already existed. As time passed and chaos shattered, the great Tao gradually replaced chaos as the dominant force governing heaven and earth. Building upon this foundation, the great Tao further gave rise to countless specialized laws, each with its own character, together constructing the entire rich and diverse cultivation system. Lu Xuan stood quietly in a still valley where spiritual energy swirled around him like tidal waters drawn inexorably by the aura emanating from his body. At that moment, he was immersed in deep contemplation regarding the chaos heavenly emperor art and the Panwu great power divine ability he cultivated. The core essence of the chaos heavenly emperor art lay in fusing all 10,000 Tao principles, the boundless and unfathomable great Tao itself. Such a divine technique, once perfected, would grant control over all phenomena in the world, elevating one to an invincible state. Yet achieving such a realm was far from easy. The hardships and tribulations required in this journey were beyond ordinary comprehension. Meanwhile, the Panwu great power divine ability fused the 3,000 chaos laws. These laws blazed like stars in the cosmos, each containing infinite power and mystery. Mastering them all would grant world-shaking capabilities. But the question remained, what should Lu Xuan choose as his primary cultivation? By all rights, given finite human capacity, focusing on a single art would be the wisest path. Cultivating two fundamentally different systems simultaneously would scatter his efforts and exponentially multiply resource demands. Under such circumstances, the path of cultivation would grow extraordinarily treacherous. Yet Lu Xuan found himself unable to forsake either the profound chaos heavenly emperor art or the mighty Panwu great power divine ability. His gaze drifted slowly between these two peerless techniques, his heart torn with internal conflict. On one hand, the 10,000 Tao fusion path within the chaos heavenly emperor art filled him with yearning. On the other, the tremendous power of the Panwu great power divine ability made his mouth water. For a moment, he found himself trapped in an agonizing dilemma, unable to decide. But having waited 100,000 years within the unfathomable depths of the heavenly abyss, what was this brief struggle compared to such patience? An unwavering conviction burned within him. He would endure, and nothing could halt his advance. Moreover, with the mysterious burial god coffin space now at his disposal, he need not worry about insufficient cultivation time. Yet the pressing question before Lu Xuan remained how to secure adequate cultivation resources. Even the most resourceful cannot cook without rice. Without sufficient resources, no matter how gifted or resolute one might be, breakthrough progress remained nearly impossible. After careful consideration, Lu Xuan recognized that his recent entry into the Emperor Venerable realm meant he lacked the experience to rival ancient cultivators with profound foundations. Thus, he made a bold decision to cultivate multiple arts simultaneously. The Chaos Heavenly Emperor art and Panwu Great Power Divine Ability became his primary focus. Lu Xuan understood that mastering both peerless techniques might bridge the gap between himself and veteran emperors using their combined power to suppress them in a single strike. When this thought took root, a resolute gleam flashed through his eyes. Without hesitation, he resolved to begin cultivating both arts simultaneously. Furthermore, he would never abandon his pursuit of the law of strength and the myriad Tao principles. As his thoughts grew clearer, Lu Xuan felt an epiphany wash over him, deepening his understanding of the great Tao. He shone like a brilliant star in the endless dark cosmos. Within this burial god coffin space, I cannot sense the power of the great Tao. I should leave this place first. Just as panic gripped the onlookers, Lu Xuan's figure flickered like a phantom appearing beneath the imperial pass in an instant. The sudden appearance froze the already tense atmosphere. The human emperors on the imperial pass stared in shock at the figure descending like a demon god, their fear rising like tidal waves, causing their eyelids to twitch uncontrollably. He's here. He's back. The cry rang out raw with terror. More shouts erupted. He vanished for a full day and night, yet now he returns with an aura even more terrifying than before. Tell me, has he broken through to a higher realm during his absence? The thought weighed heavily on every heart. The memory of Lu Xuan slaughtering emperors with a mere gesture haunted their minds, a bloody nightmare they could not shake. Once proud and majestic, the human emperors now trembled involuntarily at the sight of him. Suddenly a furious voice cut through the panic. Useless fools. So what if Lu Xuan is powerful? He's only one man. Does he think he can overturn heaven and earth alone? Look at you trembling before a single opponent. You've brought shame upon the Jiang clan. Speaker was Emperor Jiang Ming, his face contorted with anger as he glared at his trembling kinsman, disappointment and resentment blazing in his eyes. Every one of these human emperors owed allegiance to the Jiang clan, too fearful to challenge the orders and decisions of Emperor Jiang Ming. Yet despite their submission, one among them muttered bitterly, "Easy for you to say. Weren't you the one who fainted on the spot from fear?" Though he tried to keep his voice low, every emperor present could hear clearly. As expected, Emperor Jiang Ming's furious gaze slammed into the insolent speaker, and he roared, "Silence your nonsense. I fainted from sheer grief over the loss of our guardians." So it was Lu Xuan who had mercilessly slaughtered the 9 renowned guardians of the Jiang clan, showing no mercy whatsoever. The memory alone sent chi surging through Jiang Ming's chest, suffocating him until he nearly fainted again. That incident had festered like a poisoned thorn deep in his heart, each recollection reigniting fury and shame. Now, thanks to that reckless fool's careless words, the wound had been torn open, once more nearly forcing blood from Jiang Ming's lips. Were it not for the urgent need for allies, Jiang Ming's explosive temper would have already smashed that tattling emperor into paste. I know you all fear Lu Xuan, but hear me now. He is nothing more than a circus performer playing tricks. Even if he somehow reached the Emperor Venerable realm, he could never threaten us. Look at this Imperial Pass formation, solid as bedrock, unbreakable. Think back to when the savage, ancient rulers of the alien races led a 1,000,000-strong army against us. What a terrifying sight. Yet they failed to breach our defenses by so much as a hair. Now you expect one man to shake our Imperial Pass. That's like trying to topple a mountain with an insect's legs. He won't even earn the right to approach our gates. Emperor Jiang Ming stood tall, his gaze fixed firmly on the magnificent formation before him, pride radiating from every feature. Though they had never witnessed the formation repelling 1,000,000 alien warriors in person, they trusted its invincible power without question. After all, the Imperial Pass had silently protected humanity's peace for millennia as the first line of defense against alien invasion. Its importance was beyond dispute. How could such a barrier fall to outsiders? The emperors, still trembling from fear at Lu Xuan's name moments before, gradually relaxed after Jiang Ming's stirring words, their expressions softening considerably. Morale revived like rain after a long drought, rekindling their courage and determination to face the enemy. I've already sent word of this to the capital. The Emperor Venerable must have received it by now. Before long he may descend here in person. Emperor Jiang Ming continued with grave seriousness. Upon hearing that the Emperor Venerable might arrive personally, the human emperor's eyes instantly blazed with uncontainable excitement. Instantly the Imperial Pass, previously suffocating in dread, filled with laughter and relief. Meanwhile below, Lu Xuan quietly suppressed his aura. At this moment, only the matter of Tao integration occupied his thoughts. Only then could his strength reach new heights. Yet worry not at him. He wasn't certain whether the members of his clan could endure much longer. News of what transpired here would spread quickly throughout human territory. If the exalted emperor's venerable learned of his slaughter here, they would likely strike at the Lu clan. Though the formation Lu Xuan had left to protect his clan was powerful, it stood no chance against a direct assault from an emperor venerable. For this reason, Lu Xuan understood he must act swiftly, breach the Imperial Pass with maximum speed, and return to human territory as fast as possible. Only his personal return could guarantee his clan's safety. Gazing up at the towering Imperial Pass, Lu Xuan's eyes blazed with divine radiance. Humans, Lu Xuan is coming home. 10,000 years ago, foreign races invaded and flames of war engulfed the heavens. Countless lives perished in this catastrophic devastation. At this critical juncture of life and death, Lu Xuan, as the leader of his clan, stepped forward to stand alongside the human Emperor Venerables in guarding the Imperial Pass, shouldering the heavy responsibility of saving his people. Yet after repelling the foreign races, he was coerced by the human Emperor Venerables into leaving his kin and traveling to the mysterious and perilous heavenly abyss to serve as its guardian. That parting lasted 10,000 long years. Time flew like a shuttle star's wheel and shift, and even Lu Xuan himself never anticipated that after enduring such profound upheavals, he would one day have the chance to return to the land of humanity. What was even more unexpected was that upon his return, he came in a manner that shook the very foundations. He had returned to strike at the human race. Now beneath the towering and majestic Imperial Pass, Lu Xuan stood with his head held high, his figure as grand and resolute as a mountain range. His expression was stern and cold, his eyes radiating an indescribable majesty and dominance. He spoke slowly, his voice resonating through heaven and earth like the tolling of massive bells. I am Lu Xuan, the great emperor of the human race, who guarded the heavenly abyss for a full 100,000 years and rendered extraordinary merit for humanity. Do you intend to obstruct this emperor's path home today? His words echoed like thunder, crackling instantly, spreading across the entire Imperial Pass. Upon the Imperial Pass, the numerous great emperors of the human race all felt deeply stirred by these words. Among these great emperors, many knew little of what transpired 10,000 years ago. Indeed, most had never before heard of Lu Xuan and were completely unaware of the legendary achievements he had accomplished. Yet at this moment, as they heard Lu Xuan recount that past with his own voice, a tumultuous wave of emotion surged within their hearts. Within the Imperial Pass, the many human cultivators stationed there climbed to the city walls, their gazes drawn to the figure that had suddenly appeared outside the pass. Their faces were etched with astonishment as they gazed in disbelief at the person before them, Lu Xuan. Prior to this, they had only heard rumors of someone daring to openly slay a great emperor of the human race upon the Boundary Sea, yet they remained entirely ignorant of this person's true identity and the full circumstances. Do you believe what this man claims is true? Could he truly have held this position for a full 100,000 years? If these words are genuine, then he is undoubtedly a great merit-bearing hero of our human race. In that case, should we attempt to obstruct him, would that not be exceedingly ruthless and lacking in righteousness? Upon the walls of the Imperial Pass, a great emperor spoke with a grave expression, his voice barely above a whisper. Only now did these great emperors realize they had merely witnessed Lu Xuan slaughtering on the battlefield without ever investigating the mysterious past and extraordinary accomplishments behind it. Having heard Lu Xuan speak of his own deeds with his own voice, doubt began to stir among them. They exchanged uncertain glances, their attention shifting toward Jiang Ming, the great emperor, standing nearby. After all, the Jiang family had consistently obstructed Lu Xuan's path of return. What hidden secrets or schemes might lie beneath the surface? Staring down the suspicious gazes of these great emperors of the human race, Jiang Ming let out a cold snort and roared in fury. Do you actually intend to believe such seditious nonsense? Back then he was merely a mere great emperor. How could he possibly have withstood those vicious, cruel alien races and demon races? Such absurd fabrication, and you would actually choose to believe it. Have you all lost your minds? With those words, Jiang Ming cast a cold glare at the skeptical great emperors before him, then strode directly toward the front of the Imperial Pass. A sneer curled his lips as he began shouting, twisting the truth and turning right from wrong. Lu Xuan, oh Lu Xuan, what incredible audacity you possess. I have existed for tens of thousands of years, yet I have never encountered anyone as shameless as you. You dare claim you guarded the heavenly abyss for 100,000 years without even pausing to examine whether you truly possess such capability. Oomph. The truth is that 10,000 years ago our human race's various emperor venerables joined forces and fought together, charging into the alien realm and driving those foreign races and demon races to flee in disarray, dealing devastating blows to their strength. It was precisely because of this that for the entire 100,000 years since they have not dared to recklessly cross even half a step over the Boundary Sea. As he reached this point, Jiang Ming's expression darkened, and his cold snort reverberated like distant thunder. With utter disdain etched across his face, he declared, "You have committed an unforgivable crime and were long expelled from our human race. What audacity do you have to stand here spouting such nonsense, daring to claim you guarded the heavenly abyss for 100,000 years? This is pure fabrication. Do you truly believe you can steal the glorious achievements of our human race's Emperor Venerables for yourself? Such arrogance knows no bounds. I have traveled the world for decades and have never encountered someone as shamelessly bold as you." Jiang Ming's words carried such severity and righteous indignation that even he came to believe his own narrative, let alone the human race's great emperors who lacked the full truth. They paused in astonishment before leaning in to whisper among themselves. "I see now. I was puzzled how a mere great emperor could have withstood such ferocious alien and demon race forces, let alone claim he guarded the heavenly abyss for 100,000 years. What an outrageous tale," one said as if realizing something suddenly. "Indeed, I thought he possessed some capability, but to discover he's such a despicable villain is truly reprehensible," another chimed in, his face twisted with contempt. In that instant, the numerous great emperors of the human race pointed and mocked Lu Xuan, their mouths filled with sarcasm and derision. Within the imperial past, the human cultivators who had once held Lu Xuan in high regard underwent a complete reversal of attitude upon hearing Jiang Ming's words. This Lu Xuan is utterly shameless, daring to claim another's achievements. Exactly. We used to regard him as a hero, truly blind. The crowd erupted in curses, a torrent of harsh words threatening to drown Lu Xuan in their collective fury. Daring to steal the Emperor Venerable's merits, truly shameless. Such a despicable villain, no wonder he was expelled from the human race back then. People like this do not deserve to be part of our human race. Below the imperial pass, Lu Xuan's face remained as still as deep water, his expression perfectly calm, like an unrippled pool. In truth, he had long anticipated the reactions of these people before him. Looking back to those years, he had single-handedly guarded the heavenly abyss for a full 100,000 years, defending the human race from foreign invaders and securing 100,000 years of peace. Such earth-shattering achievements of unmatched merit were so dazzling that once formally recognized and established, he would undoubtedly become the human race's greatest and most deserving hero. One must understand that such enormous contributions could not be borne by just anyone. Even the Emperor Venerables, who held supreme power and sat aloft, would likely harbor reservations when faced with such weighty achievements, and would certainly not dare to simply eliminate him, because they understood clearly in their hearts that a great merit-bearer like Lu Xuan had already won the hearts of the people, and any hasty action would inevitably provoke widespread outrage and lead to uncontrollable consequences. And great Emperor Jiang Ming, as the representative of the Jiang family, had the Jiang family's Emperor Venerable, the one whose might shook the 8 directions and 6 harmonies, standing behind him. Under no circumstances, neither for sentiment nor reason, could he possibly acknowledge the illustrious military achievements Lu Xuan had established. However, what caught Lu Xuan entirely off guard was that this great Emperor Jiang Ming was so shameless that he not only openly denied his own contributions, but also brazenly claimed these monumental achievements for the human race's Emperor Venerables, who hadn't lifted a finger. Recalling that earth-shattering battle from 100,000 years ago when the human race's Emperor Venerables led their armies to storm the alien realm, sending those barbarian races fleeing in disarray with their strength severely depleted. Whenever he thought of this, Lu Xuan felt as though he had heard the greatest joke in all the world. Thinking back to those days, what a thrilling and stirring period that was. At that time, facing the furious onslaught of the alien armies, the human race's Emperor Venerables were completely overwhelmed, forced into continuous retreat. The 7 great Emperor Venerables accepted their dangerous commission to simultaneously defend the crucial imperial pass. Yet even so, the pass remained precariously balanced on the edge of collapse, as though it could fall at any moment to the alien forces. And should the imperial pass be breached, the human race would plunge into utter ruin. At this moment of impending doom, a figure descended upon them like a divine warrior from the heavens, none other than Lu Xuan. He wielded the heaven-bearing divine sword, radiating an unmatched aura of power that made him appear like a war deity incarnate. With just himself and his sword, he held fast to the final defensive line, preventing the alien forces from advancing even a single step despite their frenzied assaults. After a grueling and desperate battle, the human race managed to barely repel the alien invasion. Yet the victory came at such staggering cost that the human race, already exhausted and drained, possessed no strength to pursue the fleeing enemies, let alone launch a direct assault into the alien homeland. The truth was that the alien races had powerhouses of heavenly venerable level guarding them. And even with 100-fold courage, those human race Emperor Venerables would never have dared to venture even half a step into alien territory. This was no secret 100,000 years ago. It was known to all. Alas, time moves forward like a shuttle through the years, and now circumstances have changed. Most of those who had witnessed these events have long since turned to dust buried deep beneath the earth. Naturally, no one remained alive to personally testify to what had transpired back then. Regarding these controversies and doubts, Lu Xuan chose not to engage in endless arguments. After all, that was all merely smoke and clouds of the past. What good would come from clinging to its right and wrong? At this moment, the only thing occupying his thoughts was to hasten back to the human race and return as soon as possible to the Lu family that haunted his dreams. Only by seeing his clansmen safe and unharmed with his own eyes could his heart finally rest easy. The Jiang family, as expected, remains as shameless as ever. A faint contemptuous smile touched Lu Xuan's lips. Facing the crowd's doubts and accusations, he offered no further explanation. His figure stood tall and resolute, black robes billowing in the wind, and his cold yet authoritative voice rang out once more across the entire imperial pass like the striking of massive bells. I am the ancestral patriarch of the Lu family. Today whoever dares to obstruct my path home shall meet only death. His voice struck like thunder from a clear sky, suffused with boundless pressure and killing intent, enveloping the entire imperial pass in an instant. For a moment, everyone was paralyzed by this overwhelming aura, falling silent like autumn cicadas, daring not to speak. Yet Lu Xuan did not strike immediately. His eyes deep as the sea slowly scanned each person present as he weighed his thoughts. After all, within this imperial pass, there were not only members of the Jiang family, but also great emperors from other imperial bloodlines and countless human cultivators from all directions. These people may have played no direct role in this conflict, and at least for now they appeared innocent. Lu Xuan understood deeply that although his heart burned with hatred as a member of the human race, he had not descended to the point of ruthlessly slaughtering the innocent without cause. Even in seeking vengeance, his targets were exceptionally clear. Beyond the 7 emperor venerables who bore the brunt of his wrath, there were also the immortal aristocratic families and eternal Dao lineages that stood behind them. Furthermore, there were those individuals who throughout the long passage of years past had shown no mercy in their attacks upon the Lu family, devising every conceivable method to torment and oppress them, bringing endless suffering and hardship. For such enemies, Lu Xuan harbored only one thought: death to them. As for the irrelevant bystanders, as long as they kept their distance and did not deliberately provoke him, he would naturally not waste effort on them. Lu Xuan's figure flashed soaring into the sky like a bolt of lightning and instantly descended upon the towering imperial pass that pierced the clouds. He stood with supreme pride, gazing down upon the great emperors of the human race arrayed upon the summit. Simultaneously, his piercing gaze cut through layers of cloud and mist, revealing countless human cultivators standing in orderly ranks behind the imperial pass, armed with various weapons and faces etched with alertness. The imperial pass served as the first formidable line of defense against alien invasion, permanently garrisoned by an immense army of 100,000 cultivators. At this moment, these cultivators, who normally carried themselves with imposing authority, were all tense and uneasy, their eyes fixed upward toward the sky. Despite the protective formations, they could still clearly feel the unparalleled and terrifying aura emanating from Lu Xuan, as though the entire heavens and earth had been shrouded by this aura, pressing down upon them until they could barely breathe. Upon the towering, magnificent imperial pass that pierced the heavens, the great Emperor Jiangming stood in proud solitude. Clad in resplendent golden dragon robes and adorned with a dazzling imperial crown, an aura of awe-inspiring majesty radiated from his very being. The instant his gaze fell upon Lu Xuan, who had suddenly soared skyward like a launched rocket, a fleeting trace of mockery, subtle yet unmistakable, glimmered through his once imposing eyes. Without hesitation, great Emperor Jiangming let forth a cold, thunderous sneer that exploded through the air like a sudden clap of thunder. Lu Xuan, Lu Xuan, do you truly fail to comprehend the magnitude of the folly you commit at this very moment? This sacred ground is none other than the imperial pass of the human race. As a rightful scion of the human race, you dare commit the most heinous of transgressions by launching an assault upon this imperial pass, a bastion that embodies our people's dignity and honor. Tell me, have you truly resolved to become a traitor condemned by all of humanity? This emperor advises you to come to your senses without delay. Should you prostrate yourself willingly, now bearing brambles upon your back to atone before the assembly, perhaps a sliver of survival might yet be granted to you. Otherwise, what awaits you is the most severe judgment the human race has ever known. When that day comes, you shall be branded a villain through the ages, perishing without a grave to call your own. Moreover, it is not merely your own life that hangs in the balance. Your very clansmen shall be swept into the ruinous tide of your deeds, condemned to walk the path of annihilation alongside you. Though great Emperor Jiangming knew full well that the Lu Xuan before him had successfully ascended to the exalted realm of Emperor Sovereign, he betrayed not the faintest trace of fear upon his countenance. After all, this was the very heart of the impregnable imperial pass. The grand formation inscribed upon these walls had been painstakingly crafted by 7 illustrious emperor sovereigns from the annals of human history, a peerless sovereign-grade formation forged through their united will. Boundless in its might, this formation was more than capable of withstanding the assault of any emperor sovereign. Even those rare paragons who had cultivated to the late-stage emperor sovereign realm would find themselves utterly powerless before this formation, incapable of advancing a single step beyond its threshold. What is more, Lu Xuan had only just taken his first steps into the emperor's sovereign realm. His current cultivation and strength remained modest indeed. How could such an individual possibly possess the means to dismantle a formation as unyielding as bedrock, as impervious as the firmament itself? At this realization, an air of supreme confidence and triumph blossomed unbidden upon great Emperor Jiang Ming's visage, forming a self-assured smile. Without question, at this very moment, the Imperial Pass formation was the most devastating, the most formidable trump card in his arsenal, the greatest pillar upon which he dared to stand unyielding before Lu Xuan, this newly ascended Emperor Sovereign. Yet faced with the blustering, ceaseless provocations of great Emperor Jiang Ming, Lu Xuan remained utterly unmoved, as though he had not heard a single word, deeming the Grand Emperor beneath his notice. A brilliant, resplendent gleam ignited within his eyes, radiant and dazzling, as he poured his full might into awakening the power of his heavy pupils. In a heartbeat, a streak of resplendent divine light, blazing like a meteor cleaving the firmament, erupted from his gaze, swiftly enveloping the entirety of the Imperial Pass formation within its luminous grasp. In that singular instant, the once invisible and unfathomable formation of the Imperial Pass materialized with crystalline clarity within his field of vision. For it must be understood that once the heavy pupils were brought to bear, they could pierce effortlessly through all manner of falsehood and illusion in the world, granting their bearer profound insight into the mysteries of the great Tao itself, bestowing dominion over its very essence. And the so-called Imperial Pass formation before him fell laughably short of such caliber. It possessed not the faintest kinship with the great Tao. Beneath the luminous emanation of his enigmatic and all-powerful heavy pupils, the colossal formation seemed to awaken with newfound life, countless currents of radiance beginning to flow across its surface like gurgling brooks. These streams of light wove and entwined, conjuring mesmerizing tapestries of resplendent patterns. Each ray, each glimmering point, seemed to cradle within itself profound mysteries and unfathomable secrets. As moments unfolded, the intricate trajectories of these wondrous formations gradually revealed themselves within his unique heavy pupils, their patterns deducing themselves at a staggering pace. Those once labyrinthine, inscrutable structures and operational principles of the formation now resembled the tumblers of a deciphered lock, rendered lucid, orderly, and stripped of their enigmas. In but a fraction of an hour, 7 or 8/10 of the mysteries belonging to this exceedingly complex sovereign-grade formation had already been perceived and unraveled by his miraculous heavy pupils. At this juncture, Lu Xuan could acutely sense his deepening familiarity with the majestic Imperial Pass formation before him, a sensation as though he had long been acquainted with it. Moreover, he stood but a single stride away from fully mastering the formation's core secrets. One further step, and every hidden truth of this grand construction would be laid bare before him. Once he had successfully grasped the formation, shattering its confines would prove but a trivial endeavor to him, a matter as effortless as lifting a finger. However, at this very moment, great Emperor Jiang Ming, standing upon the Imperial Pass, had not the slightest inkling that Lu Xuan had chosen to disregard his provocations entirely. The Grand Emperor, ever steeped in his own magnificence, had anticipated that Lu Xuan would answer his challenge without hesitation. Yet, contrary to his expectations, his adversary had channeled every ounce of focus into studying the formation. Nevertheless, great Emperor Jiang Ming was himself a powerhouse of considerable might. The moment his gaze inadvertently brushed against the strange divine radiance suddenly blazing within Lu Xuan's eyes, his countenance underwent a dramatic transformation. He could not help but draw a sharp intake of breath, his countenance a portrait of disbelief. Hiss. This is a bearer of the heavy pupils. How could this be? Lu Xuan. He is actually the legendary bearer of the heavy pupils. Even as the exclamation left his lips, great Emperor Jiang Ming recoiled, as though struck by lightning, his body staggering backward several great steps. The bearer of the heavy pupils. The instant those 3 syllables reached the ears of the assembly, the human emperors who had stood upon the Imperial Pass were struck dumb, their faces a canvas of utter astonishment. For the title of bearer of the heavy pupils carried a renown so thunderous, so earth-shaking that it defied all measure. Since time immemorial, legend had proclaimed that each generation's bearer of the heavy pupils was a sovereign of their era, an existence unrivaled beneath the heavens. Most extraordinary of all was the power these pupils bestowed, the effortless ability to pierce through to the very origin of the great Tao and attain profound enlightenment of its deepest mysteries. In the primeval epochs, no formation or divine art known to the world could impede the march of a bearer of the heavy pupils. And now, unbelievably, Lu Xuan bore within him this heaven-defying gift. What did this signify? At this very moment, the human emperors upon the Imperial Pass at last understood why great Emperor Jiang Ming had been so startled as to flee in disarray, stumbling backward in his panic. For the terror wielded by a bearer of the heavy pupils defied all imagination. Now that Lu Xuan had awakened his heavy pupils, the seemingly indestructible Imperial Pass formation could no longer serve as an obstacle upon his path. Once this array was forcibly dismantled by him, the life and death of every soul present would rest entirely upon a single thought in Lu Xuan's mind. Upon reaching this realization, the gathered human emperors could not help but but collectively draw sharp breaths of cold air, their hearts secretly pleading for some miracle to manifest. Though their ranks numbered dozens of world-shaking emperor sovereigns, and behind them stood a legion of cultivators 100,000 strong, even such terrifying might did not embolden them to entertain the slightest folly or arrogance. Dared they imagine that such forces alone could halt the advance of Lu Xuan, who appeared as a fearsome demon god descended upon the mortal realm? For the might of an emperor sovereign was simply too unfathomable, too insurmountable to oppose. It must be understood that before an emperor sovereign, whether they stood as great emperors upon the pinnacle of cultivation or merely common cultivators of lesser renown, there existed no meaningful disparity among them. As the ancient truth proclaims, beneath the emperor sovereign all are but ants. Though they had reached the peak of the great emperor realm, faced with an extraordinary figure such as Lu Xuan, they feared they could not withstand even a single move of his. The earth-shattering battle that had erupted upon the boundless sea had already demonstrated this cruel reality with unmistakable clarity. Only those who had likewise attained the rank of emperor sovereign could truly stand against an emperor sovereign. Yet to their despair, their clan's emperor sovereigns were presently stationed countless millions of leagues away. Should they foolishly wait for these sovereigns to arrive and support, this vital imperial pass would have long since been reduced to a wasteland steeped in the silence of death. Well aware of all this, great Emperor Jiangming, upon personally witnessing that Lu Xuan bore within him the fabled heavy pupils, was instantly swept into a tempest of shock. His countenance underwent a dramatic shift, and without hesitation, he swiftly abandoned his former designs. In a panic, he lifted his voice to shout at the top of his lungs, "We must not sit idle and wait for him to dismantle our formation. Move at once. Activate the formation immediately. At the same time, summon forth our clan-guarding imperial armament. We must slay this wretch upon the spot." The Imperial Pass formation, after all, was the legendary sovereign-grade formation that fused offense and defense as one. This formation not only possessed defenses as impervious as any in existence, but also harbored dozens upon dozens of dazzling offensive techniques, bewildering in variety and utterly impossible to defend against. Should the might of 100,000 cultivators be channeled into this formation, it would unleash a world-shaking power, summoning forth the enigmatic and formidable dragon souls, and executing an emperor's sovereign-grade divine technique capable of annihilating the very heavens and earth. At this critical juncture, great Emperor Jiangming unleashed an ear-splitting bellow. This roar, like a bolt of thunder cleaving the firmament, instantly reverberated across the entirety of the battlefield. The great emperors, who had been thrown into panic by the sudden turn of events, were jolted awake by the sound of his shout. They understood in their hearts that the moment had arrived, a life-or-death juncture that permitted no hesitation or retreat. Thus these great emperors each made decisive commands with utmost haste, urgently summoning the 100,000 cultivators beneath their banners to assemble. A mere moment later, countless cultivators surged forth like an incoming tide, each face alight with unhesitating resolve. Without the slightest hesitation, they unleashed their most powerful divine techniques. In an instant, a kaleidoscope of dazzling radiance intertwined, weaving itself into a magnificent curtain of multicolored light. Meanwhile, atop the Imperial Pass, great Emperor Jiangming's form blurred as he vaulted skyward. The Imperial Tao laws behind him churned with violent intensity, resembling a roaring dragon soaring and twisting through the heavens. Those surging, majestic Imperial Tao laws descended from above like the waters of a great river, pouring ceaselessly into the formation below. Behind great Emperor Jiangming, several dozen additional human emperors likewise rose into the air, one after another. Each of them radiated a majesty beyond compare. The Imperial Tao laws behind them blazed forth like resplendent golden pillars of light, soaring skyward to pierce the very clouds. These dazzling golden pillars intertwined and illuminated one another, composing a spectacle of breathtaking grandeur. Immediately thereafter, these several dozen human emperors merged perfectly with the formation, each occupying a vital position to become one of the formation's core eyes. With their integration, the entire formation began radiating even more terrifying energy fluctuations, an aura of world-annihilating destruction pervading the surroundings. Beyond the Imperial Pass, 100,000 human cultivators leapt into the air, in unison, ascending like birds taking flight with effortless grace. Clad in robes of every hue, their forms shimmered with radiant brilliance, resembling the brightest celestial lights that graced the night sky. Within each cultivator's body surged a boundless torrent of magical power, mighty currents that flowed ceaselessly toward the formation below. In an instant, this sovereign-grade formation was suffused with overwhelming might. Within its bounds stood not only several dozen world-shaking great emperors, but also 100,000 dauntless cultivators, all laboring in concert. The formation's momentum surged abruptly to its zenith, resembling a volcano on the verge of eruption, harboring within it the might to annihilate heaven and earth. And great Emperor Jiangming, as the formation's principal, I had now become completely one with it. An aura that made the very heart shudder emanated from his entire being, and from his lips erupted a thunderous bellow akin to the convergence of storm and tempest, General Jiang Ming of the Imperial Pass entreats the two dragon ancestors to manifest and safeguard our human race. His voice was deafening like 10,000 peals of thunder echoing across the boundless firmament. Just as the last syllable fell, all those present felt the Imperial Pass beneath their feet begin to tremble violently. The walls of the Imperial Pass, which had lain dormant like a slumbering dragon coiled upon the earth, suddenly erupted with a golden radiance of blinding brilliance. Accompanied by earth-shaking dragon roars, the very world itself seemed to tremble. The dragon cries rose and fell in unending succession, piercing through the 9 heavens and shaking the hearts of every soul present. Beneath the feet of these human emperors, the serpentine ramparts of the Imperial Pass, themselves resembling colossal dragons, began impossibly to stir. At first they trembled but slightly, yet as moments passed they began to rise like living beings, as though straining to break free of the earth's embrace and ascend into the heavens. Yet this was no ordinary ascent of mere walls, for to the astonishment of all, those very ramparts had truly transformed into 2 dragons of overwhelming majesty, soaring skyward with unstoppable force. Their massive forms bore scales that glittered with mysterious luminescence, their whiskers swayed gently in the wind, and their dragon eyes radiated an aura of sovereign authority and dominance. The spectral forms of these 2 dragons surged forth from the Imperial Pass ramparts, spiraling above the grand formation. In an instant the winds shifted and the colors of heaven and earth changed, all of creation trembling in their wake. Already formidable beyond measure, the Imperial Pass formation now multiplied its power geometrically under the blessing of these true dragons, ascending to a pinnacle of might that defied comprehension. This is Dragon Souls. Standing beyond the Imperial Pass, Lu Xuan's heavy pupils radiated an extraordinary luminescence. With a single glance, he perceived the true essence of the 2 true dragons. These were no ordinary dragon phantasms, but true and genuine dragon souls. And not merely any dragon souls, but 2 mighty dragon souls that hailed from the primordial ages of antiquity. It was revealed that countless ages ago these 2 dragon souls had been sealed within the ramparts of the Imperial Pass, fusing with it as one. In ordinary times they slumbered deep within the walls, betraying not the faintest movement. Only when the Imperial Pass faced an existential threat, and that ancient enigmatic formation was activated, would their dragon souls awaken, breaking their seals, manifesting in dragon form to safeguard this vital stronghold and the myriad lives dwelling within. Lu Xuan's eyes widened as his gaze locked intently upon the 2 true dragons spiraling within the formation, an inexpressible wave of awe surging within his heart. He perceived with unmistakable clarity the terrifying aura emanating from those primeval beasts, a pressure as crushing as Mount Tai bearing down upon an egg, rendering him nearly unable to draw breath. The true dragon race in ages past had been among the sovereign rulers of this very world. Legend held that at the zenith of their glory the true dragon race reigned supreme over all creation, commanding the boundless 4 seas with undisputed dominion, the true overlords of heaven and earth. There were even those who ranked the true dragon race foremost among the 10 primeval fears. These very records alone suffice to convey how exceedingly powerful, how terrifyingly formidable the true dragon race truly was. Before Lu Xuan's gaze rose, towering above the cloud-piercing and majestic Imperial Pass, 2 dragon souls slowly materialized. The moment these 2 dragon souls appeared, they exuded an eerie and terrifying pressure, as though the very heavens and earth would tremble. Even Lu Xuan, who had already mastered the laws of the Emperor Venerable, could not help but feel a powerful oppression when facing this pressure. His footsteps staggered, and he was nearly forced backward by the sheer weight of their aura. Yet even before the battle had truly begun, those 2 dragon souls had already suppressed Lu Xuan so thoroughly through the sheer terror radiating from them. Such a sight instantly transformed the calm expression in Lu Xuan's eyes, flooding them with profound astonishment. He could hardly believe his own eyes. Just 2 humble dragon souls possessed such world-destroying power. This level of power was truly beyond imagination. Lu Xuan could not help but wonder in his heart, in the ancient times, how fearsome must the legendary true dragon clan have been. Just as he was lost in such thoughts, his eyes suddenly brightened, as if discovering something entirely new. It seemed there was something hidden within those 2 dragon souls, some unique and mysterious principle of the Tao. Fascinating. Could this truly be the legendary dragon clan's Tao? Lu Xuan whispered, a chill running through him as his voice trembled slightly. A wave of ecstasy swept across his face, and his heart pounded with intense excitement. He understood that if he could remain calm and observe these 2 dragon souls carefully, he might actually comprehend the dragon clan's cultivation method. At this thought his eyes blazed with brilliant light, like 2 resplendent stars cutting through the night sky. At the same moment his innate double pupils erupted with divine radiance. Streams of spiritual light shot forth like tangible beams, enveloping the 2 dragon souls in an instant. The legendary true dragon clan had long since vanished from the endless river of time, as if they had never existed in this vast world. The world-shocking Tao techniques they had passed down were rarer than phoenix feathers and unicorn horns, with hardly any surviving to this day. One must understand that in ancient times the renowned 10 fiend beasts each commanded the most supreme Tao techniques. Their power so terrifying it left one speechless. Whoever could learn even one of these 10 fiends techniques would undoubtedly possess an invincible trump card capable of turning the tide at the critical moment. Under normal circumstances, for Lu Xuan to obtain the true Dragon Clan's techniques would be as impossible as dreaming of the unattainable. But now things were entirely different. With his extraordinary double pupils, all he needed to do was calmly observe the great Tao principles contained within these two dragon souls, and he would likely fathom and master the mysteries of the true dragon techniques. In this way, it was like a heaven-sent opportunity had fallen upon him. At this moment, he even felt an urge to go thank Emperor Jiangming personally. Had it not been for Emperor Jiangming's heaven-reaching means of activating the mysterious Imperial Pass formation to awaken and summon these two deeply concealed dragon souls from their endless slumber, Lu Xuan would never have known that hidden within the time-worn, unyielding walls of the Imperial Pass lay such mysterious and powerful dragon souls. Recalling those distant days when humanity and the alien races fought their fateful final battle, even the impregnable Imperial Pass nearly fell. But in all those desperate hours, no one had ever considered using the sealed power of the two dragon souls embedded within its walls. Who could have imagined that after all this time they would reappear in such an unexpected manner and present Lu Xuan with such a once-in-an-epic opportunity? At that moment, the two mysterious and powerful dragon souls emitted a thunderous roar that shook heaven and earth, their bodies radiating blinding light, as though capable of rending the void itself. This sudden spectacle entirely captured Lu Xuan's attention, drawing him away from his focused efforts to decipher the venerable tear formation. Now cracking the venerable formation had ceased to matter. The two dragon souls demanded his complete devotion. Meanwhile, atop the Imperial Pass, Emperor Jiangming stood within the formation, his heart racing with exhilaration and confidence after successfully summoning the two dragon souls. Raising his head with imperious dignity, he bellowed, "I invite the two dragon ancestors to descend and sever this thief's head with your swords, protecting our human race's peace." As his words fell, the two dragon souls that had been circling within the formation simultaneously raised their heads and let out a sky-shaking roar. The ear-splitting roar echoed through the heavens and traveled 1,000 miles. Then, in an astonishing turn of events, both dragon souls shot from the formation like arrows loosed from bows. Their 10,000 zhang bodies writhed through the sky, whipping up fierce gales in their wake. When the two myriad-meter dragon souls alighted upon the Imperial Pass, they towered over Lu Xuan like majestic mountains, gazing down upon him with cold disdain. After a brief stare down, the two dragon souls struck without hesitation. Their colossal forms became lightning-fast streaks that hurled toward Lu Xuan with devastating speed. The speed was so formidable that there was no time to react. Yet Lu Xuan remained unflinching despite the ferocious assault. With the miraculous power granted by his double pupils, his gaze pierced through layers of obscurity like a sharp sword, clearly perceiving the profound Tao energy emanating from these two dragon souls. At that moment, the two dragon souls flashed past, like lightning, their velocity almost beyond comprehension. Even Lu Xuan, wielding the power of double pupils, struggled to track them. Their speed defied his efforts to fully perceive and analyze their essence. Fascinating. This speed truly transcends imagination. I must have discovered the ultimate velocity inherent in the true dragon techniques. Lu Xuan's eyes widened in astonishment, his heart surging with overwhelming excitement like a tidal wave. An ancient legend surfaced in his mind. In the primordial era, 10 extraordinarily ferocious beings existed, known throughout the ages as the 10 fiends of antiquity. Each of these fiendish beasts possessed astonishing speed. But the true Dragon Clan and the Kuanping clan stood supreme among them, reigning as kings of velocity. The thought filled him with anticipation. If he could master this supreme velocity within the true dragon techniques, even against peerless human emperor-level foes, he could evade them entirely. In that instant, Lu Xuan's desire to acquire and unravel the secrets of the true dragon techniques became more intense than ever before. The Pango martial strength technique Lu Xuan practiced also contained methods for cultivating extreme velocity. But mastering such a divine ability was far from simple. It demanded comprehension of both the law of strength and the law of speed simultaneously. Yet Lu Xuan remained entirely unfamiliar with the law of speed, making true comprehension nearly impossible. Achieving the ultimate speed within the Pango martial strength technique clearly was not something that could be accomplished in the short term. The true dragon's speed manifested before him now was genuine and authentic, nothing short of absolute reality. For any cultivator, such supreme speed techniques represented a treasured dream. Lu Xuan, blessed with the extraordinary double pupil gift, stood to gain tremendous advantage. If given sufficient time to study this ultimate speed technique, his remarkable talent would give him better than 9 in 10 chances of comprehending its essence and making it his own. Even more thrilling was the prospect that he might potentially grasp the far more profound and complete void truth Tao technique. When those two dragon souls radiating ferocious intent and murderous killing aura descended upon him with devastating fury, Lu Xuan showed not a flicker of panic or fear. Instead, his deep ocean-like eyes blazed with ecstatic joy, a starving wolf that had suddenly discovered its prey within arm's reach. The two fearsome dragon souls themselves shuddered at his unnatural expression. They thought to themselves, is this man human or ghost? Faced with life and death, he displayed neither fear nor trepidation. Could this man have lost his sanity from the sheer terror of their presence? As the dragon souls crashed toward him with the force of 10,000 thunderbolts, Lu Xuan struck decisively, without hesitation. His eyes narrowed slightly, and his double pupils flared to life. Within the enigmatic realm of his double pupils, the lightning-fast movement of the dragon souls slowed to an almost imperceptible crawl, like snails inching forward. Even their proud, true dragon speed had lost all its ferocity and his vision reduced to sluggish tortoise-like movement. Thanks to the miraculous power of his double pupils, although Lu Xuan's strike came slightly later than theirs, he maintained complete control over the battle, effortlessly sidestepping their ferocious frontal assault. With a swift pivot, his palms clenched into fists as he unleashed blows with the force of crashing thunder. The mighty law of force surged toward them like a colossal river, overwhelming their massive bodies with crushing power. A deafening explosion rocked the heavens, and earth itself trembled at the sound. In that instant, his crushing strikes pierced through their impregnable soul bodies. Two piercing shrieks erupted into the sky, chilling to the bone. The dragon souls roared in agony, their sound rippling through the surrounding air. Their enormous tails swept down like heavenly whips of incomparable ferocity. Simultaneously, their colossal heads snapped toward him, jaws agape, to reveal razor-sharp fangs as they lunged at his skull with murderous intent. Though their attack came faster than lightning, Lu Xuan's enigmatic double pupils perceived every motion in agonizing slowness, like watching a snail inch across the ground. With effortless grace, Lu Xuan sidestepped their ferocious strikes. Then, without hesitation, he spun around and charged toward the dragon souls like a bolt of lightning. The ferocious beast aura radiating from these dragon souls ignited the long-dormant wild blood within Lu Xuan, fueling his hunger for battle like a raging inferno. Every muscle in his body tensed, veins bulging as surges of peerless power erupted from within. Brilliant streaks of the law of force wove through his flesh and blood, creating a seamless harmony of strength. In an instant, his already towering frame swelled dramatically, exploding upward into a colossus 1,000 zhang tall. At that moment, Lu Xuan stood as a god of war incarnate. With every movement, boundless force erupted from him, filling the surrounding space with overwhelming power. A casually thrown punch carried power exceeding 1,000,000 caddies, capable of splitting mountains and shattering the heavens themselves. He appeared as a demonic god from antiquity, wreathed in dense chaos energy emerging from some primordial wilderness. His eyes blazed with fervent light, drunk on the thrill of combat. The true dragon clan truly lives up to its legendary reputation. His battle cry shook the heavens, rattling even the impregnable imperial pass walls. With a decisive step forward, Lu Xuan stood like a descending demon god, his overwhelming presence blocking the path of the two dragon souls. His words carried endless arrogance and supreme authority. Today I shall personally test just how worthy you self-proclaimed primordial fiends truly are. Before his voice had even faded, the earth quaked violently, and the mountains shifted. Astonishingly, facing such formidable opponents, Lu Xuan chose not to draw any weapon, instead charging barehanded at the two dragon souls. In an instant, the battle erupted. Fists howling through the air, feet pounding the earth, creating a life-and-death struggle of breathtaking intensity. Throughout the ferocious combat, Lu Xuan narrowed his eyes, channeling his mysterious double pupils to its fullest extent, meticulously tracking every magical technique and divine ability the dragon souls unleashed. For a time, man and dragons clashed in relentless exchange, fighting until the skies above the Imperial Pass darkened and the earth split asunder. The spectacle was nothing short of jaw-dropping. From the outside, the battle appeared evenly matched, but Lu Xuan knew he was handling the situation with effortless ease. Though bolstered by the formation's power, the dragon souls were merely at the great emperor realm. How could they possibly compete against Lu Xuan's unfathomable strength? Even forcing their way to the venerable emperor realm through the formations, they could only suppress ordinary emperors, not someone of Lu Xuan's caliber. Against an opponent like Lu Xuan, victory was beyond their reach. Lu Xuan had mastered both the Chaos Heavenly Emperor art and the Pango martial strength divine ability, his power reaching levels that instilled terror. Even when both dragon souls combined their attacks, Lu Xuan handled them with composure and ease. Lu Xuan deliberately withheld the final blow, not for mercy, but for another purpose. He sought to study and dissect their combat techniques, hoping to extract the complete true dragon Dao methods from their movements. Through the relentless battle, Lu Xuan had gained a thorough understanding of their techniques and grasped their core essence. However, one must understand that the true Dragon Dao Law is one of the renowned 10 fierce arts. It serves as the very foundation upon which the true dragon race has dominated the world and roamed the four seas. Such a formidable and mysterious Dao law cannot be so easily comprehended. Even someone with extraordinary talent like Lu Xuan, blessed with the reincarnation pupil, would find it nearly impossible to fully grasp its secrets within such a brief span of time. Lu Xuan showed no sign of impatience. His eyes darted about as he pondered inwardly. If this stalemate continues, obtaining the complete true Dragon Dao law will remain nothing but a foolish dream. Indeed, although the two dragon souls were slightly weaker than him in power, they had already reached the sovereign emperor realm with the aid of that exquisitely crafted formation. Moreover, they possessed the miraculous power of the true Dragon Dao law, so even a powerhouse like Lu Xuan would face considerable difficulty in completely defeating and subduing the two dragon souls. What's more, behind the towering and magnificent Imperial Pass formation, no fewer than 100,000 cultivators were fully dedicating themselves to channeling an endless stream of power and support to these two dragon souls. The torrent of energy they gathered flowed endlessly like a surging river, continuously pouring into the two dragon souls. Supported by such majestic power, the two dragon souls appeared tireless, completely unaware of what exhaustion meant. Like two terrifying war machines that never rested, they could engage in the most intense combat without ceasing. Confronted with this awe-inspiring spectacle, Lu Xuan thought to himself that continuing this endless entanglement with the two dragon souls was hardly a wise course of action. Despite his inner longing for the true Dragon Dao law, he remained fully aware that he needed to discern priorities and carefully weigh the pros and cons at this critical juncture. After all, the most important and pressing task was to break through this impregnable Imperial Pass and return safely to the human faction. An idea suddenly occurred to him. Why not try the heaven-splitting art contained within my reincarnation pupil? Just then Lu Xuan had a sudden inspiration, and his originally profound and sharp eyes began to move slightly. In that instant, a boundless torrent of chaotic energy surged from his pupils, spreading rapidly, like dark clouds blotting out the sun, and completely shrouding the two formidable dragon souls. Accompanied by the surging chaotic energy that continuously flooded in like tidal waves, a small world, entirely independent from the outside, gradually took shape before Lu Xuan's eyes. One must understand this was an extremely potent method among the reincarnation pupil's divine powers, the ability to forcibly carve out a personal space using chaotic divine light. Within this magical space existed an unfathomable and supremely powerful force capable of completely severing the heavenly Tao's laws so that all divine powers and techniques would be mercilessly suppressed within it. More crucially still, no one other than Lu Xuan himself would ever be able to freely enter or exit this particular space. At this moment, the two dragon souls that had originally been so fierce and imposing were now trapped within this space. They were like creatures trapped in an impenetrable cage. No matter how desperately they struggled and twisted their bodies, deploying every trick they had to escape, all their efforts ultimately came to naught. However, from the perspective of outsiders, the situation was entirely different. Those standing at a distance could only see those two dragon souls that had been hovering above the Imperial Pass city wall suddenly vanish into thin air without any warning. Upon witnessing such a shocking sight with his own eyes, Emperor Jiangming was instantly frightened, his face turning as white as paper with large beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, his eyes filled with overwhelming terror and disbelief. After all, those two dragon souls on the Imperial Pass city wall had always been their strongest and most reliable support. Previously, Emperor Jiangming had been filled with joy, believing that once he successfully summoned these two dragon souls with their boundless power, he could easily crush Lu Xuan. But who would have anticipated such a dramatic twist in events? Emperor Jiangming, consumed by anxiety, desperately activated the formations controlling the dragon souls in succession, attempting to re-establish contact with the dragon souls that had already vanished. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he tried, he could never again sense the slightest trace of the dragon souls, as if they had truly disappeared from this world forever. After countless failed attempts to contact the two dragon souls, Emperor Jiangming truly grew afraid, and with a panic scream, he cried out, "No! This is impossible. The two dragon ancestors are supported by formations and have gathered the strength of our 100,000 cultivators, their own power having already reached the sovereign emperor level. Lu Xuan has only just entered the sovereign emperor realm. How could he possibly overcome two dragon ancestors?" Emperor Jiangming stared wide-eyed in disbelief, his heart churning with turmoil as he gazed ahead. He could not fathom how Lu Xuan, who had only recently stepped into the sovereign emperor realm, could so easily suppress two dragon ancestors whose fame and terrifying power were renowned throughout the world. Although Emperor Jiangming's heart refused to accept this fact, those two dragon souls had indeed vanished into thin air. At this moment, a smile spread across Lu Xuan's face as he laughed heartily. Who would have thought this mysterious space would be so wondrous? I can keep these two dragon souls confined here for now. When I have time in the future, I'll thoroughly extract more secrets of the true Dragon Dao law from them." Having said that, he waved his hands and directly thrust those two dragon souls who were struggling and roaring desperately into that special space. Lu Xuan paid no attention to the angry howls and resistance of the dragon souls trapped in the space. His attention quickly returned to the Imperial Pass formation. As Lu Xuan's reincarnation pupil imbued with miraculous power began to be fully activated, the immense and complex Imperial Pass formation before him instantly unfolded like layers of mist being stripped away. Under the powerful perception and deductive ability of his reincarnation pupil, this Emperor-level formation that Lu Xuan had already roughly studied was now being dismantled and analyzed at an astonishing speed, continuously deducing its deeper mysteries. In less than a quarter of an hour, Lu Xuan had thoroughly comprehended and gained complete mastery over this formidable Emperor-level formation. So that's how it is. It's merely a formation built upon the laws of the heavenly Tao. Once deprived of the power reinforcement from those two mighty dragon souls, how could such a formation possibly withstand my advance? Lu Xuan's eyes gleamed with excitement, as if he had discovered a tremendous secret. At this moment, the magnificent Imperial Pass formation before his eyes was no longer shrouded in mystery. In his sight, it was full of loopholes and weaknesses. With his profound cultivation and sharp perception, he knew that as long as he was willing to strike, he could effortlessly shatter this seemingly indestructible formation at any time. However, unexpectedly, Lu Xuan did not rush to take action. Instead, he slowly shifted his gaze toward the towering and magnificent city wall of the Imperial Pass that pierced the clouds. One must understand that within the entire Imperial Pass, the most fearsome existence was not that so-called formation, but rather this seemingly ordinary city wall of the Imperial Pass. And this astonishing fact was something Lu Xuan had never anticipated before. When he activated his unique reincarnation pupil power, a miraculous scene unfolded. Those once plain and lifeless city walls of the Imperial Pass suddenly became covered with densely arranged runes. These runes shone brilliantly like the dazzling stars in the night sky, each rune containing endless profundity and power. Not only that, but what was even more shocking was that accompanied by the appearance of these runes, majestic sovereign emperor laws surged endlessly from the Imperial Pass city wall like a surging tide. In that instant, the entire city wall of the Imperial Pass, which had previously been lifeless and gloomy, seemed to be endowed with life, radiating a terrifying aura that made one's heart tremble. Faced with this sight, even Lu Xuan, who was well-traveled and possessed exceptional strength, could not help but draw in a cold breath, because he had shockingly discovered that this Imperial Pass city wall was actually an exceptionally rare supreme divine weapon. More importantly, this supreme divine weapon simultaneously possessed no fewer than 9 sovereign emperor laws. Such an extraordinarily powerful treasure simply surpassed Lu Xuan's imagination. Under the heavenly Tao, the human race possessed 9 supreme sovereign emperor laws. These laws shone like brilliant stars in the sky, each containing infinite mysteries and power. However, embarking on the path to the pinnacle of sovereign emperor was not an easy task. Only by perfectly integrating these sovereign emperor laws into one's own body could one achieve the position of a sovereign emperor. Precisely for this reason, since ancient times, there had been very few humans in the human race who could bear the title of sovereign emperor, and their number would never exceed 9 at most. These 9 sovereign emperors who shook the world each controlled a unique sovereign emperor law, and their existence was like the brightest stars in the night sky, leading the entire human race onward. And at this moment, within this towering city wall of the Imperial Pass presented before everyone's eyes, there actually contained as many as 9 types of sovereign emperor laws. This astonishing discovery left everyone dumbfounded and unable to believe it. Could it be that this seemingly ordinary city wall of the Imperial Pass was actually a peerless sovereign emperor divine weapon forged collectively by the 9 sovereign emperors of the human race back in those days? Lu Xuan, who had previously not paid much attention to the city wall of the Imperial Pass, now could not help but adopt a grave expression, finally realizing that he had greatly underestimated this city wall before. This city wall of the Imperial Pass was not only an indestructible and invincible divine weapon, but also the most powerful means within the entire Imperial Pass. At the same time, it was also the true core formation eye of the Imperial Pass formation, the solid foundation that supported the entire formation. If one failed to successfully suppress this city wall of the Imperial Pass, then even if one expended great effort to decipher the outer formation, one would have no chance of advancing even half a step into the Imperial Pass. Thinking of this, Lu Xuan thought to himself, it seems that this time, in order to conquer the Imperial Pass, he must first deal with this insurmountable barrier. It was truly unthinkable that within the Imperial Pass, the truly terrifying existence that made one's hair stand on end would be such an unremarkable city wall. Lu Xuan couldn't help but draw in a cold breath. He stared ahead with wide eyes, his gaze still filled with indescribable shock. At the same time, behind that deep shock, there was also a faint hint of sincere admiration. Who on earth possessed such an astonishing and unconventional brilliant idea, coming up with the superb concept of carefully refining this Imperial Pass city wall into a supreme divine weapon? Such a person was truly a peerless genius. His wisdom and creativity were truly breathtaking. Nowadays, this exquisitely arranged emperor-level formation no longer poses any substantial obstacle to me, who has already attained an exceptional level of power. However, what truly stands in my path forward, blocking my progress like an insurmountable towering mountain, is precisely this peerlessly powerful supreme divine weapon, the Imperial Pass City Wall. Only by successfully suppressing it can I smoothly enter this mysterious and majestic Imperial Pass. Lu Xuan took a deep breath, trying to calm his turbulent emotions, but even so, a trace of gravity could not help but appear in the depths of his eyes. Originally, in Lu Xian's initial conception, breaking through this seemingly impregnable Imperial Pass should have been nothing more than an easy matter. But things did not go as planned. Who could have foreseen that the situation would develop into such a tricky and complicated predicament? At this very moment, the urgent problems before him were by no means limited to just that profound and unfathomable emperor-level formation, but also included the city wall of the Imperial Pass that had reached the level of a supreme divine weapon. Even if he could successfully break through the formation ahead, and the towering sturdy city wall behind the Imperial Pass, there were a full 100,000 human cultivators waiting in full battle formation. Although the strength difference between these human cultivators and Lu Xuan was enormous, like heaven and earth, however, that was still 100,000 cultivators. As the saying goes, 1,000 ants can kill an elephant, let alone these were 100,000 powerful cultivators wielding divine weapons and mastering various miraculous divine abilities. No matter how formidable Lu Xuan was in the end, he was still just one person alone. By the time he expended all his effort to forcefully break through that awe-inspiring emperor-level formation and successfully suppress the peerlessly powerful sovereign emperor divine weapon, he himself would inevitably fall into a period of extreme weakness. If he were unfortunately pinned down by this surge of 100,000 cultivators like a tidal wave, even if he survived by some stroke of luck, he would surely be badly injured. Especially when his gaze passed through the vast multitude and settled upon the alien venerables flying at the forefront of the million-strong army, an indescribable wave of awe surged into his heart. Those alien venerables radiated such terrifying power that merely standing in their presence made his heart tremble. They seemed capable of tearing through the void and obliterating everything with ease. What filled him with even greater fear and astonishment, however, were the alien ancient emperors, whose strength was horrifying beyond measure. These ancient beings resembled fiends who had emerged from the primordial era. At every step they took caused the heavens and earth to tremble and the winds and clouds to change. Gazing upon such a magnificent yet terrifying sight, he involuntarily drew a sharp breath. A hoarse exclamation escaped his throat. Could this mean that the human race is about to enter a full-scale war? At that moment, Lu Xuan's heart was filled with shock and terror beyond anything he had ever known. After all, despite his profound cultivation and vast experience, he had not witnessed the alien race mobilize an army of 1,000,000 strong in its entirety for tens of thousands of years. What made matters worse, the ones leading this expedition were figures at the level of sovereigns among the alien race. Moreover, there was not merely one, but 4 of them. These 4 alien ancient venerables appeared from the heavens and descended over the boundless sea of realms. The one leading them was none other than Taixu Venerable, who had personally bestowed the immortal herb upon him in the past. As for the other 3 powerful figures walking alongside Taixu Venerable, Lu Xuan recognized their identities with a single glance. Immediately to Taixu Venerable's left stood a towering, imposing figure resembling a mountain, the renowned Mayuan Venerable. On his right was Ingmei Venerable, shrouded in black mist and impossible to see clearly. The last was Juling Venerable, carrying a massive battle axe and radiating an awe-inspiring presence reputed to possess the strength to move mountains and rivers. Mayuan Venerable's true form was an enormous diamond demon ape standing 1,000 zhang tall. Like a mobile mountain, it emanated a terrifying aura that made the heart tremble. It was like a war machine walking through the world. Every movement carried incomparable power and dignity, sending chills down the spine. The water and fire staff in its hand was so heavy that it surpassed all imagination, weighing no less than 108,000 jin. When the staff was swung, the wind howled and countless afterimages filled the air, as though it could tear through the void and smash everything that stood in its way. With every step Mayuan Venerable took, it crossed tens of thousands of zhang, as miraculous as shrinking the earth beneath its feet. It traveled at tremendous speed across the boundless sea of realms. The sea beneath its feet was churned into surging waves by its overwhelming presence, rising in layer upon layer of towering crests. The waves parted to either side, forming a broad passage, as if paying homage to the passage of this supreme powerhouse. Numerous sea demons lived beneath the waters, but upon sensing the terrifying pressure radiating from Mayuan Venerable, they were all struck with trembling fear and dared not approach at all. A single misstep would likely leave them crushed into powder beneath this terrifying power. After all, Mayuan Venerable's combat prowess ranked among the very best of the ancient venerables of the alien realms. Together with Taixu Venerable, it was hailed as the right and left arms of the alien Heavenly Venerable and was the most trusted of the Heavenly Venerable's most capable subordinates. Among them, Qinghu Venerable excelled in wisdom and strategy, adept at devising plans, while Miyun Venerable reigned supreme through unparalleled combat strength, reputed to be invincible among venerables. Even Black Wind Venerable, who had once attempted to slay Lu Xuan, could only pale in comparison before Miyun Venerable and acknowledge its inferiority. When Lu Xuan saw from afar that Miyun Venerable and Qinghu Venerable, the two trusted lieutenants under the alien Heavenly Venerable, had appeared together, his heart involuntarily sank. Besides Qinghu Venerable and Miyun Venerable, the other two venerables were also extraordinarily powerful and could not be underestimated. At the far left was an enormous white bear equal in stature to Miyun Venerable. The bear's fur was as white as freshly fallen snow, seeming to have been formed from winter's pristine blanket. It was crystalline and flawless without the slightest blemish. Upon its broad, sturdy shoulders rested a gleaming great saber. Its hilt was embedded with resplendent gems, while its blade was incomparably sharp, seemingly capable of cleaving every obstacle in the world. As White Bear Venerable ran at high speed, two streams of white mist suddenly burst from its broad, powerful nostrils. Like two indestructible swords, they pierced straight through the air with an ear-splitting explosion, causing the surrounding space itself to tremble. This was the renowned White Bear Venerable, famous even among the many alien races. At the far right of the procession was Golden Eagle Venerable. This venerable's true form was a majestic golden divine eagle. Its bloodline was noble and revered, and it was said that the mysterious blood of an ancient divine beast also flowed within its body. Golden Eagle Venerable beat its wings and soared through the heavens. Its boundless wings spread, fully extending tens of thousands of zhang and blotting out the sky and sun, leaving all who beheld them in awe. The golden feathers covering its body shone with dazzling brilliance, like a blazing sun radiating searing light, bathing the entire sky in a resplendent golden splendor. Seen from afar, Golden Eagle Venerable resembled a golden sun streaking across the firmament at astonishing speed. Wherever it passed, it left a radiant ribbon of light, drawing the gaze and admiration of countless creatures below. Above the Sea of Realms, the atmosphere had reached its utmost tension. Qinghu Venerable, Miyun Venerable, White Bear Venerable, and Golden Eagle Venerable. Each of these powerful alien beings possessed the terrifying strength of a venerable. After all, deploying for venerable-level great demons at once was extraordinarily rare. Even someone as powerful as Lu Xuan could not help but feel unease when facing such a lineup. With his current strength, he might be able to exchange a few moves with any one of those venerables, but defeating one would be as difficult as ascending the heavens. If all four venerables attacked together, he would likely have no chance to resist at all. Yet what made the situation even more desperate was that dozens of alien ancient emperors stood behind these four venerables. These ancient emperors were equally extraordinary, each a powerhouse who inspired awe across a region. When joined by the million-strong alien army stretching beyond sight, the entire scene was truly magnificent, vast, and imbued with overwhelming momentum. Lu Xuan stared at the enormous alien army before him, feeling his scalp prickle with numbness. In years past, he had remained steadfast at the Tianyuan, relying on indomitable will and exceptional tactics to hold the passage leading to the alien realms. This passage was the only route connecting the alien realms to the human world. As long as he could hold this place, it was equivalent to grasping the alien race by the throat. However, Lu Xuan clearly could not have held this position for 100,000 years through that alone. The true reason he had been able to endure was that this alien passage was like a candle flickering in the wind. It was inherently unstable, and the power it could bear was tightly constrained. Even the most powerful force that could pass through it could reach no more than the level of a great emperor. For this reason, Lu Xuan had cleverly used the terrain to his advantage, resisting the alien race's frenzied assaults time and again like an impregnable wall. If a venerable-level powerhouse were to wage battle within the passage, it would likely shatter instantly like fragile glass. Thus, during the 100,000 years Lu Xuan had guarded the passage, the strongest opponents he had faced were merely the alien ancient emperors shining like stars. He had never had the opportunity to fight an alien ancient venerable. It was precisely because of this that Lu Xuan, with only great emperor cultivation, had been able to guard the alien passage for 100,000 years like an immovable rock. Now that Lu Xuan had withdrawn from the passage, those alien venerables could naturally emerge from it, as fish entering water passing through the passage and out of the Tianyuan. At this moment, above the boundless and turbulent sea of realms, those powerful venerables from the alien realms had already cast off every restraint and limitation. They could now unleash the entirety of their astonishing strength without reservation. Even someone as powerful as Lu Xuan, if he were to face the combined assault of these four alien venerables alone, would be like an egg striking a stone. It was a task utterly impossible to accomplish. Nevertheless, Lu Xuan possessed numerous mysterious and powerful means. If he gave his all and fought desperately, even these venerables who had come with such overwhelming momentum might not be able to do anything to him for a time. This is bad. Something terrible is about to happen. In the past, I personally guarded the alien race for a full 100,000 years. Now those damned alien venerables have appeared here again. They will surely set their primary target on me. Watching the vast alien army draw closer step by step, Lu Xuan's face instantly turned deathly pale, while terror and unease surged through his heart like monstrous waves. In truth, he had no desire whatsoever to engage these bloodthirsty aliens in a direct confrontation. Unfortunately, circumstances were sure to prove otherwise. The moment the aliens saw him, they would probably all be so furious that their eyes turned red and their hair stood on end. Moreover, they would never let him a thorn in their side escape so easily. In the long years of the past, he had stood alone at the Tianyuan stronghold guarding it for a full 100,000 years. During that time, countless aliens had died at his hands. Even if there were not 10 million, there must have been at least 1 million. It was no exaggeration to say that he was the most hated and despised archenemy in the hearts of the entire alien race. Therefore, now that these alien venerables had finally burst out of the Tianyuan, how could they possibly spare him so easily? Just as the expressions on Lu Xuan's ever-changing face shifted with increasing frequency, a voice like a great bell suddenly entered his faintly trembling ears without warning. Lu Xuan, you have no need to be so worried. We have come specifically to lend you our aid. Lu Xuan had long been racked by worry, searching in vain for an answer. When he heard the familiar resonant voice and realized that it belonged to Qinghu Venerable, he froze involuntarily, as though struck by an invisible force. His face was filled with disbelief. At that moment, Lu Xuan's heart churned with monstrous waves impossible to calm. He could not understand, no matter how hard he tried, what Qinghu Venerable intended. After all, it was this very Qinghu Venerable who had personally appeared in the perilous, unknown alien realm and generously bestowed upon him the immortal herb, a treasure of immeasurable rarity. Now an even more bewildering scene unfolded. It was still Qinghu Venerable leading a vast alien army of 1 million strong as it marched here with overwhelming momentum, and its purpose was to help him break through the impregnable Emperor Pass. Moreover, upon careful recollection, Lu Xuan realized that even the numerous alien ancient emperors who had followed him like shadows seemed to have been carefully arranged by Qinghu Venerable. Thinking of this, Lu Xuan could not help but furrow his brow. He knew full well that he and Qinghu Venerable were complete strangers and that no friendship existed between them. Yet the bizarre series of events unfolding before his eyes forced him to ponder the hidden meaning within them. Everything was far too inscrutable and enigmatic. As if she had penetrated Lu Xuan's deepest thoughts, Qinghu Venerable's pleasant voice drifted over once more, tinged with a faint smile. You need not worry. All of this was carefully planned by the Heavenly Venerable. The immortal herb was also specially bestowed upon you by the Heavenly Venerable. As for those ancient emperors who appeared earlier, they were also sent by the Heavenly Venerable to assist you in returning safely to the human race. The Heavenly Venerable has now learned that you are being obstructed at the Emperor Pass and unable to pass through. Therefore, he has dispatched us to assist you with all our strength. Once we have successfully opened the Emperor Pass, you may find an opportunity to return safely to the human race. After hearing Qinghu Venerable's detailed explanation, Lu Xuan was completely stunned and momentarily at a loss for what to do. After all, the alien Heavenly Venerable was an exalted existence who stood above countless venerables, his status immeasurably higher than Qinghu Venerable's. Even the 7 renowned and awe-inspiring sovereigns of the human race would likely pale in comparison to this alien Heavenly Venerable. If the alien Heavenly Venerable had not always been reluctant to step beyond the alien realms, the impregnable Emperor Pass before them might not have been enough to halt his advance. Thinking of this, Lu Xuan involuntarily drew a deep breath, and the slightly relaxed expression on his face instantly became incomparably grave. He wondered to himself why the alien Heavenly Venerable was treating him with such favor. There must be some hidden sinister motive behind it. Could it be that this alien Heavenly Venerable also intends to draw me into the alien camp? Lu Xuan's brows were tightly knitted like a volcano on the verge of erupting. The former Huangquan Demon Venerable had also attempted to recruit him into the demon race, offering enticing conditions like bait. Given Lu Xuan's current strength, it was hardly surprising that even the alien Heavenly Venerable would wish to recruit him. If they truly wished to win me over to their side, ought they not, by all reason of common sense, to have offered me a multitude of enticing, irresistible advantages, just as the Yellow Springs Demon Sovereign once did, and to have pledged with utmost sincerity their wholehearted assistance in helping me bring my clansmen safely out of peril? Yet if I were to choose instead to return to the human race, surely they should have raised every obstacle in my path. But now these denizens of the foreign realms have of their own accord extended their hands in aid, helping me to rejoin the ranks of humanity. What in heaven's name is the meaning of this? Could it be that they harbor not the slightest concern that once I successfully return to the human race, I shall reconcile with my former kin and, transformed anew, become a formidable adversary to their kind? Lu Xuan mused inwardly, his eyes rolling ceaselessly as the expression on his face suddenly grew dark and piercing. There is something most peculiar afoot. These creatures of the foreign realms are exceedingly strange, surely some vile and hidden machinations lie behind it all. In that fleeting instant, enlightenment struck Lu Xuan like a bucket of icy water, and the true intentions concealed behind the actions of those foreign heavenly sovereigns dawned upon him with stark clarity. He was after all the sworn enemy of these alien races. Given their customary conduct in days past, no measure of magnanimity could ever induce them to extend such aid to him without cause or purpose. In the span of a few heartbeats, Lu Xuan had pieced together much of the truth. These wretched aliens. Their true aim is plainly to exploit my power to provoke war and strife amongst the human race. The moment our people are thrown into internal chaos, it will undoubtedly serve as the perfect opportunity for the alien races to rise once more and sweep across these lands. Lu Xuan's brows knit deeply, his gaze blazing like torches as he stared into the distance, thoughts racing through his mind like streaks of lightning. The more he pondered, the more he sensed that the matter was no trivial affair. Indeed, he had already begun to contemplate stratagems far grander and more far-reaching. If by some fortunate turn I might extricate myself from these tangled schemes and successfully escape the dominion of the human race, then the great benevolence of the foreign heavenly sovereigns shall forever be etched upon my heart. For not long ago they bestowed upon me the priceless immortal bestowing elixir, and now they have lent their full might to aid me in assailing that impregnable imperial pass. Such deeds are beyond all doubt true and weighty kindness. Thus, so long as a single breath remains within me, I cannot in any conscience dismiss the debt of gratitude I owe to these foreign races. Henceforth, even should my heart utterly spurn the alien cause, I shall likely have no choice remaining to me. At this thought, Lu Xuan could not help but heave a long sigh. Truly no such thing as a free banquet exists beneath the heavens. Since I have already fathomed the sinister designs of these alien races, how could I possibly bring myself to willingly shoulder such an immense debt of gratitude toward them? As for the immortal bestowing elixir I obtained earlier, though it was indeed freely proffered by the foreign heavenly sovereigns, in truth it was a spoil I myself had seized by virtue of my own formidable strength. Under such circumstances, that gift can hardly be reckoned as a profound benevolence. At most it amounts to nothing more than a transaction wherein each party took what it needed. Yet the situation at present is wholly different. If these aliens truly aid him in breaching the imperial pass, the weight of such a debt shall undoubtedly grow crushingly impossible to repay. Although Lu Xuan had at one time entertained the notion that perhaps he might one day throw in his lot with the foreign realms, it had been merely the idea of joining them, not the willingness to become a vassal and serve as another's liege. Yet if he were to incur such an immense debt of gratitude now, then even were he eventually to join the foreign realms, he would have no recourse but to obey the foreign heavenly sovereigns, meekly becoming for all eternity a wretched tail-wagging hound beneath their banner. Such an outcome was clearly not what Lu Xuan desired in the slightest. Green Fox Venerable, what, pray, is the meaning of this conduct of yours? Do you hold this sovereign in such low esteem? Or do you imagine that this sovereign alone single-handedly cannot breach this trivial imperial pass? Lu Xuan's countenance darkened to such a degree that it seemed rain might drip from it. From his low suppressed voice a vein of seething fury crept forth, a thunderous growl like rolling thunder, which plunged straight into Green Fox Venerable's ears. Green Fox Venerable, who had been brimming with excitement and eagerness to act upon receiving Lu Xuan's furious transmission, was struck as if by lightning. He stood stock still, every muscle frozen, the smile upon his face frozen at the corner of his lips, an absurdly comical sight. Blast it! What in the blazes is happening? His eyes bulged wide, his face a portrait of bewildered astonishment, as inwardly he wondered whether he had perhaps misheard or whether his senses had begun to deceive him. They had come in grand procession to aid Lu Xuan in breaching that all-important imperial pass, expecting gratitude and warm welcome. Who could have imagined that they would be received with utter disdain, and worse still, that Lu Xuan would consider them an outright hindrance? Particularly when he heard the tone in which Lu Xuan spoke, as though the man were fully capable of single-handedly rending open the imperial pass. Green Fox Venerable was seized with astonishment, and his eyelid twitched of its own accord. Such boundless arrogance is utterly preposterous. Even seasoned veterans of venerable reputation and profound cultivation such as themselves would never dare boast so brazenly as to claim they could breach that imperial pass steadfastly defended by the human race through their own strength alone. And yet what of Lu Xuan? He is but a man who has only recently ascended to the rank of sovereign, and dares to entertain such folly as to believe he could breach the imperial pass. Whence comes this titanic confidence of his? Although the source of his audacious boldness remained unclear for the moment, Green Fox Venerable keenly perceived the raging inferno concealed within Lu Xuan's words. Thus, with decisive swiftness, he waved his sleeve, signaling to the surrounding venerables to cease their movements at once. Meanwhile, the million-strong alien horde trailing behind them, witnessing this, halted their advance, one and all remaining silently upon the sea of boundaries. In an instant, the entire scene lapsed into an eerie, deathly stillness. Green Fox, what has transpired? We have mobilized our forces and come all this way expressly to assail the imperial pass. With it now within reach, why have we suddenly come to a halt? The demon ape Venerable stood upon the sea's surface like a towering mountain, his colossal frame sending towering waves crashing with each footstep, while the howling gale whipped the sea into a violent tempestuous storm. Twin plumes of white vapor thicker than pillars erupted from his nostrils as he bellowed, his face contorted with rage. The Imperial Pass is now within our sight. This is the very moment to press the attack and vanquish it in one decisive strike, claiming those loathsome humans as our prisoners. This sovereign has endured 10,000 years of patience. This time the human race shall be cast down as our captives. Beside him 2 other venerables, though they spoke no word, betrayed through their expressions and postures that their sentiments were identical to those of the demon ape venerable. Yet in the face of their collective questioning, Green Fox Venerable merely cast them a heavy measured glance before turning toward the direction where Lu Xuan stood and called out in a thunderous voice, "Lu Xuan, set your heart at ease. We have all come bearing the decree of the heavenly sovereigns dispatched expressly to render you assistance. With us present we shall assuredly aid you in leveling that Imperial Pass. Should any within the human race dare show you the slightest disrespect, so much as dare to touch a single hair upon your head, they shall be deemed the sworn enemy of our entire foreign realm." Green Fox Venerable's voice resounded like a great bronze bell, piercing the heavens, causing both heaven and earth to tremble. Whether within the Imperial Pass or beyond it all was now filled with his declaration, its echo lingering long upon the air. Upon the Imperial Pass, Emperor Jiangming, the other sovereigns of the human race, and the 100,000 cultivators standing behind them upon hearing Green Fox Venerable's words were struck utterly dumb. Emperor Jiangming, whose heart had been besieged by dread and disquiet from the moment he beheld the alien silhouettes rising upon the horizon, now found a fierce volcanic fury igniting within him upon hearing Green Fox Venerable's pronouncement. His face darkened as though rain might fall from it at any moment. A frigid, baleful light glinted in his eyes as he hurled a furious rebuke at Lu Xuan. "Lu Xuan, Lu Xuan, you shameless traitor of the human race. At this juncture, do you still imagine you can dissemble and deny the truth? You dare to collude with the alien races, willingly becoming their hound and lackey. Have you ever paused to consider how such deeds could possibly square with the honored ancestors of your Lu clan? How could you ever face the countless members of the Lu clan again?" At this moment, Emperor Jiangming's expression was as though he had seized Lu Xuan by his fatal weakness, his eyes blazing with an almost rapturous delight, like a famished wolf sighting succulent prey. For it had been only shortly before when Lu Xuan declared that he had stood vigil over the abyss of heaven for 100,000 years, and thereby earned glorious merit, that Emperor Jiangming had found himself cast into a most disadvantageous position. Yet now Green Fox Venerable's words had proven to be the final straw that broke the camel's back, irrefutably confirming that Lu Xuan had indeed conspired in secret with the alien races, betraying all of humanity. In a single stroke, Lu Xuan had been transformed from a hero revered by all into the eternal criminal of the human race. And for a man burdened with such monstrous crimes, no honeyed tongue nor grand gesture would ever persuade anyone to believe in him again. Emperor Jiangming felt with rising exultation that he had once more taken his stand upon the side of righteousness. Gazing at Lu Xuan beyond the great formation, he flung his head back in wild triumphal laughter. "Lu Xuan, the truth now lies before our very eyes. You have betrayed the human race and conspired with the foreign realms. You are the criminal of our people. Having committed such infamy, await the judgment of the sovereigns. And your clansmen too shall be condemned as criminals of the human race for your sake, and shall await the annihilation of their entire line." Lu Xuan, however, behaved as though he had heard nothing, paying not the slightest heed to the ever-ranting Emperor Jiangming. His deep, icy gaze, like a frozen star, was fixed unwaveringly upon Green Fox Venerable, hovering above the sea of boundaries. At this moment, Lu Xuan understood with perfect clarity that Green Fox Venerable's earlier proclamation was by no means a sincere act of support. On the contrary, the scheming was devilishly malicious. Outwardly, it appeared to champion Lu Xuan, yet in truth it cunningly cast him upon the opposing side of humanity. Indeed, it maliciously and deceitfully hung upon him the monstrous charge of colluding with the aliens. At this juncture, even were Lu Xuan blessed with 100 silver tongues, he would likely be powerless to set the matter straight. Yet even so, Lu Xuan had not for one instant entertained the thought of offering any explanation. As for whether he had truly conspired with the alien races, to him it was a matter of utter insignificance, not worth a passing thought. In Lu Xuan's eyes, both that buffoon leaping about like a vulgar clown, the ill-starred Emperor Jiangming, and the 100,000 so-called cultivators beyond the Imperial Pass had long been no different from the walking dead. However, Lu Xuan himself might not deign to care about any of this, but that certainly did not mean Green Fox Venerable was free to scheme against him with impunity. 10,000 years ago, Lu Xuan had been an unrivaled prodigy of the human race, until he was covertly schemed against by the 7 sovereigns, and under duress was forced to depart from humanity's side. Time flowed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye another 10,000 years had passed. Who could have imagined that the caprice of fate would lead him today to be schemed against once more by Green Fox Venerable, even bearing upon his shoulders the crushing weight of betrayal against the human race? At this moment, Lu Xuan's glacial gaze swept like a cold blade across Green Fox Venerable. Suddenly 2 dazzling beams of light erupted from his eyes, the terrifying annihilating force contained within the divine light of the heavy pupils. This force descended like a blazing sun falling from the heavens, radiating boundless majesty and searing heat, hurtling toward Green Fox Venerable with the unstoppable might of a thunderbolt. In an instant, a thunderous explosion erupted, causing the very fabric of space to quiver. The pillar of great solar radiance, manifestation of the heavy pupil's divine light, shattered the intimate bond between Green Fox Venerable and the laws of the sovereign in a single devastating blow. For the laws of the sovereign are the very foundation upon which every sovereign's existence is built. To be severed from such a bond is for any sovereign a fatal blow. True enough, Green Fox Venerable, struck by such grievous damage, felt as though cast into an abyss of ice, his very innards set ablaze with torment. His face drained of every trace of color, turning pallid as paper. The once keen and confident light in his eyes was now wholly consumed by raw terror. He stared in disbelief, eyes bulging wildly, his body instinctively staggering back several paces. At that very moment, Lu Xuan's icy, wrath-laden voice reached Green Fox Venerable's ears with perfect, merciless clarity. "What? Do you fellows truly yearn to see me cast once more into that abyss of heaven?" Those words detonated like a thunderclap across the skies, shaking the hearts of all present. With just those simple words, Lu Xuan struck Venerable Azure Fox like a bolt from the blue, leaving his face drained of all color in an instant. In the blink of an eye, those painful memories of the past surged upon him like a tidal wave. A full 100,000 years. Those long and tormenting years, merely because Lu Xuan alone guarded the heaven abyss passage, had rendered them as trapped beasts in a cage, unable to take even a single step beyond their realm for a full 100,000 years. Now, after enduring untold hardships, they had finally weathered the storm until Lu Xuan's relationship with that human race began to fracture, and these alien races had at last welcomed the precious opportunity to see the light of day once more and emerge from the heaven abyss. For such a hard-won opportunity, they regarded it as a treasure beyond measure, clutching it tightly no matter the cost. Under no circumstances would they ever again succumb to that lightless imprisonment. At this thought, Venerable Azure Fox was seized by overwhelming dread, urgently resorting to special means to send a mental message to Lu Xuan. "Lord Lu Xuan, please do not misunderstand. We have come with sincere hearts, genuinely inviting you to visit our foreign realm. We harbor no schemes against you whatsoever. Even our Supreme Tianzuan has spoken. Should you agree to join our foreign realm, not only may you establish your own forbidden territory, but your entire Lu clan shall be granted entry and become protected subjects within that sacred land." At this moment, Venerable Azure Fox truly laid bare his utmost sincerity. Yet compared to the terms offered by the demon race, the foreign realm's proposal still fell short of genuine goodwill. After all, the demon race had promised to help him bring the entire Lu family out from among the humans. Lu Xuan furrowed his brow, slightly pondered for a moment, and ultimately chose to accept this explanation. Though resentment still lingered within him, he understood clearly that now was not the time to sever ties completely with the foreign realm. After all, allowing trivial matters to escalate into irreconcilable conflicts with factions beyond the human race was hardly a wise course of action. That display toward Venerable Azure Fox was primarily a stern warning meant to show the other venerables of the foreign races that he was no pushover. His true strength could not be underestimated. "Conceal your hidden agendas. Whether I choose to leave the human race or not depends solely on my own will. Now that I've ascended to the realm of Emperor Venerable, even if I must once again take on the duty of guarding the heaven abyss, so what? Whether it be 100,000 years or 200,000, I have all the time in the world to wait." Lu Xuan entirely disregarded Venerable Azure Fox's attempts at explanation, responding with a frosty demeanor. Facing such an assertive and resolute Lu Xuan, Venerable Azure Fox harbored no doubt. In truth, should anyone cross his line and provoke this newly risen Emperor Venerable, he would act without hesitation. Merely contemplating the prospect of being guarded by Lu Xuan for another 100,000 years or more sent chills down Venerable Azure Fox's spine, every hair on his body rising in dread. Fearing that provoking Lu Xuan, this ferocious beast, would be disastrous, Venerable Azure Fox forcefully suppressed his inner discontent and anger, forcing a bitter smile onto his face as he explained to Lu Xuan in an almost submissive tone, "You need not worry at all. None of us friends from the foreign races would dare secretly scheme against you. Whether you choose to believe our words or not, we truly come with sincere hearts, genuinely desiring to offer whatever assistance we can. However, if you feel no need for such aid, then we shall remain precisely here and never overstep our bounds. Of course, without your explicit consent, even in the most critical circumstances, we will never rashly intervene in your affairs. Yet should you suddenly change your mind one day and find yourself truly in need of assistance, simply speak the word, and we will unhesitatingly step forward, doing our utmost to help you overcome the difficulties at hand." At this moment, Venerable Azure Fox felt nothing but helplessness and frustration within his heart. Their intentions had been genuinely kind. They had come specifically to aid Lu Xuan, a figure of immense power, yet volatile temperament. Who could have anticipated that such goodwill would not only fail to earn his gratitude, but nearly provoke his wrath? Still, upon reflection, Lu Xuan's suspicions of them were not entirely unfounded. After all, just moments before he had publicly declared his complete support for Lu Xuan, when his true intention was nothing more than to use this opportunity to bind Lu Xuan inextricably to their entire foreign race. Now that Lu Xuan had seen through his petty scheme at a glance, Venerable Azure Fox found himself unable to justify his actions, no matter how many honeyed words he might employ. Only when he witnessed Lu Xuan's sword-like gaze finally withdraw from him did Venerable Azure Fox allow his tightly strung nerves to ease, exhaling a long breath of stale air, as though he had just survived a life-and-death confrontation. The moment Lu Xuan's dual-pupil divine gaze had fixed upon him, Venerable Azure Fox felt as though a massive mountain rested upon his chest, the weight so crushing he could scarcely breathe. Had he not already known that Lu Xuan was but recently a great emperor on his deathbed approaching his twilight years, Venerable Azure Fox might have secretly wondered whether Lu Xuan had already achieved the supreme status of Emperor Venerable. After all, how could a mere low-tier Emperor Venerable possess such terrifying power to effortlessly suppress the Emperor Venerable laws under his control and sever all connection with them entirely? Was something beyond imagination, utterly inconceivable. Azure Fox, what precisely does Lu Xuan intend? We came with genuine goodwill to assist him, yet he treats us as though we owe him an immeasurable debt. It's simply outrageous. This fellow truly lacks the sense to recognize kindness when it's offered. The other venerables too had noticed the warning-laden glance Lu Xuan had cast their way, and a wave of righteous indignation swept through them all. They needed to remember, they were all venerables of the utmost distinction, ranking just below the supremely exalted Tianzuan within their foreign race. Even the renowned and powerful Emperor Venerables of the human race would show them deference, never daring to openly challenge them. Yet now these venerables, who were ordinarily held in such high regard, found themselves threatened by Lu Xuan. This naturally set their blood boiling, some barely restraining their impulses, even harboring thoughts of striking at Lu Xuan directly. The demon ape venerable was consumed by rage, flames erupting from his mouth, as though he sought to consume the very heavens and earth. His mountain-like bulk convulsed violently, and the ground shattered into countless bottomless fissures as billowing dust and smoke rose toward the sky. Azure Fox, I simply cannot tolerate this any longer. Today I must teach this arrogant youth a lesson he won't soon forget. How dare this mere low-tier Emperor Venerable openly provoke a group of veterans like us, displaying such arrogance without any regard for his own limitations. I'll show him what it means to respect his elders and to know his place. With thunderous roars, the demon ape Venerable bounded forward on his powerful legs, hurtling toward Lu Xuan like a colossal cannonball, his overwhelming momentum unmatched. In the blink of an eye, he had covered hundreds of thousands of li, a speed so astonishing it defied belief. By the time the other venerables snapped back to awareness, it was already too late. They couldn't possibly have intercepted him in time. Venerable Azure Fox's expression darkened with alarm as he cried out desperately, "No! Demon ape, stop at once. Don't act on impulse." Yet the demon ape Venerable, consumed only by his desire to teach Lu Xuan a lesson, paid no heed to Venerable Azure Fox's warnings. His eyes remained wide and fierce, locked onto the approaching figure before him. Deafening roars echoed as each footfall of the demon ape Venerable shattered the void beneath him, spawning massive black holes in his wake. In mere moments, he stood before Lu Xuan, a towering figure of thousands of feet, resembling an immortal demon statue that blotted out the sky, radiating an aura of dread. Looming from above, he gazed down at Lu Xuan with utter contempt, as though observing some insignificant ant. The demon ape Venerable forcefully expelled twin trails of white mist from his nostrils, cutting through the void like razor-sharp blades with piercing whistles. The sheer force of this power sent the surrounding space trembling, as if it might collapse and shatter at any moment. Lu Xuan, oh Lu Xuan, you truly are an ungrateful fool. The Tianzuan Lord, in his infinite mercy, personally bestowed upon you an invaluable elixir of immortality, and even sent us to help you break through the Emperor's trial, which is said to be impregnable. Yet you reject our kindness entirely, treating our efforts as worthless. For someone so ungrateful, I simply cannot swallow this insult without teaching you a lesson. The demon ape Venerable paid no heed to Venerable Azure Fox's protests beside him, and immediately laid bare his purpose for coming. Lu Xuan's expression darkened like storm clouds gathering before a tempest, his deep eyes gleaming with cold light that pierced like twin swords. Frankly, he never anticipated that within moments of his stern warning to Venerable Azure Fox, the demon ape Venerable would boldly step forward and openly declare his intent to teach him a lesson. Venerable Azure Fox, is this what you call sincerity? Does your foreign realm always bully others by relying on their strength? Lu Xuan's eyes flared with icy light, shooting like frozen arrows toward the rapidly approaching Venerable Azure Fox. At that moment, Venerable Azure Fox arrived like a flash, his face pale with panic as he darted between the demon ape Venerable and Lu Xuan. With a forced apologetic smile, he waved his hands frantically and explained to Lu Xuan, "A misunderstanding." Lord Lu Xuan, please don't misunderstand. The Tianzuan deliberately sent us here to aid you, not for anything like what you've witnessed. Having said this, Venerable Azure Fox sharply turned his head, glowering at the demon ape Venerable behind him, while issuing a stern warning in a lowered voice. Demon ape, have you forgotten the Tianzuan's instructions? Immediately apologize to Lord Lu Xuan. However, upon hearing that Venerable Azure Fox wanted him to apologize to Lu Xuan, the demon ape Venerable instantly became like a detonated powder keg, every hair on his body bristling, fire blazing in his bell-like eyes, as he roared loudly. Azure Fox, have you lost your mind? You want this Venerable to bow and apologize to him? That's pure fantasy. Before he finished speaking, a deafening roar of laughter erupted from the demon ape Venerable, like thunder rolling across the heavens. Expect this Venerable to apologize to him. That's the height of absurdity. If you have any real capability, prove it, and make this Venerable submit willingly. Otherwise, don't blame me for showing no mercy. With a swift motion, the demon ape Venerable shoved Venerable Azure Fox aside. His entire body of golden fur bristled like steel needles, and the waterfire staff in his hands blazed with 10,000 rays of light, resembling a golden sun. The demon ape Venerable leapt into the air like a god of demons descending from heaven. Blood surged within his eyes like burning flames, and he stared fiercely at Lu Xuan, emitting a chilling, arrogant laugh. If you can withstand 3 of my strikes, even if it means I kneel and kowtow before you, so what? Before the words had even left his lips, the waterfire staff in the demon ape Venerable's hands crashed down upon Lu Xuan with the force of a vicious beast sweeping through 1,000 armies. That chilling voice seemed to emanate from the deepest abyss of hell, dripping with endless mockery. Watch out. Don't let me smash you into paste with a single strike. Lu Xuan's expression darkened as he coldly watched the waterfire staff plummeting toward him. This was his first time truly facing an expert at the Emperor Venerable realm. Moreover, this demon ape Venerable, who boasted the title of the strongest below the heavenly Venerable and was the most formidable Emperor Venerable within the foreign lands, possessed absolutely extraordinary combat prowess. Watching the demon ape Venerable make his move, Lu Xuan not only showed no retreat or fear, but actually felt quite eager. Beyond the divine pass lay the human race. When he returned to the human race, he would inevitably face their Emperor Venerables. Now having the chance to clash with this demon ape Venerable before confronting them might not be without advantage. At this moment, Lu Xuan was extraordinarily calm. He was in no way disturbed by the demon ape Venerable's mockery. In his view, this was as perfect an opportunity as could be. He could use this opportunity to truly understand the strength of a veteran Emperor Venerable and better grasp the gap between himself and these seasoned experts. So at the moment the demon ape Venerable launched his attack, Lu Xuan's twin pupil had already locked onto his surroundings. Instantly, the demon ape Venerable's lightning-fast movements seemed to slow to a crawl before Lu Xuan's eyes. Of course, this slowness was merely a description. In reality, the twin pupil's ability could not actually affect the demon ape Venerable's speed. It simply made his movements appear considerably slower through Lu Xuan's perception. Yet this did not affect the demon ape Venerable's true speed. Even so, it already provided Lu Xuan with ample reaction time. As the waterfire staff descended, Lu Xuan's figure moved like a wraith, effortlessly evading the strike. The demon ape Venerable's attack missed a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes, yet his movements grew even swifter. With a sharp crack of the waterfire staff, he reversed his grip and smashed down toward Lu Xuan's head once more. Lu Xuan remained inactive, still adjusting his state and adapting to Emperor Venerable level combat. Through the twin pupil, his speed increased considerably, allowing him to anticipate his opponent's moves before they materialized. Before the waterfire staff could descend, he had already turned and evaded. His figure moved with incredible speed, leaving afterimages across the sky. For a moment, the onlookers couldn't even tell whether the demon ape Venerable had landed a hit. Only the demon ape Venerable himself knew that both of his full power strikes had missed. Each time he had been utterly confident he could seal off all of Lu Xuan's escape routes, leaving him nowhere to flee. But in the end, Lu Xuan miraculously evaded every attack. After 2 consecutive failures, the demon ape Venerable's complete disregard for Lu Xuan had vanished. Boom. As he withdrew the waterfire staff, the very void trembled and collapsed. The demon ape Venerable staggered backward, creating a distance of 1,000 zhang between himself and Lu Xuan. His massive body, towering 1,000 zhang high, suddenly shrank to merely dozens of zhang. Though his form diminished, it released an even more terrifying aura. Lu Xuan activated his twin pupil and immediately saw that the shrunken demon ape Venerable had become even more powerful and fearsome. Hiss! What divine power is this? It's completely different from anything he has encountered before. Lu Xuan's eyes shifted, fixed intently on the shrunken demon ape Venerable with a mix of awe and curiosity. Previously, divine powers that expanded one's physique through the law of heaven and earth also multiplied one's magical abilities and spiritual prowess. The larger the body, the greater the power boost. But this demon ape Venerable's divine skill worked in reverse. After shrinking his physique, it seemed as though his magical energy had been compressed as well. This tiny frame bearing the original immense magical power was actually more terrifying than the thousand-zhong body. Even with the twin pupil, Lu Xuan could not discern the secrets of this divine power at first glance. He could only see that the shrunken demon ape Venerable had grown stronger and more fearsome. Every movement radiated terrifying Emperor Venerable laws, making him not only more agile, but also more astonishing. The shrunken demon ape Venerable still stood 2 or 3 dozen zhang tall, towering over Lu Xuan. His eyes blazed with fury as he held back from attacking immediately. He had previously stated that Lu Xuan must block 3 of his strikes. If successful, Lu Xuan would win. His carelessness and underestimation had already cost him 2 chances. Now with this final opportunity, he had to ensure a decisive blow. This last strike was non-negotiable. He could not afford to lose. If defeated by Lu Xuan, his reputation as a veteran Emperor Venerable would be utterly shattered. Could he really apologize to Lu Xuan in front of everyone? That would be harder than death itself. Lu Xuan hiding away all this time hardly demonstrates any real skill. If you have the courage, face me in honest combat. Are all humans merely cowards who know nothing but flee? For all these years you have cowered within the heavenly abyss, too fearful to set foot in our lands. Do you intend to remain a coward forever? The demon ape Venerable cursed, furiously attempting to destabilize Lu Xuan's mind. But such crude tactics meant nothing to him. The reason he had maintained control of the heavenly abyss for 100,000 years with his great emperor cultivation was precisely because of his composure. Had he been provoked into recklessly charging into enemy territory by such taunts, he would have perished countless times over. Over the years, Lu Xuan had encountered far more vicious curses from the foreign races and demonic tribes, while beyond comparison to what the demon ape Venerable was hurling now. For these, Lu Xuan had long since achieved a state of still waters, unmoved and unshaken. After all these years had seen the foreign races and demonic tribes gain nothing from him. He had slaughtered millions of their lives. Surely they could curse a bit. 100,000 years of experience had already forged an unshakable Dao heart within Lu Xuan. Facing the demon ape Venerable's furious curses, Lu Xuan offered no retaliation. Instead, he said calmly, "Demon ape Venerable, I heard you are the strongest warrior under the heavenly Venerable's command. But I never imagined this supposed #1 fighter would prove to be nothing but an inept braggart." Lu Xuan's words carried no vicious curses, yet it was precisely this dismissive attitude and tone that wounded the demon ape Venerable far more deeply. Especially those 4 characters. Braggart nearly sent the demon ape Venerable into a fury. Roar, roar. Consumed by rage, the demon ape Venerable let out a primal beast's bellow, his eyes instantly burning crimson with fury. "Lu Xuan, you seek death. I will make you regret mocking me." Enraged, the demon ape Venerable's colossal fist tore through space as he lunged toward Lu Xuan. In his fury, he abandoned even his waterfire staff, choosing instead close combat to thoroughly punish Lu Xuan, using his supreme physical advantages and battle prowess. Close combat. Then as you wish. Seeing the demon ape Venerable commit to hand-to-hand fighting, a barely perceptible smile touched Lu Xuan's lips. Fate had conveniently placed exactly what he needed right before him. Only close combat could allow him to clearly comprehend the strength of a veteran sovereign emperor. Only through such intimate warfare could he truly grasp the gap between himself and a seasoned sovereign emperor. Thus, even as the demon ape sovereign made his move, Lu Xuan had already been pondering how to lure him into close combat. Never did he expect that a mere taunt would bait the demon ape sovereign into falling for it. Witnessing the demon ape sovereign charging barehanded, Lu Xuan's eyes erupted with divine radiance. Activating his twin pupils, he tracked every movement of his foe before swiftly launching his own assault. Although Lu Xuan had only recently ascended to the rank of sovereign emperor, his chaos physique and cultivation of the Panwu overwhelming strength divine art rendered his physical body far more formidable than that of ordinary sovereign emperors. As he struck, the 108,636 chaos dantians within his body resonated, unleashing torrents of chaotic qi. With a single punch, he shattered the very fabric of space. Upon seeing Lu Xuan attack, the demon ape sovereign paid it no mind, a cold sneer curling his lips. "Lu Xuan, I shall make you understand that there are indeed disparities among sovereign emperors." As his words fell, the demon ape sovereign surged forward with even greater speed, colliding with Lu Xuan like thunder itself. Bang, bang, bang. The void erupted with thunderous detonations. Both warriors were terrifyingly powerful. Every collision released dreadful pressure, shattering vast stretches of space and deterring all who dared approach. Lu Xuan grew fiercer with every exchange, more exhilarated with each clash. For 100,000 years, this was his first true, unbridled display of close-quarters combat. Those combat instincts long etched into his very bones were reawakened. His flesh radiated auspicious light, his bones emitted divine radiance, and like a battle machine tireless in its frenzy, he unleashed relentless strikes. Relying on his twin pupils' ability, he precisely dodged every attack from the demon ape sovereign, then struck from impossible angles, landing blows upon his foe. Thus, from the very onset of this battle, a one-sided scenario emerged. The demon ape sovereign was actually being suppressed and battered by Lu Xuan. This sight left all the powerful beings of alien races behind him utterly stunned. None of them could believe their own eyes. Fucking hell. Someone punch me. I must be seeing things. Venerable Azure Fox was also bewildered, even suspecting he was hallucinating. The demon ape sovereign was the strongest venerable among their alien races, even he dared not engage in close combat with him. How could Lu Xuan, a sovereign emperor, who had just broken through, possibly be suppressing the demon ape sovereign in battle? Moreover, it was precisely in the demon ape sovereign's most adept domain, close quarters combat. Hiss! A collective gasp of shock rippled through the surroundings. These were the ancient emperors of the alien races. Tianhu Ancient Emperor, and others alien ancient emperors somewhat familiar with Lu Xuan were all present. Watching Lu Xuan suppress the demon ape sovereign, they were all left stunned and speechless. They knew Lu Xuan was extremely powerful, unmatched in the Great Emperor realm. But what was this now? This was Sovereign Emperor level combat, for fuck's sake. You, a human Sovereign Emperor, who just broke through or suppressing our alien race's strongest Sovereign Emperor. Are you even human? I knew Lu Xuan was strong, but I never dared imagine he would be this monstrous. Tianhu Ancient Emperor sucked in a sharp breath, his mouth agape in shock. Especially when he recalled that just days prior Lu Xuan had been blasted away by a single strike from the Sea Tribe's Fiend Sovereign. This made his disbelief reach its peak. Within merely a few days, Lu Xuan, who once couldn't withstand a single strike from the Sea Tribe's Fiend Sovereign, was now suppressing their alien race's strongest Sovereign Emperor. This was fucking absurd. Upon the Divine Pass, Jiangming Great Emperor, who was still exerting himself to maintain the formation along with the human Great Emperors behind him, and the 100,000 cultivators were all equally stunned and dumbfounded. What had they witnessed? Lu Xuan was actually suppressing the demon ape sovereign. This was simply unbelievable. Hiss! Lu Xuan. Is he really this strong? Gazing at that magnificent figure, Jiangming Great Emperor sucked in his breath. His back was already soaked with cold sweat. Originally full of confidence in the Divine Pass formation, he now seemed to waver. He too began to doubt whether a mere venerable level formation could truly halt the overwhelmingly powerful Lu Xuan. Demon ape sovereign, you must give it your all. Ideally kill Lu Xuan outright. If you can slay Great Emperor Lu Xuan, I Jiangming am willing to erect an eternal spirit tablet for you and kowtow with incense. Jiangming Great Emperor's eyes were bloodshot, his tension visibly apparent. He had even begun praying, hoping the demon ape sovereign would directly kill Lu Xuan. As a great emperor of humanity, praying for the alien race to triumph was undoubtedly the greatest joke. However, events took a turn contrary to his wishes. Just as his prayers fell silent, a thunderous explosion-like sound erupted from the heavens above. With a booming punch, Lu Xuan's figure tore through the void. Terrifying divine power exploded upon his fist as he unhesitatingly collided with the demon ape sovereign's fist head-on. This was no longer Lu Xuan's first collision with the demon ape sovereign, but it was absolutely his first direct head-on clash. This kind of straightforward confrontation held no technique whatsoever. It was a pure contest of raw strength. Of course, this boldness stemmed from Lu Xuan's understanding of the demon ape sovereign's capabilities gained through their successive fierce battles, which emboldened him to engage in such direct confrontations. With this punch, even if I cannot suppress the demon ape sovereign, I certainly shall not lose. Lu Xuan, brimming with confidence, unleashed his full power. Although the demon ape sovereign was at the peak of sovereign emperors, relying solely on physical strength might not be enough to overwhelm him. His chaos physique and the Panwu overwhelming strength divine art rendered his physical power beyond mortal comprehension, surpassing all limits. Previously, he had been merely probing the demon ape sovereign's strength. Seizing this rare opportunity, he experienced the combat power of the sovereign emperor peak, while simultaneously honing his own battle techniques. Now, having thoroughly mastered the demon ape sovereign's capabilities and methods, he possessed full confidence. In a state of complete eruption, he was absolutely certain he could suppress the demon ape sovereign. As he had predicted, upon unleashing this crushing punch, both he and the demon ape sovereign were sent flying backward simultaneously. After their fists collided, both figures were shocked away. The sole difference was that Lu Xuan was merely propelled dozens of paces backward, while the demon ape sovereign retreated hundreds of zhang in successive leaps. He nearly lost his footing. From 100 zhang away, the demon ape sovereign's eyes had lost all traces of scorn and underestimation, replaced entirely by profound shock and astonishment. He had originally believed a single punch would suppress Lu Xuan, yet it was he who lost. Although it appeared evenly matched, Lu Xuan at this moment remained as calm as ever. On the contrary, his arm was nearly shattered. Within his arm, at least half of his bones were broken. Even his palm trembled incessantly, all the joints crushed, nearly useless. If not for the recuperative power of laws, this arm of his would have been completely ruined. How could this be possible? He has only just stepped into the sovereign realm. How could he possibly possess such divine power? The demon ape venerable cried out in utter disbelief. The force behind Lu Xuan's earlier punch could scarcely be described as mere divine power. As the foremost warrior beneath the heaven venerable, the demon ape venerable possessed unmatched physical might, his towering strength born of noble bloodline and profound cultivation. Not even the venerables of the foreign realm had ever managed to overpower him through sheer force. Yet now the very power he took such pride in had been subdued by Lu Xuan. To him, this was akin to receiving a brutal slap across the face, one he found impossible to accept, but most unbearable of all. Damn it, they had long since passed the third strike. He had declared with his own lips that should Lu Xuan withstand 3 strikes, he would offer Lu Xuan a public apology. Yet now hundreds of exchanges had already transpired. Was he truly expected to apologize to Lu Xuan before the eyes of everyone present? That prospect was more unbearable to him than death itself. Yet as a dignified ancient venerable of the foreign realm, he could not go back on his word. He was a being of unshakable honor. Thus, though wounded by Lu Xuan and racked with the agony of shattered arm bones, the demon ape venerable could only endure the pain and with extreme reluctance offer his apology to Lu Xuan. Lu Xuan, this venerable retracts his previous remarks and offers you my apology. You are indeed worthy of admiration. The demon ape venerable bowed his noble head, paying the price for his arrogance and underestimation of his foe. Lu Xuan had not expected the demon ape venerable to apologize so readily. He had originally assumed this venerable would not concede easily, but now it seemed that the demon ape's actions were in fact magnanimously upright. At the very least, this was infinitely superior to those faithless, treacherous scoundrels of the human race. Watching the demon ape venerable apologize with such forthrightness, Lu Xuan felt memories of bygone days stirred within him once more. 100,000 years ago, he had made a pact with those longevity worlds and immortal orthodoxies. Should he succeed in withstanding the great emperors they sent, they would agree to apologize to him and spare the Lu clan. But in the end, after Lu Xuan subdued the mightiest great emperors dispatched by those longevity families and immortal orthodoxies, every last one of them reneged on their word. Not only did they go back on their promises, they even drove Lu Xuan to the point where he was forced to abandon the human race. It was precisely these bitter experiences within the human race that made Lu Xuan cherish all the more the conduct of the demon ape venerable before him. You are too generous, demon ape venerable. I merely managed to weather a few strikes by luck. Had you not held back, I would have been defeated long ago. Lu Xuan offered a faint smile. His attitude toward the demon ape venerable transformed entirely for the better. At the very least, he harbored no ill will toward one of such forthright character. Thus, he was willing to preserve some dignity for the demon ape venerable. Of course, his words were not entirely idle fabrication. His ability to engage in fierce combat with the demon ape venerable and ultimately gain the upper hand had indeed involved some advantage on his part. Had the demon ape venerable unleashed the laws of the sovereign from the outset, employing the laws of the great Tao in concert with divine abilities to suppress him, Lu Xuan's defeat would have been certain. Lu Xuan could perceive this truth, and naturally the venerables present could perceive it as well. The demon ape venerable himself had already come to this realization. But to him, defeat was simply defeat. He could accept both victory and loss with grace. Therefore, upon witnessing Lu Xuan speak in his defense, the demon ape venerable's regard for him swelled as well. With great emotion, he declared, Lu Xuan, if you are willing, this venerable would be honored to forge a friendship with you. In the future, should you require anything you need, only ask. Above the imperial pass, upon witnessing the demon ape venerable apologize to Lu Xuan, all present were utterly dumbfounded. Emperor Zhongming in particular was so shocked that his eyes nearly popped from their sockets. He had just been praying that the demon ape venerable would destroy Lu Xuan. But what was the outcome? The demon ape venerable had been defeated. No, this is impossible. Lu Xuan is merely an initial stage sovereign. How could he possibly be a match for a veteran sovereign like the demon ape venerable? Something is wrong. Very wrong. Emperor Zhongming cried out in astonishment, his gaze brimming with utter disbelief. He could not accept that Lu Xuan had actually defeated the demon ape venerable. Soon a gleam shone in his eyes as he believed he had uncovered the truth. He burst into wild laughter and proclaimed, Lu Xuan, I knew it. You have conspired with the foreign races. Did you think your flawless little performance could deceive anyone? How laughable. This emperor saw through it at a glance. You are merely putting on an act. You simply wish to intimidate me, to frighten me into voluntarily dismantling the imperial pass formation, don't you? Dream on. Such a childish trick. Only a fool would fall for it. Emperor Zhongming, believing he had seen through the ruse of Lu Xuan and the foreign races, laughed even more triumphantly and declared, Come then. If you have the ability, come and breach the formation. If you can break through my human imperial pass, this emperor will twist off his own head and let you use it as a ball to kick. Whether Emperor Zhongming's explanation was true or false, it succeeded in bolstering the morale of the human cultivators behind him to no small degree. Just moments before, upon witnessing the demon ape venerable fall to Lu Xuan, they had nearly wet themselves with terror. Thus they preferred to believe Emperor Zhongming's fabrications, even if it meant deceiving themselves, anything to alleviate the dread within their hearts. Otherwise they would not even possess the courage to face Lu Xuan. Beyond the Imperial Pass, upon hearing Emperor Jiangming's outrageous declaration, the demon ape Venerable was so enraged he nearly went berserk. With a thunderous boom, he restored his thousand Zhang Tru form, hovering mightily above the Imperial Pass. He glared down at Emperor Jiangming with towering menace and roared furiously, "What manner of creature are you? This Venerable lost. That is all there is to it. What act? Are you looking down upon this Venerable? Come then, if you have the guts, step out here. This Venerable will let you experience firsthand whether it was an act or not." Suddenly rebuked with such fury by the demon ape, Venerable Emperor Jiangming was so intimidated by the other's imposing aura that his entire body trembled. Nevertheless, he was after all the general of the Imperial Pass, and he understood that every action he took now would determine the fate of the 100,000 human cultivators behind him. Therefore, even though he was shaking with fear, he still mustered his courage and shouted loudly, "Whether it was an act, you know perfectly well yourselves. If you have the ability, then come and attack. Let us see whether my human Imperial Pass stands stronger, or whether the blades of your foreign races prove swifter." Emperor Jiangming's furious rallying cry ignited the morale of the human cultivators behind him. Those who had been trembling in fear moments ago now joined in the thunderous chant, "Glory to the human race. Mighty human race. Invincible human race. Glory to the human race. Mighty human race. Invincible human race." The soaring cries echoed from atop the Imperial Pass, rolling like thunder, shaking the very heavens and earth. Even those venerables of the foreign races had not anticipated that the human race, whose morale had moments ago been in the doldrums, would suddenly surge forth with such resplendent might. But no matter how imposing their morale, what could it truly accomplish? The Imperial Pass was garrisoned by no more than a few dozen great emperors. Once the Imperial Pass formation was shattered, those dozen-odd human great emperors and the 100,000 human cultivators behind them would all become departed souls beneath the blades of the foreign races. Green Fox, let us make our move. I have endured this for 100,000 years. Allow me to take the vanguard. I shall breach the Imperial Pass formation. The golden eagle Venerable in the skies could restrain himself no longer. He turned his gaze toward the Green Fox Venerable. He requested permission to enter battle, yearning to shatter the human formation and deliver a crushing blow to those cultivators now riding high on their morale. To teach them the taste of despair. Don't act rashly. The Azure Fox Sovereign shot him a stern glance, shaking his head as he spoke. This is the enmity between Lu Xuan and those human race emperor sovereigns. If we interfere, we will only offend Lu Xuan. We shall stick to our original agreement and merely observe from here. Should Lu Xuan prove unable to prevail, we may still intervene then. It is not too late. The Azure Fox Sovereign ultimately decided to show Lu Xuan some respect. Of course, he could not dampen the battle fervor of the exotic armies behind him either. His cool, clear voice echoed across the sea of realms. "Warriors, grip tight the blades in your hands, hold fast the swords at your sides. The human race Emperor Pass lies just before your eyes, and the opportunity for a great battle shall soon be yours. When the moment of battle arrives, whoever dares disgrace the honor of our exotic race, this sovereign shall flay his hide and tear out his tendons." A million exotic warriors raised their arms in unison, roaring, "Wind, great wind, wind, great wind." This was the battle cry of the exotic race, signifying within their tribes invincibility and martial might. It symbolized the exotic armies sweeping forth like a tempest, unstoppable, scattering all before them like dust beneath a gale. Upon hearing that familiar and ancient exotic battle cry, Lu Xuan too lowered his gaze in astonishment. Before his eyes, it seemed as though the staggering images of that battle from 100,000 years ago had risen once more. In that battle, the exotic race had deployed 7 emperor sovereigns and 3 million exotic warriors. Even now, Lu Xuan still remembered millions of exotic soldiers shouting, "Wind, great wind," fearless of death, charging ceaselessly forward. In that battle, the human race had likewise deployed 7 great emperor sovereigns, and the human race army gathered at Emperor Pass numbered millions as well. Yet the result was that Emperor Pass itself was breached, and several million human race soldiers nearly met annihilation. Had it not been for that critical moment when Lu Xuan, alone with a single sword and a single coffin, held fast at Emperor Pass and withstood the exotic armies, buying precious time for the human race, perhaps after that battle the human race would have ceased to exist altogether. 100,000 years later, seeing once more before Emperor Pass a million exotic warriors raising their arms to shout, "Wind, great wind," Lu Xuan felt as though he were witnessing anew that tragic battle of 100,000 years past. Only then, 100,000 years ago, there had still been him to step forward and hold the final line of defense. Now 100,000 years on, when Emperor Pass is breached and the million exotic armies sweep across the land, who remains who can step forth? Enough of this. The survival or death of the human race. What concern is it of mine? Lu Xuan shook his head with a sigh, his voice imbued with resolve and finality. The 7 great emperor sovereigns who had forced him to leave the human race were the chief culprits, yet those of the human race who had looked the other way and stood idle were equally detestable. From the very moment he learned that despite his devoted defense of the heavenly abyss for 100,000 years, his own kin had nearly been driven to utter extinction, Lu Xuan had already resolved to sever all ties with the human race. Just as no one had believed him to be the meritorious hero who had guarded the heavenly abyss for 100,000 years and brought a century of peace to the human race, so too had Lu Xuan long since given up all hope in them. Now he lived only for himself. The sole ones to whom he owed a debt were his own clansmen. He had believed that by guarding the heavenly abyss, he could purchase the chance of survival for his clansmen. Yet the result was that their existence had become a torment worse than death. He, this ancestor of the Lu clan, had failed his descendants and kin. Therefore today, regardless of what these exotic race forces intended to do, Lu Xuan would not intervene. His gaze turned toward the Emperor Pass Grand Formation. After his recent great battle with the demon ape sovereign, Lu Xuan had come to clearly understand the gap that existed between himself and an established emperor sovereign. Such a disparity could not simply be bridged through cultivation techniques or divine abilities alone. Now the only thing he could rely upon was a divine weapon. Rumble. With a single step from Lu Xuan, the god-bearing coffin emerged from within his body and swiftly expanded. In the blink of an eye, a black god-bearing coffin tens of thousands of zhang in size, like a small mountain, had already descended upon Emperor Pass. This colossal god-bearing coffin, like a pall of black clouds pressing down upon the city, enveloped Emperor Pass and caused every human race cultivator within to tremble with dread and unease. The morale that had only just been kindled was instantly crushed beneath the god-bearing coffin. Each human race cultivator enshrouded by its shadow revealed expressions of terror and fright. What is that? Such terrifying might. It seems to surpass even the limits of an extreme Dao Emperor weapon. Could this possibly be an immortal artifact? A human race great emperor cried out in alarm, his gaze toward the god-bearing coffin above, brimming with terror. Immortal artifact. At the moment those two words fell, every human race cultivator's countenance changed dramatically. Even the Jiangming Great Emperor sensed the terrifying presence of the god-bearing coffin. Even shielded by the sovereign grade grand formation, the overwhelming might of the god-bearing coffin pressed down upon him with tangible crushing weight. It seemed as though even this sovereign grade formation could not withstand a single strike from the god-bearing coffin. Such terrifying might. This has unquestionably reached the immortal artifact level. Damn it. Who could have expected this Lu Xuan to actually possess an immortal artifact? The Jiangming Great Emperor's eyelids twitched violently with shock. He had never imagined that Lu Xuan would actually wield an immortal artifact. Although he placed tremendous faith in the Emperor Pass Grand Formation, he was not so foolish as to believe that this formation, concentrated as it was with the power of 7 great emperor sovereigns, could possibly withstand the full unleashed might of an immortal artifact. Jiangming Great Emperor, what shall we do? Lu Xuan actually possesses an immortal artifact. Can our formation hold against an immortal artifact? Could he truly break through the formation? A great emperor cried out in alarm, his gaze turning to Jiangming Great Emperor with fearful agitation. He had already conceived the thought of retreat, of fleeing. Yet he could not flee. Without Jiangming Great Emperor's consent, should he dare flee, he would be branded a traitor to the human race. Not only would he perish, but his entire clan behind him would be implicated. At this moment, the human race great emperors within the formation shared the same thoughts. Upon witnessing Lu Xuan unleash an immortal artifact, they had all lost any will to fight. Their sole desire was to flee. Yet none dared escape for fear of implicating their clans. Every gaze fell upon the Jiangming Great Emperor. The Jiangming Great Emperor too felt the sting of regret. From the very instant he had beheld the god-bearing coffin, he had already regretted it to the point of wanting to slap his own cheeks. Had he known Lu Xuan possessed an immortal artifact, he would have rather died than provoke him here. Even if it meant obediently opening Emperor Pass and welcoming Lu Xuan inside, he would not have hesitated. Once inside, after all, the Emperor Sovereigns would handle everything. No matter how powerful Lu Xuan was before the Emperor Sovereigns, he would have to bow his head. But now the human race Emperor Sovereigns had yet to arrive. Once Lu Xuan shattered the Emperor Pass formation, would any path to survival remain for them? Yet to retreat now was an even greater road to death. Facing the pleading gazes of the assembled great emperors, the Jiangming Great Emperor could only steel his heart and bellow in a low voice. Emperor Pass is our battlefield. As its garrison commander, even in death, we shall die upon Emperor Pass. Whoever dares retreat in the face of battle shall be executed without mercy. With these words, he utterly extinguished any thought of retreat among those great emperors. Having observed everything within Emperor Pass with cold clarity, Lu Xuan let out a chilling laugh. His voice, low and domineering, rang out, Jiangming. Remember the promise you made earlier. This sovereign awaits the moment you sever your own head with your own hands, and let me kick it about like a ball. The instant Lu Xuan's words fell, the god-bearing coffin had already plummeted like a collapsing mountain, thundering down. Crack, crack, crack. The indestructible Emperor Pass Grand Formation, under the crushing weight of the god-bearing coffin, shattered utterly. The immensely powerful formation of the Imperial Pass was shattered in an instant by the God-burying coffin. As the formation collapsed, layer upon layer of light barriers resembling shards of an eggshell cracked across the Imperial Pass before vanishing completely. Jiang Ming, the Emperor, who was anchored at the formation's core, directly spewed a mouthful of black blood and plummeted headfirst from the sky. As the formation's anchor point, he bore the brunt of the collapse. Half his body was blown apart, leaving him a mangled mess of flesh and blood. Nevertheless, he was a D-Emperor at his peak. Under the surging vitality of his life force, the shattered fragments of his flesh and blood body began to writhe and regenerate with astonishing speed. In just a moment's time, he had regenerated a complete body and struggled to his feet, propping himself up. Yet now his face was ashen and his aura was severely diminished. First injured by the formation's backlash, then forced to consume blood chi to restore his flesh and regrow his severed limbs, he was left thoroughly depleted. Had he not swallowed dozens of top-grade Emperor medicines in succession, he might not even have been able to stand. At the same moment Jiang Ming, the Emperor, was knocked down, the other human D-Emperors in the sky were also sent crashing to the ground, each spouting blood and suffering heavy injuries. Still, they fared somewhat better with no immediate threat to their lives. It was the ordinary cultivators who suffered far more miserably. Among the 100,000 human cultivators, tens of thousands were instantly crushed to death in that single moment when the god-burying coffin descended, their bodies exploding into clouds of blood mist. The remaining cultivators, though they survived, were left barely clinging to life, fallen to the ground with no strength to fight back. The Imperial Pass cultivators, who had once been filled with high spirits, now hung their heads in defeat, bearing heavy losses. Behind the pass hung a deathly heavy atmosphere with the wounded human cultivators wailing and screaming in agony. Jiang Ming, the Emperor, having just restored his body, gazed upon the devastation behind him, his eyes filled only with terror and fear. No, this cannot be. Jiang Ming, the Emperor, cried out, utterly distraught. What had transpired was beyond his comprehension. They possessed such a powerful, venerable level formation. How could it have been shattered in an instant? Could it truly be because Lu Xuan summoned a heavenly artifact? Even if the god-burying coffin above was a top-tier heavenly artifact, it should not have been so easy to shatter the Imperial Pass formation, right? Suddenly Jiang Ming, the Emperor's expression shifted violently as realization struck. He remembered Lu Xuan had activated the double pupils. A twin pupil practitioner could see through all Taoist spells and techniques, possessing an innate affinity for the great Tao. Legend held that no formation or divine ability could withstand the advance of a twin pupil user. Could it be that Lu Xuan's twin pupil had already penetrated the Imperial Pass formation? How is this possible? How could this be? Can twin pupil practitioners truly be this defying of heaven? Are they truly invincible? Jiang Ming, the Emperor, cried out in disbelief, his eyes filled with shock and dawning understanding. He now understood. Lu Xuan had long since seen through the Imperial Pass formation with his twin pupil, which is why he could break it so easily. Even without the heaven-grade, god-bearing coffin, the formation could never have stopped Lu Xuan. No formation in this world could block a twin pupil practitioner. Twin pupil practitioners were simply terrifying beyond measure. Hiss! Old ancestor, if you do not descend soon, I shall perish here. Jiang Ming, the Emperor, gasped, palms slick with sweat, his fingers tightly gripping a talisman. This talisman had been bestowed by the Jiang clan's old ancestor, granting direct communication with him and containing a single strike from the old ancestor's power. In a critical moment, it could preserve his life. Having witnessed the formation's destruction with his own eyes, he no longer doubted the sheer magnitude of Lu Xuan's strength. Previously, he had suspected Lu Xuan's victory over the demon ape Venerable was a coordinated performance. But now such doubts had vanished. Given that Lu Xuan could shatter the Imperial Pass formation in an instant, defeating the demon ape Venerable was entirely within reason. At that very moment, Lu Xuan's cold voice rang out. Come then. Let me see how you intend to twist off your own head and use it as a ball to kick. That had merely been Jiang Ming, the Emperor's mocking jest moments before. He never imagined Lu Xuan would actually succeed in shattering a venerable level formation. In that instant, Jiang Ming, the Emperor's face flushed crimson, as though slapped, his dignity thoroughly trampled. Lu Xuan, what do you think you're showing off for? You merely rely on your heavenly artifact for courage. What is there to be proud of? Jiang Ming, the Emperor's voice rang loud and imposing, yet his brow was already beaded with sweat, and his body trembled from fear. If he had any confidence in escaping, he would have fled immediately. What did this Imperial Pass matter to him? Even if the alien army surged in and slaughtered every human cultivator within, that would be Lu Xuan's fault. After all, he was the one who had shattered the formation. It was Lu Xuan who had personally opened the path to the human race for the alien forces. If anyone should bear the blame, it was Lu Xuan. Jiang Ming, do not worry. I am nearly upon you. Just then a voice like aged thunder resonated from the talisman in Jiang Ming, the Emperor's hand. It was the Jiang clan's old ancestor, a terrifying presence at the pinnacle of venerable cultivation. Upon hearing his clan's old ancestor was coming, Jiang Ming, the Emperor's eyes flared with sudden light, the terror in them instantly banished. He raised his arms and cried out with excitement, Fear not, everyone. The D-Venerable arrives shortly. If we can hold on just a moment longer, this human traitor Lu Xuan will die without so much as a grave to mark his burial. As he spoke, the talisman in his hand drifted toward the Imperial Pass city wall. With a thunderous boom, as the talisman consumed itself in flames, the lifeless wall erupted with divine radiance that shot toward the heavens, once again enveloping the entire pass in its brilliance. Lu Xuan, who had just shattered the Imperial Pass formation with the god-burying coffin, furrowed his brow as he observed the divine light emanating from the city wall and activated his twin pupil once more. Unexpectedly, these Imperial Pass walls are themselves a D-Venerable divine artifact balanced between offense and defense, Lu Xuan remarked in some surprise. Through his twin pupil, he could clearly perceive 9 powerful D-Venerable laws coursing through the city wall. These 9 laws represented the mightiest D-Venerable principles beneath the heavenly Tao of the human race. Each D-Venerable law embodied an invincible D-Venerable of the human race. The radiant light engulfing the entire pass was but one of these formidable D-Venerable laws. All 9 D-Venerable laws have reached perfection comparable to 9 D-Venerable avatars. If I cannot suppress them, I will never be able to enter the Imperial Pass. Lu Xuan's expression grew grave. The Venerable level formation was merely the first line of defense guarding the Imperial Pass. The Imperial Pass city wall itself was the true trump card. The moment his words faded, 9 blurred figures emerged from the D-Venerable laws inscribed upon the city wall. Those were genuine D-Venerable avatars. The D-Venerable avatars of the 9 greatest human deities appeared simultaneously atop the Imperial Pass wall, their indistinct colossal forms radiating an awe-inspiring pressure that seemed capable of subduing all things. The 9 D-Venerable laws transformed into 9 massive chains binding the entire sky above the Imperial Pass in an iron grip. Before the pass, an impregnable defensive line was formed. Rushing forth, 9 chains of radiant light forged from Emperor Venerable laws stretched infinitely into the sky, like massive luminous whips or a cage that sealed the heavens and earth. Clad in a sky full of rosy clouds, they simultaneously closed in around the Zhongshan Guan. In the blink of an eye, countless law chains radiating killer intent enveloped the Zhongshan Guan, tightly binding it like a colossal zongzi, suspended above the Diguan. Under the suppression of these rosy law Emperor Venerable laws, the Zhongshan Guan constantly shrank. In an instant it shrank from the size of a towering hill to merely 100 zhong. 9 giant avatars formed from Emperor Venerable laws floated above the Diguan, their bodies radiating rosy light, as if the emperors themselves had descended. Wielding divine halos in hand, their terrifying laws transformed into long whips gleaming with rosy radiance, sweeping down upon Lu Xuan with crushing force. Facing the suppression of the 9 Emperor Venerable laws, Lu Xuan activated his double pupils, granting him the ability to pierce through the origin of these 9 imperial sovereign laws. However, these were, after all, the 9 most powerful Emperor Venerable laws of the human race. Even having seen through them, it would not be possible to comprehend them in a short while. Lu Xuan was in no rush. He had ample time to study them carefully. His figure moved like a phantom, constantly evading the radiant law whips. Meanwhile, he activated the Panwu Great Strength Divine Ability, and the 108636 Chaos Danshians within his body continuously released surging chaos energy. Empowered by the law of strength, Lu Xuan did not find the suppression of these 9 Emperor Venerable laws particularly terrifying, especially given his chaos physique, which allowed him to remain unaffected by law suppression. When these 9 Emperor Venerable laws descended upon him, his chaos physique automatically absorbed more than half of the force. Therefore, even while facing the simultaneous suppression of 9 Emperor Venerable laws, Lu Xuan remained effortlessly composed, relying on the fledgling True Dragon swift speed he had just comprehended to evade the myriad chain attacks formed from Emperor Venerable laws. The densely packed law chains, glowing with rosy radiance, seemed to transform heaven and earth into a vast net. Yet Lu Xuan moved through the gaps between them like a nimble little fish, coming and going with absolute freedom. Impressive. The combination of double pupils and chaos physique truly makes one invincible. Paired with the Panwu Great Strength Divine Ability, even though I am only at the early stage of Emperor Venerable, I harbor no fear of these peak-tier Emperor Venerable laws. Lu Xuan's eyes flickered, his heart surging with immense excitement. These 9 Emperor Venerable laws were left behind by the 9 great emperors of the human race. Although they might not necessarily be the current 9 emperors, most likely they originated from an even more ancient era of human emperors. They possessed the exact same Emperor Venerable laws. Lu Xuan's present struggle against these Emperor Venerable laws was equivalent to battling 9 emperors simultaneously. However, these were merely the 9 Emperor Venerable laws sealed within the imperial weapon stored on the walls of Diguan, serving as an attack method. Their power and lethality were far inferior to that of the true human race emperors. For Lu Xuan, this was undoubtedly an excellent opportunity to familiarize himself with the combat strength of human race emperors in advance. Previously, his battle with Venerable Demon Ape had only allowed him to understand the gap between himself and a veteran emperor. However, now that he was fighting these 9 giant forms created from Emperor Venerable laws, he could truly comprehend the techniques of the human race emperors. Therefore, Lu Xuan deeply cherished this opportunity. Rather than hastily destroying these 9 Emperor Venerable Law avatars, he fought, while comprehending the Emperor Venerable Laws, understanding their power, and mastering their methods. However, to onlookers his current state appeared as if he were surrounded by 9 giants constantly fleeing in disarray, as though stopping for even a moment would mean certain death. Above the Diguan, Emperor Jiang Ming witnessed this scene and burst into triumphant laughter. Lu Xuan, you boast of your prowess. Then go ahead and break my formation again. Don't think that just because you possess an immortal artifact you can win. The Diguan wall of our human race is itself an immortal artifact. Now that your Zhang Shunguan has been suppressed, let us see what waves you can still stir up. Emperor Jiang Ming laughed until he nearly fell over, his tone growing arrogant once more. He was already unable to contain his impatience to see Lu Xuan suppressed to death beneath the giants formed from the 9 Emperor Venerable laws. Above the Sea of Worlds, the ancient venerables of the alien races also gazed upward with deeply worried expressions. When Lu Xuan had previously shattered the Diguan array with the Zhang Shunguan, they too had been stunned into silence. However, after the shock came overwhelming euphoria. With the Diguan array broken, they were already agitated and impatient to rush across the Diguan and slaughter the human race. But before they could even move, they witnessed this astonishing sight once more. No one had expected that the Diguan wall was still such a formidable Emperor Venerable divine weapon capable of even releasing Emperor Venerable laws. Not only that, but no fewer than 9 types of Emperor Venerable laws. Witnessing the 9 giants entirely composed of Emperor Venerable laws, even the most powerful among the alien ancient venerables, Venerable Demon Ape, felt his eyelids twitch uncontrollably in shock. Damn it, these humans are too cunning. I never imagined their Diguan wall was an Emperor Venerable divine weapon. Lu Xuan is now facing 9 emperors alone. Oh, how could he possibly withstand it? Worry surfaced in Venerable Demon Ape's eyes. Just moments ago he had said he wanted to befriend Lu Xuan and told him to give any orders. Now that Lu Xuan was in danger, he naturally could not stand idle. No good. I must go help him. I absolutely will not let those insidious bastards laugh at us. As soon as he finished speaking, Venerable Demon Ape prepared to move. But before he could take a step, he was blocked by Venerable Azure Fox. Azure Fox, are you trying to stop me? Or do you intend to watch Lu Xuan get bullied? Venerable Demon Ape grew furious, glaring at Venerable Azure Fox with an unfriendly tone. I know Lu Xuan has killed many of our alien kin. If you were plotting against him now, I would look down on you. He assumed Venerable Azure Fox intended to seize this opportunity to eliminate Lu Xuan as a threat, his voice laced with anger. Lu Xuan indeed killed many of our alien lives, but that only proves his extraordinary capability. Our alien races only worship the strong. How could I possibly plot against him? Venerable Azure Fox managed a bitter smile and explained, I understand your concern for Lu Xuan, but for now we should refrain from intervening. Remember, Lu Xuan previously warned us that without his explicit invitation, we are not permitted to interfere. If you intervene, now he will not thank you. On the contrary, he may even grow furious. Speaking of this, Venerable Azure Fox revealed a hint of sly smirk and whispered, besides, how can you be certain that Lu Xuan needs your help? Since he was able to defeat you, you should trust him. Venerable Azure Fox's explanation gradually calmed Venerable Demon Ape. After careful observation, he also began to notice something unusual. Initially, Venerable Demon Ape had believed Lu Xuan was in dire straits. However, upon closer inspection, he realized Lu Xuan showed not a trace of tension, remaining completely unhurried, even while surrounded by the 9 giant laws. Instantly his eyes lit up, and he burst into laughter. Truly worthy of being the man who defeated me. Truly the man who could defeat me. The Demon Ape Venerable was generous in his admiration and praise for Lu Xuan. Especially upon noticing the brilliant divine radiance emanating from Lu Xuan's dual pupils, he immediately discerned Lu Xuan's true intention. Lu Xuan was deliberately stalling for time. His purpose was to comprehend the 9 types of imperial laws mastered by the human race's sovereigns from the 9 colossal law giants. This realization caused the Demon Ape Venerable to gasp sharply in shock, exclaiming in utter disbelief, Lu Xuan, this is utterly audacious. Under such circumstances he still dares to attempt comprehending the imperial laws. This is sheer recklessness. Even the Demon Ape Venerable, an ancient peak-tier sovereign who had reached the apex of the venerable realm, would not dare show such contempt when facing a sovereign divine weapon. Lu Xuan has only just entered the sovereign realm, yet he dares to be this arrogant. This is not merely reckless, it is outright madness. The Golden Eagle Venerable and White Bear Venerable standing nearby were equally startled by the Demon Ape Venerable's words. They had all originally assumed that Lu Xuan was simply unable to withstand the 9 giants formed from the imperial laws, but now that the Demon Ape Venerable had revealed the truth, they finally perceived the profound subtlety within. Instantly they all gasped sharply in astonishment. Lu Xuan is an absolute madman. Madman. This is sheer suicidal folly. Before the Imperial Pass, Lu Xuan was surrounded by circulating chaotic qi emanating a faint glow. Like a swimming fish, his movements were fluid and his speed, ghost-like, weaving effortlessly between the 9 giants. As he continued to maneuver, he not only perceived deeper mysteries of the Imperial laws, but the true dragon extreme speed he had just grasped grew increasingly agile and proficient. Now he truly seemed to have transformed into a true dragon, his speed reaching its absolute limit. The 9 giants formed from the Imperial laws could only trail behind him, eating his dust, truly worthy of being a technique of the true dragon race. With only 1 or 2 tenths comprehended, my speed has multiplied by dozens. If I master the complete true dragon extreme speed, it would unquestionably be the finest means of escape. Lu Xuan's eyes darted about, his expression filled with excitement. In the blink of an eye, he had been entangled with these 9 law giants for nearly half a shurchen. Throughout that half shurchen, the 9 law giants hadn't even had a chance to touch him. They had completely become Lu Xuan's sparring partners. While using his heavy pupil divine ability to comprehend the Imperial laws upon them, Lu Xuan was simultaneously rapidly elevating himself and familiarizing with the methods of the 9 sovereigns of the human race. He even wished to directly deduce the complete Imperial laws from these 9 law giants. However, this was ultimately unrealistic. Though the heavy pupil divine ability was undeniably formidable, it could not possibly allow him to fully comprehend all 9 sovereign laws in such a brief span. Being able to grasp 70 to 80% would already be remarkable. Lu Xuan understood this principle well. He had already grown thoroughly familiar with the 7 or 8 tenths of the 9 human sovereign laws. Continuing to observe further would yield little additional progress. Break. With a cold cry from Lu Xuan, the god burial coffin, bound by countless law chains, instantly erupted with resplendent divine radiance. The 54 prohibitions within the god burial coffin were activated, unleashing a mysterious light capable of annihilating all things, instantly shattering the shackles of the countless law chains. Simultaneously, Lu Xuan escaped the encirclement of the 9 law giants and hovered above the god burial coffin. Burial of heaven, burial of earth, burial of gods and demons. Lu Xuan's hands rapidly shifted through hand seals, and the god burial coffin beneath him transformed into a colossal black hole, releasing a terrifying devouring force that instantly sucked in the 9 giants formed from the Imperial laws. Once drawn into the god burial coffin, the 9 law giants reverted to 9 streams of Imperial laws rampaging within. Lu Xuan seized the opportunity, harnessing the power of these 9 Imperial laws to bombard the prohibition seals of the god burial coffin. Using force against force, he intended to leverage the power of these 9 Imperial laws to refine the prohibitions of the god burial coffin. Rumble. Accompanied by thunderous roars, the entire god burial coffin trembled as one prohibition after another was instantly shattered. After helping Lu Xuan break through 3 prohibitions, these 9 Imperial laws dissipated completely. This time the gains are tremendous. A full 3 prohibition seals have been opened. What a pity there were too few Imperial laws. If only there were more, that would have been perfect. Lu Xuan beamed with delight. Previously, even with the power of the 5-fold heavenly tribulation, he had only managed to open the god burial coffin's prohibition seals up to the 54th. 54 prohibition seals meant the god burial coffin already rivaled a supreme grade immortal artifact. Of course, one could also say it had reached the realm of a supreme grade sovereign divine weapon. Sovereign divine weapons are the designation for divine weapons that surpass those of the extreme Dao sovereign tier. In essence, sovereign divine weapons and immortal artifacts exist within the same realm. The distinction lies in that sovereign divine weapons are powerful weapons refined in the lower realm. Though imbued with Imperial laws, they have not undergone refinement by immortal qi, hence, they cannot be classified as immortal artifacts. Take the Imperial Pass city wall beneath his feet, for instance. It is a divine weapon jointly refined by the 9 sovereigns of the human race. Though imbued with Imperial laws, it has never been refined by immortal qi, which is why it is termed a sovereign divine weapon rather than an immortal artifact. In truth, however, the might of this sovereign divine weapon is virtually indistinguishable from that of an immortal artifact. As for the god burial coffin in Lu Xuan's possession, it is clearly an exceptional existence. When Lu Xuan first discovered the god burial coffin, it contained a full 108 artifact prohibitions within. Once fully unsealed, it would become a genuine immortal emperor artifact, the most powerful divine weapon that only those at the immortal emperor realm could refine. Moreover, this god burial coffin had long been refined with immortal qi, so after opening 54 prohibitions, Lu Xuan referred to it as an immortal artifact rather than a sovereign divine weapon. Now, leveraging the power of the 9 Imperial laws to open 3 additional prohibitions, the god burial coffin's tier had been directly elevated from the immortal artifact level to the immortal king artifact realm. In this lower realm, where immortal artifacts themselves are exceedingly scarce, an immortal king artifact is unquestionably the most powerful divine weapon within the lower realm. Although it consumed the power of 9 Imperial laws to refine merely 3 artifact prohibitions, the result was still remarkably impressive. After all, these 3 artifact prohibitions had elevated the god burial coffin's grade by an entire tier. rising directly from the immortal artifact level to the immortal king artifact realm. After refining 57 artifact prohibitions, Lu Xuan could clearly sense that his connection with the god burial coffin had grown far more intimate. He had even acquired entirely new divine abilities from within the god burial coffin. These abilities were all methods for controlling the god burial coffin. Only upon mastering them could the coffin truly unleash the might of an immortal king artifact. Lu Xuan merely glanced at them briefly. Given the current circumstances, there was no spare time for him to slowly cultivate these divine abilities. However, now that the 9 imperial laws had been broken, the imperial pass city wall beneath his feet was no longer a cause for concern. Heaven Burial Strike. With a great cry from Lu Xuan, the god burial coffin erupted with world-destroying resplendent divine light, crashing down toward the imperial pass city wall. This imperial pass city wall represents the final line of defense of the imperial pass. Once he shatters this wall, he can completely breach the imperial pass and set foot upon the territories of the human race. No. Watching the coffin of buried gods tear through layer upon layer of luminous barriers as it hurtled toward the walls of the imperial pass, Emperor Jiang Ming's eyes nearly burst from their sockets with rage. The walls of the imperial pass were their final line of defense. Once those walls were breached, not a single one of them would likely survive to escape. Yet no matter how furiously he roared, he could not prevent the walls of the imperial pass from being shattered. The coffin of buried gods, unleashing the might of a supreme-grade immortal artifact, surged forward with unstoppable force and smashed a tremendous gaping hole through the walls of the imperial pass. The walls, stretching tens of thousands of miles across, were torn open with a breach several hundred zhang wide. At once, even the protective barrier enshrouding the imperial pass was ripped open with a gash. At the sight of this, Emperor Jiang Ming collapsed to the floor, his spirit utterly shattered. It's over. Completely over. He seemed as though his very soul had been wrenched from his body, nothing remaining in his eyes but terror and dread, his frame trembling without cease. The imperial pass they had guarded for 100,000 years had been breached by Lu Xuan alone. With the imperial pass thrown open, Lu Xuan strode through without impediment. The moment his feet touched the ramparts of the imperial pass, 1,000 feelings welled up within him. 100,000 years. Back then he had been threatened by the 7 great Emperor Supremes and banished to the abyss of heaven for 100,000 years. He had believed he would never again set foot upon the imperial pass in this lifetime. He had long since prepared himself to be laid to rest in the abyss of heaven. Never in his wildest dreams had he imagined he would once more have the chance to return to the imperial pass. Gazing upon this once familiar imperial pass, Lu Xuan's eyes glistened with tears of emotion. No matter what, he was still a member of the human race. Once he had shed his blood and sacrificed his life upon these very walls. Once he had stood upon these ramparts, a single man, a single sword, a single coffin, and held back an army of 1,000,000 alien tribes. Once he too had been a hero who protected the human race. Yet now it was by his own hand that he tore open a breach in this very imperial pass. But in Lu Xuan's heart there was not the slightest trace of guilt. 100,000 years ago he alone had withstood the alien army of 1,000,000 defending the imperial pass, defending the human race. Yet the 7 Emperor Supremes had slandered him, schemed against him, and even forced him to abandon his people. For 100,000 years he had guarded the abyss of heaven. Though there had been moments of bitterness, he had never once slackened in the slightest. For 100,000 years he had never allowed a single member of the alien tribes or demon race to step beyond the borders of the abyss of heaven. He had safeguarded 100,000 years of peace for the human race. Yet the 7 Emperor Supremes who had once vowed to protect his clan for 10,000 generations proved faithless, their word empty as the wind. Not only had they failed to shelter his kin, they had nearly driven the Lu family to annihilation, severing their lineage for good. Therefore he owed the human race nothing. Rather, it was the entire human race that owed him. I have guarded the abyss of heaven for 100,000 years, purchasing 100,000 years of peace for mankind. Yet you Emperor Supremes of the human race broke faith and betrayed your word, causing my Lu family to nearly be wiped out. Now that I wish to return, you would bar my path home. Is this how you treat the meritorious heroes of the human race? Lu Xuan's countenance was dark as storm clouds, his voice cold and frigid, every word pouring forth his grievances and fury. For a moment, a deathly silence fell over the entire imperial pass. Many even began to murmur in hushed-toned, shadows of doubt flickering in their eyes. They could all see that Lu Xuan spoke openly and directly and did not seem to be lying. Hiss. Could everything Lu Xuan said before truly be real? Was he truly framed back then? Was it truly because the Emperor Supremes feared him that they forced him to leave the human race? The truth of 100,000 years ago can no longer be verified. But over these 100,000 years there has indeed been peace atop the imperial pass. Those alien tribes vanished without a trace over these 100,000 years. Truly they never came to harass us. We had grown accustomed to it all, but now that I think about it, none of it makes sense. If that is the case, then what Lu Xuan says does sound like the truth. Perhaps it was precisely because he guarded the abyss of heaven that no alien tribes came to trouble the imperial pass for 100,000 years. If all that Lu Xuan says is true, does that not mean that our human Emperor Supremes are lying. Seeing that the human cultivators had already begun to deduce the truth, Emperor Jiangming grew anxious. Suppressing Lu Xuan, targeting Lu Xuan. This was the scheme of the human Emperor Supremes. It had originally been proposed by their Jiang family's patriarch, and the Jiang family had been the greatest architect and beneficiary of it all. Although Emperor Jiangming himself had not lived through the events of 100,000 years ago, he had heard certain truths about those times from the lips of his own ancestors. Thus, within their Jiang family, many people possessed some understanding of the truth from 100,000 years past. Now, watching these cultivators begin to cast suspicion upon the human Emperor Supremes, he swiftly rose to his feet and bellowed in stern rebuke. Lu Xuan, no matter how silver your tongue may be, it cannot alter the fact that you conspired with the alien tribes. You are a traitor to humanity. 100,000 years ago you were already cast out from the human race, and now you dare attack the Imperial Pass. Such a heinous crime is beyond measure. Just you wait. Just you wait. The Emperor Supremes are arriving any moment now, and when they do, that shall be the hour of your death. Emperor Jiangming was no fool. Even as he spoke, he swiftly began his retreat, seeking to flee the Imperial Pass first. He knew the human Emperor Supremes had already arrived, and that they would likely descend upon the scene very soon. Therefore, he had to escape as quickly as possible, putting as much distance between himself and Lu Xuan as he could. Once the human Emperor Supremes descended, he would no longer need to fear the mere Lu Xuan. Seeing Emperor Jiangming attempt to flee, Lu Xuan let out a cold smile. With a casual wave of his hand, a terrifying ray of light descended from the heavens and slammed Emperor Jiangming into the ground. Thud! Emperor Jiangming, who had just reached the gates of the Imperial Pass, plummeted headfirst to the earth like an overturned onion. He struggled to rise and continue his flight, only to be crushed once more by an overwhelming pressure pressed flat against the ground. It was Lu Xuan atop the walls of the Imperial Pass who had struck. Beneath the suppression of his law of power, the entirety of the Imperial Pass had become his domain of law. In an instant, every living being within the Imperial Pass sensed a terrifying majesty that pressed down upon them, making even their very souls tremble. 100,000 years ago, the Emperor Supreme of your Jiang family forced me to leave the human race. That debt, I shall begin collecting a measure of interest from you now. Lu Xuan's voice was deep and imperious, echoing throughout the Imperial Pass and beyond. Emperor Jiangming, pinned to the ground beneath that suppression, was instantly struck with terror, his face turning the color of ash. Beneath the crushing force of Lu Xuan's sovereign law, he possessed not even the strength to resist. Between a peak great emperor and an emperor supreme, though separated by only a single thread, the difference in strength was as vast as heaven and earth. A peak great emperor of his caliber was less than an ant before Lu Xuan. Watching Lu Xuan descend from the rampart step by step, drawing closer as he entered the Imperial Pass, Emperor Jiangming was driven to the brink of insanity by terror. Patriarch, if you do not come now, all that will be left of me is a corpse for you to collect. Emperor Jiangming's voice quivered as he retreated in dread, desperate to escape the Imperial Pass. Yet the gates of the Imperial Pass, but a single step away from him, now seemed as distant as the ends of the earth. He writhed desperately, but only struggled uselessly in place. All he could do was watch in horrified fascination as Lu Xuan drew ever closer with each step. Lu Xuan, his countenance dark as night, strode into the Imperial Pass. With every footfall that struck the ground, it was as though something crashed heavily against the hearts of all who watched. Thud, thud, thud. Within the vast Imperial Pass, the only sound that could be heard was Lu Xuan's footsteps falling. Before Lu Xuan could even approach, the human race great emperors around him retreated in terror, one by one, none daring to step forward and block his path. As he advanced further, the tens of thousands of cultivators within the Imperial Pass also retreated in panic to both sides. Within the vast expanse of the Imperial Pass, everyone stepped aside, proactively clearing a path for Lu Xuan. When he reached the end of the Imperial Pass and took his final step, he stopped precisely before great Emperor Jiangming, who was cowering on the ground in terror. At that moment, where had the earlier arrogance of great Emperor Jiangming gone? The moment he saw Lu Xuan's footsteps stop before him, his face contorted in sheer terror, and he let out a frantic cry. No, Lu Xuan, you cannot kill me. I am great emperor of the Jiang clan. My clan's patriarch will arrive any moment now. If you kill me, he will not spare you. And your own clan members, they too will pay with their lives for your rashness. As long as you spare me, there is still room for reconciliation between us. Even if you do not care for yourself, do you not consider your own clan members? Can you truly stand by and watch them perish? Great Emperor Jiangming was like a bird terrified by the mere twang of a bowstring, his courage completely shattered. He was threatening Lu Xuan while simultaneously begging for his own life. He had long realized that Lu Xuan feared death not at all. Even bringing forth the imperial venerable of the Jiang clan would not frighten Lu Xuan. However, there was one thing Lu Xuan did care about: his own clan members among the human race. As expected, upon hearing great Emperor Jiangming mention the Lu clan members, Lu Xuan's expression changed dramatically. He knew that what great Emperor Jiangming was saying was not an exaggeration in the least. Although he had already breached the Imperial Pass, it would not take merely a moment to return to the Lu clan. The Imperial Pass was but the first line of defense guarding the human realm. From here to the human realm, there were still several layers of mighty passes to cross. Lu Xuan had heard of the Imperial Pass's origin before. Originally, the human race's first pass was not located here, but at the entrance to the human realm 100,000, 8,000 li away from this place. That was the gateway to the human realm. Once breached, the alien races could strike straight through and lay waste to human territory. Because it was so close to human lands, each time the pass fell, humanity would face slaughter on a massive scale. Later, to eliminate this lurking threat, the human race's strongest warriors banded together and surged beyond the human realm, establishing a new pass 10,000 li away from human territory. With this first barrier providing resistance and buffer, the danger of the human realm being directly overrun was significantly reduced. Having witnessed the benefits of positioning fortifications beyond human borders, some began proposing that even more remote strongholds be established. Thus, one pass was built 10,000 li out, then another 20,000 li away, then 30,000, until humanity had pushed their fortifications all the way to the edge of the boundary sea. Stretching across the 100,000, 8,000 li expanse between the boundary sea and the human realm, no fewer than 9 mighty fortresses had been constructed. They came to be known as the Ninefold Ramparts. Each of the 9 fortresses bore its own name. Yet only this one beneath their feet was called the Imperial Pass. This was because since its founding, this location had served as humanity's foremost bulwark against the alien races. The conflicts that erupted here were never less than great emperor-level engagements. In the millions of years since the Imperial Pass was established, how many great emperors had fallen upon this ground? Countless by the tens of thousands. One could say without exaggeration that every inch of earth beneath the Imperial Pass had been soaked in imperial blood. It was precisely because of this that it earned the name Imperial Pass. After its construction, the Imperial Pass proved remarkably effective. Thanks to the existence of the 9 ramparts, the difficulty for the alien races to penetrate the human realm had increased by hundreds or even thousands of times. Rumors even claimed that since the human race's 9 great ramparts were erected, the alien races had never truly breached into the human realm. Whether these reports were true, Lu Xuan had no idea. But he did know of the battle from 100,000 years ago. Back then, the Imperial Venerables of the alien realm had nearly unleashed their entire forces, shattered the Imperial Pass, and had even surged past the 8 ramparts beyond. Yet they ultimately failed and were forced to retreat. In that battle, the alien forces were finally defeated at the last fortress. Watching the human realm lie just before their eyes, they nonetheless had to withdraw back to the alien realm. Each of the 9 ramparts was as impregnable as the Imperial Pass. Though Lu Xuan had breached the Imperial Pass, he might not necessarily succeed in shattering the 8 fortifications that followed in succession. Even if he could breach those passes, it would certainly not happen in a matter of moments. Those human race Imperial Venerables would not simply wait for him to carve his way through pass after pass. If they disregarded their status and struck at the Lu clan, Lu Xuan would be powerless to intervene. He could not protect his kin. It must be admitted that Great Emperor Jiangming's threats had struck right at Lu Xuan's sore spot. Seeing that Lu Xuan delayed his strike and remained silent, Great Emperor Jiangming understood that he had found his leverage. He could not help but sigh with relief and hastily pressed his advantage. Lu Xuan, if you release me now, I will plead on your behalf with the Imperial Venerables. With your current strength, the Venerables would never bring themselves to punish you harshly. Even if they do discipline you, it will only serve as a mild reprimand. The past is the past. We have no need to torment ourselves over things that cannot be changed, nor can we remain trapped in what is already past. A person must look ahead. As long as you are willing to stop now, there is still room for reconciliation. Great Emperor Jiangming's words were veiled and indirect, yet Lu Xuan could plainly understand their meaning. Not living in the past. Wasn't this essentially asking him to overlook the events of 100,000 years ago? To let go of the unfair treatment the Lu clan had suffered throughout these 100,000 years? Lu Xuan responded with a cold sneer and stamped his foot down upon Great Emperor Jiangming's head, nearly crushing it completely. What qualifications do you possess? A mere Great Emperor of the Jiang clan, to counsel me to set aside my hatred. Great Emperor Jiangming, his face half pressed into the ground, was so terrified he nearly urinated. He had genuinely believed his words had swayed Lu Xuan, even certain that his death had been averted. But what in the world was happening? Had this fellow Lu Xuan truly taken his words to heart? Great Emperor Jiangming, who had just moments before approached Lu Xuan with an air of arrogance, was now so frightened his soul seemed to have fled his body. In sheer panic, he desperately begged for mercy. Lu Xuan, I was wrong. I'll stop talking. Please do not kill me. What happened in the past, it was our Jiang clan that wronged you. But that has nothing to do with me. Woo. When you were expelled from the human race, I had not even been born yet. As for the persecution your Lu clan later suffered, that is certainly unrelated to me as well. I have never even seen your Lu clan members, nor do I know where your clan resides. None of this has anything to do with me. Even if you seek vengeance and kill me, it will be of no use. The once mighty peaked great emperor was now like a stray dog with nowhere to go, desperately imploring Lu Xuan for mercy. Just as great Emperor Jiang Ming was frantically crying out for his life, an enraged, thunderous roar erupted from the far horizon. "Cease your babbling. How did our Jiang clan produce such a worthless failure?" As his words fell, the terrifying law of the imperial sovereign surged forth like a brilliant meteor streaking across the sky, descending in an instant from the ends of heaven and earth, crashing down upon the great emperor pass. Boom. With the descent of that imperial sovereign's law, a colossal giant's phantom towering 1,000 zhang materialized in the heavens above. After casting an angry glare at great Emperor Jiang Ming, who resembled a stray cur, those cold eyes swept toward Lu Xuan, and a low yet majestic voice thundered out, "Lu Xuan, who gave you the audacity to offend my Jiang clan?"